Helicopters flew over the rugged mountains near Lincoln, New Hampshire for 4 days, and search and rescue crews went out looking on foot. But it wasn't until Friday night that a couple of amateur hikers found 70-year-old Chris Staff.
I just got disoriented. I got on the wrong side of, there was washouts and things like that, and I couldn't find the right path. I'd see people across the river and, I'd tell them I'm in distress, and one guy told me to come across, and I thought I had it. I thought I had somebody that's going to help me. I don't know if they're real or not, because I crossed the river and nobody's there.
Lost in the woods for nearly a month, 25-year-old Lisa Ferris beat all odds, living off berries and mushrooms and drinking from creeks to survive.
Back from the dead.
When I woke up and didn't comprehend what had happened.
Hiker Michael Napinski was lifeless when Navy crews found him in Mount Rainier National Park last weekend, lost overnight in below freezing conditions.
Just got a complete whiteout.
The rescue team flew him to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle when his pulse stopped. Doctors jumping into action, administering CPR after 45 long minutes, finally jump-starting his heart.
I'm extremely grateful to everybody here at the hospital for not giving up on me. I'm alive and breathing. And
well, the big question police are asking tonight is still simply how 49-year-old Constantino Stanifilippidis wound up missing here at Whiteface Mountain and turned up alive nearly 3,000 miles away 6 days later in Sacramento, California.
Amanda Eller, a physical therapist who was lost on a hike in Maui, telling her story tonight for the first time since she was found after going missing for 17 days.
I haven't even had time to think or integrate or figure out really what the heck happened in there. That's a very grounded way to put it, getting disoriented in the forest. But there was something bigger at play, So Mako Forest in particular, there's something very tricky there.
Tonight, rescuers are calling it a miracle. A teenager surviving 8 days alone in the Washington wilderness on creek water and berries.
Sons John Koparski and Jonas Irwin feared the worst after rescue missions by land and sea turned into recovery efforts for their parents, Carol and Ian. Family and officials say it was thanks to the couple's background in the outdoors that helped them survive.
Mom's like an herbalist, like a mushroom hunter. My dad, with his background in mountaineering, they know how to find things and eat. So they were eating some part of a fern.
My mother said, I lost a shoe, so I was walking with one shoe, and then I lost the other shoe, and I kept walking in my socks, and then I got tired of walking in my socks, so then I was walking bare feet for a while, and she's 77 years old.
He was laying his body flat into that awful thorny crap, which poison oak, you name it, so that Carol could go over him.
Police and 19-year-old Madison Popalizio never came home Sunday after hiking on Mount Algonquin. More than 60 people set out to search for them Monday, fighting their way through deep snow and rough terrain. 36 hours after they went missing, the hikers were airlifted from just below the 5,000-foot summit.
Tonight, the miraculous rescue of Cheryl Powell, finally surrounded by family again. The 60-year-old who went missing in Central California's White Mountains, found alive just hours ago, 3 days after she vanished in the wilderness.
A remarkable story of survival. New details tonight about a mother from the San Fernando Valley who was stranded in Utah's Zion National Park. She was missing for nearly 2 weeks before she was finally rescued.
Now, we're all familiar with cases where people have gone missing in the forest, having left no trace and are never seen again. But what of the people who went missing and have returned? In many instances, these people tend to be unable to remember what happened during their ordeal. Now, this is understandable in the case of small children, but it's a common situation with adults who've gone missing and returned as well. Oftentimes, though, even those who do remember are reticent to talk about what happened when they were missing. Now, this may sound odd, but when you hear the stories of those who are willing to talk about it, it starts to make more sense. Presented here are 13 stories of those who have disappeared, yet lived to return and share their bizarre tales. Let's begin. Robert Singley. Now, if you ask the locals in Bennington, Vermont, they'll tell you there's something very wrong with Glastonbury Mountain. That particular stretch of the Appalachian Trail has caused many investigators into the paranormal to come to some pretty ominous conclusions because of all the people who have gone missing there, never to be seen again. Some call it the Bennington Triangle, a reference to the Bermuda Triangle, where not only people but planes and ships go mysteriously missing, never to be seen again, with no rhyme, reason, or explanation. There are also tales told of a Bennington monster, which attacks humans and abducts them, leaving no trace they were ever there. Others still talk of the Native American stories of rocks that open up and swallow people whole in this place, as this is where the four winds meet. None of this seemed to be of any concern, though, to 27-year-old UBC music teacher Robert Singley when he decided to go for a hike one Sunday afternoon a couple of years ago. Robert hiked the trail often when he lived in Bennington and never had any strange experiences or problems. He hiked Harbor Road in Woodford Hollow and had a pleasant enough time despite the cold temperature. However, while he made his way back to his car, he suddenly became very disoriented. He attempted to make a fire once he realized he was lost, and because darkness was falling, he didn't stand much chance of making it back to his car until daylight came. However, his attempts were futile because of the rain that suddenly started almost immediately upon Robert losing his way. As his girlfriend at home worried, Robert struggled to gain an understanding of what happened, why he had so suddenly become confused and disoriented. Robert stated, "I still think I got sucked through some sort of space-time continuum." He often took these long hikes, but on this day, fog came out of nowhere, and it was instantly dark, seemingly much before the time of nightfall. Robert couldn't explain how he managed to just lose the trail he was so steadily walking on only seconds before. He spent the night underneath a tree and somehow made his way out the following day. He is one of the lucky ones. This exact spot is where Paula Weldon, a Bennington College sophomore, was last seen alive 62 years ago. There's something about random inclement weather in these cases, kind of like Mother Nature is playing a game. Seems that in a lot of missing person cases, immediately once a search starts, foul weather comes in. Now, what is causing all these seemingly healthy and somewhat experienced hikers to suddenly and for no apparent reason become disoriented and start wandering through deep woods instead of sticking to their trails? That's a question we may never have an answer to, but let's move on. Christopher Staff. Christopher Staff, a 70-year-old man from Dorchester, Massachusetts, went hiking alone in New Hampshire's White Mountains. He decided to embark on the very challenging 31-mile Pemigewasset Loop Trail with no problems or concerns. He had even called his wife the following day and told her he would be home by that evening. He seemed in good spirits and as though the hike had been going well. Later that evening, after receiving no further word from Christopher, his wife called the authorities and reported him missing. A large-scale rescue effort was put in effect with 18 teams, including nearly 30 officers and volunteers, all out scouring the trail and surrounding areas looking for any sign of Christopher. Fear for his life and well-being mounted as the days passed by, and no sign was found that Christopher had even been in these woods or along this trail. However, the following Friday, 5 days after Christopher had initially set out for his hike and seemingly disappeared without a trace, he was found just sitting on a log, covered in scratches, blisters, and bug bites, and was only able to walk to the rescue vehicles with assistance. When questioned about what happened, Christopher stated, "I'm still trying to sort it all out." Christopher was an experienced hiker of more than 40 years and thought he had been well prepared for most anything that would come up while he completed the hike of a lifetime after turning 70 years old. Christopher was less than 5 miles from the end of the 31-mile loop when something went very wrong. He says he suddenly became disoriented on the path and couldn't find the right way to go. He had lost his backpack, which contained water, and had to resort to drinking from the river. Now, this may or may not have had to do with him then spending the next 3 to 4 days hallucinating. I didn't know where I was, he says. I thought I came home. I thought I came to get my wife's car. All kinds of crazy things. Christopher had lost 25 pounds and was found less than 5 miles away from the road where his car was left. He just couldn't move anymore. He even mentioned hallucinating while at the river that he saw and heard searchers coming to get him and looking for him. However, when he would blink, they would be gone. I just kept reliving it, Christopher says. He knew Friday would be his last day if help hadn't arrived by then. He was seemingly traumatized from the event and hasn't really recovered. Now, how does someone end up hallucinating like this suddenly and out of the clear blue sky? Christopher had just turned 70 years old, but was in great shape and healthy, so what caused him to simply give up and sit on a rock when he was so close to help the whole time? After all the wandering he had done, was 5 miles really that far for him to traverse to get to the main road? Was whatever made him sick and disoriented somehow stopping him from going on? What could have possibly caused such vivid hallucinations? Story after story, it's the same thing. Point of separation or going out alone and becoming disoriented and hallucinating. Here's another one. Michael St. Laurent. 45-year-old construction safety worker and experienced hiker Michael St. Laurent went missing for 9 days in the wilderness of the North Vancouver backwoods. He scribbled pertinent information about himself onto his arm. His birth date, name, and social insurance number were sloppily scrawled there just in case he didn't make it out of the woods alive. This all started on November 13, 2011, near the Grouse Mountain Skyride, where, while hiking a trail, he suddenly and without warning became confused and disoriented, not knowing where he was going, and what was and was not even real. Michael's account is somewhat confusing and even contradictory, as he states he was hallucinating so badly for most of the time, it was hard for him to recall most of what had occurred during his 9 days of hell in the woods. Michael had planned to hike a roughly 8-hour round-trip trail. However, he was somehow held up and forced to spend the night in the deep wilderness. Fortunately for him, he happened to have not only a dry change of clothes, but a tarp with him, and managed to stay at least partially dry and semi-warm in the frigid Vancouver winter cold. Michael even prepared for a 2-day trip, though he expected to only stay one, assuming he would be fine and ahead of the game in case anything unforeseen came up. Unfortunately for him, something did. It lasted much longer than the 2 days, though. Michael's mind was so foggy and muddled, however, that after becoming lost and veering off the main trail, he couldn't even manage to find any kindling there in the woods, despite the ability to make a fire by hand. For the next 7 days, he wandered aimlessly around the woods, dehydrated, hypothermic, and vividly hallucinating nonstop. He said his hallucinations included being at work, driving home, and even sitting down for a meal in his favorite restaurant. After just 3 days, he thought it had been 3 weeks. Although there were numerous hikers who passed through the area within view of him, Michael was seemingly totally unable to communicate with them in any way. Not for lack of trying, though, as he says he called out for help and did everything he could to get their attention, but to no avail. It was almost like he was invisible to anyone and everyone who passed him by. The only thing the searchers believed saved him was his somehow remarkable ability to remember to cover himself at night with a tarp. At times, he had even had to crawl as he developed a condition from wearing soaked footwear called trench foot. When speaking to the media after being rescued, Michael told them he had seen and heard the searchers looking for him, but was unable to communicate with them and gain their attention, and somehow he claimed they hadn't been able to see or hear him at all. The search and rescue teams deny ever being anywhere near the area Michael stated he saw and heard them. What prompted Michael to write down his personal information on his arm, just in case? He said himself it was a regular day and he had the entire hike planned out. Is it just a coincidence that this is yet another semi-experienced hiker who, for one reason or another, was separated from his group and ended up lost in the woods? What is prompting these people to put themselves in harm's way like this? Lisa Theris. 25-year-old Alabama resident and radiology student Lisa Theris had a couple of strikes against her already as far as anyone finding her when she became lost in the woods in Midway, Alabama for an entire month in July of 2017. She had severe bipolar disorder, and because of the crowd she was recently hanging out with, most who knew her thought she was just trying to get away for a while. After not being able to reach her at all in 5 days, her father eventually called the police and reported her missing. After searching the most obvious places and coming up with no sign of her, the police then caught up with the last 2 people known to have been in her company, who were also wanted in connection with the robbery of a hunting lodge. When the authorities finally did catch up with these 2 men, one of them claimed the other killed Lisa and had disposed of her body. This led investigators to bring dogs into the woods behind a local Walmart where she may or may not have last been seen, and where the 2 men said they had last seen her. The other man said she was not murdered, but had jumped out of the truck and ran into the woods for no apparent reason the last night they had been with her. Because of the conflicting stories given by the 2 men and their shady and criminal reputations, police decided to go ahead with the cadaver dog search of the woods. After all, Lisa had been missing an entire month, and the likelihood she could survive out there in the wilderness for that long was slim. Eventually, Lisa was pronounced dead, even as the police still searched for her body. 2 days after this pronouncement, however, Lisa stumbled into the road in front of a random vehicle that just happened to be driving by at that time. Lisa had collapsed onto the roadway and an ambulance was called. She was completely naked, covered in sunburns and bug bites, and it was said she wouldn't have lasted another day had she not made her way somehow to the main road to be found and given medical attention. She had lost 50 pounds, and it was considered miraculous that she had even survived at all. Her condition was barely stable. When she was finally able to recount her harrowing ordeal, she gave an extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical story about what she had been through. She claims to have survived from eating wild mushrooms and berries and drinking muddy and mucky stream water. When asked how she had come to be in the woods in the first place, Lisa states she believes she was drugged and left there for dead. There is some question, however, as to how Lisa could have survived based on her claims. Number 1, she was legally blind and didn't have her glasses. Number 2, the berries she claimed to have eaten didn't grow in that area. And thirdly, mushrooms are made mostly of water and have no calories at all. Also, she would have gotten terribly ill, if not dying altogether, from drinking the water she claims to have hydrated herself with. What really happened to Lisa? How could she have eaten berries which didn't grow in the particular area? Was she making it all up, or had she possibly slipped into another dimension or something? Those are questions to which we may never have the answers. Michael Napinski. 45-year-old Michael Napinski of Woodinville, Washington, went on a hike in Mount Rainier with a friend on November 7, 2020. The 2 decided to separate below the Muir snowfield, with Michael snowshoeing to Paradise and his friend continuing on skis to Camp Muir. They were going to meet up at a designated time down near Paradise, close to where Michael was heading to. Suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere, Michael reports the weather turned to extreme whiteout conditions, which prohibited him from being able to see even an inch in front of his face. Obviously, this made it impossible for him to go any further. He recalls taking very small and easy steps to get himself slowly down the mountain, while still seeing nothing but the whiteout conditions ahead of him. This is the last thing he remembers before becoming confused about the next course of events. He says he thinks he fell, but can't be sure as he totally blacked out and has no memory of what actually occurred while he was blindly snowshoeing through the blizzard conditions. Needless to say, Michael didn't make it back to meet his friend near Paradise that evening and was reported as missing. 3 National Park search teams went out and conducted full searches of the area throughout the night, and because the temperatures being 16 degrees Fahrenheit and the whiteout causing minimal to no visibility, the searches were called off for the night. Early Sunday morning, however, the search teams went back out to look for Michael, though everyone's thoughts were grim and thinking the worst at this point. Because of the cloudy weather, too, the aerial searches weren't able to be started until late Sunday afternoon, nearly 24 hours after Michael had been reported as missing by his concerned friend. Helicopter searchers finally found Michael Napinski in the Nisqually River drainage, and by the time foot searchers got to him about an hour after he was first sighted, he was unconscious. He had a pulse, though weak as it was, when he reached the hospital, but went into cardiac arrest very shortly after arriving. the doctors began using the most advanced form of artificial life support available, which included bypassing his heart and lungs. Miraculously, or some say coincidentally due to the location where he went missing and all the strangeness surrounding Mount Rainier itself, Michael was legally deceased for 45 minutes, yet was able to be brought back to life with no long-term negative effects. Although he remained unconscious for 2 days after his heart started beating again, Michael did wake up and come back to life suffering some frostbite and bruises and scratches, all of which will heal. Is it just a coincidence that this man, who had all of the same bizarre and seemingly random symptoms as so many of the other cases we've talked about here, was miraculously able to return from the dead after 45 minutes? That's not even supposed to be possible. What is really going on here? Danny Philippides. On February 7, 2018, Danny Philippides ventured from his home in Toronto, Canada, to the Whiteface Mountains of New York for a seemingly typical ski trip with some co-workers. The 49-year-old firefighter went missing on the mountain when he separated from the group to go to his car and retrieve his cell phone, which he had initially forgotten to bring with him. He went off by himself, figuring he would be right back and go back to having fun with his friends and colleagues. However, that isn't what happened at all, and despite little bits and pieces that have come out since, we will perhaps never really know what happened to Danny Philippides. Despite having no memory of what happened after he started back down the mountain to go to his car for the phone, he believes he took a wrong turn on a children's ski slope. The doctors would later confirm that he did seem to be suffering from a head injury, but even that doesn't explain where Danny ended up after leaving his friends to run the quick and seemingly harmless errand. Once Danny was reported missing, a manhunt of epic proportions set out to try and find him. At least 6 government agencies joined the 2 local ski patrols and several volunteers in the search. Eventually, more than 135 volunteers searched the area he was last seen and the route he should have taken to his car, which was still parked in the exact same spot he had left it, with the cell phone inside, for a total of 7,000 hours, but to no avail. How could they possibly have known that Danny was at that time in a big rig truck hitchhiking across the country to California? Danny also remembers being dropped off in Sacramento, still wearing his ski clothes and with a brand new cell phone and, inexplicably, a haircut. He was eventually found wandering around the Sacramento Airport rental car facility's parking lot. He had absolutely no idea or clue as to how he ended up there or why. The authorities found him got the surprise of a lifetime when they learned he was the subject of a massive manhunt all the way on the other side of the country. Obviously, so did Danny upon learning the same information. What happened in those 6 days? Where did Danny get the haircut and the new iPhone? And what could have possibly led him all the way across a foreign country like that? More than 2 years later, and these questions still haven't been answered. They may never be either, as Danny has since chosen to remain quiet about the ordeal and has gone back to work in Toronto as a firefighter. Unfortunately, so many of these people who go missing and are found under extraordinary circumstances choose to remain silent about what they encountered, even the ones who remember very clearly. Is this another symptom caused by who or what is doing this to these people? The inability to express what happened? Or is it that there are just no words in our vocabulary to explain what they might have seen or experienced? Amanda Eller. Amanda Eller is a 35-year-old physical therapist and yoga instructor who wanted to go and explore the Makawao Forest Reserve on the northern side of Maui, Hawaii, on May 9, 2019. What was supposed to be a 3-mile relaxing hike to help her get closer to nature ended up turning into a 3-week ordeal that had her fighting for her life. Ellen was reported missing when she never showed back up when she said she would, and when her car was spotted parked near a vast forest reserve in Hawaii, it prompted thousands of volunteers to come out and start immediately searching the vast jungles and streams in the surrounding areas. On a Friday afternoon, 17 days after she first headed out on her hike, and less than an hour after her family had announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to her whereabouts, Ms. Eller was found with sunburn, scrapes, a torn ligament in her knee, and a broken leg. She was malnourished, but she was alive. So what happened to Amanda Eller? How had she become so lost so quickly on what was seemingly a simple and easy, relaxing trail walk through which she had gone many times before without any problems? Now, it's true the area of the reserve is 2,000 acres and has such thick vegetation and brush it needs to be hacked with machetes, but Amanda was on a trail. Here's what she had to say. Amanda claimed she was just going on the short trail walk, which she had done many times before and was really enjoying it. It was just a typical thing on a typical day. As she went off the path at one point to sit and rest, she became disoriented and confused. She stated a very strange gut instinct was pulling her into the opposite direction than the one she was familiar with and knew was right. She decided to go the way towards where she thought her car was, figuring if she just walked towards there, at least she would have a handle on where she was headed. She ended up hiking from around 10:30 a.m. that morning until midnight that night in a desperate search for her car. She admits being ready to just give up and stop trying, but claims as soon as she did, she would hear a certain very loud and strong insistent voice telling her that if she wanted to live, she needed to keep going. She stated, "As soon as I would doubt my intuition and try to go another way than where it was telling me, something would stop me. A branch would fall on me, I'd stub my toe, or I'd trip." So it seems the same gut instinct that seemed to have initially led her astray was in fact now leading her back to where she needed to be, back on the right path. Many people have started to believe that Amanda had actually been abducted. Her cell phone, water bottles, and wallet were all left behind in her car. On the third day, she'd given up looking for her car and decided to start looking for water instead. However, she fell off a 20-foot cliff and tore the ligament in her knee, while the very next day, she lost her shoes in a flash flood. She was only wearing a tank top and yoga pants to begin with, and the injury and loss of her shoes slowed her down considerably. At night, she covered herself with ferns and branches and leaves. She even spent one night in a wild boar's den. She survived by eating almost anything she could find, things that were identifiable and some that weren't. She even ate moths that landed on her body. She began to crawl instead of walking and was then confronted with a seemingly impassable steep drop-off. Meanwhile, the volunteer searchers were going through their own harrowing ordeals as the search for Amanda led many of them into fast-moving streams and had them rappelling into ravines. Some even killed aggressive wild boars and searched the dead animals' intestines for Amanda's body parts. At least one searcher was attacked by a wild boar but managed to get away and survive. Amanda stated later that she had seen and heard multiple helicopters, but despite trying her best to get their attention, they never spotted her. Until eventually, one did and sent rescue. How did this woman survive so many days in the wilderness, with no shoes and with the injuries and Mother Nature seemingly against her at every single turn? Could it have been the voice she heard, loud and clear, telling her she must choose between life and death? If so, who or what was it? Luckily, Amanda chose life. Gia Fuda. 18-year-old Giovanna Fuda, or Gia as she likes to be called, decided to go for a drive on July 24, 2020, and was headed to a town about 70 miles east of Seattle. The teenager just wanted to go and take a short road trip alone to clear her head and relax. For reasons still unknown, however, she ventured much farther than she initially set out to and ended up far past the city views of Seattle and into the wilderness and wilds of a remote area of Washington state. By 1 a.m. the next morning, when her parents had received no response back from their many phone calls and texts to Gia, and when she herself hadn't returned home or even checked in, they decided to call the authorities and report their daughter as missing. At around 10 a.m. the morning she had left her home and started her trip, she was seen on video camera in a coffee shop near the town of Index. She bought a Bigfoot keychain and left. 3 days after her disappearance, on July 27th, a transportation worker found her car nearby that shop and reported it to the police. He said he only noticed the car because of the awkward way in which it was parked. After running the license plate, the authorities found that the car was Gia's and it had run out of gas. All the doors were locked and her purse and other personal items were left inside. At this point, the police started to think foul play was involved and maybe she had been forcibly abducted. Search and rescue teams were already out and looking for her as of July 26th, but the area made it impossible to track her by pings because it was a cell phone dead zone. On August 1st, some of the searchers found Gia's belongings, such as her shoes, Bible, bag, and cell phone. These possessions were found near Scenic Creek, and just a little while later that same day, Gia was found up a steep ravine sitting on a rock next to the river. Gia stated she had panicked when her car had run out of gas and decided it would cut some of the walking distance off where she'd cut through the woods to get to a gas station. She said that she was frightened and didn't know what to do, so she grabbed what she felt was most important that she could carry and locked the rest of her possessions in her car. She was found 10 miles away from the nearest gas station. She felt that walking along the highway was too dangerous, but ended up getting lost and wandering around the forest for 9 days. She thought she was only lost for 3 days, however, as she lost her sense of time. When she was first found, Gia just kept repeating, "I don't know where I am," over and over again as if in some sort of trance. She was eventually taken to the hospital, though, and managed to get through the ordeal with no long-term effects. It didn't go unnoticed, though, to many people who investigated or looked further into the case, that Gia had purchased a Bigfoot keychain right before going through this harrowing and terrifying ordeal. Coincidence or not? Carol Kaparsky and Ian Irwin. Married couple Carol Kaparsky and Ian Irwin, aged 77 and 72 respectively, were staying in a cottage while on vacation in the Sea Haven, Inverness, California area in February of 2020 when, on their checkout date, which was the 15th, came and went without the couple ever returning home or being seen leaving. They went missing on the 14th and left belongings, including their wallets and cell phones, in their room, and their car was also still parked where it had been the last time they were seen. Little did they know their careers would come in handy while trying to survive 8 days lost in the wilderness. Carol was an herbalist and mushroom hunter, while Ian had a background in mountaineering. When the couple were reported missing, searchers scoured the area by air, boat, and land for days, but to no avail. Finally, on February 20th, officials said their search efforts were now transitioning to a recovery effort. Now, usually this means they assumed the couple were deceased and the searchers were looking to recover their bodies. Then, 8 days after they were last seen, the 22nd, the couple were miraculously found alive and mostly well in the dense terrain with only light hypothermia to recover from. Carol and Ian told authorities that they decided to go for a simple and romantic hike for Valentine's Day, but got lost in the dark. They couldn't find their way back and survived by drinking muddy puddle water. The couple is choosing to remain silent about their ordeal and said they may eventually be able to tell of how they survived a terrifying 7 nights in the Inverness wilderness. All we do know is that one point is a bit strange. Carol willingly took her shoes off, which caused Ian to have to lay down in thick thorns so she could use his body as a kind of bridge to walk across. One can only imagine what they each could have been thinking during all this, but it just doesn't seem to make much sense. Why not just keep her shoes on and walk across? Also, how does someone get so lost, even in the dark, on such a simple hiking trail that they end up in such an extremely dangerous and dense brush area? Until the couple decide to recount their harrowing ordeal, we probably won't know the answers to this one either. Maddie Popolizio and Blake Alois. Maddie Popolizio and her boyfriend Blake Alois had just reached the top of the second highest mountain in New York State, the Algonquin, when what they planned to be just a quick day hike very quickly went all wrong. According to 19-year-old Maddie, everything was fine around noon that day. The weather was beautiful, and the couple didn't foresee any trouble at all and thought it was going to be a regular hike through the beautiful scenery of the area. They couldn't have been more wrong. All of a sudden, and seemingly out of nowhere, a fog so intense, dense, and thick came over the entire mountain, leaving the two completely blind. They couldn't see an inch in front of them. Does that sound familiar? Only in this case it's fog and not the sudden whiteout of snow from a previous disappearance. Maddie stated, "As soon as we got to the top, a massive fog came over the entire summit. It was so intense I could not see my hand in front of my face. If I wasn't latched on to Blake, I would have completely lost him." Then, when a sudden snowstorm hit at the summit, the couple decided immediately that their best course of action would be to climb back down the mountain. However, whiteout conditions from the fog and snow prevented them from seeing the trail that they had followed up. They linked arms and decided then to walk towards a clearing they thought might lead to a trail back down. Unfortunately, as soon as their feet lifted off the rock they were standing on at the summit, they plummeted down 100 feet. This unfortunate turn of events landed them on the opposite side of the summit from which they had originally climbed up. Luckily, the couple landed on bent, snow-covered trees and, with their snowshoes, tried to climb back up the side of the mountain to get back up to the summit and reassess the situation. This didn't seem to be working, however. Despite wearing the snowshoes, the couple recalled, "Even with the snowshoes, we were just falling through massive amounts of snow." Terrified and with nowhere to go, the couple returned to the more secure spot they had fallen to on top of the trees. Then they built a wall of snow to try and block the wind and light Ian's backpack on fire with a fire starting kit they had with them. The intense winds and heavy snow prevented any fire heat from being made or generated, though, and the couple feared they weren't going to make it out of this situation alive. Their phones had no power or service, and they spent the first day screaming at the top of their lungs for help, assuming they would be rescued by nightfall. However, that wasn't the case. They spent 2 more days this way. huddled together, keeping each other as warm as they could with body heat and each trying to keep the other sane. When they were finally rescued, they were located about 265 feet southeast of the mountain summit. Ground crews eventually came upon them, still on top of the bent and snow-covered trees. The couple told of how, on the first night, Maddie couldn't feel her toes because of the freezing cold snow, and in an attempt to keep her warm, Blake emptied out his backpack and zipped it up around her feet and legs. Within minutes, she regained feeling in her toes, but useful supplies such as their knife, rechargeable crank light, and 90% of their food were lost forever in the deep snow. There were multiple times where Maddie had fallen into snow which covered over the top of her head, and Blake lost his gloves pulling her out to save her life. Luckily, the couple didn't sustain any long-term injuries or effects from their strange and terrifying ordeal. Why is it that blinding weather always comes along in the blink of an eye and makes hikers unable to see and therefore puts them at risk for major injury and incapacitation? It's the same thing over and over again and completely defies any logic or explanation. Some may say Mother Nature is just a fickle woman and changes her mind on a whim, but there are others, those of us that don't believe in so much coincidence, who wonder, is there something else at play here? Cheryl Powell, 60-year-old Cheryl Powell from Huntington Beach, California, went missing for 4 days in the remote wilderness of the White Mountains near the Nevada border. She claims a knife-wielding maniac chased her into the backcountry. Cheryl reported that, as her husband set up their campsite, she decided to take their dog for a short walk. This is when she says the man accosted her. All of a sudden, some guy pops out from behind a tree or something, she said, as she described the incidents which led to her disappearance. It was scary. I was really nervous about the fact he was threatening to do my dog harm. Though she admittedly bolted right away, Cheryl says she didn't feel safe that she was alone in the woods until at least a full 24 hours later. Her disappearance kicked off an intense 4-day search by the Inyo County Sheriff's Department. They interviewed other campers in the area, Cheryl's husband, of course, and they even used a loudspeaker to call out to the couple's dog, Miley. Search and rescue also combed the area, searching on foot with dogs and conducting aerial searches as well, but all to no avail. The strange part is, though, that aside from not finding any evidence of Cheryl or her dog being anywhere in the area, there were also no reports of a suspicious person or vehicle either. Where had this man, described by Cheryl as big, burly, bald, and tan, come from? Where had he gone? Cheryl's family very quickly started urging the authorities to start working under the assumption that she had been abducted. Eventually, it was Miley the dog's barking that alerted the authorities to Cheryl's whereabouts. Aside from being very scared and extremely exhausted, Cheryl was found alive and safe. As for the knife-wielding attacker who initially chased Cheryl into the woods, there have been no reports at all besides her initial description of any suspicious persons, vehicles, or activities that day. Who or what was it that chased Cheryl? Could this be yet another reason for some of the many disappearances across the country and even the world? Why had there been no other reports at all about a suspicious-looking man? Was Cheryl somehow the only one who could see him? Even if so, what did he want, and why hadn't he given chase when Cheryl initially took off? Very odd indeed that he just let her run off and didn't give chase. Could he have been trying to lure her into the woods for another reason? Perhaps for someone or something other than himself? For now, we just don't have any answers. Alma Tolman. Alma Tolman was an Eagle Scout and experienced camper when he seemed to have vanished into thin air while on a camping outing on Antelope Island. Antelope Island, with an area of 42 square miles, is the largest of 10 islands located within the Great Salt Lake, Utah. Alma was dropped off on the island on Tuesday, April 29, 1998, and was scheduled to be picked up by his brother that Friday, May 1st. When his brother returned to pick him up, he waited several hours. As Alma's canteen and backpack were missing, his brother assumed he had gone on a hike. Eventually, though, when his brother hadn't returned, Alma's brother became very concerned he'd gotten lost or possibly injured while out hiking. Searches of the island and surrounding waters were done by boat, helicopter, and ground crews of up to 50 people. Dogs were also deployed to search, but no trace of Alma was found. There were reports of him cashing a check at a local Walmart after he'd been reported missing, and also surveillance footage of someone matching his description at a 7-Eleven in Syracuse. However, neither of these sightings could be definitively confirmed as Alma, and so the investigation went on. The strangeness of this case, however, has a total human element to it, with it later coming out that Alma actually did disappear on purpose to get out of moving to Italy that June and getting married. Seems Alma had a case of the wedding jitters and cold feet, which is kind of an extreme measure to disappear yourself for those reasons. Needless to say, Alma was found alive and well a few days later, and eventually admitting it had all been an elaborate ruse to get out of the move and the marriage. Holly Courtier. 38-year-old California mom Holly Courtier went missing in one of America's most beloved and most treacherous frontiers for 2 whole weeks without being found. Despite the media frenzy her disappearance eventually caused, nobody is really sure how Holly ended up where she did. It's speculated she was having some sort of mental breakdown as she left her house in the middle of the night without telling anyone where she was going. She later stated she was seeking a total disconnect from the world and wanted to be completely alone by herself for a while. However, Holly seemed to have gotten more than she bargained for, as while she certainly got some time alone, the injuries she ended up suffering were strange enough, but her story doesn't make much sense either. Here's what we know about what happened to Holly Courtier at Zion State Park and what she said when she was found on October 18, 2020. She was visibly exhausted, famished, dehydrated, had lost 15 pounds, and was found to have a concussion. What was supposed to be a brief spiritual pilgrimage turned into a fight for her life. Her disappearance is different because the widespread panic on the internet and the massive amounts of pleas for help in finding Holly and pleas from her family turned into conspiracies and hate messages, so many that the family had to cancel all social media accounts and even change their phone numbers. So, what caused all this vitriol towards a woman who simply wanted to disconnect for a little while and raise her spiritual vibration? What caused Holly to, seemingly out of nowhere, get up and sneak off like a thief in the night to simply go for a hike? According to her family, Holly is an experienced hiker who knows Zion National Park very well and is capable of surviving the extreme and rugged conditions. Holly hit her head on the sharp edge of a tree she had her hammock tied to. This happened very shortly after arriving and starting up the first trail. This knock on the head caused extreme disorientation. After this blow to the head, she didn't have the energy to move around anymore. Despite being close to a river, Holly refused to drink the water because of concerns about toxicity. When found 2 weeks later, Holly was so dehydrated she couldn't open her mouth. Luckily, Holly was found alive and didn't have any long-term injuries, though her kidneys were barely functioning and she had an extreme lack of potassium. She did make a full recovery. One unanswered question looms, though, in both skeptics and believers of Holly's story alike. Why, when she could hear the searchers close and calling her name, when she called back to them, they never heard or saw her there? They were within feet of Holly. She was too weak to approach them, and they never noticed her yells, nor her person, sitting, literally praying she would make it out of this ordeal alive. Hello, friends. Today, we'll be talking about unbelievable tragedies in national parks. On this channel, we talk a lot about the missing people all over the world, and especially here in our national parks in the United States. What many people don't realize is that there are so many other tragedies that happen on an almost daily basis that hardly anyone ever hears about. Now, these aren't always fatalities. Sometimes it's minor accidents and injuries. What we are presenting to you in this video, though, are those tragedies that end in a person or persons being deceased. What could have been done to prevent these disasters? Well, in each case, there's something different, and maybe, in some, even there was nothing that could have helped to prevent such atrocious acts of nature being brought about. Are these things being brought on by unseen forces? Are there other things at play here than just terrible accidents of nature? Let's begin. In Arches National Park in 2020 in the state of Utah, United States, a woman named Esther Nakajigo, known as Essie, and her new husband, Ludovic Michaud, known as Ludo, had left their campsite and gone to get some ice cream. What a simple act, having a hankering for something sweet while out and about exploring the wilderness. The fact these two were newlyweds just makes the story all the more tragic and bittersweet. It was a Saturday, and the weather forecast called for a high of 95 and a low of 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Bright, sunny skies, just driving along and eating their ice cream and enjoying each other's company, like only a newly married couple can. All of a sudden, though, a strong wind blew in and an unsecured gate sliced through the car like a knife through hot butter, according to an administrative claim that was filed in October of the same year. The gate missed Ludo by only an inch or less, But unfortunately, dear sweet Essie was not as lucky. An internationally recognized women's rights activist, originally from Uganda, Legate decapitated her in just an instant. In a split second, she lost her life. And her husband, originally from Paris but now living in Denver, Colorado, is now a widower. What makes this tragedy even more unbelievable is the fact that but for the price of a dollar store padlock, Essie's life could have been saved. At the age of just 17, she was rising to fame after being named the ambassador to women and girls in her home country. She was using the money she earned from this position to put herself through college and fund a nonprofit community health facility for women in the poor third world country. In the blink of an eye, her young and meaningful life was taken away, and her family is absolutely devastated, even going as far as to file a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the Parks and Recreation Services. It makes us wonder if going missing isn't the only way the unknown forces we speak of so often that are lurking in our woods, forests, and national parks can take such a meaningful and precious young life. It seems like there's something out there that just doesn't want us, or certain people anyway, in the woods. Also in June, but a few years earlier, 2016, a man named Colin Nathaniel Scott from Portland, Oregon, slipped and fell into a hot spring in Yellowstone National Park. Now, Yellowstone is the country's first ever national park. It spans almost 3,500 miles and is mainly located in the state of Wyoming, but even runs into parts of Montana and Idaho. The park is beautiful, with geysers shooting water over 100 feet in the air, mud spots, and waterfalls that will take your breath away. These are surely some of the things that drew Colin to Yellowstone in the first place. He had no idea these very things, these beautiful and breathtaking creations of nature, would end his life that hot day in June 2016. Colin's sister was recording him with her cell phone when he attempted to do something which is actually not legal in the park. He strayed off the designated boardwalk in the Norris Geyser Basin that bright and sunny Tuesday morning. Now, waters there can reach as high as 200 degrees Fahrenheit, 93 Celsius. Colin was literally boiled alive. He slipped and fell in accidentally while attempting to hot pot or soak in one of the park's thermal pools. According to the deputy chief ranger, the whole area is geothermically active. There's a closure in place to protect people from doing that for their own safety. It's a very unforgiving environment. That being soaking in the hot spots as Colin was allegedly attempting to do. That same ranger, Mr. Laurent Veras, alleges that Colin and his sister were purposefully ignoring the many posted warning signs despite the obvious potential for real danger. His sister recorded Colin as he reached down to test the water with his finger, and he slipped and fell in, being boiled alive as she watched on in horror, completely helpless to do anything but scream for help. Thankfully, his death was almost instantaneous once he fell in. He didn't suffer. But there was never any hope of rescue. An unforgiving environment indeed. Rescue teams located his body later on that day. However, due to approaching inclement weather, which we see often in missing persons cases, mainly a lightning storm, they were unable to retrieve his body without risking very significant danger to their own safety and even to their very lives. So, unfortunately, the recovery effort was held off until the next day. But by the following day, however, search and rescue were unable to find any significant remains of the unfortunate young man who just wanted to have an adventure in one of the most beautiful and scenic places in all of the United States. Mr. Veras said, "Unfortunately, there was a very significant amount of dissolving. He truly was boiled alive." Next, we have 63-year-old Robert Boardman, who was hiking with his wife and a friend in Olympic National Park in Washington State. He had to be rushed by the Coast Guard in a helicopter to a hospital in Port Angeles, where he was pronounced dead on arrival after being gored in the leg by a wild mountain goat. Mountain goats are not native, but were introduced into this area in the 1920s and can actually become quite tolerant of the close approach of humans. The problem is, once this happens, they become habituated and lose their natural fear of us and then they're apt to try and start asserting dominance over us, which could lead to an attack just like this. Although normally not aggressive, it is recommended that you stay at least 50 feet away from them at all times and never ever urinate on a trail where there's potential for mountain goats. Also, people who are sweating, as I'm sure one would do during a hike on a hot spring or sunny day, will also accidentally lure the goat to them, as these particular goats crave salt, which are found in our urine and sweat. This particular goat, however, is said to have been known for its aggressive behavior, but was only killed after it had already attacked, gored, and killed Robert Boardman. According to a park spokesman named Barb Maines, rangers had previously tried hazing the goat, which means they tried to induce it to be frightened by human beings again by shooting it with beanbags and throwing rocks at it. She claimed that though they knew the goat had been aggressive before this incident, she also stated that there were no incidents which warranted putting it down until Robert's unfortunate incident. Witnesses said that Robert, his wife, and their mutual friend were having lunch on Klahani Ridge when the goat started to approach them. It had gone unnoticed up to this point. Robert tried simply shooing away the animal, but it attacked him instead of fleeing. After goring him in the leg, which ruptured an artery, the goat simply stood over him so no one else was able to approach him until a ranger hit it with a few rocks and it turned to finally flee. Olympic mountain goats are only found in North America, and there are approximately 300 of them in this particular national park. The usual height and weight for one of these beautiful yet possibly deadly creatures is standing around 3 feet tall and weighing up to 300 pounds. Next, on Monday, May 3rd, 2021, Mason Stansfield, a 28-year-old from Ouray, Colorado, lost his life after falling into a crevice of a glacier in Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. Mountaineering rangers received a report from a satellite communication device that a skier had fallen into a crevice. Mason, who is an experienced skier, mountaineer, and also a mountain guide, was skiing with his partner, who reported she could not see or communicate with him once he'd fallen in, but alerted the authorities as quickly as she possibly could to try and get rescue out there before he passed away. Rescue was able to reach the scene and respond within just a half hour of the call for help going out, but unfortunately Mason died upon impact after falling and being found 100 feet below the glacier's surface. Mason's partner wasn't injured, thankfully, but she was taken to a nearby hospital just as a precaution. His remains were located that same day. A spokesman for the park stated that the accident had happened on a tributary glacier that flows into the main Eldridge Glacier. Mason had even done some mountain guide work on this same mountain in Denali before. He was a certified rock guide through the American Mountain Guide Association and had spent the last 6 years of his life working as a mountain guide out of Colorado's San Juan Range, as well as in other parts of Alaska. This just goes to show you that accidents can happen to anyone, regardless of their skill level, and you have to be not only experienced, but extremely careful and cautious whenever you're out in a place where you could end up being up against Mother Nature. In November of 2000, in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, rangers made a horrific discovery when they came across the bodies of an unidentified man and woman who were deceased and in an advanced state of decomposition. The pair were found near a spot where lava from the Kilauea volcanic eruption flows out into the sea. When this happens, plumes of steaming white sea foam erupt into the air in a glorious show of nature. The area, which is aptly named Eruption Site, is scattered with a glassy volcanic rock called tephra. Tephra are formed and then ejected into the air, quite violently, when the more than 3,600 degree Fahrenheit, 2,000 Celsius degree, lava is sated by the seawater. The bodies were located approximately 330 feet inland from the eruption site and showed no visible signs of trauma. It was first assumed that they had been struck and killed by the flying tephra, but later on during autopsy, this was determined not to be the case. The final autopsy report was released 2 days later and showed the cause of death was actually pulmonary edema or swelling of the lungs. This was apparently due to them inhaling the hydrochloric acid fumes that come off the lava. The autopsy also showed that the advanced decomposition was due to acid rain. As the skin was either exposed to air or only covered by a single layer of clothing, it began to break down, but this was not due to the natural occurrence of postmortem decay. All manner of toxic gases are released by the lava itself. These gases can include carbon dioxide, hydrofluoric acid, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide. And when the lava which releases these interacts with the seawater, which we know is what puts it out as it flows into the waves, a bunch of other gases are produced. The highly corrosive hydrochloric acid being one of them. In the 10 years between 1992 and 2002, there were 45 serious injuries and 45 fatalities reported within Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And this doesn't even include the minor injuries also reported in each of those years, from seemingly simple and somewhat common culprits, and also from some extremely strange and bizarre means as well. In 2002, stricter safety guidelines were implemented, and efforts to better educate tourists about safety when visiting the islands and their volcanoes were put into effect. Unfortunately, this was too little too late for this deceased pair, who still have no name to date. Next, the body of Patrick Madura, a 43-year-old man from Elgin, Illinois, was found deceased and being eaten by a black bear in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Patrick had been camping alone, but it is yet undetermined whether or not the bear had mauled and killed him, or he had died of some other cause and the bear just happened to stumble across his remains. Patrick had a backcountry camping reservation for a multi-night trip and was scheduled to stay alone in the Hazel Creek area until September 8, 2020. 3 days after he was supposed to have vacated site number 82, backpackers came across the empty tent and discovered a bear not too far away scavenging his remains. The bear was found to be very healthy and weighing about 231 pounds. Now, the Great Smoky Mountains are the home to approximately 1,500 bears, most of which are not known to behave aggressively toward humans. On the rare occasion a bear does show a propensity for aggression and shows a high risk or threat to visitor safety, it's euthanized by Park Services. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park is visited by approximately 11 million people per year, and the park implements aversive conditioning techniques for the bears by working hard to ensure that they don't become food conditioned or habituated to high use areas. This tragedy took place in September of 2020, and as of yet there have been no autopsy results publicly released, concluding whether or not the bear was the cause of Mr. Madura's tragic death. The bear in this case was put down by park rangers. An Israeli teenager tragically died just 2 months past his 18th birthday in Yosemite National Park in California on September 4th, 2018. Math student Tomer Frankfurter from Jerusalem was on another adventure as the outgoing teen headed to America before starting his compulsory service in the Israeli army. Tomer joined a group of other tourists who were headed to the Mist Trail. This is a rigorous 5.4-mile hiking route which takes travelers to the cliffs directly above the Nevada Falls, which is 594 feet high. After finishing the hike to the top and stopping to take in the breathtaking scenery and views from there, the group had lunch and decided to head back. This is when Tomer took off his backpack and handed it to another hiker, saying he wanted to pose for a memorable photograph before they left. He then proceeded to climb over the cliff's edge in order to take the ultimate selfie. Other hikers in the group were terrified and began shouting for Tomer not to do it and to come back away from the edge. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Within just seconds, he was dangling hundreds of feet above the jagged and deadly rocks below. Before the others in the group could even realize something was wrong, Tomer started shouting for help. Everyone ran to his aid and tried to pull him up and back over the edge. They pulled him by his arms and wrists with all their might. However, he was unfortunately sweating profusely and slipped right out of their grasp. The group of tourists watched in horror as the young, intelligent man with his whole entire life ahead of him fell hundreds of feet to his death. Tomer had graduated early from high school and at the time of his death had already completed 2 years of college at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He was in the United States only to visit for a few weeks and was staying with a friend who lived in Fresno, California. He had gone to the park that day with the friend he was staying with, but had somehow become separated when Tomer met up with another group of students from Israel, Germany, and a few other countries on the shuttle bus in the park. The large group of students then all decided to hike the mist trail together. Tomer had explained to these other kids that he was waiting for the perfect opportunity to duplicate a photo taken by tourists in Brazil, one they commonly take at a place there called Telegraph Rock near Rio de Janeiro. Visitors there hang from an outcropping, making it appear as though they are thousands of feet above the ground. In reality, though, these photos are taken only approximately 3 feet above a trail. It's a trick of the camera, and it's unknown whether or not Tomer was aware of this when he risked his life to duplicate the photo and take the ultimate selfie. Unfortunately, there was nothing that anyone could do. The young man had died on impact. In the 6 years between 2011 and 2017, approximately 259 people all around the world have died while attempting to take selfies. Their average age was 23, and 3/4 of them were male, according to a study published in the Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care. The most common cause of death for these people was drowning, with most being swept into the ocean by large waves. The second was transportation accidents like being hit by a bus or train, and the third largest cause of selfie deaths was falling from extremely high heights. It was suggested by a Vietnam vet and platoon sergeant who is also an expert in hiking and a tour guide among wilderness trails in areas as diverse as Rwanda and the Grand Canyon, named Michael Giglieri, that Yosemite and other national parks update their cautions of danger with today's youth and technology in mind, perhaps even mentioning taking care and maybe even thinking twice before taking selfie photographs. The Yosemite Park Service declined to comment on Tomer's death or any part of the incident, except to say they will not be taking Giglieri's advice anytime in the near future and will not be updating their safety signs and warnings. Finally, in April of 2019, a 69-year-old woman plunged 200 feet to her death in Grand Canyon National Park. Rangers responded to a call for help on the Grand Canyon rim. However, the rescuers just couldn't get to the woman in time. Her body was found below a rocky point near Pipe Creek Vista on the south rim. A group of approximately 15 rescuers used a park helicopter to recover her remains. Cynthia Ackley lived in the Phoenix suburb of Peoria in Arizona, United States. Cynthia's was just one of the many deaths that take place due to accidental falls in not just Grand Canyon National Park, but in parks all over the country. In Cynthia's case, a rare weather event caused by warm and cold masses combining caused a total cloud inversion, which filled the entire Grand Canyon with clouds in a short amount of time, and this is what is believed to be the reason she fell so quickly and without any warning. Hello friends, welcome to our latest video. This episode we're going to be discussing Rocky Mountain disappearance and tragedies. Now, the Rocky Mountains, also known simply as the Rockies, are a major mountain range and the largest mountain system in North America. The Rocky Mountains formed 80 million to 55 million years ago during the Laridimide orogeny, in which a number of plates began sliding underneath the North American plate. The angle of subduction was shallow, resulting in a broad belt of mountains running down western North America. Of the 100 highest peaks in the Rocky Mountains, 78, including the 30 highest, are located in Colorado, 10 in Wyoming, 6 in New Mexico, 3 in Montana, and 1 in Utah. Public parks and forest lands protect much of the mountain range, and they're very popular tourist destinations, especially for hiking, camping, mountaineering, fishing, hunting, mountain biking, snowmobiling, skiing, and snowboarding. Being in the Rocky Mountains have been said to literally make people feel like they're on top of the world, or, as John Denver sang, Rocky Mountain High. Today, though, the breathtaking views and scenic landscapes of this gorgeous mountain range aren't the reason we're bringing you this video. There is something else entirely, and something entirely sinister in what we will be discussing with you today. Bizarre and tragic deaths and disappearances in the Rockies are far too common. And because most national parks don't keep very good records of their missing and deceased, if they keep any at all, we think it necessary to review this information and a few of the very many cases like this. Between 1915, when Rocky Mountain became a national park, and 2015, a total of 344 park visitors have died as a result of accidents, car crashes, heart attacks, and various other reasons. Included in those statistics are 60 stunning fatalities associated with climbing Long's Peak in particular. While of course we can't dig into every single one of these tragedies in this short video, let's dig a little deeper into just a few of them. Here are the bizarre and strange deaths and disappearances in the Rocky Mountains. The average age for those that have died on the mountain is 32.5. The oldest person to die was 75 when he slipped on ice along the narrow section of the Kehoe route. There were also two 16-year-olds that died on that peak, one in 1932 and the other in 1980. A total of 9 victims were teenagers, which represents 15% of all deaths. This data was collected back in 2013, and as you can imagine, at least a few more deaths of teenagers have occurred at one point or another from one thing or another since then. During the first decade of the 21st century, 8 fatalities have been recorded. However, the deadliest decade was the 1970s, when the mountain claimed the lives of 13 people. Mountaineering in particular can be one of the most dangerous outdoor activities one can take part in when out in the Rockies, or on any mountain range for that matter. Despite these dangers, however, people have been climbing for thousands of years. It's the perfect thing to do if you have a great love of the outdoors and a spirit of adventure to go along with it. Some have said that while out in Mother Nature, as scenic as the views from so high above the rest of the world are, you start to realize how absolutely insignificant you are in the grand scheme of things. It's very humbling. I reiterate, however, it's also extremely dangerous, and one tiny mistake or misstep can cost you your very life. Take the case of Matthew Burklow, who on June 9, 2014, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, got into his Honda Fit and drove an hour from his home to the Longs Peak trailhead. The 25-year-old hiker planned on summiting the Front Range's most prominent 14,000-foot mountain and returning to Fort Collins in time for his afternoon shift at a King Soopers pharmacy, where he was a certified pharmacy technician. He had his whole life mapped out. He would study physics at CSU and then attend pharmaceutical school. He made the summit, but he unfortunately did not make it off the mountain alive. Matthew Burklow became the 59th fatality on Longs Peak, one of, if not the most deadly peaks in Colorado. Matthew was born and raised in Georgia, but according to his loved ones, Colorado simply stole his heart. He didn't have a cell phone as he believed he had no use for one. He didn't have credit cards either. He was building websites at the age of 8, however, and his family insisted he was a stringent planner in everything he did. So what happened on the mountain? Matthew was an experienced hiker who had recently started ice climbing and had completed the Appalachian Trail 2 years before his fatal journey. His family reported that he was a meticulous planner who treated the mountains with tremendous respect. For months, Matthew had planned the 2,160-mile Appalachian Trail trek from Georgia to Maine, how much food he needed, where he could restock supplies, how many miles a day he could manage, where he'd meet his wife Haley, who would drive from Tennessee on the weekends with fresh supplies, and they'd spend Saturday nights together. His father said of his son that anything Matthew did, he excelled at, and if he couldn't be the best at it, then it wasn't for him. Back to that fateful day in June 2014. Matthew's extensive planning and collection of the newest and best outdoor gear earned him the trail name Fancy. He climbed the 14,259-foot-tall Longs Peak alone in winter conditions that would caution hikers to include crampons, a helmet, and an ice axe. He had indeed packed all those things except for the helmet. After recovering Matthew's body, Rocky Mountain National Park search and rescue rangers investigated the fatal accident, piecing together what clues they had at their disposal. They found photos of Matthew smiling on the summit. After 2 previous unsuccessful attempts, he'd reached Rocky Mountain National Park's highest point and the 14th most difficult 14er, which are peaks 14,000 feet or higher in the lingo of the climbers, among the 54 in Colorado as rated by 14ers.com. Despite the calendar showing the month of June, Longs Peak still exhibited winter conditions. On the evening of June 8th, just hours before Matthew left Fort Collins for the trailhead, Rocky Mountain National Park closed the high-elevation Trail Ridge Road due to it being covered in a new sheet of ice. About a foot of snow covered the trough, the narrows, and the ledges section of the keyhole route. And the home stretch, a steep slab of granite near the summit, had many sections slick with ice. Matthew fell from the ledges section of the mountain, a series of narrow ledges with a drop-off of 2,000 feet or more. Sadly, Matthew wasn't this particular spot's first victim either. He had already traversed the steep homestretch and the snowy narrows and had nearly reached the keyhole, the final hurdle before the simple scramble down the boulder field. It should have been easy going from there back to his vehicle, but Matthew fell, perhaps on a slick section of snow or ice, or maybe because of tired legs or a brief second of inattention. He fell approximately 600 feet, and his body was found in a rocky outcropping below the marked section of the trough. Chances of surviving a fall of that magnitude are extremely slim, said Rocky Mountain National Park East District Ranger Mark Pita. Matthew's body was flown to the helipad at Upper Beaver Meadows in Rocky Mountain National Park and transferred to the Boulder County Coroner's Office. Looking back, perhaps the most famous person to perish on the mountain was Agnes Vail. On January 25, 1925, she became the first woman to climb Long's Peak in the winter. While making her descent along the keyhole route, Vail slipped and fell about 150 feet. Exhausted and running out of steam, Agnes insisted she needed a short nap, but froze to death before her hiking partner could bring help back. Today, just below the keyhole, is the Agnes Vail Shelter. Built as a memorial to Miss Vail, the shelter also serves as a refuge for hikers and climbers in need. Another notable death occurred way back in 1889, prior to the park even being established. A man named Frank Stryker was descending down the home stretch on the keyhole route when a loaded pistol fell out of his pocket and discharged into his neck. Some say this was karma at work, as the 28-year-old was taking pleasure in launching large boulders down the mountain while climbing up himself. The newspaper account at the time said he announced his intentions of sending off a particularly huge stone just before the accident occurred. He continued to cling to life for 10 more hours while his companions attempted to transport him down the mountain on a makeshift litter. He died of his injuries shortly thereafter. Now, there is so much more statistically that we could look at to try and make sense of these senseless tragedies. Even the well-prepared and most obsessive-compulsive have accidents. Nobody goes mountain climbing or hiking expecting to never make it back home to their loved ones alive. Let's discuss some other tragedies, ones that didn't have to do with climbing. There are literally thousands of ways to die on the mountain, no matter what you're doing. Admittedly, however, being in nature and being careless is almost always a recipe for disaster. Being unprepared is also a surefire way to get yourself in trouble out there in the woods. What about the unexplained? This video wouldn't be a complete video if we didn't mention at least one of the more strange and bizarre unexplained deaths that happened in the Rockies. Take the mysterious disappearance of Keith Reinhardt. Keith was a sports reporter at the Daily Herald in Chicago in 1988 when he announced he'd be taking the next 90 days off to fulfill his lifelong dream to spend some time living in the Rocky Mountains. In a letter he wrote to a friend, Keith stated, "I love these mountains and want to live in them before I die." So he took off for Silver Plume, Colorado, a small mining town of 200 that sits inside the Arapahoe National Forest at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. Ironically, and more than just a little eerily, Keith had another reason for wanting to visit this particular tiny little mining town. In addition to fulfilling his one dream, he was also hoping to achieve another. This was to write a novel about the disappearance of Tom Young. Tom was another man who just happened to have disappeared from that same exact mining town, but in September of 1987. He immediately opened an antique store in the building which used to house Tom Young's bookstore. He wanted to get a feel for Tom's life so he could more easily and authentically write about him. Late one afternoon, severely hungover from a previous night of heavy drinking and having fun, Keith Reinhardt went to hike Pendleton Mountain and never returned. More than 100 people logged over 10,000 hours searching and never found a clue as to what had happened to him. Sometimes the answer is there is no answer, Reinhardt's widow, Carolyn O'Donnell, told the Daily Herald in 2008. Sometimes there really isn't. Not that any answer could ever be satisfactory enough, surely, for the deceased person's loved ones. To have to reconcile yourself to the fact that someone so important to you and that you love so much is gone and never to return again must be hard enough. But to have to make sense out of the fact that somewhere so incredibly beautiful, scenic, and mostly peaceful and serene is the cause of that person's demise. It boggles the mind and has to be quite unbearable. So, in closing, make sure when out in the woods, even if you're just camping or if you are hiking, climbing, etc., whether in the national parks or even in your own backyard, that you're well prepared and careful. If you absolutely must go alone, always be sure to tell at least one other person where you're going and when you expect to be back. A lot of people even go so far as to give a time that if they haven't yet returned, that the authorities are to be called. You can find so many safety tips online these days, so please do your own research before going out into the wilderness. Hello, friends. Welcome to our latest installment of Unsolved National Park Disappearances. In this episode, we'll be focusing on Canadian national parks and wilderness areas. Now, Canada's national parks represent the diversity of natural regions and landscapes in Canada and protect approximately 328,198 square kilometers of Canada's lands. And with this abundance of wilderness comes lots of missing persons cases. What's most disturbing, however, is that these numbers are ever increasing, and the circumstances behind these disappearances often can't be explained. Today we'll discuss 10 unsolved disappearances from Canada's national parks and wilderness areas. Number 10, Ali Nadiri. 52-year-old Ali Nadiri was last seen on Sunday, August 23, 2020, at the foot of Eagle Mountain, also known as Eagle Ridge, in the Indian Arm Provincial Park near Coquitlam, British Columbia, Canada. Ali is described as a Persian man having a dark complexion with black, salt and pepper hair that curled over his ears and brown eyes. He's 5 foot 10 inches tall and weighs 176 pounds. He was wearing dark shorts and a dark hiking jacket and carrying hiking poles with him. Ali was reported missing at around 9 p.m. on August 23rd. Police soon found Ali's vehicle near the 2500 block of Diamond Crescent in Coquitlam. Trail camera video also places him on the mountain the day he disappeared. 183 trained volunteers spent a combined total of 2,400 hours searching for Ali using GPS, drones, helicopters, and canines. Police said the teams covered 48,000 square meters of the mountainous trail, but that they were entering riskier terrain with less certainty that they were looking in the right direction. After 7 days, the field search was suspended, awaiting new tips or evidence. Investigators have searched Ali's apartment and vehicle, and his family and friends have been spoken to, with nothing out of the ordinary turning up. He had regularly gone up on the mountain with limited supplies and knew the area well. Did he fall and become injured? Was he attacked by an animal? Or was it something more sinister? Now, there has been no evidence of foul play, and no hiking gear or other belongings have been found. Number 9, Stephanie Stewart. 70-year-old Stephanie Stewart disappeared on August 26, 2006, from Athabasca Fire Lookout in Hinton, Alberta, Canada. Stephanie had worked for 18 years for the Alberta Natural Resources Group. She also spent her summers for 13 years at the Athabasca Lookout, which is 25 miles east of Hinton, or 145 kilometers north of Edmonton, and located on a high ridge in the northwest area of the province. Stephanie was healthy and adventurous despite being 70. When she missed her usual call-in first thing on the morning of August 26, it was obvious something was terribly wrong. Many phone calls were made to Stephanie's phone in the lookout, and whoever answered hung up repeatedly. The phone was unplugged afterwards. Stephanie's supervisor went to the lookout immediately. When the supervisor arrived, there was a pot of water left boiling on the stove, and her truck was still parked outside. The supervisor also reported a significant amount of blood at the scene. Some items were also missing from her cabin: 2 pillows with blue cases, a burgundy bedsheet, a Navajo pattern duvet, and a gold watch. The search for Stephanie was one of the largest coordinated in the province. Forensic evidence and other information gathered led the RCMP to rule out that Stephanie was attacked by an animal, died accidentally, or suffered a medical event. She had spoken with a family member the night before her disappearance without setting off any alarms. The police concluded that she must have been taken by someone. Whether she has passed away is unknown. Because of the boiling water, it is believed she received a visitor that morning or someone had spent the night with Stephanie, whether she wanted their company or not, and the phone calls had interrupted the perpetrator. Stephanie's friend, Robin Slater, said, "Her perfect place was the lookout. She was always a welcoming person and enjoyed visitors." On August 23, 2018, a new search was launched for human remains. Authorities would not say what prompted the new search, but the case remains unsolved. Her body and the items missing from the cabin have still not been found. Number 8. Marty Legere. 30-year-old Marty Legere disappeared on May 29, 2014, from Spider Lake in Nova Scotia, Canada. Marty was from Halifax, Nova Scotia. He went for a routine bike ride on a popular trail at Spider Lake on May 29th. There's nothing extremely remote about the area. The trailhead is even in a residential area. Later that day, the RCMP received the call that he was missing at 8:40 p.m. after he failed to show up back at home in Halifax at 4 p.m. His vehicle was found parked at the end of Spider Lake Road near the trailhead. The RCMP launched a search that included nearly 500 people. Volunteers, dogs, and helicopters searched nearly 60 square miles. The search for Marty Legere was one of the largest in Canadian history. 250 members of the military also joined the search. RCMP Captain Scott McRae said some rescue workers suffered injuries due to the difficult terrain. Still, nothing was found. In October 2016, human remains were found not far from the Spider Lake trailhead, but they turned out to be those of a different missing person, 50-year-old Cordell Stephen Ware of Dartmouth, who had left his home in 2013 with no money, ID, tools, or equipment, and was said to have been in a poor state of mind when leaving. Marty Legere remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 7. Christina Kaleka. 20-year-old Christina Kaleka disappeared on Monday, August 6, 2007, from Rainbow Falls Provincial Park in Ontario, Canada. The park is located on Highway 17, which is also known as the Trans-Canada Highway, between Schreiber and Rossport on the north shore of Lake Superior. Christina was with her female cousin and 2 male friends from a Christian youth group called Youth for Christ based in Toronto. They were all inexperienced in the wilderness. Friends and family described Christina as a mature religious woman. The group arrived at the park around noon on Sunday, August 5th to set up their camp and decided to take a nap. They didn't wake up until 10:30 p.m. Afterwards, they enjoyed food and talked until they finally went back to sleep. By 6:30 a.m. on Monday, August 6th, Christina and Eddie McGew, one of the friends from her church group, were wide awake. They went off for a run together, but later she split off from Eddie, running on the park trails while Eddie stuck to the road. At about 7:30 a.m., Eddie returned to camp, but there was no sign of Christina. The friends frantically searched before reporting her missing to the authorities after about 7 hours of their own efforts. Christina was last seen wearing a blue hoodie sweatshirt, a maroon and purple striped shirt, black pants, and white running shoes. The OPP, or Ontario Provincial Police, Northwest Region Emergency Response Team, used 4 K-9 teams, 3 helicopter search groups, 2 fixed-wing aircraft, and a float plane to try and find Christina. Around 100 police officers and specially trained civilian volunteers searched the area for 17 days. The OPP believed that Christina had been killed by a bear, but there was no evidence of blood, clothing, or remains found. They were convinced that there was no foul play. Elizabeth Rutledge, Christina's mother, believes she was abducted or worse. Christina's family has financed private searches, paid for both out of their own pockets and with the help from the Find Christina Kaleka Foundation. Volunteer groups and cadaver dogs have also searched with no luck. A year later, in June 2008, officers searched for a week with a high-angle team scaling cliff sides. The family also put together a team of American and Canadian volunteers and dogs, which searched the park on June 13, 2008, but again with no result. Number 6. Sylvia Apps. 69-year-old Sylvia Apps left on July 8, 2014 for a 5-day solo hike in Vancouver Island's Strathcona Park in British Columbia, Canada. She started in the Paradise Meadows area of Mount Washington and was expected back on July 13th, but she was never heard from again. Strathcona Provincial Park is full of rugged mountain wilderness. It is the oldest provincial park in British Columbia, the largest one located on Vancouver Island, and was created over 100 years ago in 1911. Comox Valley Ground Search and Rescue began searching around Castle Crag Mountain with helicopter support, but ended the official search after 1 week. Search and rescue teams then focused on targeted searches to ensure the most likely areas were double-checked. Sylvia's backpack was found in one location, her walking sticks and camera in another, and her name in the logbook on one of the peaks. Paul Berry, president of the Comox Valley Ground Search and Rescue, said it was the first time they had failed to find someone despite finding all of their belongings. He believes Sylvia likely suffered a medical emergency, such as a heat stroke, and was unable to think clearly while awaiting rescue. Sylvia remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 5. Jordan Naderer. 25-year-old Jordan Naderer was reported missing on October 13, 2020 from E.C. Manning Provincial Park, usually referred to as Manning Park, in British Columbia, Canada, about 200 kilometers east of Vancouver. Jordan was Memorial University engineering alumni and recent graduate of the University of British Columbia. It's believed he set out for a solo hike on Frosty Mountain Trail in the park, but that is unable to be confirmed. He was last seen leaving his downtown Vancouver apartment at Seymour and Nelson Streets, wearing black pants and white running shoes and carrying a large olive green backpack at around 7 a.m. on October 10, 2020. Jordan is described as 5 feet 10 inches tall with a slim build and has short brown hair. When he didn't show up for Thanksgiving dinner with friends 2 days later on October 13th, the search began. His black 2016 Honda Civic was found in the Lightning Lake day use area of the park at the Frosty Mountain Trailhead. His bank records showed that he had bought a cup of coffee at the Manning Park Resort, giving the family verification as to where he was. Jordan's parents flew to Vancouver from their home in St. John's to help in the search. For 5 days, search and rescue teams from several parts of British Columbia combed the area by air and on foot. Several volunteers also helped out. However, on October 17th, the authorities decided to suspend the search, stating they had exhausted all avenues. This case has been surrounded by controversy, with the Canadian Prime Minister becoming involved after many people believe the search was called off too early. Investigators believe Jordan was on a hiking trip that went poorly. The family launched its own private search, hired a drone company, and paid for a helicopter. They also appealed to Vancouver Police Department to reactivate the search as soon as possible and get the thermal imaging helicopters and drones and dogs involved. Early in the initial search, crews found a bag that authorities didn't think belonged to Jordan. But then, on October 18th, Jordan's mother, Josie, identified the contents of the bag as her son's, which included a hat and a pair of Oakley sunglasses. Pieces of down material used in pillows and jackets were also found in the park. It was similar material Jordan used to make crafts and had been found at his apartment, according to his father, Greg Naderer, who also submitted that off-trail footprints had been found south of Frosty Peak in an area that wasn't well searched. Greg asked the RCMP to search the area east of Frosty Peak based on new clues found by a private tracker. Search and rescue teams from 3 different districts near Vancouver resumed the search on October 22nd, but after nearly a month, no sign of Jordan was found. Jordan remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 4, Bart Schleyer. 49-year-old Bart Schleyer is thought to have disappeared on September 14, 2004, from Reed Lakes, Yukon Territory, Canada. Bart was a famous and experienced outdoorsman who loved everything about the wilderness. He was a trained scientist, an avid hunter, and spent months at a time in the great outdoors. His dad was a physician who loved hunting and introduced him to the lifestyle early on. Bart's sister, Claudia Downey, said this of her brother. He didn't just like them, animals. He wanted to know everything about them, study where they lived and how they lived. My dad took Bart with him on safari to Mozambique when he was 10 years old. He had a chance to witness an incredible variety of animals that he could otherwise only read about. When he finally got a chance to hunt, he was drawn even closer. Hunting seemed to give purpose to his studies. Bart focused his education on wildlife biology and transferred to Montana State University and received his master's degree from there in 1979. Professor Don Collins, who taught an undergraduate class called Man and the Environment for more than 20 years, said, out of the 42,000 students who took that class, Bart was a standout. He was knowledgeable in everything wild, from animals and birds to flowers, trees, and shrubs. Bart spent a great deal of time alone in the mountains while working on his thesis, The Activity Patterns of Grizzly Bears in Yellowstone. It was as if he prepared his entire life to do this. He was superbly suited for the demands of the job. Bart organized the rest of his life so that he could spend as much time as possible out in the field. He used the traditional bow and arrows he fashioned himself. Needless to say, Bart felt right at home in the depths of the Canadian wilderness when he traveled there in 2004. And yet, his last contact was when a chartered float plane left him at the larger of the Reed Lakes in Canada's Yukon Territory on September 14. When his plane returned to pick him up 2 weeks later, Bart was gone. The man who could be described as a survival expert was nowhere to be found. Which was odd because he was well prepared and had at least 2 weeks' worth of food in tow, as well as a tent and an inflatable boat. He was officially reported missing on September 30th, and the RCMP launched a comprehensive search but found nothing. According to the RCMP, Bart had lunch or supper in camp since there was food found that was still in the crate. He had used his boat and paddled it down the lake from camp. It was found around half a mile out. Mounties thought that Bart might have hiked to the highway and with deteriorating weather called it a day. Dib Williams, a friend of Bart's in Whitehorse, was dissatisfied with the RCMP's efforts and got his pilot friend Wayne Curry to fly them to the camp. The friends found that his tent had been knocked down, either by wind or animals, but his equipment was still there. They searched the area around the tent and found his backpack, bear spray, a knife, and a VHF radio. Dib and Wayne got increasingly concerned as they didn't buy the story that Bart would have hiked out when he left such key equipment behind. On the second day of their search, they found his bow near the inflatable boat. About 60 yards back in the woods from the boat, the bow and arrows and a handmade buckskin quiver were found leaning up against a tree next to a dry bag full of gear. This was flat ground, which was next to a thicket of black spruce and willows. An experienced moose hunter would say it looked like the type of place an archer might set up if moose calling. A little further on, they found a camouflaged face mask with blood and hair on it. At this point, they called the RCMP again. On October 3, the Mounties, Yukon conservation officers, and even civilian volunteers flew back to the area to begin a grid search. They only found bear and wolf tracks initially, but then a baseball cap was spotted, and then camouflage pants, a camera, part of a skull, and just a few small bones were all located. These items were all 60 meters or so from the bow and the spruce tree. Dental records matching the partial skull confirmed the remains did in fact belong to Bart. Most of his body was not recovered, and since there was grizzly excrement in the area, it fueled speculation that Bart had been unexpectedly killed and eaten by a bear. However, most of Bart's clothes were never found. Searchers were skeptical that a bear was at fault. First, there was no sign of a death struggle, no vegetation or ground disturbed. The remains were found in a little patch of sparse spruce lying on the moss, and if a bear killed him, this would be unusual as they usually bury their kills in a cache, but there was no cache found in the area. Almost everyone who knew Bart believed he was simply too good a woodsman and stayed too alert while in the forest to have a bear surprise him. And if one had, it's even harder to imagine the animal killing him without leaving signs of a struggle on a site covered with soft, easily disturbed moss. The Vancouver pathologist who examined Bart's remains also found no tooth punctures in his skull and no scratch marks. The plastic container that held his food was left undisturbed, and bear experts said that if a grizzly had killed Bart, it is likely the same bear would have found his camp and rummaged through everything. Most people agree that the circumstances of Bart's disappearance are very strange, even if they disagree about the cause. Brigitte Parker, a spokeswoman for the Mounties in Whitehorse, said that Bart's case remains open, but the organization leans toward the idea that he was attacked and killed by a bear. There's no foul play suspected, she said. Everything at the scene suggested a bear attack and did not suggest foul play. Bart's exact cause of death remains unknown. Number 3. Gordon Sagoo. 50-year-old Gordon Sagoo disappeared on August 14, 2016, from Baby Monday Peak in the Cheam Range, which is located in the Fraser Valley region of the lower mainland of British Columbia near the city of Chilliwack. Gordon was hiking to Baby Monday Peak with 2 friends on Sunday, August 14, 2016. He wanted to explore a different peak, so he went ahead of the group and disappeared. His friends said he was physically and mentally strong. He was a long-distance runner and had completed several marathons. His friends and family also said he was an experienced hiker who knew the area well. Search and rescue crews were first called out on the night of August 14th to look for Gordon in the Chilliwack River Valley. He was last seen near Baby Monday Peak. A large search was organized with ground teams, helicopters, drones, and police dogs. The crews thoroughly searched the area but did not find a trace of Gordon. His family had returned to the mountain daily, assisting in the searches. North Shore Search and Rescue even brought in a thermal imaging camera. After a week, on August 21, Chilliwack Search and Rescue recommended to the RCMP that the search be called off. They said, after consulting with search and rescue managers from Kent Harrison SAR, Coquitlam SAR, and North Shore Rescue, the management team from Chilliwack SAR reviewed all aspects of the search operation on Sunday. A report was presented to the Chilliwack RCMP recommending the suspension of the search. Members of Gordon's family thanked the various search and rescue teams for their courageous and tireless efforts in a statement. However, they also vowed to continue the search privately via other channels. Sagoo's niece, Manpreet Gill, said, "This has been one of the most agonizing and challenging times our family has ever gone through. Nothing has been harder than returning home each day without him. He is strong, determined, resilient. There isn't a powerful enough word to describe my uncle." Gordon remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 2 and 1. Jonathan Jeté and Rachel Bagnall. 34-year-old Jonathan Jeté and 24-year-old Rachel Bagnall were last seen on September 4, 2010. They disappeared from the Spetch Creek Forest Service Road that leads to Valentine Lake in British Columbia, Canada. Rachel was studying to become a physician and was planning a trip to Colombia where she would be working for a year in underprivileged communities. She had been hiking since the age of 5. Jonathan worked for the government in Quebec and was an avid climber. The couple were planning to enjoy their last few days together by hiking and visiting Valentine Lake near Pemberton before Rachel was to move abroad. According to bank records, the couple visited Tim Hortons in Squamish on September 4th, where they purchased a coffee and a hot chocolate at 7:42 a.m. From there, they traveled through Whistler, Pemberton, and towards Birken before parking on the Spetch Creek Forest Service Road and presumably taking the trail that would lead them to Valentine Lake, about a 5-hour hike. It was Rachel's sister, Elizabeth, who notified authorities that something was amiss on September 8 when the couple hadn't returned to Vancouver as expected on the 6th. Jonathan's 4-door Toyota Echo was found by authorities on the service road almost immediately. They recovered the empty cups from Tim Hortons' coffee shop from the car, as well as a cell phone. The records showed that Jonathan hadn't made any calls after September 3rd. Nothing else noteworthy was found in the area around the vehicle. A full search and rescue operation was launched. the RCMP climbing team was sent to rappel down and search. Rescue dogs and cadaver dogs were brought in. No trace of the couple was found. The official search was called off in October, more than a month after the couple were first reported missing. Police were provided with a tip that a witness saw smoke in the area above Peg Creek during the days that the couple would have been camping. Unfortunately, nothing was discovered. A couple months later, in December of 2010, another witness in Mount Curry reported some unusual bird activity. After the long wait for the snow to melt, police met the witness on the ground and mapped out the area where the bird activity had been observed. It was then searched with multiple teams, all coming up empty yet again. Police have looked through Jonathan and Rachel's homes, Facebook accounts, cell phone records, and personal computers, as well as their bank accounts and credit cards, and found nothing. Although a few new pieces of evidence have surfaced, like some nail clippers which were DNA tested and the discovery of an old fire pit near the Peg Creek area, these leads have proven to be dead ends. Hello friends, Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest video. In today's episode, we're going to look at hikers who mysteriously vanished in Hawaii. Let's go walk and see. Now, when we think of people mysteriously vanishing, especially when they're hikers in the woods, we almost automatically think of some dark, deserted, and densely wooded place in the bowels of some national park or forest somewhere. Even when we think of gorgeous places where we know people vanished, where the woods are lush with trees, the views are scenic and the atmosphere is serene, we don't really consider that these places are the exact spots where most of our hikers and campers, our missing in the woods in general, go missing. But in this video, we're discussing such a place where it is so incredibly beautiful to behold and peaceful to be near, but where hikers have gone mysteriously missing and seem to have vanished right off the face of the earth. More specifically, we are speaking of hikers who vanished in Hawaii. There's so little information on each of the following cases, it kind of makes a person wonder why the publicity is so light for people vanishing in this part of the world. First up, Joseph Wyatt. On Thursday, February 3rd, 2022, 23-year-old Joseph Wyatt left his home with his dog, Manna, to go on a short camping trip. He was never seen again. After not hearing anything from him for 2 whole days, his live-in girlfriend called the authorities and reported him as missing. Joseph and his dog were said to have been planning on camping out near Nakalele Point, which in Hawaiian means the leaning, is known for being dangerous when waves come crashing in, and it's a hot spot because people go there to experience and view its blowhole. His family had asked the public to keep their eyes out for him, and many volunteers helped in the search efforts along with the authorities, including the Maui Police and Fire Department. The official search only lasted a couple of days and then, for reasons unknown, was suddenly called off. Joseph's family created a Facebook page, and anyone with any information was asked to please call 808-244-6400. And for those wondering, Manna, the dog, was never found either. Next up, Simon Owen. Simon Owen had just completed his junior year at Texas Wesleyan University when he disappeared without a trace on June 6, 1994. Simon lived in Fort Worth, Texas, and was visiting Hawaii specifically to do some hiking. He was last seen near Manoa Falls, approximately 8.5 miles from Waikiki. Only his bicycle was found at the very bottom of the falls, but it was said he was also most likely carrying a maroon book bag with him, which was also never found. The local authorities searched extensively, and even billionaire Ross Perot got involved, donating funds and whatever else was needed to continue with the search. Despite all this, and also the help of dozens of volunteers, no trace of Simon was ever found. At the time of his disappearance, he was working in a restaurant in Waikiki in Hawaii. The police have maintained that foul play is not suspected in the disappearance and have given the alternate theory that perhaps Simon had accidentally fallen into some deep valley pocket where he would never be found or seen alive again. By all accounts, Simon Owen was simply taking some time off from his studies and trying to hike the beautiful and scenic areas of Hawaii's popular tourist and hiking spots. He didn't seem to have gone off the beaten trail, so what could have possibly happened to him? Simon was born October 9, 1972, and at the time of his disappearance, he was 22 years old. Now, in 2022, he would be 50 years old. He was 6 feet tall and weighed 155 pounds. Simon has brown hair, brown eyes, and a tattoo of what's described as an encircled fish on his right ankle, along with some scars on the back of his neck, his right hip, and his right shoulder. If you have any information on what may have happened to Simon Owen all those years ago, please contact the Honolulu Police Department at 808-529-3394. Next up, Moses Gardner. On Sunday, May 8, 2022, a 50-year-old man named Moses Gardner went missing while hiking in the Kokes near Miloli Ridge. Moses is a Lowai resident, and there's absolutely no other information available on this case. This is why we are bringing these cases to you folks. Shouldn't there at least be a little bit more information available to the public about these random men, these hikers, who all seem to have vanished without a trace somewhere in Hawaii? Yet there's nothing but a paragraph each, 2 if we're lucky. And to us, that's a tragedy in and of itself. What's going on over there in the Aloha state? Aloha means both hello and goodbye, and it seems these people who have randomly disappeared experience both of these things. Anywhere else in the world, at least as far as what we've covered here, there's at least a few pages of information and more than one source. But here, there's nothing. And again, that's very concerning to us. Here's another hiker gone missing in this beautiful and scenic, almost paradise-like state. Thomas Lockhart. A 61-year-old California native named Thomas Lockhart went missing on May 1st, 2022, when at approximately 6:30 in the evening Hawaii time, he went out for a jog in the Pipawa Trails, which is located in the Haleakala National Park. He was last seen, though it's unknown by whom, before his jog where he was staying at the Kipahulu Valley Farm and was reported as missing by his family the next day, May 2nd, when he never returned and no one heard anything from him since he left. Search efforts started immediately and were suspended overnight, only to be continued the next day, Tuesday, May 3rd, but to no avail. His family traveled from California to Hana to help in the search for him and pleaded with the public to share any video they might have facing the road in Hana if they saw anyone who was matching Thomas's description. At the time of his disappearance, Thomas Lockhart is said to have weighed approximately 165 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. He had graying brown hair. Anyone with any information or any of the above-mentioned video evidence is asked to send it via email to the family at findtomlockhart@gmail.com, or you can call 325-261-3189. Next, Kyle Britton. On August 30th, 2019, 27-year-old Kyle Britton was visiting the forests of Waipio Valley in Hawaii. He told friends he was going to be hiking the Waipio Valley Z Trail, but that he wasn't going to be hiking the entire trail that day. Kyle had been hiking since he was a small child and was considered to be an experienced hiker by everyone who knew him. Waipio Valley is a valley located in the Hamakua district of the Big Island of Hawaii. Waipio means curved water in the Hawaiian language. The Z Trail, nicknamed because of the route's zigzag shape, climbs 1,200 feet to the top of a ridge before descending into the Waimanu Valley. The first 3/4 of a mile is very strenuous switchbacks, and near the top there's a lookout or the great view of the Waipio Valley. This is a trail that you absolutely should not attempt if you're a novice hiker. Once you reach the top of the ridge, it's another 8 miles of hiking through gorges and over hills to reach Waimanu Valley. Hikers are warned not to attempt to do this hike in a single day, as you need to cross 13 streams along the way. It is also not advised during the rainy season, where large amounts of mud and swollen streams make the trek even more dangerous. The descent into Waimanu can be extremely difficult and treacherous. Kyle's father, Stephen Britton, explained that there was another hiker who came forward and claimed to have last seen his son near a bathroom at the Waipio Valley Overlook at around 6 p.m. the day he disappeared. Stephen said, he asked where the bathroom was and said, "Hey, have a good day." And that was the last time. After 24 days of extensive searches but no clues or leads, on September 22nd, 2019, Kyle's family made the heartbreaking decision to call off the search for him. His cell phone last pinged at the top of the Z Trail, and this was most likely a lucky break as cell phone service is extremely bad in that particular area of the Waipio Valley. Stephen Britton said of his cell phone records, "Some of this data is open to interpretation, especially when only one cell phone tower is involved. No triangulation is possible with only one cell tower. There are degrees of reliability and probability involved. The farther you get from the one tower, the less reliable the data is." Kyle's brothers Kate and Sean were involved in helping to analyze the cell phone data, but it still led nowhere, and Kyle Britton has never been seen or heard from again. At the time of his disappearance, he was said to be of a slim build with black hair, brown eyes, and fair skin. He stood 5 feet 10 inches tall, and on the day of his final hike, he was wearing a black backpack which had a T-Mobile logo on it. His car was recovered after it was found parked at the top of the YPO lookout. There were no further clues or evidence in the vehicle, and this case remains open to this day. Next, Kiara Henry. On July 21st, 2019, the 23-year-old Kiara Henry went missing while taking a vacation in Maui for just a few days, though it's unknown what she was doing there specifically except taking a short trip. Another California native, Kiara was from San Diego and was in Hawaii staying at a hotel in Kihei for a brief vacation. She was last seen at a Hertz rental car company at approximately 2 p.m. on the 21st. The vehicle she rented was found 2 days later, July 23rd, in a gravel parking lot at Waianapanapa State Park. All of her luggage, her credit card, and her license were still in the car. Kiara's backpack, which she had with her when she was last seen, and the key to the car were missing and have never been found. After checking the mileage on the car, it seems as though she drove directly to the park where the vehicle was found from the Hertz location where she rented it. She's seen on CCTV footage at the rental company, but this is the last time anyone is known to have seen her alive. She never boarded her flight home on the 29th, and her family continues to make frequent trips to the island, despite there being no clues or leads as to what could have happened to this young woman who was always in touch with her family. They say they will never give up the search, and they know something is wrong because Kiara would never be out of touch for this long. Kiara is around 5'2" to 5'3" inches tall and is enrolled as a member of the Sakuan band of the Kumeyaay Nation. Kiara has brown hair and brown eyes and has both her ears and nose pierced, although she was not known to be wearing any of her nose jewelry at the time of her disappearance. On her upper right arm, she has a tattoo of sunflowers and praying hands above her right elbow. And finally, we have Jeffrey Zoltowski. 23-year-old Michigan resident and Wayne University student Jeffrey Zoltowski went missing on March 31st, 1993, while hiking into Wailau Valley on Molokai in Hawaii. When his feet became blistered from walking so much during the hike, he managed to flag down a helicopter that belonged to the Department of Land and Natural Resources because he didn't feel as though he would be able to make it back home on his own. Unfortunately, according to the pilot, he did not see this as a, quote, life-threatening situation, unquote, and therefore made the demand that in order for him to help Jeffrey and fly him out of the area, the young man would have to cough up $600 right then and there. Obviously, Jeffrey was not carrying this kind of cash with him while on a hike and begged the pilot to help him. The pilot turned him away and left him there to fend for himself. The pilot did take Jeffrey's backpack for him, saying he figured it would help him get back easier than if he had to carry it with him. He took the pack to the DLNR service yard, where it was later recovered by authorities. Jeffrey Zoltowski was never seen or heard from again, and after his bag had been at the service yard for a whopping 41 days, he was finally reported by someone there as missing. There was a possible and alleged sighting of him when, in 2001, a homeless woman claimed to have seen Jeffrey several times panhandling near a homeless shelter in Honolulu. She described him as having heavy facial hair and facial scarring, walking with a limp, and having slurred speech. She claimed the man said his name was either Sam or Samuel, but none of this was ever able to be substantiated, and there's still no evidence to this day as to whether or not this man was indeed Jeffrey Zoltowski. His case remains unsolved, and his father has never given up searching for him. At the time of his disappearance, Jeff was 6 feet tall and weighed about 160 pounds. He is described as a Caucasian male with brown hair and brown eyes. On his right outer ankle bone, he has a birthmark which is about the size of a nickel or a quarter. He also has a scar underneath his right eye. It's possible he has some sort of facial hair like a mustache, beard, or goatee. He's left-handed and goes by the name Jeff. He had previously fractured his left hand and ankle. He was last officially seen wearing white shorts and a purple tie-dyed t-shirt. The information given by the woman in 2001 led some to believe that, if the man was indeed Jeff Zoltowski, he most likely suffered some sort of head injury in the past and may be unaware of who he actually is. It was also claimed that he was seen asking vehicles stopped in traffic near that same homeless shelter by a Kmart and asking for change. There's no further evidence or clues as to Jeff's whereabouts, but his family continues to hope for his safe return. Hello friends, and welcome to another episode. In this video, we bring you 15 strange disappearances from Yosemite National Park in California. Yosemite is America's second most visited national park, receiving 4 to 5 million visitors per year, behind only the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which averages around 12 million visitors per year. Yosemite is a glorious wilderness, best known for its waterfalls, but within its nearly 1,200 square miles, you can find deep valleys, grand meadows, ancient giant sequoias, and so much more. People come here to hike, to climb, to just enjoy nature. However, there is a dark side to Yosemite. On average, Yosemite has the highest number of reported missing persons of any national park, with about 40 per year, or 1 for every 100,000 visitors. Here are just a few of what we consider to be the strangest disappearances. Peter Jackson. 74-year-old Peter Jackson is believed to have gone for a day hike from his campsite at White Wolf Campground, but he never returned. He had sent a text message to his son saying that he was on his way to the park on September 17, 2016. His vehicle was found at the campground, and camping fees were paid through September 21st of that year. An extensive search of the park, involving helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers, turned up no indication of Peter's whereabouts. On October 2, 2016, the search for Peter was placed in continuous limited mode. In August of 2019, Peter's backpack was found in the Ackerson Meadow Aspen Valley area on the west side of Yosemite National Park. Other than that, Peter has not been seen or heard from since his disappearance, and his case remains unsolved. Walter H. Reinhardt. 66-year-old Walter Reinhardt went missing on September 19, 2002. His car was found at White Wolf Trailhead, suggesting to investigators he went for a hike. It is not known what he was wearing, although he often hiked with a large fanny pack. An extensive search of the park, involving helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers, turned up no indication of Walter's whereabouts. Walter has not been seen or heard from since his disappearance, and his case remains unsolved. Ruth Ann Rupert. 49-year-old Ruth Ann Rupert was last seen in the Curry Village area, or the Yosemite Medical Clinic, at about noon on Monday, August 14, 2000. She was scheduled to go on a backpacking trip in the park, but had to postpone the trip due to an infection. She is believed to have gone on a day hike from Yosemite Falls to the Foresta area, based on witnesses' observations. An extensive search of the park, involving helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers, turned up no indication of Ruth Ann's whereabouts. 8 years later, in 2008, Ruth Ann's backpack was found in the Fireplace Creek drainage, an area consistent with the hiking route from Yosemite Falls to Foresta. Ruth Ann has not been seen or heard from since her disappearance, and her case remains unsolved. Kieran Burke. 45-year-old Kieran Burke was visiting from Dublin, Ireland, on a hiking trip in April of 2000. He was discovered missing on April 6, 2000, when park staff noticed he hadn't checked out of his lodging. He was last seen the day before at Curry Village, possibly on his way to hike alone. His family said he was an experienced hiker. However, an extensive search of the park, involving helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers, turned up no indication of Kieran's whereabouts. Kieran has not been seen or heard from since his disappearance, and his case remains unsolved. David Paul Morrison. 28-year-old David Paul Morrison was last seen in Little Yosemite Valley in Yosemite National Park at 7:15 a.m. on May 25, 1998. He disappeared while hiking to Half Dome and has never been heard from again. Although David was considered an experienced hiker, he wasn't equipped for an overnight trip at the time of his disappearance. Neither was he dressed for the cold and wet weather. An extensive search of the park, including helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers, turned up no indication of David's whereabouts. David has not been seen or heard from since his disappearance, and his case remains unsolved. Timothy John Barnes. 25-year-old Timothy Barnes was a resident of Cucamonga, California in 1988. He left Tenaya Lakes near Highway 120 east of Tioga Road in California at approximately 9 a.m. on July 5, 1988. Timothy planned to hike from the Murphy Creek Trailhead to Poly Dome Lakes in Yosemite National Park, which is located approximately 3 miles from Tenaya Lakes. He was supposed to return by 4:30 p.m., but never showed up and has never been seen or heard from again. Timothy's friends report him as a missing person to Park Service Rangers the following morning. An extensive search of the area failed to produce any evidence as to his whereabouts, and Timothy was declared legally dead on July 19, 1990, 2 years after his disappearance. His remains have never been found. Stacy Ann Arras. 14-year-old Stacy Arras was last seen while visiting Yosemite National Park with her father and 6 others on July 27, 1981. The group reached a cluster of cabins designed for overnight stay at Sunrise High Sierra Camp, tied up their horses, and went indoors to freshen up. Stacy changed clothes and left the cabin, carrying her camera so she could photograph the lake. Stacy invited her father to join her, but he declined, and an elderly man from the group went with her instead. They went downhill towards the lake, and the rest of the group watched them from above. They saw Stacy's companion sit down. Stacy walked further on towards the lake, then went behind some trees and disappeared from sight. After a few minutes, when she didn't return, the other members of the group went to look for her. An extensive search of the park involving helicopters, dogs, and dozens of volunteers turned up no indication of Stacy's whereabouts. The only trace ever found of her was the lens cap from her camera around the tree line area where she was last seen. Stacy has not been seen or heard from since her disappearance, and her case remains unsolved. Dekran Nadjan. 20-year-old Dekran Nadjan was last seen at Camp Curry Village in Yosemite National Park in California on July 24, 1972. He asked the registration desk attendant how to get to Half Dome and has never been seen or heard from again. At the time of his disappearance, he was a medical student at Cambridge University in England. He was vacationing in the U.S. with plans to visit Florida after his stay at Yosemite. An extensive search of the park involving dogs, helicopters, and dozens of volunteers turned up no trace of Dekran's whereabouts. He has not been seen or heard from since his disappearance, and his case remains unsolved. Matthew Green. 39-year-old Matthew Green was last heard from on July 16, 2013, when he called his parents and an automotive repair shop to check on progress and exchange text messages with friends. Matthew was a high school mathematics teacher in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and lived in Bethlehem, and was a very experienced hiker and outdoorsman. Matthew arrived in the area of the Eastern Sierra Mountains in Yosemite National Park on June 27, 2013, to climb with friends. But when his Subaru car broke down, they continued on while he stayed behind at a campground called Shady Rest near Mammoth Lake to wait for repairs. The last contact was on July 16, when he called his parents and the car repair shop to check on progress and exchange text messages with some of his friends. At the campsite, authorities found some of his gear missing and a guidebook with pages torn out of it. Friends said he often tore out the pages for hikes he wanted to go on, and when he completed them, he would put them back in his book. In this case, the pages were from the Minarat area, including Mount Ritter and Mount Banner, but Green didn't sign his name on either summit's log. His friends returned to the campsite on July 17th, and he was nowhere to be seen. They had discovered that his car had been repaired, but he never picked it up, and he hadn't returned to the Shady Rest campground for over a week. The Mammoth Lake Police Department was informed. Several of Matthew's friends flew to California and canvassed bus drivers, store owners, librarians, and others in Mammoth Lakes, posted flyers at trailheads, checked summit registers, and spent several days in the backcountry looking for clues. The search has gone airborne, too, with a helicopter flying over the rugged terrain and one of Green's friends shooting high-resolution video from a private plane. California search and rescue personnel have also volunteered their time. Despite this extensive search, no trace of Matthew was found. Michael Fickery. 51-year-old Michael Fickery was reported missing when he did not return home from a 4-day hike. On June 15, 2005, Michael, an avid, experienced hiker and backpacker, visited the north side of the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir in Yosemite National Park for a solo hike. He had planned this hike to take him to Rancheria Falls, Telltale Mountain, Lake Vernon, and then through Beehive before returning back to the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. At some point during the day, he decided to begin walking to the north up to the Pacific Crest Trail towards Telltale Mountain. His family became concerned when he did not return by June 19th, 4 days after Mike went on his hike and when his wilderness permit expired. On June 21st, they called the Park Service and an intensive search of the area around the reservoir and Pacific Crest Trail was launched. However, all that was found was a backpack near Telltale Mountain just off the trail, containing a topographical map, a camera, and a bottle of water. The search and rescue operation involved personnel from 5 counties with aircraft and tracker dogs. Apart from the pack, nothing else was found. Nearly 15 years later, Michael remains missing. George Pinka. 30-year-old George Pinka disappeared on July 17, 2011, while hiking at the Upper Yosemite Falls in Yosemite National Park. George was from Hawthorne, California, and was visiting the national park with his church group of 80 people, of which around 20 people were walking the Upper Yosemite Fall Trail that day. The group separated at the top, with the hikers going back down at their own pace. George likely fell behind the main group. George's friends assumed he had hiked back to the Yosemite Valley floor earlier and didn't report him missing until 9 p.m. George completely vanished off the trail. He was last seen wearing gray sweatpants with white stripes, a black t-shirt that says D&B across the chest, or a black tank top and gray-blue running shoes. He was carrying a blue cloth bag and some limited food and water. Initial search efforts began that same evening, and a full-scale search and rescue operation was initiated on Saturday morning, June 18th. Around 105 search and rescue personnel from around the state were deployed, along with helicopters and 6 search dogs, including Yosemite National Park Search and Rescue, Inyo County, Mono County, Mariposa County, Marin County, Fresno County, Tuolumne County, China Lake, Los Angeles County, Nevada County, Sierra Madre, Yosemite Search and Rescue dog teams, Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, and California Explorer Search and Rescue. On June 23, 2011, search efforts transitioned to a limited continuous search. After nearly 1 week of extensive searching, park rangers did not find any clues as to George's whereabouts. In nearly 9 years since George vanished, none of his belongings have turned up and George remains missing. Joel Thomason. 31-year-old Joel Thomason went on a solo hike in Yosemite National Park, telling friends of his plans to hike from Hetch Hetchy to then fish in Lake Elsinore and then return to Hetch Hetchy. He began on the 6th of September 2021 and was due back on the 9th. Joel is described as a white male standing 5 feet 10 inches tall with hazel eyes and brown hair worn buzzed short. Park officials noted that he may have decided to stay out longer and extend his trip to Cherry Lake to the north or east as far as the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne River. Park officials are asking all wilderness travels north of Tioga Road and between Cherry Lake and Tuolumne Meadows to report possible sightings of him or any unattended or possibly abandoned equipment. They added that he was likely carrying the kayak packed in a large red pouch attached to the exterior of his backpack. His family provided this list of additional equipment he may have had with him, which includes a floppy boonie hat, a dark blue or gray hammock, large yellowish tan caddy pack, U.S. Army steel cup dated 1918, camelback type red and black day pack, a black and yellow collapsible sink, a bright red inflatable kayak, a small collapsible stove in a black bag, a kayak paddle, a Petzl Zipka headlamp, a yellow bear can, a Garmin Tactics Delta Solar GPS watch, a bright green mummy-style sleeping bag, and a fishing pole with other fishing gear. He was wearing tan or blue zip-off pants. Richard Judd. Richard and a still unidentified hiking partner were camped near Lower Merced Pass Lake when they went on a day hike towards Lower Ottawa Lake and Red Peak Pass on Sunday, according to the National Park Service and the Madera County Sheriff's Office. They got separated from each other somewhere between Lower Merced Pass Lake and Lower Ottawa Lake. Lower Merced Pass Lake is about 15 miles from Happy Isle, the trailhead where people can start the Mist Trail and hike to the Half Dome cables. The hike from Lower Merced Pass Lake to Red Peak Pass is about 3.5 miles. A vehicle belonging to Judd or his hiking partner was parked at the Quartz Mountain Trailhead in the Sierra National Forest and outside Yosemite National Park, about 23 miles south of Lower Merced Pass Lake. Authorities describe Richard as being 5 feet 11 inches tall, 150 pounds, with brown eyes, short gray hair, and a beard. He was last seen wearing a blue shirt and gray or blue pants. His last known location was in the Yosemite backcountry, about 15 miles from the popular Trailhead Junction at Happy Isle on the Merced River. Ralph Elliott. 51-year-old Ralph Elliott was last seen on April 22, 2021, after he left for a day hike in Yosemite National Park, California. Sadly, there's very little information about Ralph's case, but his story is still important, and it is important that we keep his case alive. According to the Fresno Bee newspaper, Ralph was intending to hike to the Yosemite Fall Overlook and Eagle Peak in the Yosemite National Park. Authorities are concerned for his well-being, and the Park Service are noted as saying that they believe he may be in a state of emotional distress and capable of harming himself. The Yosemite Park Service has declined to comment on why they believe that Ralph is in such a state of emotional distress, but they have asked anyone who comes into contact with him to bear this in mind. Ralph Elliott is described as a white male with a muscular build, 5 foot 8 inches tall, with blue eyes, a beard, and long graying hair. Sandra Johnson Hughes. 54-year-old Sandra Johnson Hughes of California was last heard from on June 26, 2020. Sandra had embarked on a solo camping trip in the Sierra, south of Yosemite, to escape from the current pandemic. Sandra had recently moved from Maui, Hawaii to California in June of 2020. She had trained to be a park ranger in college and was experienced in the outdoors. On July 5th of that year, the Madera County Sheriff's Office asked for the public's help in locating Sandra after they found her campsite near the Johnson's Meadow section of the forest in disarray. On that same day, the authorities located Hughes' silver Saab in Chiquito Creek to the north of the campsite. They said it appeared to have crashed into a tree at a speed of less than 20 miles per hour before rolling into the ravine. Hikers reported seeing Sandra on July 4, 2020, and said she was barefoot and had a bruise on her face. They offered to help her, but she declined medical assistance. Officers and volunteer search and rescue teams from more than half a dozen other sheriff's departments, together with dog teams, the California Highway Patrol, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, combed the forest on foot, while helicopters from California Air National Guard did an aerial search. The search focused around the area where a car was found, but there was no sign of Sandra. Then on August 9, 2020, 2 hunters saw a woman leaning against a tree along Road 5S01 near Beasore Road. She did not wave them down, attempt contact, or appear to be in any distress. Upon returning, they recognized her from a missing persons flyer and contacted park rangers. The hunters said that she appears to be visibly thinner than her last known photos. At the time of her disappearance, Sandra was a 54-year-old white female with blue shoulder-length hair. Her natural color is brown. She has brown eyes, is approximately 5 foot 3 inches tall, and weighs about 150 pounds. The search for Sandra was ongoing but limited. Now, flash forward to almost exactly 1 year later. This strange update to the case comes from the Madera County Sheriff's Office in Madera, California. It seems that a family from nearby Coarsegold, California, experienced a bizarre broad daylight ghost sighting in the Madera County Mountains on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021. The event was so strange and disturbing that the Madera County Sheriff's Office felt the need to further investigate. It seems that a man named Jake Gorba, his wife Victoria, and their 3 children decided to take their four-wheeler up to the Shut-Eye Peak on that fateful Wednesday. While on this family outing, they stopped to have something to eat beside the trail, and that's when things started to get strange. The couple's 3-year-old son, Caden, suddenly began animatedly talking to someone nearby. He was just in our four-wheeler, and he was pointing out to a certain spot in the meadow, said his mom, Victoria. The normally reserved and somewhat quiet Caden excitedly told his parents that there in the meadow by where the family was having lunch was a woman lying face down with her legs straight up in the air. Furthermore, Caden stated that the woman was unable to speak or move and needed help. He began pleading with his parents to help this poor woman. He flat out told us, "Mom, she's already dead, but she needs our help." And that's when I got the goosebumps. I was like, "Oh my gosh," Victoria said. He goes, "Yeah, there's a lady over in the meadow in a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair." And I got goosebumps, said Victoria. He says, "She needs our help, but she's dead, and she's lying face down with her legs up. She can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her." So, in order to calm young Caden down, Jake and Victoria walked over and checked out the meadow, but saw absolutely nothing. Caden continued to insist. He kept saying, trust me, Mom." And I was like, I trust you. I believe you 100%, said Victoria. Whatever young Caden was experiencing so unnerved and spooked the rest of the family that the other members of the family all unanimously agreed it's time to put an early end to their day of adventure and make the 35-mile drive back home to Corsko. After arriving home, the event still fresh in her mind, Victoria decided to post about the weird encounter on her Facebook profile. We put it on Facebook to see if anybody knew anything about this area, and come to find out, there was a lady missing with a description that he described to us within a 5-mile radius of where we were, said Victoria. Now, as viewers of this channel know from our previous episode number 7, Sandra Hughes had gone missing in that area in June of 2020. The encounter became even more chilling when, according to Victoria, 3-year-old Caden's highly detailed description of the woman he had seen in the meadow was identical to the description of Sandra Hughes as given by the local authorities. He was very adamant that we needed to help her, and he described her down to blue hair. He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom. That's the exact description of her when she went missing, said Victoria. Then Victoria went and searched online for Sandra Hughes and found some photographs that had been released as a part of the search effort the year prior. Victoria said she got goosebumps when Caden readily recognized 3 of the photos of Sandra, identifying her as the woman he had seen in the field. As fate would have it, Madera County Sheriff Corporal Chris Williams just happened to see the Facebook post and found it intriguing, to say the least. So much so that he contacted Caden's family to further investigate the chilling account. Victoria said the corporal in charge of her case actually reached out to us on Facebook and was like, "Hey, we want more information and we want to bring you guys back up there and see if you could point us in the right direction." Corporal Williams has been investigating the disappearance of Sandra Hughes since the beginning of the investigation. On the following Thursday, 2 Madera County Sheriff's deputies ventured back up to the meadow to investigate, with Jake and Caden coming along to point them in the right direction. Unfortunately, the deputies found nothing new by way of evidence, although the case remains open. If she was possibly a ghost looking for some help, I hope that he could have at least helped and maybe helped the family find her, because it's been a long time apparently since she's been gone, Victoria said. The 4-wheeler that Caden and his family used while traveling in the mountains has now been nicknamed the Ghost Runner, and incidentally is also for sale. It's not believed that the spooky encounter is the reason they put the vehicle up for sale, as the family says they will continue to go adventuring in the Madera Mountains, but do admit there are a few spots now which they aren't anxious to visit again anytime soon, if at all. Local news reporters in the area reached out to the Madera County Sheriff's Office, who did confirm that they received a report of a possible sighting of some sort, and they did go out to the location to search for any additional leads or information. Hello friends, welcome to our latest video. Today we're going to be talking about missing hikers who were found years later. Join us. Now, in the world of the missing, many times the family of the victims never get any answers. And sometimes the answers they get haunt them for the rest of their days. There are times, though, when the answers suddenly appear, years later, as if out of clear blue sky. Here are just some of those cases where a loved one went for a hike or a walk and seemed to vanish right off the face of the earth, only to leave behind no clue as to where they may have gone. Years later, however, suddenly there were answers. Someone else walking along somewhere in the woods came across something horrifying: human remains. First case, Rudy Motor. Skeletal remains found on the west side of the Rocky Mountain National Park are believed to be those of a man who disappeared 38 years ago. On February 13, 1983, 38-year-old Rudy Motor departed the Zimmerman Lake Trailhead on Colorado Highway 17 near Cameron Pass for a 2 to 3 night ski mountaineering trip over Thunder Pass and into Rocky Mountain National Park. Rudy was originally from West Germany, but was currently living in Fort Collins at the time of his disappearance. He was described as an experienced winter mountaineer and was said to be very knowledgeable of the trails he somehow ended up lost on. This is what made it all the more baffling, when on February 19th, 6 days after he'd initially set out on a 3-night trip over Thunder Pass and into Rocky Mountain National Park, he was said to be overdue by his roommate, who immediately reported him as missing to the proper authorities. Further investigation and search operations started the very next day, early in the morning on the 20th. Over a foot of snow fell in the Never Summer Mountains on February 19th, hampering search efforts in finding tracks and other clues. A food cache belonging to Motor was found at the mouth of Box Canyon in the northwest corner of the park. A snow cave with Motor's sleeping bag and other gear and items was found near the food cache. These were the only major clues discovered during the 4-day extensive search. Because Rudy's Point, last seen, was outside of Rocky Mountain National Park at the Zimmerman Lake trailhead, the extensive search efforts were coordinated with Larimer County Search and Rescue and Rocky Mountain National Park Search and Rescue teams. Search efforts occurred mainly in the Box Canyon and Skeleton Gulch areas, including Mount Richtofen. This included ground searches on skis and snowshoes, as well as aerial search operations. There was even an avalanche dog and his handler there to bring a more professional focus to the avalanche terrain in the area. The extensive search efforts continued for 4 days and ended on February 23rd. However, there were numerous search efforts by ground and air that occurred later that spring and summer. In the decades following Rudy Motor's disappearance, search efforts continued periodically by Rocky Mountain National Park staff and Larimer County Search and Rescue teams. In mid-August of 2020, skeletal remains were discovered by a hiker in the Skeleton Gulch area near avalanche debris. The area where the remains were found were part of the initial search area. An investigation was initially conducted, but it seems the rangers and authorities involved got a bit sidetracked, and their priorities shifted to the Cameron Peak fire closing the area, followed by the East Troublesome fire. Snow then covered this high elevation area above 11,000 feet. In the summer of 2021, park rangers further searched the scene and found skis, poles, and boots, along with the remains of personal items believed to belong to Rudy Motor. The FBI Evidence Response Team assisted park rangers with the recovery of the remains. The Grand County Coroner's Office attempted to confirm identification through dental records. However, the results were inconclusive. Officials have worked extensively with the German government for repatriation of the remains, family notification, and dental record analysis. The discovery and recovery of Rudy Motor's remains closes out a nearly 4-decade-long cold case at Rocky Mountain National Park. Next, we have Rachel Lacoduck. 28-year-old Rachel Lacoduck of Moses Lake went missing on October 17, 2019, after telling her family she planned to hike the Hidden Lake Trail to a lookout cabin and spend the night to celebrate her birthday. During the initial search, Rachel's car was found at the trailhead, but search crews reported that it didn't appear she made it to the lookout tower. According to a GoFundMe created by her family, the weather turned inclement when Rachel was out for her hike and she wasn't able to make it off the mountain. Over the weekend of August 14, 2021, her remains were found by a large search group who were still out searching for her 2 years later. Her mother, Elizabeth Tripp, posted to her Facebook the Monday after the discovery, "Our beloved Rachel's remains arrived off the mountain yesterday." Next, we have Geraldine Largay. 66-year-old Geraldine Largay from Brentwood, Tennessee, started her journey in April of 2013 at Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. She had committed to a through hike of the 2,168-mile Appalachian Trail and had already traversed more than 1,000 miles. She gained the trail name Inchworm due to her perpetually slow pace. She was last seen on July 22nd, where she talked with 2 women at a lean-to, a sheltered stopping point. She planned to hike 8.4 miles north that day and then continue the next day to a point where the trail crossed a road. Geraldine was a retired Air Force nurse who had hiked long trails near her home in Tennessee and had taken a course on doing this particular trail. She easily made friends both on and off the trail. Her husband was supposed to meet her there as he was meeting her weekly to restock her supplies. He waited and waited, but unfortunately, Geraldine never showed. Hundreds of people and several dogs searched for her. There were few clues to be found. The only clear clue investigators had was a photo of her, taken early the morning she went missing, near a log lean-to whose 3 walls are covered by a corrugated tin roof with a fire pit nearby. She was last seen by 2 hikers, and her cell phone pinged a tower the afternoon she got lost. She was initially traveling with a friend named Jane Lee, but Jane had to leave the trip early and go home due to what was only described as a family emergency. She immediately had some concerns, however, about leaving Geraldine to hike by herself the rest of the way. Geraldine was known to have a terrible sense of direction and had already taken several wrong turns. Because she moved at a much faster pace than Geraldine, several times Jane Lee had to double back for her friend, who at least once had wandered off and gotten lost. Jane found her trying to find someone to set her back on course. It's said that Jane admitted she felt that Geraldine was in over her head and trying to complete the rest of the journey solo. It turns out, though, that Geraldine Largay had been writing in her journal every day of her trip and continued to do so right up until the very end. Her final entries showed her to be resigned to her inevitable fate. Her last journal entry read, "When you find my body, please call my husband George and daughter Carrie. It will be the greatest kindness for them to know that I am dead and where you found me, no matter how many years from now. Please find it in your heart to mail the contents of this bag to one of them." She wrote this entry 15 days after she left the Appalachian Trail to use the restroom and never returned. Her journal entries and the following text proved to investigators that Geraldine was alive for almost an entire month after the last time she was seen. Investigators released documents and photos relevant to the case after her body was found. The texts and calls from Geraldine's phone were as follows. She tried to text her husband on July 22nd. It read, "In some trouble. Got off trail to go to BR. Now lost. Can you call AMC to see if a trail maintainer can help me? Somewhere north of Woods Road. XOX." The text didn't go through, though, most likely due to her having been in a no-service area. It seems she continued walking westward and tried 12 more times to send the message. The last attempt was at 12:25 p.m. that same day. 2 hours later, she tried to send another message that didn't go through, but this one was completely blank. She tried another message the next day, writing, "Lost since yesterday. Off trail 3 or 4 miles. Call police for what to do, please. XOX." It also failed, and she tried one more time to no avail. So the next day, George Largay was concerned, and the official search began. Over the next few weeks, it expanded past the Warden Service to include search aircraft, state police, national park rangers, and fire departments. They pursued hikers' tips, scoured side trails, and set dogs to searching, all to no avail. Heavy rains that week obscured the trail, and Geraldine remained lost, a face on trail signpost for other hikers to look for. By this time, Geraldine had set up her tent nearly 2 miles from the trail. She had some food, water, and other camping supplies along with her journal. One of the Maine wardens who compiled the evidence wrote that Geraldine's writings were personal letters to her family. There were entries through August 10th, then nothing until the 18th. It was the last entry, 27 days after she got lost. There were also messages from the afternoon of July 30th. 2 texts were deleted on August 6th, which was the same date of her hopeless journal entry. The report wasn't clear as to whether or not she tried to actually make any calls during her almost month-long ordeal. Geraldine's husband reported to investigators that she only used her phone sparingly, depending on the circumstances of the situation. More than 2 years after she wrote that last entry, Geraldine Largay's body was found lying in her sleeping bag, which was inside of a zipped-up tent. A forester on contract named Kevin Adam, who was also a lieutenant in the U.S. Navy, found her campsite on October 11, 2015. He later described the first thoughts that came to his mind when he saw it. The possibilities were, it was a human body. It was animal bones. Or, if it is a human body, was it Jerry Largay? When he arrived at the site, his doubts evaporated. I saw a flattened tent with a green backpack outside of it, and a human skull with what I believed to be a sleeping bag around it. I was 99% certain that this was Jerry Largay's. The campsite was difficult to see unless you're right next to it, he wrote, noting that the tent was under several large trees whose branches obstructed the sky. The site was in dense woods near the border of the Navy and public properties, and Geraldine had built a bedding area out of small trees, pine needles, and possibly some dirt in an attempt to keep her tent out of any water, Lieutenant Adam wrote. She had also tied a space blanket between branches to provide some cover. There was also evidence of lost opportunities. An open canopy nearby where she could have been seen from the sky had her tent been under it. Largay had also tried to set fires, Adams suggested, noting nearby trees that had been charred black, seemingly not from lightning, but by human hands. In the camp, they found the basics for hiking, such as maps, a rain jacket, a space blanket, string, Ziploc bags, and a flashlight that still worked. They also located a blue baseball cap, dental floss, a homemade necklace with white stone wrapped in string that were also found in the area. They found her notebook with moss growing on it. It was titled, "George, please read, XOXO." The medical examiner ruled that Geraldine Largay had died of exposure. Next up, we have Eric Robinson. 63-year-old Eric Robinson disappeared in July of 2011. The Australian native was hiking the 100-mile Highline Trail through the Uinta Mountains in Utah. He set out on July 28, 2011, on the hike, which was scheduled to take 10 days, and he was reported missing on August 7, 2011. The Duchesne County Sheriff's Office deployed a search and rescue team to find him the next day, but the search was unsuccessful. On August 19, 2016, a man from Colville and his 2 sons were camping near Ossip Lake in the Uinta Mountains and found the remains of the backpack and tent, police said. Eric was reported as an experienced outdoorsman who had recreated in the Himalayan mountains. Mr. Robinson had been dropped at the Chipeta Lake trailhead on July 28, 2011, and was scheduled to arrive at Mirror Lake on July 7, 2011 at 1200 hours. Summit County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived in the area and recovered human remains and several personal items. The remains were transported to the office of the medical examiner and were confirmed to be human. Further DNA testing is required to confirm the identity of the remains. Due to the proximity of the personal belongings, the human remains are believed to be those of Eric Robinson. And finally, Riley Zickel. 21-year-old hiker Riley Zickel of California was reported missing July 30, 2016, after he didn't return from Mount Jefferson Wilderness area in what was intended to be a simple overnight hike. He left from Brighton Bush Lake Road at the Pacific Crest Trailhead, where he planned to hike for one day and return the following day to visit friends in Seattle. He was last seen on the Pacific Crest Trail just north of Jefferson Park, where he visited with another hiker along the trail. Riley's family reported him missing, and Marion County deputies found his vehicle parked at the Jefferson Park trailhead. He was last seen on the Pacific Crest Trail just north of Jefferson Park, where he visited with another hiker along the trail. Riley's family reported him missing, and Marion County deputies found his vehicle parked at a Jefferson Park trailhead. He was an experienced hiker, had the appropriate equipment, and an adequate amount of food for his trip. Search and rescue teams from multiple agencies spent 7 days searching for Riley before efforts were suspended on August 6, 2016. Areas of snow complicated the search, and in spite of the snow, daytime temperatures occasionally reached 90 degrees. The elevation of the search area varied from 5,000 to 7,500 feet above sea level. More than 340 people spent about 5,000 hours and covered over 350 square miles in the Willamette National Forest around Mount Jefferson in efforts to find him. Salem-based helicopters from the Oregon Army National Guard and Cessna 182 aircraft from the Civil Air Patrol flew daily above the search area, but never found any sign of him. Officials from the Marion County Sheriff's Office were contacted by climbers who believed they located his body in a glacial area above Jefferson Park on Mount Jefferson, according to Sergeant Jeremy Landers of the Marion County Sheriff's Office. The recovery of the remains proved to be challenging, as the area where they were found is extremely steep with loose rocks and rock avalanches. The recovery was conducted by the Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue, Corvallis Mountain Rescue, the Civil Air Patrol, and the United States Forest Service. Riley Zickel was found within the 350 square miles that were initially searched, Landers said, but with portions of the initial search done by air and the area where he was located, it would have been difficult to spot him. Crews used the coordinates given by the group of hikers to fly overhead and preview the terrain. Members of Corvallis Mountain Rescue then recovered the body. Riley's father, Robin Zickel, traveled to Oregon from California and was at the trailhead when searchers brought his son out of the Jefferson Wilderness area, Sergeant Landers said. We are grateful to the many organizations that helped make today's recovery of Mr. Zickel possible, said Marion County Sheriff Joe Cast in a statement. Without their contributions, we would not have been able to bring closure to the Zickel family after these 3 long years. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. In this video, we're going to be discussing some strange wilderness disappearances you may never have heard of. So sit back, relax, and let the stories begin. Now, for some, a walk in the wilderness can be the perfect getaway from everyday life and a chance to reconnect with Mother Nature. For others, the great outdoors can be a dangerous place and unfortunately is a place where many people meet their end or just mysteriously vanish. Here are 4 such cases for you to consider. Number 4, Brian Skalinsky. 40-year-old Brian Skalinsky was at a turning point in his life. He was admittedly in the midst of a midlife crisis and was desperately seeking answers and a purpose in his life. He told CBS Denver, "I was trying to find motivation for the next 40 years of my life. I wanted to exert myself. I didn't want to go to the extremes that I did." In a bid to clear his head and reconnect with nature, Brian headed out into the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. What should have been a life-changing expedition almost turned into a tragedy. On February 11th, Brian entered the Great Sand Dunes National Park, headed for the Coal Creek drainage area, which would have seen him hiking 10 miles around the perimeter of the park. Coal Creek drainage is located at the base of Mount Harold and would have provided Brian with spectacular views and the perfect amount of quiet time to clear his head. Sometime into his walk, the conditions changed, however, and he began to encounter snowdrifts. Any other person would probably have turned around and headed back to their car, but Brian had other ideas. In an interview with CBS Denver, he says, "I said, this isn't going to stop me. 3 feet of snow, 3 feet isn't going to stop me. 4 feet isn't going to stop me. I'm going to keep going. Why? I couldn't tell you." Unfortunately, this mistake would almost cost Brian his life. After becoming stranded, Brian soon realized the mistake he had made. He had no shelter, no extra clothing, and only 2 small meals meant to sustain him for 1 day. As the sun rose on the second day, Brian desperately tried to continue his fight to find his way home. The freezing temperatures and snow did little to help, of course, and by the 3rd day, he had to cut the laces and tongues out of his boots as they had frozen over. Now, with damaged boots, no food, no water, no warm clothes, Brian carried on walking. To make matters worse, Brian had gotten lost and had found himself on the sand dunes. His absence hadn't gone unnoticed, though, and by the 5th day of him being missing, rangers from the park noticed that his car had been parked there an unusually long time. After failing to make contact with the owner, they set about looking for him. Park rangers, along with volunteers, horse and aerial units, began scanning the park, looking for any sign of the missing man, but there was nothing to be seen. Sniffer dogs were even brought in, and while his footprints and scent were found, Brian wasn't. As the 5th day was drawing to a close, the outlook was looking very bleak for Brian, and his chance of survival was growing slimmer and slimmer by the minute. Then, a miracle happened. He told CBS Denver, "I'd given up on my mission to the stars. I saw a road, and that's when I was discovered by rescuers." He was escorted to the Great Sand Dunes Visitor Center and said, "I walk in there and I see a picture of myself on the bulletin board and a map. To be honest with you, I didn't even think people were looking for me." It was a miracle. Brian had been found alive and well after surviving for 5 days in below freezing temperatures without food, water, shelter, or adequate clothing. His extremities had suffered from frostbite, but he refused to accept medical treatment. Instead, all he asked of his rescuers was to help him get back home to New York. Brian's story doesn't end there, though. This wouldn't be the last time he would disappear into the wilderness. In early May 2017, Brian Skalinsky would hit the headlines once again when he disappeared from the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. According to reports, Brian went missing, and again, park rangers discovered his car in a picnic area and tried to track him down. When they failed to do so, They got together a search and rescue team, but this time the outcome wasn't so bright. Unfortunately, bad weather prevented the search teams from conducting a thorough search, and on June 28, 2017, Brian's body was discovered covered with deep snow. Number 3, Randy Rasco. On November 19, 2015, park rangers at the Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky noticed that a car had been sitting in the car park for around 2 weeks. This immediately set off warning bells, and after doing some digging for information, they discovered that the car belonged to 40-year-old Randy Rasco. As the car had been there for quite some time, the park rangers set about searching for Randy right away. But when he couldn't be found in or near the parking area, they opened an investigation and widened their search. Park rangers and investigators contacted Randy's family to see if they had spoken to him, but chillingly, they had been out of contact for a few months. According to his sister Sherry, up until May 2015, everything was normal. On a regular basis, he was doing his normal things, hunting, fishing, and kept in contact with our brother who lived close to his Bowling Green apartment. Then one day out of the blue, he packed up his belongings, quit his job, and had his mail forwarded to another address, and just left. Sherry said they filed a missing persons report after they found out he had just fled and were worried as he had recently gotten divorced. For a month, the Rasco family waited for any news, and in June, he was found safe and sound in Washington state. Randy made it clear that he didn't want to speak to his family at that time and wanted to be alone. As painful as it was, his family respected his boundaries and assured him they would welcome him back with open arms whenever he was ready. For the next few months, it's believed that Randy traveled all around the U.S., all while maintaining his privacy and secrecy. His family didn't know that anything was wrong until the Mammoth Cave National Park Rangers contacted them to let them know that his car had been found abandoned. With this second disappearance, his family hoped that there would be a positive resolution. But sadly, as of 2022, Randy Rasco is still missing. Search crews, volunteers, and even the Civil Air Patrol all joined in on the search for Randy, scouring the over 53,000 acres of land in the park. Despite their best efforts and multiple searches, no sign of Randy has ever been found, and his car is the only clue we have in terms of his mysterious disappearance. Randy Rasco is described as a white male, 6 foot 2 inches tall, with black hair, hazel eyes, and a slim, athletic build. Anyone with any information is asked to please contact the Mammoth Cave National Park at 270-758-2180. Number 2, Maureen Kelly. 19-year-old Maureen Kelly embarked on what she thought would be a spiritual adventure of a lifetime. However, this adventure quickly turned sour, and she's been missing ever since. On June 19th of 2013, Maureen and a group of friends arrived at the Canyon Creek Campground in the Gifford-Pinchot National Park in Washington state, ready to camp and hang out together and have a good time. The friends were relaxing and taking in the natural beauty of the park when Maureen abruptly announced that she was going on a spiritual adventure. She took off all of her clothes, removed her shoes, and was equipped with nothing but a fanny pack that is believed to have held a pocket knife, a compass, and a few matches. After declaring that she was going on a spiritual adventure, Maureen headed out into the woods, never to be seen again. Maureen didn't tell her friends how long she was going to be or even where she was headed, but they figured she would be back at least within a few hours to tell them all about her spiritual journey. As darkness rolled in and Maureen still hadn't returned, a group of friends alerted the Skamania County Sheriff's Office, and she was officially reported missing. There were added concerns about her welfare due to the fact that she'd left without clothes, shoes, food, and water, and within hours, a huge search and rescue mission began. Volunteers, park rangers, and search and rescue coordinators combed through the park, looking for any sign of her. But despite their best efforts, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. One clue did surface, however, and as search teams were looking on the ground, they came across footprints, bare footprints, that were the same size as Maureen's feet. Working on this singular clue, sniffer dogs were brought in an attempt to trace her scent, but due to the rainfall, they were unable to pick up anything. The footprints showed that Maureen had perhaps headed north towards Forest Service 54 Road, but as previously mentioned, the trail ended where the road began. Helicopters were brought in, but they were unable to search for Maureen in the initial hours and days following her disappearance due to severe weather conditions. 19-year-old Maureen Kelly remains missing, and the Skamania County Sheriff's Office is still no closer to finding out what happened to her. Many believe that she succumbed to the elements that very night, but as her body has never been found, nobody knows for sure. Maureen is described as an Asian Pacific Islander with black hair, brown eyes. She stands 5 foot 7 inches tall and weighs about 150 pounds. Anyone with any information is asked to please contact the Skamania County Sheriff's Office at 509-427-9490 and reference case number 13-04081. Number 1, Kat Hamontre. On April 11, 2019, 68-year-old Kat Hamontre, her dog Tootsie, her husband, her daughter, and a group of other hikers set off into the San Felipe Desert in Baja California, Mexico. The group were either headed for or near the Diablo Canyon, when tragedy struck. In this community, we know all about places with devil in the name. According to the Seattle Times, Kate had lived in Mexico for the past 20 years and would often make the trip to Seattle, Washington to visit her friends and family. The details surrounding Kat's disappearance are sparse, but here is what we do know. According to Kat's daughter, Desiree Blair, about 10 minutes into the hike, Kat complained that she had hurt her foot or ankle and told the group that she would take a quick break while they continued on. Her husband later commented that the injury seemed severe, and he believed that Kat may have actually broken her foot or ankle. The group left Kat and her dog Tootsie behind as they made their way to the waterfall, and as they circled back around, Kat was nowhere to be found. Her husband, Warren Sundquist, went and waited at their car, thinking that perhaps she had headed there, but she never showed up. Hours passed, and there was no sign of Kat. The group and her family reported her missing. Kat was very familiar with the area and showed no concerns about being left alone while the others finished their hike. She also apparently showed no signs of distress, making her disappearance all the more mystifying. After Kat was reported missing, search and rescue crews, volunteers, and even the Mexican Armed Forces all pitched in to help find her, but as of 2022, no trace has ever been found. The authorities in San Felipe did believe at one point that someone in the hiking group may have been responsible, however, although everyone present was questioned and no charges have ever been brought about. One theory suggests that Kat perhaps stumbled across cartel activity and that she was taken out for what she saw. Another theory is that Kat was attacked by a wild animal, but the first attending officers noted that the scene was devoid of any signs of a struggle and there was no blood. As of this recording, in March of 2022, Kat Hamontre and her dog Tootsie remain missing, and her family are desperate for answers. Anyone with any information is asked to contact the San Felipe Police Department at 686-577-1134. Hello friends, Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest video. In this episode, we bring you number 2 in our Strange Wilderness Disappearances series. We've assembled 5 more of the strangest wilderness disappearances that we could find. Join us. Number 5, Eric Richard Beeler. Pam and Eric Beeler were described as a couple that were almost fused together, choosing to live their lives almost as one. The pair had met in 1989, and by 1990, the two had gotten married. Eric and Pam dreamed of living a more remote and rural lifestyle and decided to pack up their things and spend their time traveling through the U.S. looking for the perfect hideaway from the outside world. Eric worked as an artist, creating beautiful posters and pieces, while Pam had recently lost her mother to cancer and had previously devoted all of her time to her care. After getting married, Pam and Eric moved to a quiet part of Vermont, but this was far from the isolation they had been craving. After pondering where to go next, Eric and Pam finally settled on the shore of Lysianski Inlet, close to the small Alaskan village of Pelican. This inlet meant they were almost completely cut off from the outside world, save for a small boat that would take them into the village. Eric and Pam thrived in their new environment, creating water collection systems and living off the land as much as they could. Those in Pelican who knew Pam and Eric described them as happy and warm, and the pair would regularly travel to Pelican for art and music events. When these events weren't happening, it wasn't uncommon for weeks to go by without the couple venturing into town, but the townsfolk had grown to realize that Pam and Eric were more than capable of taking care of themselves. Then, in the 2000s, the couple received some devastating news. Pam was diagnosed with MS, multiple sclerosis, a condition that causes the immune system to attack the spinal cord and brain. Sadly, the outlook for MS sufferers is often bleak, with severe pain and damage being the two main symptoms. In 2022, treatments for MS sufferers are much better than they were in the 2000s, although research into the condition still has a long way to go. For some sufferers, the disease limits their lives and can often decrease their lifespan. Pam and Eric knew that the outlook of this diagnosis was bleak and began to retreat into themselves even further. By 2018, Pam's condition was almost unmanageable, and while the Bealers tried to keep up good impressions, those closest to them knew that something wasn't quite right. Eugene Soloyov, who runs the Sitka Art Gallery, had known Eric and Pam for many years, and Eric had regularly given him his hand-carved wooden items to display and sell. Eugene revealed that for years, Eric had told him that when Pam's condition became too much, the pair planned to opt out. Pam could not bear to live with the condition anymore, and Eric could not bear to live without his wife. September 12, 2018, was the last time that Eric and Pam Bealer were ever seen alive. The two left their home and headed for their summer cabin on the outer coast of Jacoby Island, close to Pelican Bay. Weeks went by without any contact from the couple. Neither Eric nor Pam had made the trip into town to gather supplies, and Eric had not visited the Sitka Gallery to deliver more intricate hand carvings. It wasn't unusual for the two to be unheard of for weeks, but as a month since their last contact was slowly approaching, two friends decided to check on the couple. On October 10, 2018, two concerned friends made the journey to the Bealers' isolated cabin, only to be met by a note. The cabin had been completely abandoned, and the note taped to the front door read, "To the world and all concerned, this is to officially notify you that Eric and Pam Bealer, of their own choice and own free will, have opted out. We have gone to some effort to hide our bodies, as we do not want them found. Please do not waste time and money looking. It would serve no purpose. We are gone. Leave us to our peace. Yes, we have taken the dog with us, and we set the chickens free." Their belongings had been neatly boxed up, and there were a series of letters addressed to various friends and family members. Eric and Pam had also left behind handwritten wills asking those who had discovered the abandoned cabin to donate Eric's art to the gallery. They also requested that the proceeds from the sale of their property and anything inside should be donated to the Sitka Conservation Society. Friends and family members were devastated by the news, understandably, and the Alaskan state troopers opened an investigation. In the few months before their disappearance, Eric and Pam had spoken to a financial advisor about their wills, and the advisor told the troopers that there was no indication of what was to come. Eugene, the owner of the gallery, had attempted to talk to Eric multiple times, and some articles mentioned that Eric and Pam's family members were possibly aware of Eric's plans. Jonathan Taylor, an Alaskan State Trooper spokesperson, told KTOO, "I did not locate any sign of Pamela or Eric from the air or on the ground. We have not found any evidence or indication as to where they might be. And given the very clear nature of the notes that were left behind, it seems apparent that we might not actually be able to help them." The search for Pam and Eric Bealer was officially suspended, and the couple was declared deceased in absentia a year later in June 2019. Those who knew and loved the Bealers still have many questions that linger, and likely their bodies will never be found. If you or anyone you know is struggling with thoughts like these, please reach out. You're not alone, and there are hundreds of support networks available. Here are some numbers that you can call for help. In the U.S., 1-800-273-8255. In the UK, 116-123 or 999. In New Zealand, 1737. Mexico, 55-5259-8121. Ireland, 116-123. France, 3114. Germany, 112. Canada, 1-833-456-4566. And in Australia, 131114. You are loved and cared about. Number 4, Fred Frowens. 49-year-old Fred Frowens was last seen at the Timberline Lodge on March 2, 2003 at around 10 a.m. Fred had planned to go snowshoeing to Hogsback on Mount Hood, a ridge that sits at an elevation of around 10,400 to 11,000 feet in the state of Oregon. His wife, Marion, and his 2 children were waiting for him, and before he left, he told his wife that he would be back at the parking lot by 5 p.m., and that if he wasn't there, she could assume that something had gone terribly wrong. Fred's last words served as an eerie prediction of what was to come. As 5 p.m. came around and there was no sign of Fred in the parking lot, Marion began to panic. With snow raining down from the skies and temperatures plummeting, she knew she had to act fast. The Clackamas County, Oregon Sheriff's Department was called in and the search for Fred began. By the next morning, over 50 search and rescue and law enforcement personnel had arrived to help search for Fred. An article for the Oregonian notes that the searchers moved through the wilderness, blowing whistles and air horns and following shoe prints. Witnesses were interviewed who placed Fred on Mount Hood sometime on the afternoon he disappeared. Searchers battled with the harsh conditions to keep on searching, and the National Guard's air ambulance was forced to call off their search after the weather became too severe. As snowstorms moved in and out of the area, searchers went back into the wilderness hoping to find any sign of Fred, but there was nothing there. By March 27, 2003, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office had officially called off the search, telling the Associated Press, "We have determined that the likelihood of his survivability is down to nothing, and for us to send those people out in these conditions would only put them in harm's way. The snow is coming down at approximately 4 inches an hour, the avalanche danger is extreme, there are whiteout conditions at about 5,000 feet, and my resource groups are exhausted." Fred's family were understandably devastated when the search was called off and would tell investigators that while Fred was an experienced mountaineer, he had little to no winter experience. Also, on the day that Fred disappeared, he had declined to take his phone or an MLU, which is a mountain locator unit, which transmits a signal should the hiker become lost. Marion said, "He would rather get somewhere on foot than travel by any sort of machine because he likes the independence of it and to be where other people aren't. He doesn't like using electronics or equipment." Authorities believe that if Fred had been carrying an MLU or PLB, he would have likely been found within hours of him going missing. Alongside not carrying a GPS tracker or any kind of electronic equipment, Fred was also poorly prepared for the conditions and a possible overnight stay on Mount Hood. According to the Charlie Project, all he was carrying was some apples and 2 water bottles. With heavy snowfall and strong winds reaching over 100 miles an hour, it's unlikely that Fred survived the night on Mount Hood, but no sign of his remains has ever been found. There was a glimmer of hope for Fred's family in August of 2003 when remains were found in the Zigzag Canyon area on Mount Hood. Initially, it was revealed that these remains belonged to Fred based on the items of clothing recovered. However, just days later, this statement was retracted, saying that they belonged to another young man. This announcement once again brought up those painful memories for the Frauens, and as of 2022, Fred remains missing. Fred Frauen is described as a white male with brown hair and wears glasses. He was last seen carrying some apples and 2 water bottles and was wearing a Gore-Tex jacket and pants. Anyone with any information, or if you might have seen Fred prior to his going missing, please contact the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office at 503-655-8218. Number 3, Kenneth Eldon Funk. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information available about who Kenneth Eldon Funk was as a person, and there are very few articles or websites that even mention his disappearance. It appears as though Kenneth's disappearance has been lost to time. Could say the disappearance has disappeared. But while the world might not have known his name before, we hope they do now. 57-year-old Kenneth Eldon Funk worked as a slot machine technician at the Sunset Station Hotel in Henderson, Nevada. Kenneth was married and the couple had 3 children, and from the information given, it appears as though they were a normal, happy family. On June 19, 2004, Kenneth, his wife, and the family ventured down to Lake Mead, situated just outside the confines of the Las Vegas City Lights. What should have been a day filled with family fun quickly turned into a nightmare. As the family were boating on the water, a large wave struck the boat, sending Kenneth's wife overboard. At the time of the incident, she was not wearing a life jacket, so Kenneth grabbed one and jumped into the lake after to try and save her. Unfortunately, Kenneth had severely underestimated the power of the waters below, and both he and his wife were split up from their boat within minutes. With a strong gust pushing the boat further out in the water, all the pair could do was tread water and wait to be saved. After 40 minutes had passed, Kenneth told his wife to let go. This was the last time Kenneth was ever seen again. Thankfully, Kenneth's wife, who was not named in any of the articles we found, was rescued by park rangers in the hours after her ordeal, as the other family members on the lake that day had flagged them down. By the time she was rescued and park rangers began looking for Kenneth, he was simply gone. Authorities believe, naturally, that he may have drowned, but the circumstances surrounding Kenneth's disappearance just don't quite make sense. We don't know why Kenneth told his wife to let go when help was just around the corner. Kenneth Eldon Funk is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes, standing approximately 5'11" tall and weighing 210 pounds. He was last seen wearing a swimsuit, and anyone with any information, or if you may have seen Kenneth on that day, you're asked to please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 and reference case number 120-223-2179. Number 2, David Bird Thompson. David Bird Thompson lived a wild and varied life. In 1969, he left his home in Hopkins, Minnesota, and went to Vietnam as a United Press International correspondent. According to the website Find Dave, which was created by his youngest brother, David suffered an accident sometime in 1962 or 1964, which left him with a shortened left leg, a shortened left arm, and a shattered left shoulder. These injuries saw him classified as disabled. However, the Army still allowed David to sign up under the order that he would only be placed into a combat role if it was absolutely necessary. David had always had a keen interest in journalism, and after the war was over, he lived in various European countries, all while continuing to write. In 1979, Dave's book, In the Shining Mountains, was published, but before he could enjoy any of the success that came with it, he disappeared. According to his younger brother, Dave had been struggling with his mental health in the lead-up to his disappearance. His family reported that he had been suffering from depression, along with mild delusions following the loss of his older brother, Mike. His family were deeply concerned for David, but before he could receive any help, it was already too late. According to reports, David was last seen on Highway 7 and Williston Road in Minnetonka, Minnesota, on July 1, 1979. Since then, David has not made contact with his family, and they are still desperately searching for answers. In his blog, Dave's younger brother Peter details how it wasn't unusual for him to go off camping for a while, but when months had passed without any contact, they knew something was horribly wrong. David had been experiencing bizarre delusions, and his family began calling around hospitals and even mental health institutions, wondering whether he had been admitted. Unfortunately, these calls yielded no results, and at one point, David's younger brother even called up with an elaborate Social Security plan to see if David had used his number or had another registered address elsewhere. David's family have never stopped looking for him, as evidenced in the blogs and website posts written by his family members. Numerous psychics have even been contacted over the years, with Dave's family desperate to find any trace of him. What is interesting to note that Dave left behind his second book, The Solar Kid, which was only 3/4 finished. But why would he leave his almost finished book behind? Some have speculated that David may have even wanted to live like the character from his first book, In the Shining Mountains. The Charlie Project summarized the book as being about a man who seeks to live like an old-fashioned mountain man, but finds his dream intruded upon by modern society. So, did David want to live off the grid and away from the struggles and pressures of modern life? Or did something happen to him while he was hitchhiking? We still don't know where David was headed when he was hitchhiking, and over the years there have been precious few viable leads to follow. At one point, David's younger brother Peter began conducting his own investigation, which is chronicled in his blog posts. His family also began to look at John Does in the area and all across the U.S., but so far, no leads have ever come of this. In the final part of his blog, Peter wrote, "In June 2014, I started this website. I'm putting everything I know about Dave's disappearance on it. I hope soon to have a crowdfunding sourcing site to increase the amount of the reward money. The reward would go to the first person to find Dave Thompson. I'm not seeking justice anymore, just closure. David Bird Johnson is described as a white male with brown hair and blue eyes, standing approximately 5 foot 9 inches tall, and weighed between 175 and 185 pounds when he went missing. David may go by the names Bird or even Chris, and has the following injuries: a scar on his right elbow, a fractured right arm, his left leg is 3/8 of an inch shorter than the right, and his left arm is shorter than his right due to his shattered left shoulder. David also suffers from scoliosis and was battling depression and was having delusions at the time of his disappearance. Anyone with any information at all, no matter how insignificant it may seem, is asked to please contact the Minnetonka Police Department at 952-939-8500 and reference case number 920000446. And finally, number 1, William Thomas Ukiah Duncan. William Thomas Ukiah Duncan was last seen near Dry Creek, past the Mount Hagen Wildlife Management Area off Mill Creek Road in Anaconda, Montana, on May 27, 2012. Dry Creek is mostly known for its fishing access to the Clark Fork River, and it provides a peaceful escape from the outside world. In the years before his disappearance, William, who goes by Will, had moved to 7th Street in Billings, Montana from Anaconda. His friends and family described him as a keen and experienced outdoorsman who knew how to survive in the wilderness and was always looking for his next big adventure. But when he failed to make contact with his family following his outing in May of 2012, they knew something was wrong. His family recalled to the Billings Gazette how it wasn't unusual for Will to go into the mountains for sometimes months at a time, but this time, in May, he did not call or leave a message to let them know where he was going. A search of his home didn't produce any notes or clues, and when his family tried to call him, they were taken straight to his voicemail, meaning his phone had either been turned off or had run out of battery power. As weeks passed by and there was no word from Will, his family decided to contact the Anaconda Deer Lodge County Law Enforcement Agency to report him officially missing on June 19, 2012. Law enforcement officials, along with personnel from the Pentler Search and Rescue, performed a ground search of Dry Creek, but no clues were found. One article for the Billings Gazette mentions that the Montana Highway Patrol were due to be called in to use their helicopter to scan the area, although it has not been confirmed whether this search ever took place. According to NamUs, Will's truck was found abandoned on Dry Creek Road and had been abandoned for at least 3 weeks before he had been officially reported missing on June 19, 2012. William Thomas Ukiah Duncan is described as a white male with brown hair and blue eyes, stands 5 foot 6 inches tall, and weighs 165 pounds. He may also go by the names William Ukiah Duncan or William W. Duncan. Anyone with any information at all is asked to please contact the Anaconda Deer Lodge County Police Department at 406-563-5241 and reference case number 212-CR-000-3587. Hello, friends. The following is an excerpt from my latest book, National Park Mysteries and Disappearances, Volume 1, The Great Smoky Mountains National Park, from the chapter titled Of Wild Men and Feral Cannibals. Now, for decades, tales of mysterious people inhabiting the deep woods of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park have persisted. These range all the way from reports of hairy wild men to entire families or groups of inbred feral cannibals. For some theorists, shall we say, these wild, feral people are said to account for the unexplained disappearances in the national park. In particular, they've been blamed for the disappearance of young Dennis Martin, the 6-year-old boy who vanished near Cades Cove area in June of 1969. A cryptic YouTube channel named South Force 10 elaborates on this theory and even claims to have inside knowledge, stating that some of his relatives in the area were hired by the government to hunt these people at one time. Even retired park ranger and legendary tracker Dwight McCarter, who was the lead in the Dennis Martin disappearance and many others during his long career, admit that there are wild men who live deep within the recesses of the national park. Some claim that these wild men are in fact the cryptid creature also known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Now, there have been Bigfoot sightings throughout the whole of Appalachia, So if the creature does indeed exist, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park would be the perfect area for it or them to inhabit. The Cherokee have legends and stories of these, what they called hairy giants, who were already inhabitants of the land before the Cherokee came into the area thousands of years ago. Other people claim that these wild men, some say that they're wild women and children too, are not Bigfoot at all, but rather inbred and untamed humans that have lived their entire lives deep in the woods. They dress in animal skins, hunt and forage for their food, build their own shelters, and so on. Naturally, they don't take kindly to strangers and have been known to kill any interlopers who dare to enter their secret domain, whether by accident or design. And they've been known to eat them as well. Yes, that's correct. The rumors and legends and tales from the dark hills and hollers of the Great Smoky Mountains, as well as other parts of Appalachia, these people are not only isolated, inbred, and demented, they lean towards cannibalism as well. Although the average person might tell you that this is preposterous and there's no way humans, even wild, hairy, inbred ones that have the occasional craving for human flesh, could hide out in the mountains undetected, I counter with this. Have you ever been to the Smokies? Now, I'm not talking about Gatlinburg or any of the touristy areas. I'm not even talking about the myriad of trails that run through the park, which are hiked by millions of hikers every year. I'm talking about deep in the woods, really deep. There are places off trail that it's possible no human has ever set foot, not even the settlers or Cherokee or possibly even Bigfoot, if he exists. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park covers over 500,000 acres. Let that number settle in. 500,000. 522,427 acres, to be exact, as per the National Park Service website. Unless you've been in those deep, deep woods, where there are no trails, no markers, no anything other than you and the forest, it's almost impossible to comprehend just how vast this wilderness is indeed. Now, the ruggedness of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which sits on the border of eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, in fact, it's almost evenly divided between the two states. It has to be not only seen, but experienced to be believed. It's in these giant old-growth forests, so far away from civilization, that you begin to realize just how small and infinitesimal a person is compared to the wilderness. There's no wonder people die out there, especially those that are ill-equipped and ill-prepared. Now, I said all that to say this. There are plenty of places, truly an almost innumerable amount of places, that a person or even a group of persons could hide out for an indefinite amount of time. If you had the basic rough necessities, food, water, shelter, which are all in abundance here if you know what you're doing, there would be no reason to ever leave these woods. Case in point, Eric Robert Rudolph, also known as the Olympic Park Bomber, successfully hid out in the Nantahala National Forest, which is a 533,000-acre expansive wilderness in western North Carolina and along the Appalachian Trail heading toward the Smokies. Rudolph managed to elude the FBI for 5 years. 5 years. And was only caught in 2003 because he left the forest and was rummaging through a trash dumpster in Murphy, North Carolina, outside a grocery store, where he was spotted by a rookie police officer who recognized him from the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. Now, if this man with only what appears to be minimal survival skills managed 5 years, imagine the skill set of someone who has never left these woods in their entire lives. As a possibility, it must be considered. Recently, in January and early February of 2021, the internet virtually exploded with a sudden flurry of YouTube videos with theories concerning ongoing tales of feral people in our national parks, forests, and wilderness areas. Also, on the social media platform TikTok, a user named Ariel released a chilling video about a strange incident she had personally experienced at or near the Big Bend National Park in West Texas. In the chilling video, which quickly went viral, Ariel claimed that while camping with her family, they proceeded to spend one night in the Basin Lodge. It was during this night when her story takes a strange twist. Late into the night, Ariel says she began to hear screams from off in the distance. Now, amidst these bone-chilling screams, she also states she heard a woman screaming, "We're going to die."
We're gonna die.
And also the words, "I love you. Just know that."
I love you. Just know that.
Ariel also says she heard what sounded like a child screaming, "Mommy," as well as adults yelling for help, and someone pleading, "Call a ranger."
Call a ranger.
Now, Ariel notified the park rangers and the police, but to no avail. Supposedly, they found nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning, Ariel states that she made further inquiries about the astonishing incident. However, park rangers as well as park employees claimed to have absolutely no knowledge of what she was talking about. Ariel's video opened the floodgates, and other users of social media began sharing their own personal experiences regarding strange happenings in national parks. While there are, naturally, no official reports or documentation at all to back up these wild claims, the stories persist. While the previous encounter doesn't necessarily point toward feral people as the culprits, it does fuel rumors that many hideous and unspeakable things that happen in these national parks are covered up, either by the Park Service, the government, or both. Some theories even claim that these wild, feral people were the reason that the national parks were created in the first place. A place where these people could be contained and kept away from regular society to prevent attacks on innocent citizens while letting them live out their wild, feral lives. Still, other theories claim that these feral people are not actually people at all, but rather, as we mentioned earlier, some type of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, or perhaps, if you can imagine it, even a Bigfoot human hybrid. Now, there are some First Nations stories, which they're reticent to talk about, of course, that some of their women did mate with these hairy beasts from the forest. Now, this harkens back to the stories of places like Ape Canyon in Washington state, where in the 1920s, miners claimed to have been trapped in their cabin and attacked by a group of what they described as hairy ape men. In the 1800s, near the Glastonbury Mountain area of Vermont in what's known as the Bennington Triangle, a stagecoach had stopped due to the road being washed out. While attempting to dig the coach out, the driver noticed large bare footprints in the mud, much too large to be a human. Suddenly and without warning, a creature leapt from the surrounding woods and flipped the stagecoach on its side. Now that took some power. The frightened passengers claimed that the beast peered into the windows, then screamed and ran off into the woods. The creature was later described as large, black, hairy, standing over 6 feet tall, and walked and ran on 2 legs. So what are these weird inhabitants of our national parks? Are they Bigfoot, feral cannibal humans, or some strange combination thereof? Whatever you believe or don't believe, that's up to you. But stay alert and stay safe next time you're out there in the woods. Take precautions, take protection, take a friend. But live to tell the tale.
Helicopters flew over the rugged mountains near Lincoln, New Hampshire for 4 days, and search and rescue crews went out looking on foot. But it wasn't until Friday night that a couple of amateur hikers found 70-year-old Chris Staff.
I just got disoriented. I got on the wrong side of, there was washouts and things like that, and I couldn't find the right path. I'd see people across the river and, I'd tell them I'm in distress, and one guy told me to come across, and I thought I had it. I thought I had somebody that's going to help me. I don't know if they're real or not, because I crossed the river and nobody's there.
Lost in the woods for nearly a month, 25-year-old Lisa Ferris beat all odds, living off berries and mushrooms and drinking from creeks to survive.
back from the dead.
When I woke up and didn't comprehend what had happened.
Hiker Michael Napinski was lifeless when Navy crews found him in Mount Rainier National Park last weekend, lost overnight in below freezing conditions.
Just got a complete whiteout.
The rescue team flew him to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle when his pulse stopped. Doctors jumping into action, administering CPR after 45 long minutes, finally jump-starting his heart.
I'm extremely grateful to everybody here at the hospital for not giving up on me. I'm alive and breathing. And
well, the big question police are asking tonight is still simply how 49-year-old Constantino Stanifilippidis wound up missing here at Whiteface Mountain and turned up alive nearly 3,000 miles away 6 days later in Sacramento, California.
Amanda Eller, a physical therapist who was lost on a hike in Maui, telling her story tonight for the first time since she was found after going missing for 17 days.
I haven't even had time to think or integrate or figure out really what the heck happened in there. That's a very grounded way to put it, getting like disoriented in the forest. But there was something bigger at play, you know? So Mako Forest in particular, there's something very tricky there.
Tonight, rescuers are calling it a miracle. A teenager surviving 8 days alone in the Washington wilderness on creek water and berries.
Sons John Koparski and Jonas Irwin feared the worst after rescue missions by land and sea turned into recovery efforts for their parents, Carol and Ian. Family and officials say it was thanks to the couple's background in the outdoors that helped them survive.
Mom's like an herbalist, like a mushroom hunter. My dad, with his background in mountaineering, they know how to like find things and eat. So they were eating like some part of a fern.
My mother said, I lost a shoe. So I was walking with one shoe, and then I lost the other shoe, and I kept walking in my socks, and then I got tired of walking in my socks, so then I was walking bare feet for a while, and she's 77 years old.
He was laying his body flat into that awful thorny crap, which poison oak, you name it, so that Carol could go over him.
Police and 19-year-old Madison Popalizio never came home Sunday after hiking on Mount Algonquin. More than 60 people set out to search for them Monday, fighting their way through deep snow and rough terrain. 36 hours after they went missing, the hikers were airlifted from just below the 5,000-foot summit.
Tonight, the miraculous rescue of Cheryl Powell, finally surrounded by family again. The 60-year-old who went missing in Central California's White Mountains, found alive just hours ago, 3 days after she vanished in the wilderness.
A remarkable story of survival. New details tonight about a mother from the San Fernando Valley who was stranded in Utah's Zion National Park. I mean, she was missing for nearly 2 weeks before she was finally rescued.
Now, we're all familiar with cases where people have gone missing in the forest, having left no trace and are never seen again. But what of the people who went missing and have returned? In many instances, these people tend to be unable to remember what happened during their ordeal. Now, this is understandable in the case of small children, but it's a common situation with adults who've gone missing and returned as well. Oftentimes, though, even those who do remember are reticent to talk about what happened when they were missing. Now, this may sound odd, but when you hear the stories of those who are willing to talk about it, it starts to make more sense. Presented here are 13 stories of those who have disappeared, yet lived to return and share their bizarre tales. Let's begin. Robert Singley. Now, if you ask the locals in Bennington, Vermont, they'll tell you there's something very wrong with Glastonbury Mountain. That particular stretch of the Appalachian Trail has caused many investigators into the paranormal to come to some pretty ominous conclusions because of all the people who have gone missing there, never to be seen again. Some call it the Bennington Triangle, a reference to the Bermuda Triangle, where not only people but planes and ships go mysteriously missing, never to be seen again, with no rhyme, reason, or explanation. There are also tales told of a Bennington monster, which attacks humans and abducts them, leaving no trace they were ever there. Others still talk of the Native American stories of rocks that open up and swallow people whole in this place, as this is where the four winds meet. None of this seemed to be of any concern, though, to 27-year-old UBC music teacher Robert Singley when he decided to go for a hike one Sunday afternoon a couple of years ago. Robert hiked the trail often when he lived in Bennington and never had any strange experiences or problems. He hiked Harbor Road in Woodford Hollow and had a pleasant enough time despite the cold temperature. However, while he made his way back to his car, he suddenly became very disoriented. He attempted to make a fire once he realized he was lost, and because darkness was falling, he didn't stand much chance of making it back to his car until daylight came. However, his attempts were futile because of the rain that suddenly started almost immediately upon Robert losing his way. As his girlfriend at home worried, Robert struggled to gain an understanding of what happened, why he had so suddenly become confused and disoriented. Robert stated, "I still think I got sucked through some sort of space-time continuum." He often took these long hikes, but on this day, fog came out of nowhere, and it was instantly dark, seemingly much before the time of nightfall. Robert couldn't explain how he managed to just lose the trail he was so steadily walking on only seconds before. He spent the night underneath a tree and somehow made his way out the following day. He is one of the lucky ones. This exact spot is where Paula Weldon, a Bennington College sophomore, was last seen alive 62 years ago. There's something about random inclement weather in these cases, kind of like Mother Nature is playing a game. Seems that in a lot of missing person cases, immediately once a search starts, foul weather comes in. Now, what is causing all these seemingly healthy and somewhat experienced hikers to suddenly and for no apparent reason become disoriented and start wandering through deep woods instead of sticking to their trails? That's a question we may never have an answer to, but let's move on. Christopher Staff. Christopher Staff, a 70-year-old man from Dorchester, Massachusetts, went hiking alone in New Hampshire's White Mountains. He decided to embark on the very challenging 31-mile Pemigewasset Loop Trail with no problems or concerns. He had even called his wife the following day and told her he would be home by that evening. He seemed in good spirits and as though the hike had been going well. Later that evening, after receiving no further word from Christopher, his wife called the authorities and reported him missing. A large-scale rescue effort was put in effect with 18 teams, including nearly 30 officers and volunteers, all out scouring the trail and surrounding areas looking for any sign of Christopher. Fear for his life and well-being mounted as the days passed by, and no sign was found that Christopher had even been in these woods or along this trail. However, the following Friday, 5 days after Christopher had initially set out for his hike and seemingly disappeared without a trace, he was found just sitting on a log, covered in scratches, blisters, and bug bites, and was only able to walk to the rescue vehicles with assistance. When questioned about what happened, Christopher stated, "I'm still trying to sort it all out." Christopher was an experienced hiker of more than 40 years and thought he had been well prepared for most anything that would come up while he completed the hike of a lifetime after turning 70 years old. Christopher was less than 5 miles from the end of the 31-mile loop when something went very wrong. He says he suddenly became disoriented on the path and couldn't find the right way to go. He had lost his backpack, which contained water, and had to resort to drinking from the river. Now, this may or may not have had to do with him then spending the next 3 to 4 days hallucinating. "I didn't know where I was," he says. "I thought I came home. I thought I came to get my wife's car. All kinds of crazy things." Christopher had lost 25 pounds and was found less than 5 miles away from the road where his car was left. He just couldn't move anymore. He even mentioned hallucinating while at the river that he saw and heard searchers coming to get him and looking for him. However, when he would blink, they would be gone. "I just kept reliving it," Christopher says. He knew Friday would be his last day if help hadn't arrived by then. He was seemingly traumatized from the event and hasn't really recovered. Now, how does someone end up hallucinating like this suddenly and out of the clear blue sky? Christopher had just turned 70 years old, but was in great shape and healthy, so what caused him to simply give up and sit on a rock when he was so close to help the whole time. After all the wandering he had done, was 5 miles really that far for him to traverse to get to the main road? Was whatever made him sick and disoriented somehow stopping him from going on? What could have possibly caused such vivid hallucinations? Story after story, it's the same thing. Point of separation or going out alone and becoming disoriented and hallucinating. Here's another one. Michael St. Laurent. 45-year-old construction safety worker and experienced hiker Michael St. Laurent went missing for 9 days in the wilderness of the North Vancouver backwoods. He scribbled pertinent information about himself onto his arm. His birth date, name, and social insurance number were sloppily scrawled there just in case he didn't make it out of the woods alive. This all started on November 13, 2011, near the Grouse Mountain Skyride, where, while hiking a trail, he suddenly and without warning became confused and disoriented, not knowing where he was going, and what was and was not even real. Michael's account is somewhat confusing and even contradictory, as he states he was hallucinating so badly for most of the time, it was hard for him to recall most of what had occurred during his 9 days of hell in the woods. Michael had planned to hike a roughly 8-hour round-trip trail. However, he was somehow held up and forced to spend the night in the deep wilderness. Fortunately for him, he happened to have not only a dry change of clothes, but a tarp with him, and managed to stay at least partially dry and semi-warm in the frigid Vancouver winter cold. Michael even prepared for a 2-day trip, though he expected to only stay one, assuming he would be fine and ahead of the game in case anything unforeseen came up. Unfortunately for him, something did. It lasted much longer than the 2 days, though. Michael's mind was so foggy and muddled, however, that after becoming lost and veering off the main trail, he couldn't even manage to find any kindling there in the woods, despite the ability to make a fire by hand. For the next 7 days, he wandered aimlessly around the woods, dehydrated, hypothermic, and vividly hallucinating nonstop. He said his hallucinations included being at work, driving home, and even sitting down for a meal in his favorite restaurant. After just 3 days, he thought it had been 3 weeks. Although there were numerous hikers who passed through the area within view of him, Michael was seemingly totally unable to communicate with them in any way. Not for lack of trying, though, as he says he called out for help and did everything he could to get their attention, but to no avail. It was almost like he was invisible to anyone and everyone who passed him by. The only thing the searchers believed saved him was his somehow remarkable ability to remember to cover himself at night with a tarp. At times, he had even had to crawl as he developed a condition from wearing soaked footwear called trench foot. When speaking to the media after being rescued, Michael told them he had seen and heard the searchers looking for him, but was unable to communicate with them and gain their attention, and somehow he claimed they hadn't been able to see or hear him at all. The search and rescue teams deny ever being anywhere near the area Michael stated he saw and heard them. What prompted Michael to write down his personal information on his arm, just in case? He said himself it was a regular day and he had the entire hike planned out. Is it just a coincidence that this is yet another semi-experienced hiker who, for one reason or another, was separated from his group and ended up lost in the woods? What is prompting these people to put themselves in harm's way like this? Lisa Theris. 25-year-old Alabama resident and radiology student Lisa Theris had a couple of strikes against her already as far as anyone finding her when she became lost in the woods in Midway, Alabama, for an entire month in July of 2017. She had severe bipolar disorder, and because of the crowd she was recently hanging out with, most who knew her thought she was just trying to get away for a while. After not being able to reach her at all in 5 days, her father eventually called the police and reported her missing. After searching the most obvious places and coming up with no sign of her, the police then caught up with the last 2 people known to have been in her company, who were also wanted in connection with the robbery of a hunting lodge. When the authorities finally did catch up with these 2 men, one of them claimed the other killed Lisa and had disposed of her body. This led investigators to bring dogs into the woods behind a local Walmart where she may or may not have last been seen, and where the 2 men said they had last seen her. The other man said she was not murdered, but had jumped out of the truck and ran into the woods for no apparent reason the last night they had been with her. Because of the conflicting stories given by the two men and their shady and criminal reputations, police decided to go ahead with the cadaver dog search of the woods. After all, Lisa had been missing an entire month, and the likelihood she could survive out there in the wilderness for that long was slim. Eventually, Lisa was pronounced dead, even as the police still searched for her body. 2 days after this pronouncement, however, Lisa stumbled into the road in front of a random vehicle that just happened to be driving by at that time. Lisa had collapsed onto the roadway and an ambulance was called. She was completely naked, covered in sunburns and bug bites, and it was said she wouldn't have lasted another day had she not made her way somehow to the main road to be found and given medical attention. She had lost 50 pounds, and it was considered miraculous that she had even survived at all. Her condition was barely stable. When she was finally able to recount her harrowing ordeal, she gave an extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical story about what she had been through. She claims to have survived from eating wild mushrooms and berries and drinking muddy and mucky stream water. When asked how she had come to be in the woods in the first place, Lisa states she believes she was drugged and left there for dead. There is some question, however, as to how Lisa could have survived based on her claims. Number one, she was legally blind and didn't have her glasses. Number two, the berries she claimed to have eaten didn't grow in that area. And thirdly, mushrooms are made mostly of water and have no calories at all. Also, she would have gotten terribly ill, if not dying altogether, from drinking the water she claims to have hydrated herself with. What really happened to Lisa? How could she have eaten berries which didn't grow in the particular area? Was she making it all up, or had she possibly slipped into another dimension or something? Those are questions to which we may never have the answers. Michael Napinski. 45-year-old Michael Napinski of Woodinville, Washington, went on a hike in Mount Rainier with a friend on November 7, 2020. The two decided to separate below the Muir snowfield, with Michael snowshoeing to Paradise and his friend continuing on skis to Camp Muir. They were going to meet up at a designated time down near Paradise, close to where Michael was heading to. Suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere, Michael reports the weather turned to extreme whiteout conditions, which prohibited him from being able to see even an inch in front of his face. Obviously, this made it impossible for him to go any further. He recalls taking very small and easy steps to get himself slowly down the mountain, while still seeing nothing but the whiteout conditions ahead of him. This is the last thing he remembers before becoming confused about the next course of events. He says he thinks he fell, but can't be sure as he totally blacked out and has no memory of what actually occurred while he was blindly snowshoeing through the blizzard conditions. Needless to say, Michael didn't make it back to meet his friend near Paradise that evening and was reported as missing. 3 National Park search teams went out and conducted full searches of the area throughout the night, and because the temperatures being 16 degrees Fahrenheit and the whiteout causing minimal to no visibility, the searches were called off for the night. Early Sunday morning, however, the search teams went back out to look for Michael, though everyone's thoughts were grim and thinking the worst at this point. Because of the cloudy weather, too, the aerial searches weren't able to be started until late Sunday afternoon, nearly 24 hours after Michael had been reported as missing by his concerned friend. Helicopter searchers finally found Michael Napinski in the Nisqually River drainage, and by the time foot searchers got to him about an hour after he was first sighted, he was unconscious. He had a pulse, though weak as it was, when he reached the hospital, but went into cardiac arrest very shortly after arriving. The doctors began using the most advanced form of artificial life support available, which included bypassing his heart and lungs. Miraculously, or some say coincidentally due to the location where he went missing and all the strangeness surrounding Mount Rainier itself, Michael was legally deceased for 45 minutes, yet was able to be brought back to life with no long-term negative effects. Although he remained unconscious for 2 days after his heart started beating again, Michael did wake up and come back to life suffering some frostbite and bruises and scratches, all of which will heal. Is it just a coincidence that this man, who had all of the same bizarre and seemingly random symptoms as so many of the other cases we've talked about here, was miraculously able to return from the dead after 45 minutes? That's not even supposed to be possible. What is really going on here? Danny Philippides. On February 7, 2018, Danny Philippides ventured from his home in Toronto, Canada, to the Whiteface Mountains of New York for a seemingly typical ski trip with some co-workers. The 49-year-old firefighter went missing on the mountain when he separated from the group to go to his car and retrieve his cell phone, which he had initially forgotten to bring with him. He went off by himself, figuring he would be right back and go back to having fun with his friends and colleagues. However, that isn't what happened at all, and despite little bits and pieces that have come out since, we will perhaps never really know what happened to Danny Philippides. Despite having no memory of what happened after he started back down the mountain to go to his car for the phone, he believes he took a wrong turn on a children's ski slope. The doctors would later confirm that he did seem to be suffering from a head injury, but even that doesn't explain where Danny ended up after leaving his friends to run the quick and seemingly harmless errand. Once Danny was reported missing, a manhunt of epic proportions set out to try and find him. At least 6 government agencies joined the 2 local ski patrols and several volunteers in the search. Eventually, more than 135 volunteers searched the area he was last seen and the route he should have taken to his car, which was still parked in the exact same spot he had left it, with the cell phone inside, for a total of 7,000 hours, but to no avail. How could they possibly have known that Danny was at that time in a big rig truck hitchhiking across the country to California? Danny also remembers being dropped off in Sacramento, still wearing his ski clothes and with a brand new cell phone and, inexplicably, a haircut. He was eventually found wandering around the Sacramento Airport rental car facility's parking lot. He had absolutely no idea or clue as to how he ended up there or why. The authorities found him got the surprise of a lifetime when they learned he was the subject of a massive manhunt all the way on the other side of the country. Obviously, so did Danny upon learning the same information. What happened in those 6 days? Where did Danny get the haircut and the new iPhone? And what could have possibly led him all the way across a foreign country like that? More than 2 years later, and these questions still haven't been answered. They may never be either, as Danny has since chosen to remain quiet about the ordeal and has gone back to work in Toronto as a firefighter. Unfortunately, so many of these people who go missing and are found under extraordinary circumstances choose to remain silent about what they encountered, even the ones who remember very clearly. Is this another symptom caused by who or what is doing this to these people? The inability to express what happened? Or is it that there are just no words in our vocabulary to explain what they might have seen or experienced? Amanda Eller. Amanda Eller is a 35-year-old physical therapist and yoga instructor who wanted to go and explore the Makawao Forest Reserve on the northern side of Maui, Hawaii, on May 9, 2019. What was supposed to be a 3-mile relaxing hike to help her get closer to nature ended up turning into a 3-week ordeal that had her fighting for her life. Ellen was reported missing when she never showed back up when she said she would, and when her car was spotted parked near a vast forest reserve in Hawaii, it prompted thousands of volunteers to come out and start immediately searching the vast jungles and streams in the surrounding areas. On a Friday afternoon, 17 days after she first headed out on her hike, and less than an hour after her family had announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to her whereabouts, Ms. Eller was found with sunburn, scrapes, a torn ligament in her knee, and a broken leg. She was malnourished, but she was alive. So what happened to Amanda Eller? How had she become so lost so quickly on what was seemingly a simple and easy, relaxing trail walk through which she had gone many times before without any problems? Now, it's true the area of the reserve is 2,000 acres and has such thick vegetation and brush it needs to be hacked with machetes, but Amanda was on a trail. Here's what she had to say. Amanda claimed she was just going on the short trail walk, which she had done many times before and was really enjoying it. It was just a typical thing on a typical day. As she went off the path at one point to sit and rest, she became disoriented and confused. She stated a very strange gut instinct was pulling her into the opposite direction than the one she was familiar with and knew was right. She decided to go the way towards where she thought her car was, figuring if she just walked towards there, at least she would have a handle on where she was headed. She ended up hiking from around 10:30 a.m. that morning until midnight that night in a desperate search for her car. She admits being ready to just give up and stop trying, but claims as soon as she did, she would hear a certain very loud and strong insistent voice telling her that if she wanted to live, she needed to keep going. She stated, "As soon as I would doubt my intuition and try to go another way than where it was telling me, something would stop me. A branch would fall on me, I'd stub my toe, or I'd trip. So it seems the same gut instinct that seemed to have initially led her astray was in fact now leading her back to where she needed to be, back on the right path." Many people have started to believe that Amanda had actually been abducted. Her cell phone, water bottles, and wallet were all left behind in her car. On the third day, she'd given up looking for her car and decided to start looking for water instead. However, she fell off a 20-foot cliff and tore the ligament in her knee, while the very next day, she lost her shoes in a flash flood. She was only wearing a tank top and yoga pants to begin with, and the injury and loss of her shoes slowed her down considerably. At night, she covered herself with ferns and branches and leaves. She even spent one night in a wild boar's den. She survived by eating almost anything she could find, things that were identifiable and some that weren't. She even ate moths that landed on her body. She began to crawl instead of walking and was then confronted with a seemingly impassable steep drop-off. Meanwhile, the volunteer searchers were going through their own harrowing ordeals as the search for Amanda led many of them into fast-moving streams and had them rappelling into ravines. Some even killed aggressive wild boars and searched the dead animals' intestines for Amanda's body parts. At least one searcher was attacked by a wild boar but managed to get away and survive. Amanda stated later that she had seen and heard multiple helicopters, but despite trying her best to get their attention, they never spotted her. Until eventually, one did and sent rescue. How did this woman survive so many days in the wilderness, with no shoes and with the injuries and Mother Nature seemingly against her at every single turn? Could it have been the voice she heard, loud and clear, telling her she must choose between life and death? If so, who or what was it? Luckily, Amanda chose life. Gia Fuda. 18-year-old Giovanna Fuda, or Gia as she likes to be called, decided to go for a drive on July 24, 2020, and was headed to a town about 70 miles east of Seattle. The teenager just wanted to go and take a short road trip alone to clear her head and relax. For reasons still unknown, however, she ventured much farther than she initially set out to and ended up far past the city views of Seattle and into the wilderness and wilds of a remote area of Washington state. By 1 a.m. the next morning, when her parents had received no response back from their many phone calls and texts to Gia, and when she herself hadn't returned home or even checked in, they decided to call the authorities and report their daughter as missing. At around 10 a.m. the morning she had left her home and started her trip, she was seen on video camera in a coffee shop near the town of Index. She bought a Bigfoot keychain and left. 3 days after her disappearance, on July 27th, a transportation worker found her car nearby that shop and reported it to the police. He said he only noticed the car because of the awkward way in which it was parked. After running the license plate, the authorities found that the car was Gia's and it had run out of gas. All the doors were locked and her purse and other personal items were left inside. At this point, the police started to think foul play was involved and maybe she had been forcibly abducted. Search and rescue teams were already out and looking for her as of July 26th, but the area made it impossible to track her by pings because it was a cell phone dead zone. On August 1st, some of the searchers found Gia's belongings, such as her shoes, Bible, bag, and cell phone. These possessions were found near Scenic Creek, and just a little while later that same day, Gia was found up a steep ravine sitting on a rock next to the river. Gia stated she had panicked when her car had run out of gas and decided it would cut some of the walking distance off where she'd cut through the woods to get to a gas station. She said that she was frightened and didn't know what to do, so she grabbed what she felt was most important that she could carry and locked the rest of her possessions in her car. She was found 10 miles away from the nearest gas station. She felt that walking along the highway was too dangerous, but ended up getting lost and wandering around the forest for 9 days. She thought she was only lost for 3 days, however, as she lost her sense of time. When she was first found, Gia just kept repeating, "I don't know where I am," over and over again as if in some sort of trance. She was eventually taken to the hospital, though, and managed to get through the ordeal with no long-term effects. It didn't go unnoticed, though, to many people who investigated or looked further into the case, that Gia had purchased a Bigfoot keychain right before going through this harrowing and terrifying ordeal. Coincidence or not? Carol Kaparsky and Ian Irwin. Married couple Carol Kaparsky and Ian Irwin, aged 77 and 72 respectively, were staying in a cottage while on vacation in the Sea Haven, Inverness, California area in February of 2020 when, on their checkout date, which was the 15th, came and went without the couple ever returning home or being seen leaving. They went missing on the 14th and left belongings, including their wallets and cell phones, in their room, and their car was also still parked where it had been the last time they were seen. Little did they know their careers would come in handy while trying to survive 8 days lost in the wilderness. Carol was an herbalist and mushroom hunter, while Ian had a background in mountaineering. When the couple were reported missing, searchers scoured the area by air, boat, and land for days, but to no avail. Finally, on February 20th, officials said their search efforts were now transitioning to a recovery effort. Now, usually this means they assumed the couple were deceased and the searchers were looking to recover their bodies. Then, 8 days after they were last seen, the 22nd, the couple were miraculously found alive and mostly well in the dense terrain with only light hypothermia to recover from. Carol and Ian told authorities that they decided to go for a simple and romantic hike for Valentine's Day, but got lost in the dark. They couldn't find their way back and survived by drinking muddy puddle water. The couple is choosing to remain silent about their ordeal and said they may eventually be able to tell of how they survived a terrifying 7 nights in the Inverness wilderness. All we do know is that one point is a bit strange. Carol willingly took her shoes off, which caused Ian to have to lay down in thick thorns so she could use his body as a kind of bridge to walk across. One can only imagine what they each could have been thinking during all this, but it just doesn't seem to make much sense. Why not just keep her shoes on and walk across? Also, how does someone get so lost, even in the dark, on such a simple hiking trail that they end up in such an extremely dangerous and dense brush area? Until the couple decide to recount their harrowing ordeal, we probably won't know the answers to this one either. Maddie Popolizio and Blake Alois. Maddie Popolizio and her boyfriend Blake Alois had just reached the top of the second highest mountain in New York State, the Algonquin, when what they planned to be just a quick day hike very quickly went all wrong. According to 19-year-old Maddie, everything was fine around noon that day. The weather was beautiful, and the couple didn't foresee any trouble at all and thought it was going to be a regular hike through the beautiful scenery of the area. They couldn't have been more wrong. All of a sudden, and seemingly out of nowhere, a fog so intense, dense, and thick came over the entire mountain, leaving the two completely blind. They couldn't see an inch in front of them. Does that sound familiar? Only in this case it's fog and not the sudden whiteout of snow from a previous disappearance. Maddie stated, "As soon as we got to the top, a massive fog came over the entire summit. It was so intense I could not see my hand in front of my face. If I wasn't latched on to Blake, I would have completely lost him." Then, when a sudden snowstorm hit at the summit, the couple decided immediately that their best course of action would be to climb back down the mountain. However, whiteout conditions from the fog and snow prevented them from seeing the trail that they had followed up. They linked arms and decided then to walk towards a clearing they thought might lead to a trail back down. Unfortunately, as soon as their feet lifted off the rock they were standing on at the summit, they plummeted down 100 feet. This unfortunate turn of events landed them on the opposite side of the summit from which they had originally climbed up. Luckily, the couple landed on bent, snow-covered trees and, with their snowshoes, tried to climb back up the side of the mountain to get back up to the summit and reassess the situation. This didn't seem to be working, however. Despite wearing the snowshoes, the couple recalled, "Even with the snowshoes, we were just falling through massive amounts of snow." Terrified and with nowhere to go, the couple returned to the more secure spot they had fallen to on top of the trees. Then they built a wall of snow to try and block the wind and light Ian's backpack on fire with a fire starting kit they had with them. The intense winds and heavy snow prevented any fire or heat from being made or generated, though, and the couple feared they weren't going to make it out of this situation alive. Their phones had no power or service, and they spent the first day screaming at the top of their lungs for help, assuming they would be rescued by nightfall. However, that wasn't the case. They spent 2 more days this way, huddled together, keeping each other as warm as they could with body heat and each trying to keep the other sane. When they were finally rescued, they were located about 265 feet southeast of the mountain summit. Ground crews eventually came upon them, still on top of the bent and snow-covered trees. The couple told of how, on the first night, Maddie couldn't feel her toes because of the freezing cold snow, and in an attempt to keep her warm, Blake emptied out his backpack and zipped it up around her feet and legs. Within minutes, she regained feeling in her toes, but useful supplies such as their knife, rechargeable crank light, and 90% of their food were lost forever in the deep snow. There were multiple times where Maddie had fallen into snow which covered over the top of her head, and Blake lost his gloves pulling her out to save her life. Luckily, the couple didn't sustain any long-term injuries or effects from their strange and terrifying ordeal. Why is it that blinding weather always comes along in the blink of an eye and makes hikers unable to see and therefore puts them at risk for major injury and incapacitation? It's the same thing over and over again and completely defies any logic or explanation. Some may say Mother Nature is just a fickle woman and changes her mind on a whim, But there are others, those of us that don't believe in so much coincidence, who wonder, is there something else at play here? Cheryl Powell, 60-year-old Cheryl Powell from Huntington Beach, California, went missing for 4 days in the remote wilderness of the White Mountains near the Nevada border. She claims a knife-wielding maniac chased her into the backcountry. Cheryl reported that, as her husband set up their campsite, she decided to take their dog for a short walk. This is when she says the man accosted her. All of a sudden, some guy pops out from behind a tree or something, she said, as she described the incidents which led to her disappearance. It was scary. I was really nervous about the fact he was threatening to do my dog harm. Though she admittedly bolted right away, Cheryl says she didn't feel safe that she was alone in the woods until at least a full 24 hours later. Her disappearance kicked off an intense 4-day search by the Inyo County Sheriff's Department. They interviewed other campers in the area, Cheryl's husband, of course, and they even used a loudspeaker to call out to the couple's dog, Miley. Search and rescue also combed the area, searching on foot with dogs and conducting aerial searches as well, but all to no avail. The strange part is, though, that aside from not finding any evidence of Cheryl or her dog being anywhere in the area, there were also no reports of a suspicious person or vehicle either. Where had this man, described by Cheryl as big, burly, bald, and tan, come from? Where had he gone? Cheryl's family very quickly started urging the authorities to start working under the assumption that she had been abducted. Eventually, it was Miley the dog's barking that alerted the authorities to Cheryl's whereabouts. Aside from being very scared and extremely exhausted, Cheryl was found alive and safe. As for the knife-wielding attacker who initially chased Cheryl into the woods, there have been no reports at all besides her initial description of any suspicious persons, vehicles, or activities that day. Who or what was it that chased Cheryl? Could this be yet another reason for some of the many disappearances across the country and even the world? Why had there been no other reports at all about a suspicious-looking man? Was Cheryl somehow the only one who could see him? Even if so, what did he want, and why hadn't he given chase when Cheryl initially took off? Very odd indeed that he just let her run off and didn't give chase. Could he have been trying to lure her into the woods for another reason? Perhaps for someone or something other than himself? For now, we just don't have any answers. Alma Tolman. Alma Tolman was an Eagle Scout and experienced camper when he seemed to have vanished into thin air while on a camping outing on Antelope Island. Antelope Island, with an area of 42 square miles, is the largest of 10 islands located within the Great Salt Lake, Utah. Alma was dropped off on the island on Tuesday, April 29, 1998, and was scheduled to be picked up by his brother that Friday, May 1st. When his brother returned to pick him up, he waited several hours. As Alma's canteen and backpack were missing, his brother assumed he had gone on a hike. Eventually, though, when his brother hadn't returned, Alma's brother became very concerned he'd gotten lost or possibly injured while out hiking. Searches of the island and surrounding waters were done by boat, helicopter, and ground crews of up to 50 people. Dogs were also deployed to search, but no trace of Alma was found. There were reports of him cashing a check at a local Walmart after he'd been reported missing, and also surveillance footage of someone matching his description at a 7-Eleven in Syracuse. However, neither of these sightings could be definitively confirmed as Alma, and so the investigation went on. The strangeness of this case, however, has a total human element to it, with it later coming out that Alma actually did disappear on purpose to get out of moving to Italy that June and getting married. Seems Alma had a case of the wedding jitters and cold feet, which is kind of an extreme measure to disappear yourself for those reasons. Needless to say, Alma was found alive and well a few days later, and eventually admitting it had all been an elaborate ruse to get out of the move and the marriage. Holly Courtier. 38-year-old California mom Holly Courtier went missing in one of America's most beloved and most treacherous frontiers for 2 whole weeks without being found. Despite the media frenzy her disappearance eventually caused, nobody is really sure how Holly ended up where she did. It's speculated she was having some sort of mental breakdown as she left her house in the middle of the night without telling anyone where she was going. She later stated she was seeking a total disconnect from the world and wanted to be completely alone by herself for a while. However, Holly seemed to have gotten more than she bargained for, as, while she certainly got some time alone, the injuries she ended up suffering were strange enough, but her story doesn't make much sense either. Here's what we know about what happened to Holly Courtier at Zion State Park, and what she said when she was found on October 18, 2020. She was visibly exhausted, famished, dehydrated, had lost 15 pounds, and was found to have a concussion. What was supposed to be a brief spiritual pilgrimage turned into a fight for her life. Her disappearance is different because the widespread panic on the internet and the massive amounts of pleas for help in finding Holly and pleas from her family turned into conspiracies and hate messages, so many that the family had to cancel all social media accounts and even change their phone numbers. So, what caused all this vitriol towards a woman who simply wanted to disconnect for a little while and raise her spiritual vibration? What caused Holly to, seemingly out of nowhere, get up and sneak off like a thief in the night to simply go for a hike? According to her family, Holly is an experienced hiker who knows Zion National Park very well and is capable of surviving the extreme and rugged conditions. Holly hit her head on the sharp edge of a tree she had her hammock tied to, and this happened very shortly after arriving and starting up the first trail. This knock on the head caused extreme disorientation. After this blow to the head, she didn't have the energy to move around anymore. Despite being close to a river, Holly refused to drink the water because of concerns about toxicity. When found 2 weeks later, Holly was so dehydrated she couldn't open her mouth. Luckily, Holly was found alive and didn't have any long-term injuries, though her kidneys were barely functioning and she had an extreme lack of potassium. She did make a full recovery. One unanswered question looms, though, in both skeptics and believers of Holly's story alike. Why, when she could hear the searchers close and calling her name, when she called back to them, they never heard or saw her there? They were within feet of Holly. She was too weak to approach them, and they never noticed her yells, nor her person, sitting, literally praying she would make it out of this ordeal alive. Hello, friends. In this video, we're going to discuss the strange disappearances of some of the people you'd most likely unexpect to go missing. Park rangers. Now, we're using parks as a broad term in the scope of this video, as it could include lands protected culturally or historically, including national parks, state parks, and other designated wildlife, wilderness, and recreational areas. Different countries use different names for this position. Warden is the favorite term in Canada, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. Within the United States, the National Park Service refers to the position as a park ranger. The U.S. Forest Service refers to the position as a forest ranger. Other countries use the term park warden or even game warden to describe this occupation. Now, the profession includes a number of disciplines and specializations, and park rangers are often required to be proficient in more than one of the following: law enforcement, emergency response, firefighting, dispatch, scientist and scholar, maintenance, and administration. These individuals, particularly those in administration, are often heavily cross-trained in several of the aforementioned areas in order to allow for a knowledge of all other areas and duties under their authority. As a result, when people become lost or go missing in a park, the park rangers are usually the first ones on the scene to document the case and to start search and rescue efforts into motion. More than anyone, park rangers are very familiar with the missing person phenomenon, which happens in parks around the world, and were actually among the first to write about it. But what happens when one of these rangers themselves go missing? I invite you to join me now as we explore 5 strange cases of missing park rangers. With that said, let's begin. Number 1, Ranger Ralph W. Heath. Ralph W. Heath was a park ranger at Baxter State Park in Maine, United States, who allegedly died of exposure while attempting to rescue a woman who was lost on Mount Katahdin in 1963. On Monday, October 28th of that year, 2 women, Helen Mower and Margaret Ibisek, both from Concord, Massachusetts, took the Cathedral Trail and climbed Baxter Peak on the mountain. They reached the summit and stopped to have lunch at around 1:30 in the afternoon. When the 2 friends decided to start their hike again and head back down, they had a small argument over the route Margaret wanted to take. Helen simply wanted to go back the way they came, but Margaret wanted to bushwhack, which, very simply put, means to leave the established trail or get off the beaten path, as it were. Helen knew how risky this was, although Margaret had more hiking experience than she did, not by much, and only 3 years total. She thought it way too dangerous and stormed off to take Dudley Trail, which was the original trail they had taken to get there in the first place, and let her friend make her own mistakes and go her own way. It was a decision she would later regret very much. Margaret, on the other hand, thought she was taking a shortcut and laughed off her friend's warnings, and they went their separate ways, agreeing to meet at the Chimney Pond lean-to. When Helen reached the final destination and saw there was no sign of Margaret, she decided to wait, but got very worried very quickly. Though it was a nice and sunny day out that day, a nor'easter was blowing in, and the weather was about to very quickly take a turn for the worse. She started calling for Margaret at the headwell near and towards the mountain itself. She was pleasantly surprised when she heard her friend respond and started calling back, despite the fact she was asking for help. Margaret yelled that she was not hurt, but was stuck in the treacherous terrain and wouldn't possibly be able to continue her turn back, and pleaded with Helen to go and get some help. This is when Helen made her way to the ranger station and encountered Ranger Ralph Heath having dinner. She explained the situation, and Ralph immediately knew how dangerous that path was and how serious a problem they had. He was, however, thanking his lucky stars, in his mind at least, that there hadn't been any snowfall, at least not yet. As any other year, for as far back as he could remember, there would have been snow covering the mountain for weeks at that point in the year. Ralph followed Helen back to Chimney Point and yelled out in the direction of Margaret and instructed her in a very calm and clear voice to stay where she was and not try to move or go anywhere. Help was on the way. With the wind increasing like it was, Ralph knew that the situation could go from scary to deadly in a matter of just seconds. He had to act fast. He took Helen back to the ranger station and radioed his supervisor, Helan Taylor, and told him there was a hiker stranded in the upper basin on the mountain. Now, a little background on Mr. Ralph Heath to show what a brave man he was indeed, and how he was definitely not someone to shy away from trouble. He served in World War II and was honorably discharged. However, a house fire destroyed everything he owned but the clothes on his back, including his discharge papers. He was redrafted to serve in the Korean War before anyone could verify he had already been discharged and had finished his service to the country. Ralph, however, went without hesitation to serve, only for his wife to decide she didn't want to deal with another tour, especially one he shouldn't have had to have gone on, and file for divorce. So, this was a man who was seeking solitude and peace in his life after all of this tragedy and heartbreak, and he absolutely loved his job as a ranger and the beauty of the mountains. Despite the weather outside becoming more and more perilous and the orders from the supervising ranger that they had to wait until morning to attempt any kind of search and rescue, Ralph decided the risk to Margaret was too great, leaving her out there all alone at night. Snow was definitely coming, and a lot of it. He decided to attempt to rescue himself, despite it being nightfall and dark outside. The temperature had drastically dropped as well. He borrowed Helen's backpack and filled it with essentials such as food, a sleeping bag, water, a parka, and extra clothes. He also took 80 feet of rope, and at 11 p.m. that same night, headed alone down Dudley Trail. It wasn't until 5 hours later, at 4 in the morning, that he reported back to Helen. He told her he had spoken to Margaret about an hour after heading out and was able to obtain her location, when he again told her to stay put and assured her help was on the way. She reiterated she was uninjured but very cold. She's probably more than a little scared as well, I'm sure. He told Helen that Margaret was near the waterfall and he wouldn't be able to reach her without more rope and more people. This was an area that even ice climbers considered treacherous and dangerous. Ralph was also extremely concerned because Margaret was refusing to stay and wait for help to arrive and was determined to find a way out herself for fear she would freeze to death before anyone would be able to rescue her. After reassuring Helen and telling her what was going on, he contacted his supervisor, Helan Taylor, and made him aware as well. Taylor dispatched the Maine Forest Service, 2 additional park rangers, and a Maine game warden. By 6 in the morning, Tuesday the 29th, an icy rain began to fall and the wind had picked up drastically. Ralph Heath ate his breakfast and then informed Helen Maurer of his plans. He was going to ascend the ravine from Chimney Pond, climb straight up the head wall and into the waterfall, where he would provide comfort to Barbara, and if he couldn't manage to rescue her himself, at least she wouldn't be scared and alone, and he would wait with her until the additional resources arrived to get them both out. Now, he was clearly putting himself at great risk, knowing it was unlikely he would be able to do anything but just sit with Margaret and wait. Yet, he did it anyway. He was truly a hero. While the plan was very reasonable, and despite being a chain smoker, Ralph was in great shape and a capable hiker and climber. However, he had hiked Dudley Trail 4 times in the last 24 hours, and it was a very strenuous and hard trail to get through. He was absolutely exhausted at this point and shouldn't have been doing any more hiking or climbing without getting some much-needed rest. This would, after all, be a trailless climb he was planning to make. He wasn't going to leave Margaret, however, so the admonishments and warnings from his co-workers and even Helen fell on deaf ears. Ralph reached Barbara just as Hurricane Jenny reached the mountain. He sat with her for a little while and the two hunkered down. A ranger sergeant set out on foot towards Chimney Pond as well and stated that, by the time he got to just the basin, the conditions were whiteout with gale-force winds. By noon, not even the jeeps could make it to the trailhead. There was 18 inches of snow already and more falling fast. He even reported that, only halfway up the mountain, his clothes had frozen solid and literally cracked at the elbows. Having no visibility and facing merciless winds, not to mention the condition of his clothing, forced him back down the mountain. He stated he knew that both Ralph and Margaret were in some very serious trouble as help could no longer get to them. It would be impossible for them to help themselves as well. The following morning, Wednesday, October 30th, 1963, Warden Supervisor David Priest returned to Roaring Brook and set up what we today call an Incident Command Center and had at least 35 people there working at all times. All different avenues of help were brought in and explored, but nobody could do anything as the snow was still accumulating and fast on Friday morning. Flash forward to November 1st. Now it had been 5 full days since Margaret had gotten herself stuck and 4 whole days since Ralph Heath had joined her to provide comfort and possible rescue, which we know now he was unable to do. On Saturday, November 2nd, all teams and persons involved decided that any rescue attempts were futile and that they were simply wasting resources at that point. Mr. William Lowell Putnam III was one of the most experienced mountaineers in the country at the time and had been helping with the rescue effort since Friday. Finally, on Sunday, November 3rd, he made the statement that he believed Ralph and Margaret had most likely died on Tuesday and reiterated the waste of resources should they continue on this impossible trek to try and save them. It wasn't until almost 6 months later, in April of 1964, that Margaret Ivesick's body was found and finally able to be brought down the mountain and sent home. Even at this time, though, they needed chemical salts to melt the ice so as not to damage the corpse in any way, and the rescue still took an additional 3 days. It was found during the autopsy that Margaret was severely injured and hadn't survived more than a few hours due to the extreme blood loss. Her official cause of death was exsanguination. In other words, she bled out. 2 weeks later, on May 15th, they finally found Ralph's body. He was found, oddly enough, 400 feet above where Margaret was found. They airlifted him out of there, and his autopsy showed nothing at all. The coroner stated, "It looks as if he simply sat down and went to sleep," which is not uncommon when people freeze to death. Now, folks, though this was a bit of a long one, I think it's important we go over a few of the facts here. First, if Margaret had died very quickly after getting stuck where she was, how was she yelling to Ralph hours later? She had severed an artery in her leg and would have bled out within just minutes. Still, she was calling out and answering him hours after she initially got stuck. How is this even possible? She'd called out to Helen as well, even before that, and we know neither one was under any kind of duress or sick at all, so they couldn't have been hallucinating. There were no other bodies found in the area that time, and no one else had come forward claiming to have been the person stuck up there and answering or calling for help that could have been mistaken for Margaret. This is very strange, but becoming more and more common. Either search and rescue workers will hear the calls of people who are missing only to never be able to find the location of where the calls are coming from, or the person who is stuck or lost will hear search and rescue but never seem to be able to find them either. The weather coming on so suddenly and so strong all at once is another very familiar factor when talking about the missing in the woods and the mountains. In fact, they were weeks late for any snow at all, and the weather started out that day as sunny and warm. This is just one of the many parameters we now look at while investigating the strange deaths and disappearances in the national parks. How and why did it all come on so suddenly, almost remarkably so? I guess we'll never know. But that doesn't stop us from investigating and pondering and searching for answers and the truth, though, does it? Number 2, Ranger Randy Morganson. In July of 1996, Ranger Randy Morganson was working as a backcountry ranger at Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. He was the most ranger in the High Sierras, having been a backwoods ranger for 28 years at that time. On this particular day, July 21st, 1996, Randy loaded his pack and went on his routine and regular patrol of his station. He was 64 years old and in almost perfect health. Some of his co-workers even thought he was invincible and impervious to the perils that came with the job. It was just about daybreak when he headed out to patrol near Bench Lake, taking nothing with him but an old ski pole to use as a hiking stick. He was never seen or heard from again. Now, as is often the case in these strange disappearances, a sudden rain started to fall, blew up out of nowhere. Got rid of any footprints or other evidence as to where Ranger Randy could have possibly gone or what could have happened to him. Over the following days, there was plenty of frustration as dogs followed scents that seemed to abruptly stop, and random pieces of gear were found in several different locations, but none could be positively linked to Randy. A FLIR helicopter equipped with an infrared camera picked up a campfire burning on a hillside, but with no one in sight tending it. Eventually, the search was called off, with no sign of Randy or a body. Then, a letter arrived at Randy and Judy Morganson's home in Sedona, Arizona, from Randy. Judy opened the letter and noted it had been postmarked 2 days after his apparent disappearance. Since there is no postal service in the national park, Judy didn't understand just how Randy could have mailed the letter. That added to the suspicions that he had simply left the area to start a new life away from the National Park Service. 13 days after Randy had been reported missing, in early August 1996, the official search, which included helicopters, dog teams, and dozens upon dozens of volunteers, was called off. Not a single trace of Randy had been found, not even a footprint. Finally, in July 2001, 5 years after the search was called off for Randy, a 19-year-old member of a California Conservation Corps trail building crew ventured off trail and found some remains. The worker found some new evidence near a creek and a gorge in the Widow Peak drainage, very near the outermost borders of the search area, below the pools of a waterfall. Rangers were called in to search and soon discovered a tattered shirt with Morganson's badge attached. Then a backpack with a buckle fastened, and a boot. On close examination of the single boot, which was half submerged in water, it had something white protruding from it. A leg bone. The boot and pack seemed to match the description of gear that Randy reportedly had been using that day. Teams for both investigation and recovery were flown in, and shortly after, a functioning park-issue radio was discovered resting on top of the falls, not at the bottom like the other evidence. It was turned to the on position. This discovery confused matters even more. Although these remains seemed to confirm Randy had been in the mountains the whole time, investigators weren't certain whether this is where Randy had died. Rangers had remembered already searching this gorge and crossing at the exact spot where the radio was found. Retired Sierra Subdistrict Ranger Alden Nash believes Morganson had fallen through a snow bridge and broken his leg, and his body had simply been hidden beneath ice throughout the search. Weirdly, during the rescue attempt in 1996, Randy's wife Judy had dreamed of a dead man floating in a lake. I don't think it was an accident, says Eric Blem, author of The Last Season, a book about the disappearance of Randy Morganson, which is well worth a read, by the way. Blem says Randy may have wanted to appear to have died on the job just to make sure Judy, who was still his wife at the time, got the benefit from the government, a policy not honored in the case of taking one's own life. If he wanted to throw off the dogs or sucker people into believing something happened, he did a great job, Blem says. After so many years, with the bones gnawed, there's no way to say exactly what happened. The National Park Service named a peak in memory of Randy. The unofficial Mount Morganson, so named in his memory, is the first peak west of Mount Russell, a half a mile away, and just north of Mount Whitney. Mount Morganson should be distinguished from the west peak of Mount Russell, the higher of the Russell's twin summits, which are only separated by 1/10 of a mile. A summit registered with the name Mount Randy Morganson, 13,920 feet, was taken to the top by 2 park veterans in 2007. A peak bagger named Richard Petrowski filed the original register missing when he climbed Mount Morganson on June 20, 2008. He placed a temporary one that day and made a huge effort to return to the summit 1 week later with a weatherproof ammo can and a replacement journal. Barely a handful of people, if any, signed it each year. Number 3, Ranger Brendan Unit. Larimer County, Colorado Department of Natural Resources Ranger Brendan Unit, 27 years old, went missing while out searching at night for a missing boater. While there had been nothing reported about the results of the initial missing person who Brendan was looking for, it seems a sudden high wind event caused him to capsize in his boat and die of what was officially said to be freshwater drowning. Now, folks, I'm no expert, but what I do know about is the strange weather events and causes of death that just don't fit the season or the profession the person in question was in. And I'm not the only one either. Many people are wondering how professional outdoorsmen could capsize and drown. And what about this so-called strange high wind event? Why does there always seem to be a sudden change in the weather during one of these missing persons encounters? These are the things many of us in this community wonder about after seeing case after case after case. The same thing over and over again, but never with any definitive or even sensible answers. Number 4, Ranger Jeff Christensen. In July of 2005, another seasonal park ranger died under mysterious circumstances in the same county Brendan Unit passed away in as well. Jeff Christensen was conducting a routine backcountry patrol of the Lake Lawn Trailhead when he allegedly lost his footing and fell from Mummy's Range in Rocky Mountain National Park in Larimer County, Colorado. The search for the initially missing ranger lasted a little over a week, and he was found on August 6, 2005 by a hiker. The official cause of death was a left temporal skull fracture that led to a subdural hematoma. The ranger has been said to have lost his footing and died of a tragic accidental fall. He'd only been on the job for 4 years and was survived by his parents. Now, is it possible for someone with at least 4 years' experience to die of something so simple? Could it be that there's something out there in our national parks and forests hunting these rangers? Perhaps they or it wants to take out the people who are going to be able to help and possibly even save the other people this mysterious predator or predators are trying to take out. We must keep searching for the truth. We owe it to all the people who die of something that is seemingly simple and accidental, but could very well be something much more sinister. Number 5, Ranger Paul Fugate. Here is yet another tragic account of a park ranger who vanished mysteriously while doing his job, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, Paul was known as a rebel and even anti-establishment to a point. He stayed for weeks at a time in a small cobblestone cabin on site at the monument. He was a naturalist who did small tasks such as answering the visitors' questions and putting together trail guides. Originally, Paul worked at the Navajo Monument in Arizona, but was transferred soon after being disciplined by one of his bosses about his laziness and slovenly appearance. Apparently, this supervisor admitted in a later report that he was annoyed he couldn't technically fire Paul and also that he hated the hippies coming in to work for the monument. Paul was charged with stealing government equipment when he took some hay home for his wife's horse. He was in an open relationship with his wife and sleeping with multiple women who were co-workers. While all of this may seem irrelevant, we must look at every aspect we can of a person's life when they go missing under such strange circumstances, especially when people in their profession are seemingly doing so at an alarming rate, and have been for a while. Before he left his post that fateful day, he left instructions with the only other staff member there that if he wasn't back by a certain time, for them to close up without him. He then walked out and down towards the area of land the park was about to acquire, one which was shrouded in problems as there had been much conflict about the 400-acre purchase with the local Apache tribe. Again, he was never seen or heard from, and no body has ever been found. Hello friends, and welcome to another episode. In this video, we invite you to join us for a trip down the strange rabbit hole that some refer to as the Bennington Triangle. The area known as the Bennington Triangle, which surrounds Glastonbury Mountain in the New England state of Vermont, has a long, strange history of bizarre occurrences. This includes UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, eerie lights and sounds, and the triangle also happens to be the location of several unsolved disappearances during the 1940s and 1950s. If that isn't odd enough, according to Native American lore, the area is heavily cursed. The Native American tribes of New England have always known something was off with the area and tend to steer clear of it at all costs. One particularly chilling legend from the Algonquin tribe cautions of the existence of what are described as evil rocks in the mountains, which have the ability to spring open and devour those unfortunate enough to step upon them. Now, this is rather interesting, considering how people have vanished without a trace from within the triangle. New England author Joseph A. Citro is the person considered to have coined the term Bennington Triangle in 1992 while doing a radio broadcast about paranormal and other unusual activity in the area. According to Citro's findings, he states that the area has similar characteristics with the equally strange Bridgewater Triangle in the bordering state of Massachusetts, which has been written about extensively by cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman. The Bennington Triangle is centered around the heavily wooded forest of Glastonbury Mountain and also includes the small towns of Bennington, Woodford, and Shaftesbury, and also the abandoned or ghost towns of Somerset and Glastonbury. Over the last 200 years, there have been many encounters with and sightings of a Bigfoot-like cryptid in the area surrounding Glastonbury Mountain. The locals, as well as paranormal and cryptozoological investigators, refer to this unknown creature as the Bennington Monster. The earliest recorded sightings of the beast occurred in the early 1800s, when a stagecoach loaded with passengers was forced to stop its journey due to a heavily washed-out section of the stage road. The driver of the stagecoach observed that there were very large footprints in the mud, which were way too large to belong to any human. While the perplexed driver was pondering these prints, the stagecoach was suddenly attacked by a large creature that was strong enough to flip the stagecoach over onto its side. The terrified passengers stated that they observed a frightening pair of large eyes peering into the overturned coach at them before whatever the creature was screamed and then ran off to disappear in the surrounding woods. The passengers would later describe the monster as a large, hairy, black creature well over 6 feet in height. The area has long been rife with tales of people suddenly going missing within the area of the triangle. One of the oddest disappearances was that of a man named Carol Herrick in 1943. Herrick disappeared while on a hunting trip just a few miles northeast of the abandoned town of Glastonbury. Although his body was found 3 days later, it was observed to be surrounded by dozens of footprints, too large for a normal person. It was also determined that Carol appeared to have been squeezed to death. Then, beginning in 1945 and continuing for the next 5 years, people began to go mysteriously missing from the area with an alarming regularity. A man named Mitty Rivers, a 74-year-old hunting guide very familiar with the area, went missing on November 12, 1945. Rivers, who had led many hunting parties in the area over decades, was taking a group of 4 hunters to the oddly named Hell Hollow area, which is located within the southwest forest of Glastonbury. While leading the hunting party back to camp, he somehow got ahead of the other 4 and, for reasons unknown, never returned to the campsite. At first, the other hunters were not overly concerned, as they knew Mitty to be an expert woodsman and knowledgeable guide. When Rivers still had failed to return the next day, The authorities were contacted and an extensive search was held, comprising as many as 300 worried locals, as well as a number of U.S. Army soldiers who had been dispatched from nearby Fort Devens in Massachusetts. They searched through the deep woods for 8 straight days, but the only possible evidence found was an ammo cartridge for the same type rifle that Rivers was known to be carrying. The cartridge was found in a shallow stream, and there was no evidence of any foul play or animal attack nearby. Although they had no luck with the extensive search effort, many of Mitty's friends and those local to the area were sure with the man's knowledge of the woods and survival skills he would eventually return. However, this never came to be, and no trace of the missing guide has ever been found. The area from which Rivers vanished is near Long Trail Road and Vermont State Route 9. The very next year, on Sunday, December 1st, 1946, an 18-year-old college student named Paula Weldon went missing while hiking in the same area around Long Trail Road. Easily remembered because she was wearing a bright red jacket, several people recalled seeing her that day, including a shop clerk in Bennington who had provided her with directions, and also a couple of elderly hikers who had been approximately 300 feet behind her on the trail for part of their hike. The alarm was sounded when the college sophomore didn't show up the next morning for her classes at Bennington College. An extensive search was launched by local authorities and included more than 1,000 volunteer searchers. There were also searches conducted from the air, and with the assistance of the FBI, and a $5,000 reward was offered. When interviewed, the elderly couple who had observed Paula hiking just ahead of them on the trail stated that after they watched her turn a corner on the trail, she seemed to have just vanished. Despite the extensive searches and the offer of the $5,000 reward, no trace of Paula Weldon has ever been found, and her fate remains unknown. Exactly 3 years to the day of the disappearance of Paula Weldon, a man named James Tedford suddenly vanished from a bus on December 1st, 1949. A military veteran and resident of the local Bennington Soldiers' Home, Tedford was returning via bus from St. Albans, where he'd been visiting relatives, when he vanished. Based on eyewitness accounts, Tedford and 13 other passengers were on the bus at the previous stop before the bus had arrived in Bennington. But when the bus pulled into the station, he had somehow disappeared. His bags were still in the luggage rack, and a bus schedule was found lying open on his now empty seat. The other passengers stated that they didn't see Tedford get off the bus at any of the previous stops, and he wasn't on the bus when it pulled into Bennington. Authorities investigated the disappearance and were convinced that no one had seen anything, and there were no suspicious incidents which had occurred during the bus trip. One strange and interesting fact, it should be noted that Tedford's wife, Pearl, had also vanished under mysterious circumstances a couple of years prior. Now, there aren't many details about his early life, but in 1940, Tedford was listed as a resident in Franklin, Vermont, with his wife, Pearl, who was much younger, her age being 28 while he was 56. The strangeness began following Tedford's return to Vermont after the end of his second round of military service near the end of World War II. Upon his return, he found that Pearl had vanished, no trace of her to be found, and the house the couple had rented in Franklin, Vermont, was found to have been left abandoned. Tedford's family claimed no knowledge as to the whereabouts of the missing wife, and stated the last time they had seen her was as she was on her way to the Amoco gas station in Franklin. There was speculation among the locals that rather than having met with foul play, she had understandably grown tired of waiting for her much older husband to return from war and had simply taken off. Whatever the cause, she was never to be seen or heard from again. Tedford was crushed and moved into the local home for soldiers, where he still lived when he vanished. The next year, On October 12, 1950, an 8-year-old boy named Paul Jepson was the next in the area to go missing. Jepson was last seen in the cab of his mother's pickup truck in Bennington, where she had left him to play while she briefly tended to her pigs. When the mother returned, she found that the boy was gone. She quickly looked for him in the nearby immediate area with no luck, after which she reported him missing, and soon hundreds of volunteers had assembled to help search for the missing boy. Tracking dogs were brought in to aid in the search for the missing boy. The dogs were able to pick up his scent and followed it towards Glastonbury Mountain. However, when the scent was lost at a nearby crossroads, it was thought that perhaps the boy had either been abducted by a stranger or had otherwise accepted a ride in a passing automobile. Paul's father stated that, oddly enough, the boy had talked about visiting the mountain almost non-stop for the last week or so. The area around Glastonbury Mountain was searched extensively for the next several days, but sadly no trace of Paul has ever been found. Then, 16 days after Paul Jepson's mysterious disappearance, a woman named Frida Langer disappeared on October 28, 1950. Frida was camping with several other family members in the forest near Glastonbury Mountain. Langer, then aged 53, along with her cousin, Herbert Elsner, had ventured away from the family's woodland campsite to go on a hike near the Somerset Reservoir. They had managed to hike just a few hundred yards from their campsite when Frida lost her footing and fell into a mountain stream, completely soaking her shoes and clothing. Due to the chilly fall temperature in the mountains, Frida told her cousin to wait while she ran back to their campsite to change into some dry clothes. Her cousin stated that he waited for what seemed like a sufficient amount of time, and when Frida still hadn't returned, he decided to go back to the camp to see if she was okay. However, upon his return, he was shocked to learn that Frida hadn't returned to the campsite at all. She had instead apparently vanished in broad daylight in the distance of a few hundred yards. Frida was reported missing, and over the next several weeks, search parties, with as many as 400 people, including concerned volunteers, law enforcement, firefighters, and military, as well as some aircraft, searched for her and came up empty-handed. Sadly, the search was eventually abandoned. 7 months later, however, on May 12, 1951, Frida's body was discovered near Somerset Reservoir, strangely enough, in an area that had been extensively searched many times previously. The advanced decomposition of her remains meant that no cause of death could be determined, and her case is still unsolved. And then, just as strangely and suddenly as they had begun, the string of disappearances stopped. Frida Langer was the last person to vanish mysteriously during this time frame, and the only missing persons whose remains were found. Other than the geographic locations and time frame, no other connection has been discovered that tie these cases to one another, although some have speculated that a serial killer may be responsible for these strange disappearances. Some blame the Native American curse, or simply claim that the paranormal is to blame, as there appears to be an active portal here into the unexplained. There's also the theory that the area is very unstable due to the unusually chaotic and confusing wind and weather patterns on the mountain, which can cause people to easily become disoriented and then lost as a result. Regardless of what is to be believed, the Bennington Triangle is known to be home to strange and mysterious paranormal phenomena. As well as the aforementioned Bigfoot encounters and the string of mysterious disappearances, there are many, many reports of strange floating orbs of light, sightings of other bizarre forest creatures, and even the occasional UFO sighting. Hello friends, Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest video. Today, we're going to bring you 6 strange cases of people last seen running into the woods. Now, the missing person epidemic not only affects just the US, but the UK and many other parts of the world. Thankfully, most missing people are discovered alive and well, But some cases remain cold and unsolved, whether that be for a few years or even decades. So take a walk with me now as we explore these 6 strange cases. Number 6, Craig Freer. Craig Freer was your average 17-year-old. He was going into his senior year at high school and was the co-captain of the school's football team. Craig had also picked up a part-time job and was looking ahead to the future, and his future was bright. There were a few colleges interested in offering Craig a scholarship for his sporting abilities, and the world was truly his oyster. Unfortunately, any chance at a bright future was taken away from him one fateful day in June 2004. His sudden disappearance would turn the lives of his family upside down, and as recently as 2021, the New York State Police are still actively investigating and chasing down new leads. Craig's parents were happy when they heard he'd picked up a part-time job at the Price Chopper supermarket in Glenville, New York. Craig picked up a few shifts, which somehow he managed to fit into his busy schedule. On Sunday, June 27, 2004, Craig walked out of his home for what would be the last time. As far as his parents were concerned, he was headed to work. His mother, Veronica, had seen him carrying his uniform with him to his car. But when Veronica arrived at the supermarket where Craig worked, just a few hours after he'd left for his shift, she was shocked to find no sign of him. She was even more shocked to learn that Craig hadn't been working at the supermarket for quite some time. Whether it was shame, embarrassment, or something else that made Craig hide the fact that he got sacked, we'll never know. His parents were, of course, very upset that Craig had lied to them, and they called Craig's girlfriend to see if she knew where he was. At first, she said she had no idea, but after a second call, she caved in and admitted that he was with her. Veronica gave Craig a stern talking to, telling him that he needed to come home right away and that they needed to have a chat. A sentence that every teenager dreads hearing. Craig said goodbye to his girlfriend and left her apartment located in Scotia, New York. According to his girlfriend, she watched as he walked towards his car, but then at the last minute darted off in the opposite direction. What had scared Craig, and why had he run away from his car? Surely if he was in danger, the best thing to do would be to head to the car and drive away or go back inside. According to reports, Craig ran into the nearby woods, and this is the last confirmed sighting of him. From here, all we have are alleged sightings and a few new pieces of evidence that may finally help us piece this puzzle together. When Craig failed to return home to have a chat with his parents, they waited and waited and waited. As the hours ticked by, it eventually dawned on them that something just wasn't right. Craig was in trouble, but it wasn't like him to run away and leave without telling his parents where he was going. Some people naturally lean towards the flight side of the fight or flight feeling, but his parents knew he would have to come home at some point. But that some point never came. And by 5 p.m. that day, Veronica had picked up the phone and reported her 17-year-old son missing. It appears that the investigators weren't all too interested at first, as is the case with most missing young people. After hearing about their disagreement earlier that day, they believed that Craig just wanted time to cool off and that he would eventually come back. Unfortunately, hours turned into days, and when the investigators found that he didn't have his phone or wallet with him at the time of his disappearance, they agreed that something was wrong and began to further investigate. Those investigators found that Craig had left his wallet and $40 behind at his house, something he would have needed if he planned on spending a few days away from his family. His driver's license was also missing. However, his parents explained that it had been lost before his disappearance, and he was in the process of getting a new one. So, without money, ID, or driver's license, it was clear that Craig wouldn't have gotten very far. All he had was his car, but that had been left abandoned in the parking lot of his girlfriend's apartment complex. So, where was he? Investigators hit a big lead when interviewing witnesses from that day. A group of teenagers came forward to tell the police that they had seen Craig, or at least someone matching his description, walking along the railroad tracks behind his girlfriend's apartment complex shortly after he was seen entering the woods. It appears that they tried to engage him in conversation, but he motioned for them to be quiet and then just kept on walking. This event stuck in their mind due to the strange behavior and the bizarre nature of the incident, and it wasn't until news of his disappearance was made public that they connected the dots. Armed with this new lead, investigators began searching up and down the railway line behind Craig's girlfriend's apartment, but no sign of him was to be found. As the days pressed on and the investigation began to heat up, officers with dog units and ground teams were sent to the area where Craig was last seen. They also sent units to the Mohawk River, wondering whether he'd gotten injured and fallen in. But all of these searches turned up nothing. It seemed as if Craig had vanished into thin air, as if he were here at one moment and then gone the next. Craig's family and friends were all administered polygraph tests, and it appears that everyone passed, although, as we know, polygraph tests are a debatable technique in and of themselves and are not admissible in court in most countries. Hundreds of hours of interviews were conducted, but nothing ever came to fruition. How could a bright, promising 17-year-old just vanish into the woods? Searches continue for Craig and have done so over the years, although they have been majorly scaled back, of course. Craig's family are still desperately seeking answers, of course, and 2 years after he disappeared, the New York State Police became involved in his case. In 2021, a new lead was discovered, and investigators hope this is the clue they need. One of Craig's co-workers at the Price Chopper supermarket told investigators that sometime between June 27th and July 2nd, 2004, he saw Craig in the passenger seat of a cart traveling north on Route 50 in Glenville. According to this witness, the car stopped at the traffic lights on Sheffield Road before turning left, and that's when the witness lost sight of the car. This sighting has not been confirmed as of yet. However, it is the largest piece of information in regards to Craig's whereabouts that's turned up lately. Craig's parents have never given up and are hoping that one day they will learn the truth about what happened to their son. Craig Freer is described as a white male, red hair, brown eyes, 5 foot 11 inches tall, and weighs approximately 190 pounds. He was last seen going into the woods behind the Cambridge Manor apartment complex in Scotia, New York, on June 27, 2004. When last seen, he was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, blue jeans or jean shorts, white Adidas tennis shoes with 3 black stripes, and a gold chain with a St. Christopher medallion. Craig also had all 4 of his wisdom teeth removed in April 2004 and may wear his facial hair in a goatee. Anyone with any information is asked to please contact the New York State Police at 518-630-1700. Number 5, Jeremy Alex. 28-year-old Jeremy Alex was doing well for himself. He and his girlfriend were in the process of moving in together in Northport, Maine, and he was working as a self-employed landscape gardener in Lincolnville, Maine. When not at work, Jeremy enjoyed skateboarding and playing the guitar, and he spent much of his young adult life traveling around the U.S. and had even gotten involved with the organization Greenpeace at one point. By all accounts, Jeremy seemed like a fun-loving free spirit who was great to be around. In April 2004, Jeremy turned 28 years old and was at a key point in his life. As previously mentioned, he and his girlfriend were getting ready to move in together, and they were excited to start this new chapter in their lives. On April 23, 2004, Jeremy's parents drove from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to his home in Lincolnville, Maine, to celebrate his 28th birthday that had just passed. They sat down for a meal, spoke about Jeremy's upcoming move, and talked about any possible plans he had for the future. Sadly, however, his parents' world would be turned upside down just 24 hours later. On April 24, 2004, the day after Jeremy's birthday dinner with his parents, Jeremy arrived at his girlfriend's house at around 11 a.m. to help her move. From the moment he arrived, she could tell that something was off. The once happy, smiling Jeremy had been replaced with a scared and paranoid person. Jeremy was very frustrated and blurted out to his girlfriend that, quote, bad people were after him. No amount of consoling or comforting could change Jeremy's mind, and he decided to leave instead of staying to help her move. This in itself was incredibly bizarre and very out of character, and the following events of that day would bring about even more questions. At around 5:20 p.m., a woman saw Jeremy running out of the woods, and a couple noticed that Jeremy was clutching money in his hand. By the time the woman had gone inside to call the police, Jeremy had broken free from her husband's grip and took off running into the woods once more. Other witnesses reported seeing a man fitting Jeremy's description on Route 1, and after this, he has never been seen or heard from again. The police quickly arrived at the scene and took statements from the husband and wife duo. The next day, Jeremy's van was found abandoned near Pound Hill Road at the Waldo County Humane Society. Inside the van were his keys and phone, but sadly, no sign of Jeremy. Searches of the woods where Jeremy's car had been found were conducted, but no sign of him could be found there either. Investigators then began interviewing his girlfriend and found out that Jeremy may have fallen into old habits. Jeremy was in recovery from drug addiction, and according to his girlfriend, in recent months he had unfortunately relapsed. Jeremy's girlfriend also stated that on the day he disappeared, he had been using illicit substances and that he had been experiencing these paranoid states for a while, and that she and his friends were concerned for him. Was Jeremy's disappearance and his ramblings about the bad men substance-related psychosis, or was someone really after him? In September of 2004, a full 5 months after Jeremy disappeared, a contractor in Jackson, Maine, reported seeing a man fitting Jeremy's description, again, coming out of the woods. According to this workman, the man he saw was acting erratically and strangely, and couldn't seem to understand what was being said to him. Apparently, this kind stranger offered the man some food, but Jeremy, if it was Jeremy, refused. There was also another possible sighting in October 2004, where someone claimed to have seen Jeremy in the woods in Owl's Head, Maine. After that, Jeremy's case went cold for another 4 years, and then in April, his case took another bizarre turn. His driver's license was found to be in the possession of a couple living in Northport, Maine, the area that Jeremy was in the process of moving to with his girlfriend. According to this couple, they had begun building their house in May of 2004, and over the years, random items that belonged to Jeremy began washing up on the shore near their house. The couple held on to the driver's license and some money that washed ashore, and it wasn't until years later that they connected the dots to Jeremy's disappearance. What's even more bizarre is that their newly constructed home is connected to the woods that Jeremy was last seen running into. Did Jeremy fall off a cliff while running in the woods, or is there something more nefarious at play? His family believes that he likely met with foul play, although they did comment that he knew how to survive in the wilderness. Jeremy Alex was last seen on April 24, 2004, running into the woods in Northport, Maine. He is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes, stands about 5 foot 7 inches tall, and weighed approximately 150 pounds. Investigators have stated that Jeremy did indeed appear to be under the influence and confused at the time of his disappearance. Jeremy was known to smoke hand-rolled cigarettes and was last seen wearing an olive green flannel Timberland sweatshirt, blue jeans or brown corduroy pants, tennis shoes, and carrying a red backpack. Anyone with any information regarding Jeremy's disappearance is urged to please contact the Maine State Police at 207-624-7076. Number 4, Willie Hodge. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information surrounding the disappearance of 39-year-old Willie Hodge in January of 2019, but here's what we do know. On January 23, 2019, Willie was last seen by his family as he was leaving his home in the 1100 block of Island Drive in Sumter County, South Carolina. According to the Charlie Project, Willie had an argument or altercation with his mother and left the house upset. This was the last time he was seen by his family. Police records indicate that later that evening, Willie was pulled over at the intersection of Pinewood Road and Columbia Circle during a traffic stop. WLTX News notes that Willie was pulled over for a traffic violation, but what the violation was has never been specified. The South Carolina arrest database does show that Willie has been arrested 5 times previously before his traffic stop in 2019, with offenses ranging from burglary, larceny, driving under suspension, to possession of narcotics and assault. These arrests may or may not be linked to his disappearance. However, it may explain what happened next. As the police pulled him over, Willie jumped out of his car and ran into the woods. Did Willie have a distrust of the police because of his previous charges, or was he scared of getting yet another charge? According to officers, they searched the immediate area for Willie, but there was no sign of him. As the days passed, his car remained abandoned, and they continued in their search for the missing man. Charles Bonner, a senior investigator with the Sumter County Sheriff's Office, told News 19 in February of 2019, "We don't want to get him in trouble because of that. I just want to talk to him and make sure he's okay because he is a missing person. I take these very seriously, so I want to make sure that he's okay." There was also another person in the car with him that night he disappeared. However, this witness has been unable to provide any further information. Willie's mother, Sadie Hodge, told News 19, "In my heart, I don't feel like he's alive anymore. It's just kind of a sense of peace that I have. In a way, it's a good thing, but I still hold out hope. I just want to know he's okay. Whether it's here, whether he's found eternal peace. I just want to know he's okay." Willie Hodge was last seen running into the woods after being stopped by police at the intersection of Pinewood Road and Columbia Circle in Sumter County, South Carolina. Willie is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall and weighs 140 pounds. Willie has the letters NTAB tattooed on his knuckles, Street on the back of one arm, and Dreams on the other. He also has Thug Life tattooed across his stomach with the name Sadie over a heart and a tattoo of a woman on his calf. Anyone with any information is asked to please contact the Sumter County Sheriff's Office at 803-436-2000 or Crime Stoppers at 1-888-CRIME-SC. Number 3, Terrence Woods Jr. 26-year-old Terrence Woods Jr. was working as a TV production assistant for the UK production company Raw TV in conjunction with the Discovery Channel in 2018 and was out on location in Idaho. Unfortunately, one night while filming, Terrence ran off into the woods and hasn't been seen or heard from since. Terrence was working as part of a 12-person crew who were tasked with filming Gold Rush, Dave Turin's Lost Mine. Filming and production were going well with the crew, following Dave Turin around, seeing what he could dig up in the remote parts of the western United States. Then, on the evening of October 5th, 2018, everything changed. According to Vice, the crew had wrapped up filming for the day in Penman Mine near Oro Grande, Idaho County, when Terrence told 2 of the other crew members that he had to go and use the bathroom. Then, just seconds later, the associate producer, Simon G., who Terrence worked under, saw Terrence drop his radio and take off running into the trees. Terrence apparently ran down a steep cliff into a forest before disappearing into the thick woods. Those on set called out Terrence's name and desperately tried to catch up with him to see what was the matter, but the area he had apparently run into was rough and unpredictable, according to the crew. The crew spent some time searching for Terrence before realizing that they needed to call it in to the police. At 6:41 p.m., Terrence Woods Jr. was reported missing to the Idaho County Sheriff's Office. Somewhat disturbingly, the Sheriff's Office didn't arrive at the scene to begin the search for Terrence until the next morning. Their excuse was that the call was made at a late hour. This is just one of the disturbing facts surrounding Terrence's case. When the Idaho County Sheriff's Office finally arrived, they sent dog units, ATVs, helicopters, as well as boots on the ground to look for any sign of Terrence. The Idaho County Sheriff's Office found no sign of him. The dogs failed to pick up on any scent, and sadly, after 6 days, the search was called off. The Idaho County Sheriff's Office failed to act quickly in Terrence's disappearance, but they are not the only ones who acted strangely following his vanishing act. According to Valerie Woods, Terrence Jr.'s mother, the first thing Simon said on the phone, and when I met him in the police department, was, "I had high expectations for your son, but when I met him, he didn't stand up to them." Vice ran an article in 2020 about Terrence's disappearance and the allegations of the toxic work culture at Raw TV and included an interesting detail. The article reads, quoting here, "The original Idaho County Sheriff's Office report, seen by Vice, says that Terrence was having a really hard time emotionally and had a mental breakdown earlier today. When the 911 call was made, the caller, who was not part of the Raw TV crew, alleged that Terrence had been dealing with mental issues throughout the shoot. However, when pushed to confirm these statements by Terrence's family in the weeks following his disappearance, they were retracted." End quote. This article also includes information from Terrence's mother, Valerie. She says, "He was responsible. He wouldn't run away without good reason unless he was scared." The article goes on to say they believe Terrence felt intimidated or mistreated by his colleagues. They say that he wanted to return to his home in Maryland. An ex-Raw TV employee also told Vice there was a laddie culture at the company. There was a toxic undercurrent which made me feel very uncomfortable. There were conversations where they would make disparaging comments about people they were looking to hire. It made me feel quite uncomfortable. With all this information about Raw TV, it still remains to be seen whether they had anything to do with Terrence's disappearance. As of 2020, the Idaho County Sheriff's Office said that Terrence's case is still open but not active, and that they are not actively searching for him. Terrence Woods Jr. was last seen running into the woods near Oro Grande in Idaho County, Idaho, on October 5, 2018, after telling two colleagues that he needed to use the bathroom. Terrence is described as an African-American male with black hair, brown eyes, 5 foot 9 inches tall, and 150 pounds. Terrence has a tattoo of a black oval on the inside of his left wrist and was last seen wearing a light brown jacket and black cargo pants. Anyone with any information is urged to please contact Lieutenant Jerry Johnson of the Idaho County Sheriff's Office at 208-983-1100 and reference case 1810081. Number 2, Lars Mittank. The case of Lars Mittank is perhaps one of the most perplexing disappearances in recent true crime history, and while there are numerous theories surrounding his mysterious disappearance, we are still no closer to uncovering the truth of what happened in 2014. On June 30th of that year, 28-year-old Lars Mittank and a group of his friends traveled from their home in Germany to the Golden Sands Resort in Varna, Bulgaria. This was the perfect party destination for 28-year-old Lars and his friends, and parts of Bulgaria have picked up a reputation over the years for being party hotspots for young European tourists. The sun is blazing, drinks are cheap, and clubs are open all night long, making it the perfect place for young people to go and let their hair down, and that's exactly what Lars and his friends did. The first few days of the holiday went by without incident, with the group soaking up the sun and enjoying everything that the Golden Sands Resort had to offer. Then on July 6th, just a day before they were due to head home, something strange happened. While out at a bar, Lars got into an argument with a rival football fan. Lars was a Werder Bremen fan, while the other person was a Bayern Munich fan. In Europe, they take football very seriously, and for some it's more of a religion than a sport, so it isn't surprising to hear that the argument became heated very quickly. The argument was dissipated after harsh words were thrown around, and Lars left the bar first without his friends. His friends figured that he was likely heading back to the hotel and that they would be able to catch up with him later. It was until the next morning, however, that Lars returned to the hotel room with a ruptured eardrum and an injured jaw. According to reports, his friends gave investigators differing accounts of what had happened that night. Some of his friends said that after Lars left the bar, the men that he had been arguing with earlier jumped him, causing the injuries, while others claimed that the men in the bar had paid a local man to do their dirty work for them. Either way, Lars was left with a pretty serious injury that would kickstart a bizarre chain of events. His friends took him to see a doctor at the airport who confirmed that his eardrum had ruptured and he would not be able to fly until it was healed. Lars was given 500 milligrams of cefprozil to help curb infection and was advised to remain in Bulgaria for a few days. His friends rallied around him, insisting that they would stay with him until he was cleared to fly. But oddly, Lars declined their offer. He insisted that he would be okay on his own, telling them to go ahead and fly back to Germany and that he would see them again very soon. There were no indications of what was to come, and the events of the next few days would shock everyone. Lars checked himself into another hotel and remained there for just one night. Employees at the hotel reported he was acting very bizarrely and seemed as if he was paranoid and scared of someone or something. During his short stay at the second hotel, Lars also called his mother. In a hushed voice, he panically told her that 4 men were after him. His mother would later tell investigators that the fear in his voice was very real and no amount of consoling would calm him down. After a very restless night's sleep, Lars returned to Varna Airport on July 8, 2014 and visited the office of Dr. Kosta Kostov. Lars' hopes of returning home were dashed, however, when Dr. Kostov reiterated that given his condition, it would not be in his best interest to fly. But Lars decided to ignore this recommendation. He told the doctor that he was willing to accept responsibility for whatever happened to him. Just as the appointment was wrapping up, a construction worker entered the room. Varna Airport was undergoing a lot of construction and renovation work at the time, and it's likely that the construction worker had simply wandered into the wrong room. This situation was more of an annoyance than anything else, but for Lars, it freaked him out. His whole demeanor changed when the man entered the room, and he exclaimed, "I don't want to die here. I need to get out of here." With that, Lars ran out the door of the doctor's office, leaving behind his luggage and bags, and made a beeline for the entrance of the airport. This bizarre escape was captured on CCTV and became the most infamous piece of evidence we have in Lars' case. The CCTV footage shows Lars running, almost as if he's running for his life, through the airport, into the parking area, and then jumping over a fence and running near Highway A2. When Lars failed to return home and make contact with his family, he was reported missing and an investigation was opened. His friends were questioned and the CCTV footage was heavily reviewed. Lars had been exhibiting bizarre paranoid behavior in the days leading up to his disappearance, and investigators began to wonder whether this paranoia was founded upon truth. As previously stated, Lars had gotten into an argument and been beaten up on July 6, 2014. Was someone really after him? Or was it the head injury, possibly combined with the medication that he was prescribed, that induced this paranoia? The antibiotic cefprozil is known to cause hallucinations and paranoia. His family said that he had never exhibited signs of mental illness before his trip, and when his friends boarded their flight home, they said he seemed happy and was in a good mood. Despite numerous investigations, the disappearance of Lars Mittank remains unsolved. His mother, Sandra, told Crime and Investigation, "There's a good chance he'll come back. He just needs my help." Lars Mittank was last seen running out of the Varna Airport in Varna, Bulgaria on July 8, 2014. Anyone with any information is asked to please contact the BKA, which is the Federal Criminal Police Office in that country, at 49151-613-78673. Or as an alternative, you can contact the Varna Police directly at 359-52-611-516. Number 1. Dennis Shepard. 46-year-old Dennis Shepard was described as an energetic and lively person who loved his girlfriend and his family. Dennis worked as a personal assistant in Port Washington, New York, and was doing well in his career and his private life. That was until a sudden onset of paranoia sent Dennis down a dark path. He became convinced that everyone he knew was working with the FBI to conspire against him. One day, Dennis's paranoia boiled over. Dennis was witnessed running door to door asking neighbors to call the United Nations because he wanted to report the conspiracy against him. Dennis told those who opened their doors that his family, neighbors, lawyers, and others in his life were involved in an FBI conspiracy to get him, and that he needed help. This alarmed neighbors, who called the police, and Dennis was involuntarily taken into the Stony Brook University Hospital's psychiatric unit for observation and treatment. During his time in the hospital, Dennis was still convinced that there was an FBI conspiracy against him, and even believed that the officers who had taken him in and the staff who were treating him were in on the conspiracy, and that's why he had been taken in. In reality, Dennis had been taken in for his own safety and well-being, but his paranoia had grown too much and he was unable to make rational decisions. Dennis repeatedly told the staff at Stony Brook, "I want to see how I do without medications," and that he would not be taking medications under any circumstances. He did not believe that anything was wrong, and the hospital was in the process of filing a court order to ensure that Dennis would have to take his medication and get the therapy and help he needed. On May 18th of 2012, Dennis was being transported to the Pilgrim Psychiatric Center for further treatment. He intended to fight the court order once he arrived at the psychiatric center, but he would never make it. According to staff who were traveling with Dennis that day, he simply jumped out of the car and ran off into the woods, never to be seen again. Oddly enough, his disappearance was not reported by medical staff until several hours later, and the Suffolk County Police Department were extremely hesitant to get involved. It became clear that the Suffolk County Police Department did not take Dennis's disappearance seriously, despite the fact that he had been taken into psychiatric care and his notes stated that he was suffering from delusions and possibly schizophrenia. The Suffolk police rested on the idea that Dennis had run away and was hiding from the police, although he had no real reason to do so. Disturbingly, no golden alert, which is for a missing vulnerable adult, was issued when Dennis disappeared, a fact that has greatly angered his family. These alerts have been proven to save lives and have been used in different iterations across countless states. Had a golden alert been issued, the outcome of Dennis' story may have been a lot different than the outcome I'm telling you now. The Pilgrim Psychiatric Center sits across from the Oak Brush Plains State Reserve, a sprawling park of over 813 acres. Is it possible that Dennis ran through the woods and made his way into this reserve? Since his disappearance, little progress has been made in this case, and his family has since filed a $5 million lawsuit against the Stony Brook Institution for allowing Dennis to escape. In March of 2021, a Reddit user named Always Sunny in Upstate made a post about Dennis's disappearance, and the post received an interesting comment. The commenter, who claimed to be Victoria Shepard, Dennis's sister, gave some further insight into her brother's case. She wrote, and I'm quoting here, "This is Victoria Shepard. I am his sister. The police have been of no help at all. He is still missing. His dental records and our mom and another sister's DNA is on record. They did not even alert the police until several hours after he went missing. He was a limo driver and avid bike rider, so he knows Long Island very well. He lived in Nassau County when he went missing, and we lived in Suffolk for many years. He really could be anywhere, but we know no activity on bank accounts, credit cards, or social security number, so that makes us lose hope. Hopefully, one day he will be found. His family misses him terribly, especially his mom. She's been heartbroken since the day he went missing." End quote. Dennis Shepard was last seen running into the woods near the Pilgrim Psychiatric Center in Brentwood, New York, on May 18th of 2012. Dennis is described as a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes, stands about 6 feet tall, and weighed approximately 190 pounds. Dennis may be suffering from schizophrenia, and at the time of his disappearance, he was suffering from paranoid delusions. He was last seen wearing a black t-shirt, tan pants, and tan tennis shoes. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective Steve Gargans of the Suffolk County Police Department at 631-852-6110 and reference case number 12-309678. Well, friends, there you have it. What do you think of this half-dozen strange cases where people disappeared after running into the woods? Very strange indeed.
And welcome back. New this morning, a search is underway for a missing duck hunter in Manitowoc. Authorities were called to the Manitowoc River off of West Quarry Road.
We have some breaking news right now at noon. A search is underway at Clendening Lake Marina for 2 missing hunters.
Still missing tonight, a 61-year-old hunter who disappeared in the Pecos Wilderness near Santa Fe Sunday.
The search for a missing hunter in Laurel County continues.
Search for 2 missing duck hunters along the Mississippi River is about to stretch into a second week.
The race is on now to find a missing hunter in Sullivan County. More than 80 first responders are combing the woods right now.
There are innumerable cases of people who seemingly vanish out in the wilds of our world, and it sadly makes sense that some people should go missing here. There are places on Earth far from human civilization, with treacherous terrain, wild animals, and the propensity to confuse and bewilder those who find themselves unprepared or simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yet, an alarming number of these disappearances leave behind mysterious clues and snatch away even those of us who are well versed in the outdoors and experienced at being within these unpredictable realms. Here, we'll look at 5 of the more eerie disappearances of experienced hunters and the most seasoned survivalists who have gone out into the wilderness and simply never returned. Number 5, Zeb Hughes and Gunnar Palmer. 21-year-old Zeb Hughes and 16-year-old Gunnar Palmer disappeared on Thursday, December 3, 2020, while duck hunting on the Mississippi River in Warren County, Vicksburg, Mississippi. Zeb and Gunnar set out from the Letourneau Landing boat dock on what was supposed to be a typical day of duck hunting. River conditions were normal when they hit the water, and despite the chilly 46-degree temperature, the weather was fair. The Mississippi River, aptly named the Mighty Mississippi, sustains over 260 species of fish, with some tipping the scales at over 300 pounds. The river is 11 miles across at its widest point, and its currents are known to be unpredictable, sometimes even under the best circumstances. Zeb and Gunner's boat was found capsized on December 4th, the day after the two were officially reported missing. Had the Mighty Mississippi turned treacherous too quickly for the young men to react? Along with the pair's boat, searchers found most of the belongings that were inside, but there was no sign of either Zeb or Gunner, or of the dog that was traveling with them that day. The search went on over the river and the banks for more than a week, with nothing being found by the dozens of search teams, specialized aircraft, or drones. Sometime during the second week, the search efforts were refocused to cover solely the water. Does this mean that Zeb and Gunner never made it out of the water? While we hope that's not the case for them, searching the river is necessary in the effort to locate them, and it's no small task. On December 24, 2020, Warren County Sheriff Martin Pace told WLBT 3 on Your Side news reporters that Christmas Day would not slow down the search for Zeb and Gunner. Sheriff Martin assured that himself and his deputies would be on the water all day Christmas Day, continuing the efforts. He's quoted in the WLBT interview as saying, "I think the fact that we have multiple bodies in a moving body of water that's 100 feet deep just adds to the situation." How could two young and agile people who are used to being outdoors be so caught off guard by the river? Or is there something other than the Mighty Mississippi to blame for their disappearance? Number 4. James P. Rambone Jr. 51-year-old James P. Rambone Jr. disappeared on September 3, 2003 near the Caniapisco River south of Kuujjuaq, Quebec, Canada. James was out on a hunting trip with 3 friends. The 4 hunters were knowledgeable about the outdoors, and they were experienced at hunting. James hoped to land a big one that day, and while the group was out, he spotted a large caribou. He took off into the wilderness, hoping to intercept the bull. James never returned to the group from that chase. The other hunters searched and found James' fluorescent orange vest and his camera both near a caribou carcass. There was no sign of his gun, no clothing scraps, or any indication that James had ever been there. Pam Russo, James' girlfriend, said, "Bears and wolves don't eat clothing," and wouldn't have eaten his gun. A guide who's been working in the area for 35 years told me they always find a person, dead or alive, but they always find them. James was confident in his abilities as an experienced hunter and outdoorsman, and he was taking part in what his girlfriend Pam described as the trip of his life, hunting caribou on the rugged tundra of northern Quebec. Most of the non-native hunters who visit the area opt to hire a guide for the caribou hunts, but James and his group had chosen an 8-day unguided hunt. It was out of Camp Sardane, some 240-odd miles from the nearest village. There were multiple air and ground searches conducted, including the use of tracking dogs, but they all failed to locate him. It was as if James had completely vanished. No evidence was found that suggested James had succumbed to the elements, predatory animals, or even an accident. Pam still holds out hope that James, an epileptic, is still alive. She says, "For all we know, Jim might have developed amnesia caused by a severe seizure. He might be with someone who doesn't know who he is and doesn't realize that he is missing. Something's just not right. You don't just vanish." Number 3. Alan Tice. 52-year-old Alan Tice disappeared in November 2003 while on vacation, a time he planned to spend collecting rocks and hunting mule deer in the upper Missouri River Breaks area of Montana. Alan checked into his hotel without issue on November 22nd and paid cash for part of his stay in advance. Nothing was unusual until November 24, his scheduled checkout date, when there was simply no sign of him. Most of his things were still in the motel room except for his hunting gear, so it was assumed that he must have gone out hunting and never made it back. 2 days later, November 26, Alan was officially reported missing. Authorities began looking for him quickly thereafter. Alan stood 5 foot 10 inches tall and weighed 160 pounds. He was an avid outdoorsman with a good reputation at his job and was known for being a responsible employee. It wouldn't have been like him to miss an appointed checkout time at a motel. It was especially strange when an aircraft search team located his abandoned truck in a wilderness area along the Missouri River, but there was no sign of Allen himself. Strangely, all they found in his truck was an empty rifle case and his boots, which had been left behind and placed side by side. What happened to Allen, and why did he go out into the woods without his boots? No trace has ever been found, and he was declared legally dead in 2011. Number 2, Jeremy Childress. 31-year-old Jeremy Childress disappeared on October 17, 2004 from Trask Mountain in Tillamook County, Oregon, while on an elk hunting excursion accompanied by his co-worker, Shane Louie, and his son, Shane Jr. On October 17, the three guys had spent the day out hunting and enjoying the great outdoors. Once back at camp, they decided to make a trip down the mountain to gather firewood for the night. The trio hopped in the pickup truck, driven by Shane, and made their way down the winding roads, collecting firewood. Traveling back toward camp, they encountered a dense fog that surprised and disoriented them. Driving through it while trying to find their campsite was seemingly getting them nowhere, and after a while, Jeremy told his companions that he believed the camp was beyond a particular stand of trees they passed. Shane agreed to pull over and let Jeremy investigate further. Shane and his son got out with Jeremy and hiked a little ways into the fog, but ultimately stayed behind while Jeremy went ahead solo to confirm whether camp was nearby. The intention was for Jeremy to return soon thereafter with news. As Jeremy melted into the thick fog, nobody could have known that it would be the last time anyone would see him again. Shane and his son got back to the truck and waited about an hour, but when Jeremy didn't turn up, they went for help. When the fog finally lifted, an extensive area-wide search and rescue was conducted, but there was no trace of Jeremy other than a discarded gum wrapper of his favorite brand. Despite the extensive efforts put forth in subsequent searches by Jeremy's wife, Kristen, and dozens of other volunteers, no other signs of Jeremy were ever found. A seemingly odd clue was uncovered, though. A passerby witness who claims to have heard 3 shots fired in rapid succession on the evening Jeremy disappeared, and although this is a traditional SOS signal, it is unclear if the occurrence is connected to Jeremy's case, and it is also said that his friends did not hear the shots. As of December 12, 2004, more than a 4-mile radius from where he was last seen had been searched by many teams, with still no signs coming up. Jeremy's family is understandably devastated by his disappearance, and his 3-year-old daughter, Kelsey, asked her mom over and over in the days thereafter when her daddy was coming home. Number 1, Barnett Barry Zeldin. 74-year-old Barnett Barry Zeldin disappeared on Monday, October 7, 2013, after telling his wife he was planning to put some bait at a deer stand near Chatsworth in the Warren Grove Recreation Area in Barnegat, New Jersey. That's the last time Barry was seen. He took his '92 Chevy Blazer to the recreation area, where he would likely have begun checking his usual hunting and lure spots. He carried corn and molasses to put out for the deer, and had brought his dog along for good company. They left Barry's Mays Landing home and drove to a section of the Warren Grove Recreation Area. Now, the Warren Grove Recreation Area in New Jersey is mostly undeveloped wilderness, perfect for hiking, bird watching, hunting, and the like. The 617-acre is just west of the town of Warren Grove. The land was acquired from the National Park Service in 1972 as part of their Federal Lands to Parks program. Access to the recreation area is limited to several sand roads and old woods roads throughout the area, but there are currently no marked trails. Barry frequented this wilderness and was a strong outdoorsman, avid hunter, and capable survivalist. The weather at the time of Barry's disappearance was overcast, damp, and chilly, both during the night and daytime. Temperatures were around 66 degrees Fahrenheit, with winds gusting to 30 miles per hour. Even so, Barry was equipped with the necessary skills to handle the conditions. When Barry didn't come home or call Monday night, his wife, Janet Zeldin, wasn't really worried at first because he was known to make spontaneous hunting trips that sometimes lasted for several days. Janet said, "I didn't think much of it. I figured maybe he got a deer and he was looking for it. He's very independent." She began calling his cell phone every hour by Tuesday and into Wednesday, but all she got was his voicemail. On Thursday, October 10th, she tried to drive to the Audubon Gun Club, where Barry was a member, but she couldn't find it. The next day, she tried again, this time finding it, and got several members of the club to go out looking for Barry. Wilbur Swales, president of the Audubon Gun Club, said, "A couple of us went out Friday night looking for him, and we couldn't find nothing. Then we went out Saturday, me and 3 other members of the club, and we found his automobile." Barry's 1992 Chevy Blazer was parked at Warren Grove. The keys were still in the ignition, with the windows rolled down, cell phone on the dashboard, and his dog, Taffy, still there waiting for him, having survived 4 days alone by eating the corn and molasses meant for the deer. Janet speculated of the dog, he must have left her to check on the deer stand or to put some apples out, and there was a medical emergency. She does what she's told, so he must have told her to stay put. New Jersey State Police and State Park Police searched for Barry using helicopters and canine teams. Search efforts originally concentrated on the Warren Grove Recreation Area, but expanded closer to the Bass River State Forest, also in New Jersey. By Sunday afternoon, October 13th, 6 days after Barry's disappearance, the authorities called off the official search and rescue operation. Even so, volunteers with Burlington County Canine Search and Rescue went back into the recreation area the following Tuesday and then planned a larger search the following weekend. Janet said at the time, "I know he's good in the woods. That's why I never worried. He knows what he's doing. He's a very avid hunter. He probably could survive out there indefinitely." Barry's daughter-in-law, Debbie Zeldin, said, "It's like he just vanished. His car was found with his dog. She's okay, but we're afraid of what might have happened because he loved that dog. He would have never left her anywhere if he wasn't going to be right back." In November 2013, Barry's wife, Janet, said, "Every weekend and sometimes during the week, there is someone out looking for him. There have been different rescuers, state troopers, neighbors, friends, and the fire department. In 2 weeks, the shotgun hunters will be going out, and there should be about 1,000 of them pushing for deer. Between the newspaper coverage, TV, and word of mouth, everyone out there will know he's missing and will look for him. As time goes by, I guess I get less hopeful." What made Barry leave his dog Taffy in the Blazer with his cell phone and belongings? Clearly, he only planned to be away for a short time. Did he suffer a stroke or heart attack because of his age and perhaps fall into the dense undergrowth in the area? Was he attacked by a large predatory animal? None of his gear or other belongings were ever located. Only his truck, its contents, and his dog. So, friends, what do you think about these cases? How did all these wilderness experienced people go missing, some with no clues ever to be uncovered at all? These mysterious disappearances are only 5 of a frightening number of missing person cases. Hello, friends. Today we're going to be talking about 5 wilderness disappearances where mysterious disembodied cries for help were heard by search and rescue teams, but the person couldn't be located. You can imagine how these disembodied cries for help would have baffled search and rescue teams when they couldn't locate the missing person who had vanished in the wilderness. Likewise, the person calling out would probably wonder why they couldn't be heard. As we all know, thousands of people go missing every single day in the United States alone, and while some are found safe and sound and return to their family and loved ones, many are never seen or heard from again. How devastating that must be for the people who remain in the dark about their loved one, wondering always what if and what happened. Are they alive? Are they deceased? But what about the people who went missing and are known to have called out for help, to have actually been heard screaming or yelling for someone to rescue them, but were then never found? How does something like that even happen? Surely you must be thinking that if someone is close enough to be within earshot and heard calling for help, then search and rescue teams, volunteer teams, or even just a random stranger wandering about in the area heard them, then how's it at all possible for that person to never be seen or heard from again? Now, while we don't answer to that specific question today, and we as a society may never have all of or even part of the answers to these same questions, let's review some of these cases today. The ones in which people were so very close to being rescued or saved but then that help never came. What must that have felt like to the person who was lost? Crying out and then hearing people who you think are coming to your aid for who knows how long, knowing that you're being heard and maybe even preparing to get ready to get back home to your family, and then nothing. Search and rescue teams and volunteers move on, possibly walking right past you to go and continue the search for you somewhere else. These are just a few of the many cases we found in which people were actually heard calling for help but then could not be located. They were never seen or heard from again after that. Number 5, Mitchell Dale Stalling. On June 19, 2013, Mitchell Dale Stalling, known to most as Dale, his wife Deneen, and his parents went to Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado, USA. The 51-year-old Dale decided to go for a hike by himself to the Spruce Tree House Ruins. The Spruce Tree House Ruins is the third largest cliff dwelling in Mesa Verde and was actually constructed between 1211 and 1278 AD by the ancestors of some of the Pueblo people of the Southwest. This amazing dwelling contains about 130 rooms and 8 kivas, which are chambers where the ceremonies of the Pueblo people were held. This dwelling wasn't discovered until 1888 when 2 ranchers were trying to find some cattle that had gone astray and accidentally stumbled upon this beautiful piece of history. Dale had decided he wanted to see it for himself and took off at around 4:30 p.m. with every intention of returning as soon as he was done. After all, the trail was less than a quarter of a mile long, connecting to the Petroglyph Point Trail, which is a 2.5-mile loop with cliff exposure that takes off right from the Spruce Tree Trail. Several witnesses came forward later and remembered speaking with Dale on the trail that day, but yet he never returned back to his family. It was until 7 years later that his remains were found and returned to his still hopeful and still searching family on September 17, 2020. But now let's talk about the mystery surrounding this horrible tragedy. Here's a little more about what happened to Dale Stalling that fateful day back in June of 2013. Dale and his family left their home in Goliad, Texas in a camper trailer and headed west to Colorado, a place Dale had always wanted to see and explore. He was an experienced outdoorsman and loved to camp and hike, and was also a very avid gardener and was known to spend hours alone at home just spending time and tending to his many plants. He decided a day trip to Mesa Verde National Park was the perfect way not only for his family to spend some quality time together, but also for him to make his dream of seeing the sights in the beautiful Colorado National Park a reality. And so, they were on their way. The trail was known to be a bit rough and rugged, so initially the Stallings were only planning to drive to the lookout point and experience the breathtaking scenes from a distance. Dale's parents were elderly, and it's reported that his wife was overweight, so nobody but Dale would have been able to hike the trail very easily. Once they got there, however, Dale being Dale and having his great love of nature and the outdoors, decided to seize the moment and finally have the opportunity he had waited for so long to be there in Colorado, in the Mesa Verde. He just had to get a closer look at the Spruce Tree House ruins. 22 minutes before Dale took off for his hike, the weather conditions were not that good. The temperature was somewhere between 90 and 100 degrees. The terrain was another worry, as it was rugged with steep canyons and mesa tops. The elevation ranged from 6,500 to 8,000 feet. The hike to the top of the trail, Dale estimated, would take about an hour. This was the average length of time for someone in good health to have made it through. Dale was reported missing very soon after he didn't return at the agreed-upon time. His family didn't want to leave much room for anything bad to have happened and got on to finding him right away. The Rangers first thought Dale had just gotten probably a bit off track and told his wife to give him a few more hours, and if he didn't return by then, to go ahead then and report him missing. According to a park public information officer, the park has never had anyone go missing for more than a couple of hours. Once it had indeed been 2 hours after he was supposed to have been back, the park initiated a 2-week-long search and rescue operation, which included around 60 searchers, 2 dog teams, helicopter surveillance, and rope teams rappelling off the cliffs in the Chapin Mesa area. This is where the canine teams had initially shown some interest in the first couple of days of the search, so this is where they decided to begin. The Petroglyph Point Trail follows a cliff base before descending to the mesa in a series of steep sections of switchbacks, which then had some steps cut into the rock. Though he didn't have any water with him on this extremely hot day when he disappeared, Dale did have his cell phone, but after he was determined to have disappeared, nobody could get any kind of response or an answer from him when they tried to reach out. Phone records did show him trying to access his voicemail at around 7 p.m. that night, or at least the phone was trying to access the voicemail. We in this community should make no assumptions that it was Dale at all who tried to do this. For the sake of fact, though, let's move on and say it was him. It was for nothing, though, as the call dropped and never went through. According to Patrick O'Driscoll of National Parks Media Services, the Intermountain region, the majority of Mesa Verde, aside from a few marked trails, is uncharted territory, and therefore technically off limits to hikers. Approximately 5 to 10 people go missing every year in the Mesa Verde National Park, and none of these cases are officially closed, including Dale's, until that person or their body is found. Authorities have shared everything from actual case files to random tips with the family, but Dale's wife, Deneen, sees things much differently than park officials do. She says she is pissed off and feels the search only really lasted for 2 days, and then Dale was just given up on. She stated, "Now that it's been a year, and honestly, the more I reflect on it, I'm just pissed off. Their attitude was, he was there, he was lost, and what are they supposed to do about it?" Park officials say, however, that rangers in the park were still searching for Dale 3 months later, though in a bit more scaled-back way. They insist they did this to keep Dale and his disappearance on their radar, so everyone would continue to be on the lookout for him. In 2014, Deneen returned at least 14 times to the park, and is more convinced than ever that her husband had gone missing due to misleading markers and signs in the park, which caused him to accidentally go off trail. She believes he thought he was following all the signs properly, but because they were so confusing, he ended up lost anyway. There is a very interesting account written by a hiker and writer named Jody Peterson, however, that was written in 2013, which details an experience she had while hiking the same trail on the same day as Dale when he went missing. She writes in part, "After an hour of walking, I suddenly heard a weary male voice call, 'I need some help.' I thought of the missing hiker. Perhaps after visiting Spruce Treehouse, he'd attempted the trail and run into trouble. I called out several times, but got no response. I thought about going off trail to look, but figured then I'd become victim number 2 if I tried to scramble down those ledges and cliffs. My cell phone had no signal. I hiked back down the trail as fast as I could, and when I found the chief ranger, I told him what I'd heard. Relief washed over his face as another staffer said, 'We thought we heard a call for help in that area yesterday.' They quickly began planning to bring in dogs and more searchers. I left the ranger station and stood looking at the opposite side of the canyon where I'd heard the call for help. I said a silent prayer. When I got back to my western Colorado home the following day, I checked the news thinking that I'd read that the hiker had been found. Instead, I learned that Mitchell Dale Stalling was still missing, and now 70 people were looking for him. As I write this, it's been almost 2 weeks since Stalling vanished, and the search has been scaled down. A group of us think he's still somewhere in the park, said Chief Ranger Jesse Farias. We've all heard of planned disappearances, but it doesn't smell that way. The odds of him being found alive, though, are basically 0. Perhaps he fell between big rocks in a place where searchers can't see him. Perhaps wind shifts made the dog miss his scent. Now, the question, though, is this. If Dale was heard calling for help by several different people, and searches were immediately put into place and conducted as soon as this was reported, then how did no one come across him again, even hear him again, or find any evidence of him at all? If they thought they heard a call for help in the same area just the day before, then why weren't they still out searching there? That makes no sense. What really happened out there in Mesa Verde? Do the park rangers and other staff of this national park know more than they're saying? This is something to think about, definitely, but most likely something we will never find an answer to. Number 4, Daleen Moke Pua. On February 27, 2015, a 17-year-old named Daleen Pua, known as Moke to his family and friends, decided to go for a hike on the Stairway to Heaven. This is actually the Haiku Stairs in Oahu, Hawaii. These stairs are basically an extremely steep step structure which used to provide pedestrian access to former U.S. Navy communication facilities on the island. This is considered one of Hawaii's most dangerous trails, and Moke was last seen boarding a bus in Waia'ani to get to the spot which he wanted so badly to climb and see the historical sites. Daleen, who lived on the Big Island, was visiting Waia'ani to spend some time with his grandmother. His grandmother, Martha Bear, stated that the teen wanted desperately to climb the trail, which is forbidden on the windward side of Oahu. She told her grandson she had seen on the news that it was closed down and he wouldn't be able to access it. She told him not to waste his time even trying. Martha said, though, that when Daleen boarded the bus and said he was going hiking, she never thought he was really going there, to the Stairway to Heaven trail. She figured she'd already told him that he would get arrested if he tried to go there and climb, and that it was closed down and pedestrian access was being refused. At around 11 a.m., Daleen posted his last ever correspondence when he texted some friends pictures of himself, stating that he was finally there, on the trail to Haiku Stairs, and was next planning to climb them. He hasn't been seen or heard from since. His family studied the pictures Daleen had sent them from the trail right before he seemingly disappeared into thin air extensively, and there are some that stand out. These are the ones they are desperately trying to get the public's help in identifying. Unfortunately, the more you blow up the images, the more blurry and non-discernible they become. Almost impossible to tell what you're even looking at, though the family is fairly confident at least one of them is Daleen. They believe they saw a man in the background, far off in the distance of at least one of the other pictures, and theorized that this man was for some reason following Daleen and could have somehow led to his disappearance and possible demise. The search effort included local fire departments, drone operators, community volunteers, and even the U.S. Navy conducting a land and air search to find the young man, all to no avail. A few days after he was last heard from and reported as missing, Monday, March 2nd, 2 hikers reported hearing cries for help. This information led the fire department to continue their search into Tuesday, March 3rd, 2015. That particular search was suspended the same afternoon, but local volunteers continued to look for Daleen, combing through the mountains, but finding no sign of him. The Haiku Stairs have been closed to the public since 1987, but are still a very popular hike with locals and tourists alike willing to risk fines or arrest. The stairs are in bad shape after heavy rains and powerful storms have damaged them to the point that they've gained a somewhat ominous reputation for being not only treacherous, but possibly deadly as well. Some people believe they should be fixed, restored, and reopened to the public, while others say they should be torn down altogether. The fate of Daleen Mokhua is still unknown to this day, as is why he wasn't found despite hikers very clearly hearing him calling for help. Was this actually Daleen Pua crying out for help? Again, we will most likely never know. Number 3, Philip Krasik. Yet another unfortunate soul who decided to go out for what seemed like a pleasant and scenic hike and ended up not ever being seen or heard from again, even after being heard screaming or yelling for help, is 30-year-old Philip Krasik from Berkeley, California. Philip told his wife he was headed out for a run in the hills near the Mahler Ranch staging area in Pleasanton Ridge Regional Park, California. He called her once he reached the trail to inform her that it would take him about an hour and to let her know when she could expect him back that day. He was last seen running at around 10:45 a.m. that same morning. Philip's wife reported him missing the same afternoon he had headed out for the run when he failed to return home and hadn't been in contact with her or anyone else to let them know why he wasn't back yet. This was very unlike him by all accounts. Investigators in Pleasanton stated that they had never come across such a bizarre case. Either he got hurt and was only able to call out, or he planned all of this and purposely disappeared, leaving his wife and his life behind and never looking back. This left his family and friends to wonder forever what happened to him and why. According to his family, the latter isn't even an option, as Philip just wasn't that type of man and loved his life and his family. Philip was supposed to meet with his wife to attend a family gathering in Stockton, California. When he didn't show up at the appointed time, his wife immediately knew something was wrong and called the authorities. Philip is said to have left his shirt and cell phone in his vehicle, and although he was running with a smartwatch, it was unfortunately not equipped with GPS. With temperatures rising above 100 degrees Fahrenheit that day in Pleasanton, many were led to immediately begin to speculate that the heat had somehow incapacitated Philip on that day, July 10th, 2021. Now, this didn't make much sense to his family and loved ones, though, as Philip was a marathon runner and was well adjusted to running under such extreme conditions as blaring heat, which might incapacitate most people. His cell phone showed that his route was planned out entirely along very well-maintained and manicured trails. Though the park was packed with people that day, not a single credible sighting of Philip has ever been reported. Sergeant Aaron Fountain of the Pleaston Police Department, who's handling the investigation, said, "I can't even speculate on this one. It's very, very odd." Now to continue, Philip Krasik was a family man with 2 small children and also a graduate of the prestigious Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts. He was also listed as a third-year student in MIT's Urban Mobility Lab. Philip went missing on a Saturday, and the following Wednesday, a family hiking in the area reported hearing cries in a canyon near the Sunol post office. After receiving this tip, 2 people who were involved in the search went out to the area and heard for themselves a man screaming for help near the canyon. Experienced hikers in the search and rescue effort set out to go and see if they could hear the calls and perhaps follow them to try and find Philip, who they presumed it was, and bring him safely back to his family. However, once arriving at the spot where the cries for help were allegedly heard by multiple people at this point, they heard nothing and weren't able to locate Philip either. That same night, the search efforts were officially called off, and Philip hasn't been found as of this video being made almost a month later. Theories run wild as to what happened to Philip Krasik. From demented and murderous drug dealers taking him hostage, to large felines somehow carrying him up trees and feasting, to him just walking off and abandoning his life, which he was said to love so much. However, that's just what these are, theories, as there hasn't been any evidence as to if this was definitely Philip who was heard crying from the canyon for help that fateful day. Again, why didn't the first 2 experienced hikers who were sent out and did claim to have heard at least someone crying for help never find him? This is another case that is completely and totally baffling and runs along the exact vein as the previous 2 and the cases to follow. We'll never know. Surely, if he was attacked and eaten by wild animals, there would have been some sort of trail for either the animal searchers or even the human ones to find and follow, at least leading to some sort of explanation. Signs of a struggle, blood, torn clothing, etc. We'll just have to wait and see on this one. Do have an update here. While this video was in editing, Philip was found deceased. We'll create a new case update video very soon to discuss this with you. Philip, rest in peace, my friend. Number 2, Linda Ortega. On September 22, 2012, 53-year-old Linda Ortega left her home in Blackwell, Oklahoma, and headed out to the woods in the Arkansas Ozarks near St. Joe. Linda was with her brother, and they were visiting with her sister when, somewhat ironically, her brother offered to take her into the woods and teach her some survival skills. She somehow became separated from him and ended up lost in the woods for 5 days. The story she told of her experience is strange to say the least. However, in this community, if you clicked on this video or you're aware of all the strange things happening in the woods, besides all the bizarre deaths and disappearances, and if you've been paying attention at all and can clearly see something is wrong with not only the things mentioned above, but also with the reports and stories of encounters and experiences had by the people who were lost for however long in whatever part of the 700 million acres of forest and woodlands in the United States alone, then you'll understand why it was absolutely necessary that we tell Linda's story here. Now, as soon as she was reported missing, a search was mounted, and almost every single resident of St. Joe, which is a tiny town of not even 200 people, and various other volunteers from throughout the county, set out to find the missing woman. She was eventually found, relatively unharmed, and picked up by an all-terrain vehicle driven by some of these volunteers. Linda was lucky enough to have only sustained some minor cuts and bruises, but what happened to her affected her psychologically, and it was definitely a strange story she had to tell. Chief Deputy Dwayne Pierce stated that when she came out of the woods, she wasn't right about her head. That's a quote. Miss Ortega reported that she had survived by eating wild berries, watercress, hazelnuts, and anything else she could find which she knew was edible. She also drank water from the creek. At night, she huddled on the freezing cold ground underneath trees for shelter, praying for someone to come and finally find her. She also repeatedly thanked her brother and insisted she never would have survived without the knowledge he had just been teaching her about how to survive in the wild. The strangest and scariest part of the entire 5-day ordeal, though, was what Linda said she had experienced while out there, lost and alone, cold and afraid, in the unknown woods and trails. She claimed that while she was out there, especially at night, she would see other people there. They would be walking around her along the trails or even right there in the thick of the woods. She would ask them for help or try to get their attention, maybe even ask one of them if they could point her in the direction of safety. However, not a single one of these people even acknowledged her or looked in her direction. She claimed people were even hiding behind the bushes like they didn't want her to see them. Now, while in the hospital, she did admit that perhaps some of the berries she had eaten caused some kind of mild hallucination. She wasn't sure. She claimed she had managed to stay with her brother for 3 days before becoming separated from him and knew what she should and what she shouldn't eat when trying to survive. She's very consistent in her story. Think about the people hiding in the bushes. These people definitely weren't part of any kind of search party. Why would people trying to find a lost woman hide so she couldn't see them? More than that, why would others walk right past her and then try and hide as though they were playing some kind of strange hide-and-seek game, hiding in plain sight? Is this finally the proof that there are, in fact, strange people who live in the woods who either don't know how to interact with other people or just don't want to, especially other people who aren't like them or who aren't from where they're from? Is this proof of ferals, wild men? How does this all tie in with strange missing person cases and even deaths we see, which are becoming so much more common year after year in the woods? Is this what we should be paying attention to when out searching for the above-mentioned missing? There was a statement made by the doctor Linda saw after being taken to the hospital when she was rescued, which validates her sanity. She was not insane. How much more interesting that she was berry picking when she ended up being separated from her brother after 3 days of staying right next to him. As we all know, this is a very common theme among the missing people in the woods, the berry picking, or berry patches in general. But there are those who are found, and then those who seem to be forever lost. Linda is not the first person, or more specifically, the first woman, to report things like this while either lost or, for whatever reason, wandering the woods alone. There are many other reports of women being followed or even chased by what they referred to as men while being lost in those same woods. This is also very common in the East along the Appalachian Trail. Think back to the story of little Dennis Martin and how a family out for a hike or camping trip saw what they referred to as a wild man carrying something which looked like a small child over its shoulder. There are also several park rangers in the United States, Dwight McCarter among them, who have come forward since retiring and tell stories of wild men living and even hunting in the woods of our national parks and general forested areas of our country. Is this only going on here in the United States, though? Not at all. There's one specific report we covered in an early video about wild men and feral humans in the woods where at least one park ranger was attacked by one of these people. Now, luckily, Linda was able to keep her wits about her despite what must have been petrifying fear, and she made a full recovery after her harrowing ordeal. Number 1, Naomi Lee Whidden. On November 25, 1994, Dwayne Whidden decided to take his son, age 6, and 2 daughters, ages 2 and 3, for a hike in the Chattahoochee National Forest. He parked the car at the base of a large mountain there at the trailhead, unloaded his children, and off they went for a day of family fun together. Dwayne and his 3 kids hiked about 1.5 miles up an old logging trail and into the deep wilderness of the forest. Later on, when recounting the incident of what happened and how Naomi had come to be lost in the woods, he stated, "They, meaning his children, were in my full view, my sight and hearing, and then she was gone." He stated that they were all looking for signs of animals when suddenly Naomi, only 2 years old, just simply vanished. There was never any explanation we could find of what actually happened and how it was possible a 2-year-old little girl, in full view of her father no less, disappeared faster than he could finish blinking. It's like she blinked right out of existence. Local authorities brought in bloodhounds and search teams from the surrounding counties to aid in the search for the small girl. Teams of volunteers and search and rescue headed out well into the middle of the night looking for Naomi and calling her name, but to no avail. She was seemingly nowhere at all. Now, approximately 25 hours after she first disappeared, a man named Kip Clayton was searching the outer fringes of the search area he and his team were assigned to when he said his intuition, that old gut instinct, pushed him forth to go and search another 250 yards forward, leaving the official search area he was looking in. But that's when he found her. Laying next to a large log, face down and unresponsive in mud, muck, and leaves, was 2-year-old Naomi Whidden. He picked her up and she let out a small moan. She was freezing cold, her body at a dangerously low temperature, and Kip ran as fast as he could with Naomi barely breathing in his arms, the approximate mile back to the command post. Naomi was rushed to the nearest hospital, and she was only semi-conscious and in very critical condition when she arrived. Now, while eventually she fully recovered and managed to survive her ordeal, many questions remain about what exactly happened to her. As mentioned before, where Naomi was found was only about 250 yards away from where the searchers would have been screaming and yelling her name the night before, all throughout the night. Why didn't Naomi respond to them at all? Why didn't she alert them in any way as to where she was so they could go and help her? It isn't possible that she was face down in the mud the entire time, or she couldn't have survived. Surely she would have suffocated. So why didn't she respond? Did she not hear them? If she couldn't hear them, why not? Take into account when trying to understand these things, how close this disappearance was to the Great Smoky Mountains, and how many children not only have disappeared there, but were found face down on the ground. Usually, the ones closest to Naomi's age are found this way. Sometimes, though, it's too late. Naomi was very lucky to have survived. Also, why doesn't a simple Google search turn up more information about this case? Other than one document, there's not any mention of this online anywhere. Hello, friends. Today's episode, we've got something a little different. We're looking into some strange cases where families disappeared. Join us. Now, we see so many cases of people going missing all over the world. In the woods and out, there are people just vanishing, seemingly into thin air, and without a trace or shred of evidence left behind. We aren't talking here about cases that can easily be explained away, or where there may be some type of reasonable or rational explanation for multiple people, families mainly, going missing all at the same time. These are only some of the cases where entire families, most of them just out together to make some memories and with every intention of ending up back in their homes when the adventure was over, only they were never seen again. They never made it back home. Where they ended up and what happened to them has never been adequately explained, if an attempt was made to explain it at all. Come and take a walk with us again, folks, and this time keep your eyes peeled and your ears open, and see if anything here sounds familiar to you. Perhaps you and your family were out one day doing the exact same thing as the following people were, and maybe you came across something strange too. Only, in the end, everything worked out for you, and you made it back safe and sound. Here are just a few examples of families of people vanishing without a trace. First up, we have the Roberts family. John Roberts and his wife Julie Englehart, both 49, and their 11-year-old daughter Brooke Roberts went missing on April 6, 2019, from Hesperia, California, in the United States. The family had lived in Hesperia, but in 2017 had moved to John's hometown of Ozark, Alabama, and then back to Hesperia again in 2019. The trio were staying in a Motel 6 while the parents looked for work and a more permanent residence. Julie had a phone conversation with an unnamed relative on the 6th of October 2019, where she stated she'd found a job cleaning used trailers for an unknown business in the Hesperia area. She also told the relative that the family was in the process of moving to Spring Valley Lake. She was excited about the new job and the move and seemed to be in good spirits. Nothing struck the relative as odd or wrong about the call, and after a brief conversation, they hung up and went about their respective lives. Only this would be the very last time anyone has heard from any member of the family. Julie was supposed to call the relative the next day, but the call never came. There's no further information about this case and no news since that last phone call. The family's whereabouts are still unknown to this day. Detectives are seeking contact from anyone who may have information on the whereabouts of John, Julie, or Brooke, and are asked to contact Detective Jason Schroeder at the Hesperia Sheriff Station on 760-947-1500. Next, we have the disappearance of Alan and Terry Westerfield. On September 12, 1964, brothers Alan and Terry Westerfield vanished without a trace. Alan was just 6 years old and Terry was 11. On this day, their stepfather, Carl Bach, dropped the boys off in front of the Broadway Theater on Hay Street in downtown Fayetteville, North Carolina. The boys were planning on seeing a double feature, but when Carl came to pick them up at the agreed-upon time, the boys were nowhere in sight. It was just about dusk, and alarmingly, there was no sign of the young boys. Earlier in the day, the boys' mother, Margaret, had left them in the care of their regular babysitter, a woman named Barbara Temple, so she could go to work. When she returned home, she found that Miss Temple had been dismissed by the boy's stepfather, Carl Bach, whom she was separated from at the time. Carl explained he had dropped the boys off to see the double feature at the movie theater. Upon hearing this, the pair began to argue, which led to Margaret storming out of the house and heading to nearby Fort Bragg to drink at the NCO club. When she returned home, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and her children still weren't home. Margaret then confronted Carl, and he explained to her how he'd gone to the theater at approximately 7:45 p.m. to pick the boys up and bring them home, but could find no trace of them. He said he had waited there at the theater until about 9:30 before considering they may have walked home or that their mom had picked them up instead. Immediately upon hearing this, Margaret called the police and reported her sons as missing. There were many discrepancies found in Carl Bach's story, including his own girlfriend at the time who worked at the theater, telling investigators she did not remember seeing the two boys at the theater that night. At around 3:30 in the afternoon, one of Terry's friends had come over and asked if he could come out and play, to which Carl informed the child that Terry was being punished and could not come outside at the moment. Also, Miss Temple, the babysitter who Carl sent away, claims she insisted that she stay with the boys until their mother Margaret returned, but Carl insisted even more that she leave and said he would care for the boys until their mother returned. Eventually, Barbara Temple gave up the argument and left as she was told. Margaret, Carl, and at least a dozen other people were brought in for questioning, but nothing ever came of any of it. In the year 2000, when the case was being looked at again, it's been reported that Carl Bach was brought in and was at first incredibly nervous. However, when he was told he wasn't being charged with anything, he suddenly became arrogant and uncooperative with the authorities. So, what happened to these two boys? While many believe the stepfather was involved somehow in their disappearance and that he was somehow looking for a way to get his revenge on their mother, Margaret, for ending their relationship, and while no evidence points toward anything he said about dropping them off at the theater that night or picking them up could be confirmed, the fact remains that these two little boys were never found. No trace of them, and no evidence showing one way or another what possible fate could have befallen them. To this day, no one has ever been charged with anything, and police are apparently no closer to solving this, North Carolina's oldest missing person case. Now we have the Salomon family. On October 13, 1982, Stacy Pearman, one of the neighbors of the Salomon family, called the police when she noticed the family's pool was overflowing in their backyard. She and her mother went and knocked on the door first, but when nobody answered, they became concerned. When the police walked into the home that day, they were not expecting what they found. There was no one inside the residence, but everything seemed perfectly normal. A bit too normal, actually. Even the bed in the master bedroom was made up beautifully, and there seemed to be nothing out of place. This was, of course, upon first glance. As the investigators looked a little deeper, they found 14-year-old Michelle Salomon's bedroom in absolute disarray. Her bed frame was broken, the bedding was missing, and there were some spots of what looked like blood on her mattress. Elaine Salomon, her husband Saul, and their 14-year-old daughter Michelle and 9-year-old son Mitchell were all missing. Upon interviewing friends and other family members of the Salomons, investigators found out that Elaine Salomon never even made her bed to begin with, so the fact that it was made so perfectly that day, at the time of the disappearance, was deeply disturbing, according to cousin and best friend Doreen Laffer. After a brief but thorough investigation, nothing was found that alluded to where the family could have gone, and they were never found. After suffering nightmares for years, Stacy Pearman decided to investigate the mystery on her own. She found a man named Harvey Rader, a man who had attended a car auction with Saul the night of he and his family's disappearance. This man's story was said to be riddled with inconsistencies and full of what she called flat-out lies. Harvey was also linked to 3 other missing person cases. At the end of the day, however, no arrests have ever been made, and the facts in this case are few and far between. Theories aren't hard to come by, but it remains to this day that the Salomon family disappeared, seemingly without a trace, into thin air that night, so long ago, in October of 1982. A whole family, a mother, father, daughter, and son, just poof and gone. How does this even happen? We'll let you be the judge. Next up, we have Simon Cadwell, Chantal McDougall, and their daughter Leela. In July of 2007, Simon Cadwell, his wife Chantal, and their daughter all vanished without a trace from their southwestern Australian home in Nannup, Perth. The family were renting a home, and a man named Antonio Popic lived on the property in a caravan. Chantal's father, Jim McDougall, reported his daughter and her family missing in October, when he was told there had been no sign of them, and nothing but a note that said "Gone to Brazil" stuck to the front door of the rental home. He stated, "After a few weeks, I was a bit suspicious we didn't hear, so I actually contacted overseas where they were supposed to be, and there was no record. So I got really worried and contacted missing persons." Antonio Popic had also gone missing in November of that same year, a month after Simon and his family were reported as missing. Mr. Popic's brother reported him as missing as well. Investigators found that none of the 4 missing persons' passports had been used, nor had their bank accounts or credit cards. Nothing to indicate they were on a simple vacation, as the note left on their front door had alluded to. Acting Sergeant Fiona Capron said they had settled their lease, and it seems they left in quite a hurry, but left no sign where they could have gone. None of the 4 had ever used their cell phones again either. It's a huge mystery as to where any of them could have possibly ended up, or why. Sergeant Capron stated, "As far as we know, a couple of days before they went missing, they sold the car that Chantal owned. They left their property in their house at Nannup, and they haven't been seen since." Simon Cadwell is said to have been a very charismatic cult leader, and therefore the search for the family and their friend had led to investigations into whether or not they had run off to join some kind of religious sect. Though many reports have come in leading the police to think that this may very well be the case, no conclusive evidence has ever come to light making it a fact. The police have also issued a national missing persons alert and have continued working on the case and following up with any and all leads, regardless of how trivial, that still come in to this day. So what happened to this entire family and their lodger? How could 4 people just vanish into thin air? This case also has so much rumor and speculation surrounding it, but at the end of the day, when basing opinions solely on fact and evidence, there is almost nothing to go by, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Now, while all the cases we've discussed here today contain different circumstances, and the people come from all different walks of life and time frames, one absolute fact remains constant and the same. Every single one of them seemed to simply vanish from the face of the earth, never to be seen or heard from again. The fate of not knowing is sometimes said to be worse than actually knowing the friend or loved one has been deceased or what actually became of them. In these cases, and so many more across the world, the rumor and speculation that we mentioned earlier tend to twist the case and bend it one way or another, sometimes even turning it into something which cheapens the memories of the missing. Let's try and not do that here, folks. Let's keep it respectful and continue to not only pray for the missing and their loved ones, but also to come forward with any and all information, no matter how small and inconsequential it may seem to us, to the proper authorities, in hopes that some closure can eventually be provided, and justice, if necessary, to the families and friends of these, the lost people of our world.
Rescue crews are now in the 4th day of searching for a 92-year-old hiker missing in Allegheny State Park. As News 4's Nelina Shapiro reports, rescuers hope a new description of where he was last seen will help their cause.
Hamilton got lost in the park on Wednesday while hiking with his 66-year-old daughter, Rebecca Huffman. When Hamilton was too weak to continue, his daughter walked to safety the next morning and called for help. On Sunday, she came back to the park and handed police this picture she drew of a mysterious concrete structure. Police say Hamilton was last seen about 100 feet from this structure, but here's the problem. Right now, officials can't find it.
Hello, friends, and welcome to another episode. This time, we invite you to join us as we discuss some of the absolute strangest missing person cases that we've ever encountered. These stories are beyond strange and mysterious. None have any rational or scientific explanation, yet, according to those that experienced them, they actually happened. So sit back, relax, and let us know what you think in the comments below. Do you have theories on any of these? If so, please share. We'd love to hear them. Missing 92-year-old and the mysterious structure nobody can identify. On November 10th, 2010, 66-year-old retired nurse Rebecca Huffman and her 92-year-old father, Reverend Thomas Hamilton, got lost while hiking in the Allegheny State Park. They walked for miles through dark woods, climbed up hills on their hands and knees, and were freezing cold. The very next day, Rebecca walked to safety and called for help. She stated that her father was too weak to continue, so she told him to stay put and not move. Search and rescue was immediately deployed to the area, and there was no sign of her father, Thomas. The next day, Rebecca came back to the park and handed police a picture she drew of a mysterious concrete structure about 6 feet in width and about 15 to 20 feet wide. It was a 3-foot-high structure that you can walk into and be standing on a rock-like floor. Thomas was last seen about 100 feet from the structure. But there was a huge problem. Officials were never able to find this mysterious structure that his daughter Rebecca described. A massive 8-day search conducted by hundreds of volunteers, police officers, firefighters, and K-9 units over 5,000 acres of the park turned up nothing. Strangely enough, 2 years later, his remains were found 500 feet from where the search and rescue crews started their official search. The mysterious structure has never been located. Linda Ortega and the people hiding in the bushes. On September 22, 2012, Linda Ortega and her brother Eddie Huff set out for a day's hiking in the Arkansas Ozarks. The area in which they were hiking was an area that they both frequented. However, during their hike, Eddie suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar area. Eddie looked up through the trees, hoping to find some degree of positioning from the mountains around them, and when he looked beside him, Linda had simply vanished. When Eddie eventually returned home, he seemingly had no memory of what had happened in the park. A search party was sent into the forest to find Linda, but with winter temperatures beginning to set in and having left with barely any supplies at all, hope was fading fast. Linda would reemerge from the forest almost a week later. She appeared shocked and unnerved by whatever incident had unfolded and led her here. She would later claim, although the details were murky at best, that she came across people, but when she asked for help, they'd act like they didn't hear her. Linda says she remembered them looking right at her and not saying a thing. These people were hiding in the bushes, she says. They were following me but would not help me. In addition, Linda stated that dark figures appeared in the forest at dusk. They were like silhouettes that moved through the trees, but no matter how much she screamed, they couldn't hear her. She said they constantly watched her, but never acknowledged her calls for help. Linda said that she was just glad that the forest had finally released her. Casey Hathaway and the Bear. 3-year-old Casey Hathaway disappeared from his great-grandmother's backyard on January 25, 2019. Casey was playing with 2 other relatives in his great-grandmother's backyard the day he went missing. When he didn't come inside when the others did, his family started searching for him. After 45 minutes passed, his grandmother called 911.
Hey, what's going on there? We lost my 2-year-old grandson that's walked in the woods back there and we can't find him. 3-year-old grandson. Okay, so who's there with them? His little sister. Are you saying he's 3-year-old? Yeah, he's 3. Okay. The girls come to the house and left him there, and he's walked off somewhere, and we can't find him. Okay, but you're not there at the house now? I'm at the house, yeah. Okay, and how long ago do you know he walked in there? It's been at least 45 minutes, because we've been looking all in the woods for him. And it's behind your house? Is it directly behind your house? Yeah. Well, on the side, yeah. Is he a white, black? He's white.
Do you know what he was wearing?
Probably a black little coat.
A black coat?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he usually do this?
Huh?
Does he usually do this?
No.
Was he wearing pants?
Yeah, he had pants.
Was it jeans?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You said about 45 minutes to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is it a big area of woods behind your house?
Yeah, it's pretty big.
I think you've been out there looking for him?
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got a deputy headed to you, okay? You said 45 minutes directly behind your house or side?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if you see him, let us know. We have some deputies headed that way, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He was walking in the woods back there, and we can't find him, his great-grandmother told the 911 dispatcher. The other ones came through the house, but left him there, and he walked off somewhere, and we can't find him. Search and rescue teams from across the state immediately came together to brave the treacherous terrain and low temperatures, hoping to find Casey. 3 days later, rescuers were still combing the woods when they heard the missing 3-year-old boy call out for his mother. In the emergency room, Casey started talking about what happened in the woods. He said he had a friend that was a bear. The bear took care of him and kept him warm while he was lost in the woods. Casey goes on to say that the bear also fed him berries. Now, the local sheriff stated that there are bears in the woods of Craven County, North Carolina, but there's no evidence to prove one was with Casey. He goes on to say, all that matters is that something was there to comfort Casey during the 3 days he was missing. Stephen Kubacki, missing for over a year. One February morning in 1978 near Lake Michigan, student Stephen Kubacki would venture out to indulge in several hours of skiing. However, when he still hadn't returned the following day, a huge search was put in motion. Strangely and ominously, footprints were discovered at a location where the student claimed to be heading. And what's more, they stopped right at the frozen water's edge. There was no sign of any markings on the frozen surface of the water, and no signs that the ice had been broken anywhere. Later that day, Stephen's skis and backpack were discovered. However, no other sign of Stephen came to light, and the searches were eventually called off. His family, while not giving up hope, were prepared for the worst. Then, over a year later, in early May 1979, Stephen would appear out of the blue on his parents' doorstep. He had very little memory of where he had been. He had awoken earlier that day in a field in Pittsfield, hundreds of miles from where he disappeared, and around 40 miles from the family home. Even stranger, he was wearing clothes that weren't his and had a strange bag of maps with him that he didn't recognize. Rather than compensate himself financially with the many offers from media people for his story, he instead retreated from the public, refusing to speak of the incident, of which he claimed he had no memory, and not wishing to undergo such things as hypnotic regression, as he wasn't experiencing any psychological problems and wished to keep it that way. Ambrose Smith, gone for 24 hours. Ambrose Smith normally played happily at home in Newaygo County, Michigan. But on October the 8th, 2013, Ambrose was sitting in the lounge with her father when he briefly left the room, and upon his return, she was nowhere to be found. A massive search involving hundreds of volunteers was immediately activated, covering the entire surrounding area. It wasn't until the next day that Ambrose was found a few miles from her home. Strangely, she was discovered in a location that had been extensively searched the previous day. How the little girl had managed to traverse such a huge distance and evade the search teams who sprang into action so soon after her disappearance remains a complete mystery. Zen Rong vanished while piloting an aircraft. On March 15, 2016, Zen Rong flew out of Ann Arbor in a 1984 Cessna 172P owned by the Michigan Flyers. When it was overdue to return, authorities were notified and the wreckage was found in a forested area near Manitowocc, Ontario, northeast of Munising, over Lake Superior. The downed Cessna he had been flying was found in a densely wooded area in Ontario the same day he rented the aircraft from a flying group at the Ann Arbor airport. But Zen was not at the scene of the crash, and there were no footprints in the snow to indicate that Zen was in the aircraft at the time it crash-landed. All the evidence indicates the aircraft was operating normally and crashed because it ran out of fuel. Authorities have theorized that at some point prior to the crash, Zen must have exited the aircraft while it was in the air. Searches around the crash site and along the route that the aircraft was known to have traveled were searched, and yet nothing was found. Another search was conducted in the Petoskey area where Zen's cell phone last pinged, but again, nothing was found. Zen Rong was an experienced pilot who was also a PhD candidate at the University of Michigan. His whereabouts are still unknown, and his case remains a mystery. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest video. In this episode, we'll be looking into some cases of couples who mysteriously vanished together. So come with me. Let's walk and see. First up, we have Camden Sylvia and Michael Sullivan. On the evening of November 7th, 1997, 36-year-old Camden Sylvia and her boyfriend Michael Sullivan, 56, left the Manhattan loft they shared together to go for a nice quiet jog. The couple were artists and lived in a rent-controlled building, getting their loft at a steal for only $300 a month. Try to find that in Manhattan. They were, by all accounts, a very kind and loving and happy couple. They had a routine of going out for a nightly jog together, and the night of November 7th, 1997 was no different. Later on, video surveillance would show the two of them visiting a nearby video store together, renting a movie. However, this footage would be the last time anyone ever saw or heard from the pair, as it seems as though once they left the video store, they walked right off the face of the earth. It wasn't until several days later that people started to realize that no one had heard from either one of them, and even neighbors thought it strange that they weren't seen coming or going at any of their usual times. Camden's mother visited the loft in order to see what was going on, and she found that, aside from the couple's pairs of jogging shoes and Camden's tote bags, with one set of keys to the home, all of their personal possessions and worldly belongings were left behind and seemingly untouched. It didn't look like anything was amiss, and there were no signs of struggle at all in the small loft. It actually looked like one or both of them would be coming right back through the door at any moment. Their bank accounts and credit card records were searched right away, but they hadn't been touched. There didn't seem to be a single clue or shred of evidence to give any idea as to what could have possibly happened to the pair. Once the investigation started, though, upon speaking with the other tenants in the building where the couple lived, the investigators came across some rather disturbing information about the landlord, a man named Robert Rodriguez. Robert was rather hated by the tenants and was accused of randomly and without any notice, and also illegally, as it was a rent-controlled building, trying to raise the rent of all the tenants in the building by what was described in several sources as an exorbitant amount. He also threatened that if anyone refused to pay this new increased rent, he would simply turn off the heat in the building. This was a rather significant threat due to the fact that this was New York City in the wintertime, and it was bitterly cold outside. The tenants in the building told Robert that they would withhold all rent should he carry out this threat about the heat, and on the day of their disappearance, Michael personally handed him a petition signed by everyone in the building about a rent strike if the rent was raised. Michael is said to have been the one to initiate the petition as well. Initially, it's said that Mr. Rodriguez was extremely cooperative with investigators. He even invited them to search the entire complex without complaint and offered anything else they might need from him as well. He denied having anything to do with the disappearance, and nothing of value was found during the initial search. However, this seeming cooperation wouldn't last very long, as shortly after the investigation started, he himself was reported missing, and the police were unable to find him. His family refused the police access to his property in Orange County, New York, upstate from where the loft the missing couple lived in. Police had a kind of way around this refusal, though, as they didn't have enough for a warrant, but they went ahead and flew helicopters over the entire home and property and used infrared cameras to look for any bodies. However, nothing was found there either. Meanwhile, the investigators tore up the entire floor of the loft as well, looking for any evidence at all to either connect Robert to the crime or to find out if just anything nefarious in general had happened there, but this was to no avail. Nothing was found, and the police and the victims' families were at a loss. What could have happened to these two perfectly normal people who went out to do a perfectly normal thing on a seemingly perfectly normal night in New York City? They didn't simply evaporate, did they? Cadaver dogs in the elevator picked up no scent either. As all this went on, the police couldn't shake the suspicion that Robert Rodriguez definitely was hiding something and thought he most likely did have something to do with the couple's disappearance. However, they could find no evidence or proof. The prevailing theory was that the disputes over the raising of the rents and the heat issue had perhaps gone too far when Michael handed him the petition. It's posited that Robert flew into a rage and made them disappear. Robert remained missing throughout all these searches, and all the while, wild conjecture and rumor flew around his name and his family. The police even went as far as sending divers into a nearby lake to search for the bodies of the missing couple, but, as with every other attempt at finding Camden and Michael, nothing was found and nothing more had ever come of it. Making this disappearance and the suspicion on Robert Rodriguez even more sinister was the fact that he was a suspect in yet another disappearance. A man named David King was an associate of and a co-defendant in a lawsuit of $13 million against Robert Rodriguez back in 1991. Not long after they had a heated argument, David King simply vanished without a trace. Though suspicion was always on Mr. Rodriguez, as with the case of Camden and Michael, there was never any evidence found against him. He was never formally charged in any of these disappearance cases. He reemerged 2 weeks after initially going missing during the investigation, but he did so with a lawyer in tow and no longer wishing to cooperate at all with the police or speak to the press. He was eventually arrested on completely unrelated charges, which included tax evasion, credit card fraud, and money laundering. He was also later charged with identity theft and sentenced to 6 years in prison. He was released, though, in 2004, and to this day there's no evidence against him in either disappearance, and no credible leads or even any evidence has ever been found to implicate Robert Rodriguez or anyone else in the disappearance of Camden Sylvia and Michael Sullivan. Next up, we have Christopher Mittendorf and Christina Branham. On July 27, 2006, 21-year-old Hardin County, Tennessee resident Christopher Mittendorf left his home to go shopping with his 17-year-old fiancée, Christina Branham. Neither of the two were ever seen or heard from again. The couple lived with Christopher's mother at the time of their disappearance, and she is the one who reported them missing. Later on that same day, when she returned home, she noticed that her son and Christina had purchased some new clothing, which she saw laid out on their bed. She couldn't find the two of them anywhere and alerted the authorities. From the beginning, there wasn't much to go on, and in this case, it wasn't until 5 days later that their car was found, apparently abandoned, on the side of the road approximately 50 to 60 miles away in a very rural area. While only one of their cell phones was left behind in the vehicle, the other phone was going straight to voicemail and had been since the time they were thought to have disappeared. A witness came forward and claimed she saw the couple climbing into a white car and drove off with whoever was in it. They did not seem, at least according to this witness, to be under any type of stress or duress. There were no clues or leads aside from this one, though, and the case very quickly went cold. As she went through her son's belongings trying to find anything that might explain his disappearance, Christopher's mother found a lockbox in his room that contained items belonging to an alleged career criminal named George Bogus. Christopher's mother wondered if her son and his fiancée possibly stole the items belonging to Mr. Bogus and unwittingly made themselves a target of this allegedly very dangerous man. Before the police could launch any kind of real investigation into this theory, George Bogus' wife murdered him. This happened in 2010, and then there was no chance of ever really knowing what happened to the young couple. The pair remain missing to this day, and the case is completely cold. Next, we have Claude and Martha Sue Shelton. On May 21st, 1971, 27-year-old stay-at-home mom and homemaker Martha Sue Shelton called Sue by those who were closest to her, and her husband, a 37-year-old man named Claude, whom it's only said in the report that had 10-plus years employment at his job, whatever his job was, tucked their 3 children into bed and told them they would be going to meet up with some friends to go and get a late bite to eat at a nearby truck stop. The couple left their home at Jerry's Trailer Park, which was located on 18th Street in Corbin, Kentucky, at around 2 in the morning, and headed to King's Truck Stop to meet their friends. The truck stop was only 5 miles from their home, so it shouldn't have taken them very long to drive there and back, and they shouldn't have been gone long at all, as they were only planning on having a quick bite to eat. Despite this, however, they were never seen or heard from again. Their daughter, Sheila, said she remembers her father asking her mother if she wanted to come with him or wait at home, and that her mother had agreed to go. Now, the first odd thing that comes up in this case is the fact that, according to Sheila, her parents first took all the money they had stored in a jar in the house, totaling about $600 before they left. Now, to me, that's a huge sum of money to bring with you if you're only grabbing something to eat at a small-town truck stop. They drove a white 1967 Ford Galaxy, and the owner of the truck stop, who was familiar with the Sheltons and their children, said he never saw either Sue or Claude, and he also never saw their vehicle there that night. Everyone close to them agreed that they would never abandon their children, and for this simple fact, something horrible had to have happened to them. In actuality, almost everyone interviewed who was close to the couple said the trip in general was extremely odd and out of character, as it was very much unlike Claude and Sue to leave their children unattended at all. The truck stop, the area surrounding their home, and some nearby woods were all searched thoroughly, but no sign of the couple ever turned up. There's no more relevant information on this case, and Claude and Sue Shelton remain missing, and the case is still cold to this day. And now we have Danielle Imbo and Richard Patrone. At the beginning of 2005, Danielle Imbo was a 34-year-old single mother of an 18-month-old son who was going through a divorce when her best friend from high school, Christine, reintroduced her to Christine's brother, an old high school crush of Danielle's named Richard Patrone. The two hit it off immediately, but it seems as soon as they did and things were starting to look up for the couple, Danielle's ex-husband and father of her son suddenly started reaching out and trying to rekindle their relationship. Danielle was understandably confused, as on the one hand, she was thinking about keeping her family together for her son, and on the other hand, she remembered they were divorcing for a reason. Finally, stressed out and unsure of what to do, unable really to make a decision, Danielle told both men she needed space and time to herself. She decided she would be best off just focusing on being the best mother she could and working and raising her son. 5 weeks later, on February 19, 2005, Richard called Danielle and asked if she wanted to come out for a drink with him, just as friends. There were some bands performing locally that he knew she liked and thought she would appreciate hearing them play live. Danielle was in need of a night out, and so she agreed and met up with Richard and his friends Anthony and Michelle on South Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. With Danielle and Richard both supposed to be picking up their kids the next morning and not wanting to be too tired, they mutually decided to call it an early night after the bands were done playing. At approximately 11:45 p.m. that evening, they said goodbye to Anthony and Michelle and walked out of the bar. Not only were they never seen or heard from again, but Richard's vehicle, a 2001 black Dodge Dakota, was also never found. The Philadelphia and New Jersey police and the FBI have spent the last 17 years in search of even a single clue as to what could have happened to the young friends and the lost vehicle. Everyone involved wondered how not only could two people seemingly just disappear the way these two seemingly did, but how did a 3,000-pound vehicle simply dissolve as well? It just didn't make any sense. It was suggested as a possibility that they had some sort of accident and went off the road and into the Delaware River. Despite multiple vehicles being found in the river during the search, none of them belonged to Richard Patrone. Those closest to them said that neither would give up their children and just abandon them like this unless something terrible happened to them. Their cell phones have been off since the time of their disappearance, and neither one's bank account or credit cards have been touched. Authorities did receive a lead involving Danielle's estranged husband, who it is said exchanged threats with Richard over the phone multiple times while he and Danielle were dating for that brief period. Nothing ever came of their investigation into him. However, there has been a lot of tension between Danielle and Richard's respective families, as it confused many as to why Danielle had told Richard she didn't want to be with him anymore, and yet still agreed to meet him for drinks and to listen to music just 5 weeks later, even if it was just as friends. There's no evidence to suspect either foul play or fault on anyone's part. Danielle and Richard's disappearance remains an open case to this day. Anyone with any information is urged to please contact the Citizen Crime Commission's tip line at 215-546-TIPS or 8477. Callers do not have to give their name, and there is a $50,000 reward for information that leads to finding Danielle and Richard or the arrest of those person or persons responsible for their disappearance. Now up, we have Mitchell Weiser and Benita Bickwood. On July 27, 1973, 16-year-old Mitchell Weiser and his 15-year-old girlfriend Benita Bickwood, whom he had met at her workplace in Narrowsburg, New York, planned to hitchhike to a concert and festival in Watkins Glen, a town 75 miles away. They were given their first short ride by a trucker and were last seen together hitchhiking on State Route 97. After this, though, their fate is unknown, and nobody's even sure if they ever made it to the concert. Initially, the authorities in charge of the case thought it most likely that the young couple had simply decided to run off together, but their families vehemently deny that they would ever do such a thing. A witness named Alan Smith came forward in the year 2000 with some information that took the case on a very interesting turn. Alan claimed that after that same concert, he hitched a ride on a Volkswagen bus and had met and spoken with two teenagers he was pretty sure were Mitchell and Benita. He claimed that the bus had stopped and everyone got out to go swimming in some river, but that Benita had gotten into some trouble in the water. And after Mitchell dove in to save her, they were both swept away, and everyone else on the bus just took off and went on with their lives as if nothing had happened. The driver of the bus did say that he would call the authorities on the very next stop, but there's no record of any call ever being made in regards to this somewhat bizarre case. While authorities don't technically completely discount what Alan Smith had to say, they do find it unsettling that he waited 26 years to come forward, and that allegedly nobody had made any attempt to help the couple at all. Alan, who obviously, at least according to his alleged story, seems to have seen the entire thing go down. Regardless of what the authorities or anyone else believes, just in general about Alan Smith's very delayed alleged confession, there's no evidence to back up what he said, and therefore the case is still unsolved to this day. No evidence has ever been found as to what could have possibly happened to this young couple, and it's as though they simply were here one minute and gone the next, with no reasonable or rational explanation, or really any explanation at all as to what could have possibly happened to them, other than the story that Alan Smith told. Did they indeed make it to the concert, perhaps, and run into trouble there? Were they hitching their way home when they ran into some issue or possibly foul play? Or did they possibly go missing before even reaching their destination? Without any way to verify Alan Smith's 26-year-old story, it's all just a bunch of unknowns at this point, and the family hopes and prays that someday they will have the closure they so rightly deserve. Lastly, Sheila and Connor Dwyer. Our final case is considered to be one of Ireland's most baffling missing persons cases in the entire history of their country to date. On April 30th, 1991, an elderly married couple named Sheila and Connor Dwyer attended Mass at St. Patrick's Church in the town of Fermoy and seemingly vanished from the face of the earth right after. On May 18th, after not hearing from them for weeks, Sheila's sister went to the couple's home to see that everything was all right. It was quite uncommon for her sister to have gone this long without reaching out to her or anyone else in the family for that matter, and when nobody answered the door at the residence, she went ahead and notified the authorities. The police showed up soon after and broke the door down. However, there was no sign of the couple. There was no sign of forced entry or struggle or robbery in the home, and all that was missing was the couple and their car, a Toyota Cressida. The couple's clothing and glasses were still there, as well as a large amount of cash that was stashed in a tin. The house was very secure, which is why the authorities had to break down the door in the first place. It honestly appeared on all fronts as if the couple were simply planning on attending Mass and returning straight home. Strangely enough, it wasn't long before investigators discovered that this wasn't the first time one of the Dwyers had up and vanished without a trace. Turns out that sometime in the 1980s, Connor had gone missing for a couple of years, and upon his return provided no information at all as to where he'd been and what he'd been doing. He also never told anyone why he'd gone for so long without contacting everyone. It seems this was a mystery everyone who knew him had just accepted as something Connor did and moved on from it. Now, 30 years later, and neither Connor nor Sheila have ever returned, no one ever heard from them again, and there are no clues or evidence whatsoever to even point investigators in a direction as to what could have happened to them or where they could have ended up. To this very day, this is one of Ireland's most baffling, frustrating, and enduring unsolved disappearances. Now, how can someone just disappear without a trace? How could they be here 1 minute and just poof, gone the next, seemingly erased right out of existence in the blink of an eye? Now, we see that a lot on this channel in a lot of these videos, and we may never know the answers to these questions. But for 5 families in San Francisco a few years ago, these questions became a part of their everyday lives and continue to haunt them. I'm sure the frustration of not knowing, the desperation of needing answers, that's got to be almost too much to bear. Here are their stories. The first of what some call either the California Five or the San Francisco Five to go missing was Jackson Miller. Jackson went missing on May 17, 2010. His vehicle was found abandoned near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Although there was no note indicating that he meant any self-harm found in or near the vehicle, neither were his keys there. Due to his struggle with major anxiety and depression and the fact that, at the time of his disappearance, Jackson was being prescribed medications to help with these issues, but was not taking them anymore, many people, including Jackson's family and loved ones, thought he had almost certainly and tragically jumped to his demise. Despite no body or evidence to confirm this theory ever being found, this was what not only the family, but the authorities and even the public assumed happened to Jackson. He was only 1 month shy of his 20th birthday and living in Cupertino, California at the time. It's been 11 years now since that fateful day in May of 2010, and the family still have no answers at all. His mother stated, "We've been sad and incomplete since Jackson left. There's always been a slim sliver of hope he's alive. We both always held out hope that he was out there, but honestly, we flip-flopped back and forth because of the amount of time and just not being able to imagine why in the world he wouldn't call us if he was out there. It's just a huge mystery for us." There was a possible sighting of an encounter with a man claiming to be Jackson in March of this year, 2021. A woman smoking a cigarette outside the Target in Woodland, California, claimed a man she didn't know approached her and asked if she could give him a ride to Sacramento and if he could bum a cigarette. The woman said she declined to give him a ride, and when she did, he allegedly asked if she would call him an Uber and stated his name was Jackson and he was a missing person. Surveillance footage from the Target store captured something a little strange regarding the man. He entered the store wearing shorts and exited a few minutes later wearing black pajama pants with green shamrocks on them and a dark green sweater. Another business owner in the area, who is yet unnamed, also contacted the Santa Rosa County Police and reported seeing a man who she believed to be missing person Jackson Miller hanging around in the parking lot of her business and trying to bum cigarettes and a ride to Sacramento. She claimed he left the premises, however, when no one would help him. Authorities claim they have reviewed both the Target footage and the footage from the second business, but haven't disclosed publicly yet if the young man was in fact Jackson Miller or if the tips were even viable. No word on what the family says about the images publicly released of the young man in Target. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's investigators would only say, "The Sheriff's Office is aware of the missing person case of Jackson Miller. Detectives are currently in communication with the Woodland Police Department. At this time, this is still an ongoing investigation, and detectives are currently using all leads to locate Mr. Miller." Now, notice they didn't say to try and locate Mr. Miller. But as of right now, however, there have been no more information released on whether or not the young man in question is indeed Jackson Miller. He is still officially a missing person and possible jumper. The next young man to go missing right around the same time and in the same area of California was 29-year-old Cameron Rimmer. According to his father, Cameron traveled to San Francisco with $30,000 in cash to start a medical marijuana business. He was staying at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco when he was last seen. He had flown there on September 29, 2011. He had bought 60 to 70 packages of the drug with the money he had brought with him. It's unknown how many people knew how much cash and marijuana Cameron had on him during this trip, or who he's going there to meet. He was supposed to return home on October 30th, but never showed back up. The last known contact with Cameron was on October 6th, when he called a friend who lived in Arizona and asked him if he would pay for another night at the hotel with his credit card, and Cameron would pay him back at a later date. The friend said he would, but before he had the chance to, Cameron called him again and told him not to worry about it because he'd found another place to stay for free. No one ever heard from Cameron Rimmer again. This was also the last activity on his cell phone, according to the police who checked his phone records and pings through the course of the investigation. On the day he disappeared, he left all of his cash and his marijuana checked with the bellman of the hotel, along with his personal belongings and luggage, but never returned to pick up any of it. He hasn't used any credit or debit cards, checked his email, or used any forms of social media since his vanishing either. Rimmer was unmarried with no children at the time of his disappearance and had lived in a few different cities across the state of California previously as well. Cameron did have some mental illness, mainly bipolar disorder, which he had been in the past hospitalized for. The medication he was required to take for this condition was left behind with his belongings the last day he was ever seen. It's also reported he had sustained several head injuries in the past. This is important because without medications and possible, even if mild, brain damage, Cameron could have had some kind of episode and simply wandered off. There have been several reports in the years after his disappearance of him being spotted unkempt and with long hair throughout the San Francisco area, but none could ever be substantiated. At the time of his disappearance, he was 29 years old, Caucasian with blonde hair and blue eyes, and his nickname was Cam. Despite all the maybes and possible sightings, Cameron is still officially listed as an endangered missing person. Just 2 months after Cameron Rimmer seemingly vanished without a trace, so did a 23-year-old musician named Sean Tyler Dickerson. Sean was living in San Francisco at the time, but working towards moving to New York City with a friend. The night before he went missing, Sean had stayed up talking with a friend and his roommates until 4 a.m. When he woke on the morning of December 2nd, 2011, he realized he had overslept. He was rushing out the door at around 11:30 that morning, explaining to his roommates he was going to be late for work. Sean never made it to work that day and was never seen or heard from again. It's worth mentioning, however, that his not arriving at work that morning wasn't that worrying in itself. Sean worked at a men's clothing store, and just the day before, on December 1st, Sean had never come back to work from his lunch break and had only contacted his boss later in the day to explain why. His boss told him he didn't want to work with him if he was going to be unreliable, doing things such as working a half day and never coming back from lunch. Sean's ex-girlfriend reported he had left all of his personal things and belongings behind in his room, in the house he shared with 5 other people. None of them have ever seen or heard from him either. Sean is considered officially endangered missing, and unfortunately his loved ones have no additional information or answers as to what could possibly have happened to him. Next, on February 7th, 2013, Christian Michael Hughes was in San Francisco on the 3rd day of a trip he'd taken from his home in Sacramento to visit a friend. He was supposed to be back home that day by 2:30 p.m., but he never made his flight. The friends Christian was staying with said he had packed his things around 1 o'clock that morning and left. He has never been seen or heard from again. No one knows where Christian was meaning to go when he left that morning, or even why he decided to do so. He had no other friends in the area and no access to a vehicle. He also had very little money on him. There has never been an explanation given as to why Christian had decided to leave this friend's house so early in the morning. His mother has since come forward and said she has some concerns about his mental health due to his father having passed away right before his disappearance. She also said he'd had health problems, but what she meant by this is unclear as well, just as the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. While the police have stated publicly they do not believe there was any foul play involved in Christian's case, there just isn't enough information made available to the public for most people to understand why they said this. The circumstances are a bit strange to say the least, and without an explanation as to why he left so early or where he was going, it's hard to come to any kind of reasonable conclusion. He'd had several surgeries in the months prior to his disappearance and has unspecified medical conditions. There's been no new information on this case since the initial reports and coverage in the first days and weeks of the event, though just like in all the other cases, his family and loved ones are still desperately searching for answers and the truth about what happened to their loved one. Finally, the last of the San Francisco Five to go missing was Sean Seedy. On May 21, 2013, Sean Isaac Seedy went to visit an old high school teacher on the 100 block of Oak Street in San Francisco, California. He left his house at 11:40 in the morning and spoke to his father from his cell phone around 1:30 that afternoon. He told his father he was taking the bus to the local park and would be home later on that day. His phone seemingly went dead a half hour later at around 2 p.m. and was never charged or picked up again. Sean was never seen or heard from again either. Several months before his disappearance, Sean suffered a severe and traumatic brain injury due to an accidental fall. Because of this, he never left the house for extended periods of time and kept in frequent contact with his parents on the rare occasion he did leave by himself. He is in desperate need of his medication and is considered medically fragile as well. Even the slightest bump on Sean's head could lead to severe brain damage or even death. Even without these things happening, without continued medical care for the conditions he's already suffered, he will die. Sean had braces on his teeth and is biracial, half Asian and half Caucasian. His left arm and wrist were in a black splint at the time of his disappearance as well. His right eye is slightly drooped and he has many scars on his head and neck, as well as titanium screws in his left wrist and head. There is little to no more information about where Sean could have possibly gone and or where he could have ended up. There's also little to no information about the police investigation of this disappearance, at least not that has been made public. Though all these cases seem to have only one common denominator on the surface, if you look a little deeper, you'll see most of them had some form of mental illness, and 2 out of the 5 had suffered traumatic head injuries. Surface things like having the same name could even factor in. I know many people, including investigators, don't believe any of these cases are connected, let alone all of them, but in this community, with what we know, we should be very uncomfortable with clusters of missing persons like this. They were all young men and hadn't yet turned 30 at the time of their respective disappearances. Could this be a new pattern of some kind? Something along the vein of the so-called smiley face killer theory? Or are the abductors possibly involved, just getting smarter and the men aren't being found so easily? These are questions we would be remiss not to ask, but we must also remember to be respectful of families, some of whom may not want to hear such things. Hello, friends. In this video, we're going to be talking about the disturbing Pacific Crest Trail disappearances and deaths. Pacific Crest Trail, commonly referred to as the PCT, remains an iconic trail, passing through California, Oregon, and Washington. Several hundred hikers attempt the entire 2,653-mile trek each year, and many complete the trip without incident. However, in recent years, there have been some high-profile disappearances and deaths. Only about 60% of the 700 to 800 who start the trail actually finish. For the average hiker, it takes around 5 months to complete the through hike. Although there are some elite athletes who have finished the trail in as little as 2 months. The Pacific Crest Trail, officially designated as the Pacific Crest National Scenic Trail, is 263 miles long and is aligned with the highest portion of the Cascade and Sierra Nevada mountain ranges. For the most part, it's located within 100 to 150 miles east of the U.S. Pacific coastline. The trail's southern end is just south of Campo, California by the U.S. border with Mexico, and its northern terminus is on the Canada-U.S. border at the edge of Manning Park in British Columbia. PCT ranges in elevation from just above sea level at the Oregon-Washington border to 13,153 feet at Forster Pass in the Sierra Nevadas. The route passes through 25 national forests and 7 national parks. Its midpoint is near Chester, California, close to Mount Lassen, where the Sierra and Cascade mountain ranges meet. It was designated a National Scenic Trail in 1968, although it was not officially completed until 1993. Pacific Crest Trail was conceived by Clifton Churchill Clark in 1932. It received official status under the National Trail System Act of 1968 and is also part of the 6,875-mile Great Western Loop. Famous sections include the John Muir Trail, Sonora Pass, Sky Lakes Wilderness, Donner Pass, and Badger Flat to Little Willow Lake in the Lassen Volcanic National Park. First, let's talk about disappearances along the Pacific Crest Trail. Since 2016, there have been several high-profile disappearances on the PCT. Were they just misadventure caused by hypothermia or accidents? The cases of Chris Fowler, David O'Sullivan, and Chris Sylvia reminds us of the dangers on some parts of the trail, especially in the colder months of the year. First up, David O'Sullivan. David disappeared April 7, 2017. 25-year-old Irishman, David O'Sullivan planned a 5-month hike on the PCT in April of 2017. He left Middleton, County Cork, Ireland on March 20th, but sadly, David never returned to his home country. A novice hiker, he started in Campo on March 22nd and had planned hiking the entire PCT from the border with Mexico to that with Canada. His trail name was Leprechaun. David spent a lot of time preparing for his trip, regularly tackling Cara Untahill, the highest peak in Ireland, at 1,038.6 meters, carrying weights, and he also transformed his parents' garage into a mini gym. Having completed a media course as well as a degree in English and philosophy at the University College Cork, David saved money from his job working in a local garage in Middleton to fund his trip. He was inspired to walk the PCT, having read the book Wild, which also became a film starring Reese Witherspoon. O'Sullivan is described as 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed 154 pounds, has brown hair, blue eyes, wears glasses, and has a heavy Irish accent. He'd been hiking for 2.5 weeks when he found himself in Idlewild, a small mountain town at the foot of the San Jacinto Mountain on April 5th. Idlewild is a popular holiday spot, and he spent the night at the Idlewild Inn, a family-owned accommodation. His mom, Carmel, spoke about the last time he was seen. He arrived into this little town on the 5th called Idlewild. It's about halfway up the mountain, 2.5 weeks into his hike. He did a few chores, got in touch with all his friends on Facebook, and contacted us. Everything was going fine. And he was leaving on the morning of the 7th, and he's not been heard of or seen since. Correspondence with his family indicates that David had plans to hike on the morning of the 7th. He'd been waiting for an adapter for his Kindle to arrive at the post office and was considering waiting until it opened until he set off the next day, but he was concerned that it might interfere with his schedule. It is not known whether he tried to pick up the adapter or not, but it is certain he never received it, as it ended up back at the retailer. An email he sent on that very same morning will be the last communication that David ever made. There was unusual weather on the San Jacinto Mountain that year, with an unusual amount of snow for so early in the season. There are numerous trails up the mountain, with Devil's Slide being by far the most popular, but just one day before David was last seen, a hiker reported getting a mile into the trail before encountering snow and turning back. Now, David had no alpine experience, but he had told other hikers he had no intention of hiking the snow, and he did not buy any snow equipment prior to his journey. He did make a $70 purchase at the local outdoor store Nomads, but the item was not registered on their point of sale. According to the store, all their snow equipment would have been listed on their receipt. David was also using a half-mile map, a brand specifically created for the Pacific Coast Trail. The map advised hikers to hike up Black Mountain Road when snow was present in order to avoid the most dangerous part of the terrain. David had been working hard at a garage and saved for a year to go on his Pacific Crest adventure. He visited an ATM before he set off up the mountain, but only withdrew enough to buy more food at the next stop. A sizable amount was left in his account and has not been touched since that final transaction. At home, David's mother Carmel and father Con were becoming increasingly concerned. David had warned them that there would be periods of several weeks where he would not be able to get in touch, but feeling that something was wrong, his parents went ahead and contacted the Pacific Crest Trail Association in April. They were told to sit tight and wait to see if David turned up. He had arranged to meet a friend in Santa Barbara in May, but he never arrived. Carmel and Con called the PCT Association back once again, only to be told that they were not a babysitting service and that there was nothing they could do. As a result, David was not officially reported missing until June 30th, 12 weeks after he had last been seen. A massive search was launched in Whitewater Preserve, an area just north of the San Jacinto Mountains, which would have been en route to David's next scheduled stop. Yet, despite the use of helicopters, dogs, and ATVs, the search and rescue team came up short. With no evidence of foul play, there has been little in the way of official investigation since then. Several hikers have called in eyewitness statements thinking they may have seen David at some point on the trail, but none of these sightings has been positively confirmed, with most vaguely referring to a hiker with an accent. It has since become known that there was a German man who bears a striking resemblance to David on the trail at the same time, and it's possible that some people may have confused the two. In December 2017, an aerial survey was conducted over Idlewild. The pilot, Gus Calderon, and mission specialist Richard McCrae overflew 88 square miles of both mountain face and deep desert, taking over 1,000 photographs of the ground below. Volunteers analyzed those images in great detail, looking for signs of David's blue backpack. Gus and Richard used software supplied by Aero Scientific to conduct the survey. Aero Scientific's flight planning software, known as Flight Planner, and flight management system, known as Avitrix, were used to plan the flight runs over Idlewild and manage the camera system throughout the flight. The aerial survey successfully acquired 1,235 color images of the area at 4-inch resolution. On a regular basis, volunteers, largely from San Diego's Irish community, still scour the mountain on foot and on horses, looking for any signs of David. Drones have been flown over, grid by grid, while people on the ground examine thousands of images for any clues. At the time of this recording, David is still missing. Next, we have the case of Chris Fowler, who disappeared October 12, 2016. 34-year-old Chris Fowler, trail name Sherpa, was completing his NOBO, or northbound, through hike in Washington on the Pacific Crest Trail. On October 12, 2016, he was dropped off near the trailhead at White Pass, Packwood, where he grabbed a coffee before he headed toward the Canadian border to complete the last 366 miles of his hike. Unfortunately, that was the last time he was ever seen alive. His last cell phone ping was in that area near White Pass around 5 p.m. Considerable amounts of snow and freezing rain fell over the next few days. Authorities and volunteers searched much of the trail between White Pass and the Canadian border, yet no sign of Chris was found. While official search and rescue teams under the Yakima Sheriff's Department did an initial search along the PCT from White Pass, in addition to flyovers and road searches, after the initial search, they focused primarily on the area surrounding Blowout Mountain, the location of an unconfirmed sighting by 2 bear hunters on October 22nd. 3 years later, in 2019, Yakima County search and rescue volunteers again conducted multiple searches, led by Sergeant Randy Briscoe. Fowler said another 15 to 20 volunteers form what she calls her team behind the scenes, a coordinated effort dedicated to combing through the areas they know well. But again, nothing was found. Given the severity of the storm, had Chris had made it to Highway 410 at Chinook Pass, 28 miles from where he started at White Pass, he could have pulled out and sought refuge in town, albeit very cold, wet, and tired, as all hikers were that bailed off-trail during that storm. Since he didn't do so, though, it's believed he went off-trail somewhere between White Pass and Chinook Pass, a 28-mile section. How far off-trail is the question. Some consider any sightings from mid-October or later in any search areas north of Chinook Pass, like Blowout Mountain, to be bogus. Did Chris just succumb to hypothermia on the PCT that October? As of this recording, we have no answers. Next, we have Christopher Stephen Sylvia. He disappeared February 16, 2015, from Warner Springs, California. Chris Sylvia was hiking southbound on the PCT from Anza to Campo. He started his trek near State Route 74 in Anza on February 12, 2015, and planned to hike for at least a week before contacting his friends to pick him up. On February 16th, he called a friend and asked to be picked up the next day at the Buddhist temple on Chihuahua Valley Road. Sylvia's roommate went to the designated spot at the agreed-upon time, but Sylvia never showed up. At first, his roommate just assumed he had decided not to go to the temple after all. Search teams from Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties searched in vain for 4 days before bad weather forced them to suspend the search and rescue operation. On February 20th, another hiker found Sylvia's gear, including identification, sleeping bag, and backpack, laid out alongside the Pacific Crest Trail near mile marker 127, not far from Mike's place. Despite a large search effort, Sylvia was never heard from again. Chris was described as an experienced outdoorsman, and his mother stated it would be uncharacteristic for him to go hiking alone or to leave his gear behind. When he disappeared, he was known to be wearing a dark-colored fleece jacket, green camouflage print pants, and brown and black hiking boots. He had brown hair, hazel eyes, a mustache, a tattoo of Asian symbols on his side, and a goatee at the time of his disappearance. Now, let's talk about deaths on the Pacific Crest Trail. There are relatively few reported deaths on the PCT through hikes, considering the number of hikers, and the main causes of death are heat exhaustion, falls, and drowning due to either misadventures or just pure bad luck. There have been 19 reported deaths on the Pacific Coast Trail since 1983. However, that number is believed to be much higher. Here are some of their stories. Gerald Duran and Jody Zatchik. Since its formation in 1977, there's been only one known attempt to hike the PCT in winter by the couple Gerald Duran and Jody Zatchik in 1983. They were traveling south to north and were hiking towards Wrightwood, California to resupply when they got lost. They had started down the wrong canyon and ended up on much steeper terrain than their planned Acorn Trail route. As they were climbing down, they slipped on ice and fell several hundred feet off a cliff to their deaths. Flicka and Jane Rodman. On Sunday, November 19, 1995, Jane and Flicka Rodman, two young, long-distance hikers from Worcester, Mass., were killed near Pear Blossom. The couple had started their Pacific Crest Trail through hike at the Canadian border in July and hiked south, allowing this year's unusually heavy Sierra snows to melt ahead of their arrival. They left the trail, apparently trying to catch up with another southbound couple who were a few days ahead of them. While walking eastward on a path along Highway 138, some distance from the trail itself, they were struck and killed by a driver who lost control of his vehicle after falling asleep at the wheel. John Lauder. Dr. John Lauder, 69, a doctor from San Diego, was hiking the Pacific Crest Trail all the way from East San Diego County to Canada, when he was found dead June 5, 1999, near Lone Pine. He was an able and experienced hiker and had begun his hike on April 23rd at Boulder Oaks, where the Pacific Crest Trail crosses Old Highway 80. He had hoped to complete the through hike by October. With a snowstorm expected, Dr. Lauder had separated from his hiking group as he was struggling to keep up with them. He decided to hike down the mountain, but as the ice storm hit, his vision became impaired. He tripped or slid on ice and fell about 60 feet from a cliff into a canyon. Despite breaking one arm and both legs, Dr. Lauder survived the fall and was able to crawl into his sleeping bag. But his injuries were just too much, and by the time hikers reached him the next day, he had perished. He broke his own rule, never hike alone, said his former wife, Ida Lauder. John Joseph Donovan. John Joseph Donovan, 59, was hiking near Southern California's Mount San Jacinto on May 6, 2005. That day, a blizzard dropped 8 inches of snow on the area, and he was trapped on the mountain. Now, John was a veteran hiker who was a notoriously bad navigator and reckless with it. He had strayed from the Pacific Crest Trail, which he was through hiking. Carried no compass and no useful maps, nor a GPS or anything that would help him. All he had instead was a tarp for a tent, socks in place of gloves, and he had a few provisions. He always traveled ultralight, like this as he called it, so if things went wrong, he was in trouble fast. He was an active member of the Old Dominion and Tidewater Appalachian Trail Clubs, and had just retired from 20 years as a licensed clinical social worker with Central State Hospital. Additionally, he served 15 years in the United States Navy. Around 1 p.m. on May 3rd, he climbed into Little Taquits Valley, just south of Saddle Junction, and found that trail was now concealed by snow. John sought help from two other hikers, a Canadian nurse named Connie Davis, age 46, and her 21-year-old son, Alex, both of whom had extensive altitude experience. When Donovan began following the Davis through the snowfield, Connie told him, "We're not going to take the most direct route." He stayed about 30 feet behind them and he put on crampons, but the spikes didn't work well with his lightweight trail runners, and he slipped and fell repeatedly. Eventually, Connie and Alex followed a small creek uphill and turned northwest roughly half a mile south of Saddle Junction. "That's where we saw him last," Connie Davis wrote later in a letter to the PCT community. It was about 8,080 feet on the afternoon of May 3rd. That was the last time Donovan was seen alive. 12 days passed before anyone realized he was missing. Many hikers believe that Donovan headed toward Fuller Ridge and then froze to death in the blizzard on San Jacinto's west side, near Saddle Junction. On Memorial Day weekend, 2005, Riverside County Rescue Unit personnel combed the area with dogs. After 2 days with no clues, the authorities called off the search for good. Apparently, after leaving the Davises on May 3rd, Donovan had tried to detour west down into Idlewild, but with no way to navigate, he became disoriented. In a journal written in the margins of photocopied guidebook pages, Donovan scribbled, "Couldn't find the trail to Idlewild." So instead, he cut away from Idlewild, drawn by the lights of much larger Palm Springs. Traveling about 3 miles northeast from the Saddle Junction area that night, he crossed Skinny Willow Creek, then climbed a small ridge and plunged down into a steep gash called Hidden Valley. Donovan's journal places him in Long Valley at about 4,300 feet on the night of May 3rd. On May 5th, still camped in the same ravine, he took a fall. How badly he was hurt is unclear, as Donovan didn't write detailed notes. He simply wrote that he had already become too weak to climb up out of the canyon. He tried to signal for help and built a few weak fires that quickly smoldered out, but no one spotted him. A 100-foot waterfall lay directly below, and the canyon's walls were virtually sheer. He was boxed in, and he likely knew it would be days, maybe a week or more, before anyone even noticed he was missing. At one point on May 5, Donovan took an inventory of his supplies. He was down to 12 cheese crackers. In his last entry, dated May 14th, he scribbled that he was going down to Long Creek for water. "Goodbye and love you all," he wrote. Donovan's remains were eventually discovered by a 20-foot waterfall in a pool amid birches and mossy green rocks in May of 2006. Brandon Day, 28, and Gina Allen, 24, of Dallas were found in May 2006 after spending 3 nights in the San Jacinto wilderness. The third night, they came across a backpack of supplies at a deserted campsite. Donovan's remains were found near this camp. Day and Allen were visiting the desert east of Los Angeles for a convention when they wandered off a mountain trail during a 2-hour stop with other tourists. Only prepared for a brief hike, they wore light windbreakers and tennis shoes and had no food, spare clothing, or cell phones. At first, they were not too worried because they could hear voices. "I still felt we were relatively close," Day said, recalling he thought the trail would be around the next boulder. With night closing in, they took shelter in a small cave between boulders and spent the night sleepless, freezing, and hungry. In the morning, they struggled to follow a stream downhill through boulder-strewn terrain. They decided to keep going with the mantra from night 1, "We're going to get out of here. We're not going to die. It's not our time," Day said. The couple found items that Donovan had left behind in a dead-end gorge on Monday, May 8, 2016. This included a warm sweater, foam sleeping mat, poncho, backpack, disposable razor, spoon, dry socks, and matches that the couple used to light a signal fire. Day and Alan were elated, thinking someone there could help them find their way out. But something was wrong. The gear was wet. The radio and flashlight were corroded. They realized the camp was deserted. They found identification showing that the pack belonged to Donovan, who had vanished a year earlier. His last journal entry was 1 year ago to the day that we found it, which was very eerie, Day said. Nobody knew where he was. Nobody knew to come looking for him. So he was preparing for the end. We were looking at the words of a man who was passing. They were rescued after the flames from the fire were seen from a helicopter. The whole acre or two caught fire, created a really big smoke signal that finally alerted a helicopter crew. Even in his death, he was helping people. Donovan's longtime friend, Chris Hook of Richmond, Virginia, said at the time. The couple said they had a real special thanks for Donovan. Next up, No Way Ray Eccles. On May 15, 2006, Wendell Ray Eccles, known as No Way Ray, of Mariposa, California, was approximately 300 miles into a northbound PCT thru hike with his wife, Alice Tulloch, when he apparently lost his footing and fell about 200 feet to his death. Alice was hiking about 20 yards behind him when he went around the corner and disappeared. The accident occurred in a remote part of the San Bernardino National Forest near Deep Creek. Another group of hikers heard Alice's pleas for help and were able to use a satellite phone to call for assistance. Unfortunately, Ray was pronounced dead at the scene. Before his retirement, Ray worked as a junior high school teacher in a 4-room, 9-grade country school in the Mariposa County Unified School District. He was best known in the hiking community, however, for his frequent posts to the PCTL, his service on the American Long Distance Hiking Association West Board of Directors, his participation in events such as Trail Fest and the annual Day Zero kickoff party, as well as his inspired writing. Adrian Everett Tracy Allison. 20-year-old Adrian Everett Tracy Allison died August 20th, 2013, while free climbing a rock face with friends near the Pacific Crest Trail in Yakima County when he fell to his death. He attended schools in Auburn and graduated from Bonnie Lake High School in 2011, where he was an active member of the school band and an avid music enthusiast. Timothy Evan Nodal. On April 24, 2014, near Lake Morena, California, Tim Nodal, 19, began to feel unwell and he called his stepfather for help, who then called 911. He was hiking with a friend in the Cleveland National Forest in temperatures between 72 and 80 degrees. When firefighters got to the camping area around 1:30 p.m., they were talking with the teenager and going over his symptoms. He said he wasn't feeling good and then suddenly went into cardiac arrest. Tim was pronounced dead at 2:23 p.m. However, oddly enough, there was no evidence of dehydration, alcohol, or substance abuse, according to the coroner's report. Dawson Johnson. Dawson Johnson, a 75-year-old hiker from Redwater, Texas, hiked to the Mount Whitney summit on Tuesday, July 29, 2014, but failed to return to his campsite at Crabtree Meadow. His wife reported missing, and later his body was spotted on the north side of Mount Whitney, where he apparently had fallen and died. Philip Crosby. On December 11, 2014, 40-year-old Philip Crosby was camping with his son along the Pacific Crest Trail when a tree fell due to high winds in the area. The falling tree, of 8 to 10 inches in diameter, hit their tent and partially struck his father across the arm and chest. His son, Alex Crosby, called 911 and told dispatch his father was complaining of difficulty breathing. A short time later, the elder man succumbed to his injuries. The Crosbys, formerly of Sunny Valley, were homeless at the time and were en route to a destination in Arizona. No other information is available regarding this case. Marvin Novo. On May 29, 2017, in the Mission Creek Preserve area of California, Marvin Novo's body was discovered along the West Fork Trail. He was 58 years old and died while hiking near Whitewater Preserve. He had been planning his Pacific Crest Trail thru hike for at least a decade. It's suspected that his death was heat-related. Rika Morita. Rika Strawberry Morita came to the Pacific Crest Trail from Japan to thru hike. She was 32 and lived in Osaka. She was hiking alone and was reported missing. Other Pacific Crest Trail hikers found her July 23, 2017, submerged in the South Fork of the Kings River in Kings Canyon National Park, California. The 2017 hiking season had many dangerous river crossings because of the unusually high snowpack from the previous winter. Xiaokui Tri Wang. Chinese citizen and Pacific Crest Trail thru hiker Xiaokui Tri Wang, 27, was found on July 30, 2017, in Rancheria Creek in Carrot Canyon, downstream from where the Pacific Crest Trail crosses the creek in Yosemite National Park. No information was available as to how or why Wang perished. Emily Lang and Emma Place. On August 12, 2017, 19-year-old Emily Lang and 19-year-old Emma Place both fell off a 150-foot cliff along the PCT near Mount Hood in Oregon. Both bodies landed on rocks at the base of a waterfall about 6 miles northwest of Timberline Lodge. A group of hikers spotted the women that same evening from above a ravine and called 911. They told the dispatcher that both women were not moving and they could see blood on the rocks. "One is still alive. Please hurry," they said. After a few stressful minutes, however, she stopped breathing, and efforts to revive her were not successful. It is unclear which one of the girls was still alive when they were discovered. Next, Finn Bastian. On August 27, 2019, 28-year-old Finn Bastian, a German thru hiker on the PCT, was crossing a wooden bridge along the trail at around 4 p.m. when a tree fell on him. Two young women who were hiking with him, Larissa Stawicki, 27, of Lüneburg, Germany, and Melanie Teek, 38, called 911 and search and rescue teams responded. After pulling Bastian out from under the tree, medics transported him to a trailhead and began performing CPR. They were not able to revive him. The sheriff's department stated that the tree that killed Finn had rotted away at the base. Trevor Lahr. On March 16, 2020, 22-year-old Trevor Lahr started his hike on the Pacific Crest Trail. He hiked to Lake Morena on day 1 and made it to Mount Laguna by day 3. He hiked through snowy mountains and desert heat right from the start. Trevor met 2 other hikers along the way, and they continued the hike together. On March 26th, Trevor and his new friends left a cafe for the long, steep, and dangerous climb into the San Jacinto Mountains. Trevor texted his father saying they hit 6,100 feet and were headed back in the snow. Trevor slept that night at mile 166.5 near where the Forbes Saddle Trail hits the PCT. On March 27, 2020, Trevor was off to Idlewild. It was a wintry morning. The winds were fierce, blowing low clouds over the desert divide. It was still snowing when he got to the Spittler Peak Trail at just after 9 a.m. After more climbing, Trevor and his new friends arrived at Apache Peak. With no snow safety equipment, Trevor and his friends proceeded slowly across the slope of Apache Peak. Hiking single file and 50 feet apart, Trevor and his 2 partners were confident yet cautious. In an instant, however, Trevor was gone. Trevor slipped on snow-covered ice and fell down a 600-foot chute. He died doing what he loved, living his dream on the PCT, far above Palm Springs. In seconds, he lay motionless on the mountain. Trevor sadly succumbed to his injuries before search and rescue could get to him. Lastly, we have Gavin Johnson. Gavin Johnson, 28, who was missing for 8 months, was found in June 2019 after heading out on the Pacific Crest Trail. Gavin Johnson's family said he had virtually no hiking experience and was likely having a mental health crisis before he disappeared. His remains were eventually found south of Stevens Pass in the Alpine Lakes Wilderness area, which is in the Central Cascades of Washington State. Gavin had called his father, Marvin, saying he wanted to go into the forest to pray and become closer with God. The weekend before he went missing, Johnson told his parents he'd been talking with Jesus, and he wanted to quit his new job and be homeless, according to his stepmother, Deborah Johnson. A forest official later confirmed that he spoke with Johnson, sometime in October of 2018 in Skycomish. That was the last confirmed sighting. Gavin was a devout Catholic who attended daily Mass several times a week at Our Lady Perpetual Help Church in Everett. When he wasn't at church, he could often be seen at the Safeway on Broadway, where he spent much of his working life. He also had a job at an aerospace parts manufacturer, and in his spare time, he liked to play video games, classical guitar, and spend time with his parents. According to the family, a hiker spotted Johnson's body near the trail by Glacier Lake in a sleeping bag with a rosary in his hand. He was found with a phone, wallet, and gear that he reportedly bought just before leaving. Reportedly, before leaving for the hike, Gavin had sold all his belongings and bought over $1,100 in gear from Cabela's Outdoor Supply. Before heading out, he stopped by the Everett Gospel Missions Men's Shelter to donate some money. Gavin's car was parked on the north side of Stevens Pass, but he said he was going south on the trail. Then a hiker reported possibly seeing Gavin about 75 miles south near the Snoqualmie Pass. Family members spent weeks searching, and search and rescue volunteers also scoured the rugged terrain. The first few days of the search were summer-like, and after that, the temperatures dropped into the 30s and 40s. It began raining and then changed to snow. The ground became very soggy. Marvin said that they bought equipment such as snowshoes to keep up with the weather, but eventually he recalled thinking, "We're not going to find him." Gavin Johnson made it less than 15 miles south from Stevens Pass before coming to a stop. He set up camp away from the trail toward Glacier Lake, such that other hikers might miss him as they walked by, Marvin Johnson, his father, said. Tied to his tent was a note, written on the paper wrapping from a flare. On it, Gavin Johnson explained he had run out of food and would likely die soon. He wrote about what he wanted his funeral arrangements to look like, said Gavin's uncle, Carl Johnson. Also on the note was a date. Gavin's father believes his son was in the wilderness for about 25 days before he passed away. Sad indeed. If you or someone you know needs mental health assistance, please reach out. There are agencies and people out there who can help that truly care. Hello, friends, and welcome to Strange Stories of the Alaskan Triangle. I think you would all agree with me that there are certain areas of the planet that seem to be magnets for missing persons and mysterious disappearances. Vast, untouched wildernesses of sprawling forest, icy mountain peaks, and desolate tundra in Alaska, known as the Alaskan Triangle, has been at the center of over 16,000 disappearances since 1988. What is going on in this remote, unexplored wilderness that causes so many people to disappear without a trace? Is there a scientific explanation for why so many people go missing? Or is something more sinister happening? Now, a little bit about Alaska. Alaska is a vast desert almost of isolation and beauty, known for its towering mountains, rich oil fields, and extreme fishing in the Bering Sea. Among the vast untouched wilderness of sprawling forest, icy mountain peaks, and desolate tundra are the unexplained stories of over 16,000 disappearances. In any given year, anywhere from 500 to 2,000 people go missing in Alaska, never to be seen again. Authorities conduct hundreds of rescue missions, but most often return without finding the missing person or any evidence at all. Accidental injuries are the third highest cause of death in Alaska, twice the national incidence rate. That statistic comes from the Alaska Division of Public Health. In addition to car accidents, this category of fatalities can also include people falling down mountains or slipping into the spaces between glaciers, also known as crevices. Of those accidental deaths, drowning is the third highest cause. Many times, the cold temperatures cause bodies to sink to the bottom of the water rather than float to the top, adding yet another challenge to finding missing people. Now, what exactly is the Alaskan Triangle? The Alaskan Triangle, first named in 1972, connects the state's largest city of Anchorage in the south to Juneau in the southeast panhandle to Barrow, a small town on the state's north coast. Roughly 1 in every 250 people that have vanished in Alaska did so in the Alaskan Triangle, and since 1988, there have been over 16,000 disappearances in this so-called triangle. Statistically, Alaska has more annual missing persons reports than anywhere else in the country, twice the national average. It also has the highest number of missing people who are never found. In 2007, for example, 2,833 people were reported missing, and when compared to the state's comparatively low population of around 670,000 at the time, that equates to about 4 in every 1,000 people. A staggering amount. Along with missing persons reports, state troopers oversee search and rescue operations. In 2007, they performed 42 missions related to overdue hikers, 85 related to overdue boaters, and 100 related to overdue snow machine operators who were temporarily missing. Those facts come from the Alaska Governor's Office. The Civil Air Service also assists with search and rescue missions, and Alaska's branch received the most state funding and saved the most lives in 2006 out of all other state branches. Now, let's delve into some of the more infamous disappearances from the Alaskan Triangle. First, the disappearance of House Majority Leader Hale Boggs and Representative Nick Begich. In 1972, two prominent politicians, House Majority Leader Hale Boggs and Representative Nick Begich, along with aide Russell Brown and Bush pilot Don Jones, mysteriously vanished in the region while on their way back from Anchorage to Juneau while flying in their Cessna 310 aircraft. An intense search lasted for 39 days, including 400 aircraft, an SR-71 Blackbird, dozens of boats, including 12 from the Coast Guard. The search area covered over 32,000 square miles, an area about the size of the state of South Carolina. No evidence of the plane was ever found, and the men were eventually declared dead. At the time, there were theories claiming the disappearance was orchestrated or covered up by then FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover in response to intense political struggles he had with Boggs. To this day, no trace of the plane or the men has ever been found. Next, 1986 UFO incident. In 1986, a Japanese plane was flying from Iceland to Anchorage when it came across 3 UFOs. The 3 unidentified flying objects followed the airliner for approximately 400 miles through the Alaska Triangle. The 3 unidentified flying objects followed the airliner for approximately 400 miles through the Alaskan Triangle. One of the objects was said to be twice the size of an aircraft carrier. The crew reported seeing flashing lights following their plane, and air traffic controllers also witnessed something unidentifiable on their radar that was reported as close as 5 miles to the plane. The pilot claimed that at one point, the 2 smaller ships appeared directly in front of the plane at pretty close range. He described the 2 smaller ships and the mothership disappearing and reappearing quickly, moving fast and stopping suddenly, which, of course, is impossible for a normal airliner to do. In order to escape the UFOs, the pilot received special permission from the ground crew to fly at a lower altitude while making several elusive turns to evade the objects, but nothing he did could evade them. After about 32 minutes, the UFOs disappeared, although the pilot claimed he thought the entire encounter lasted much longer than that. It's not uncommon in UFO encounters for a time to seem to stop, speed up, or stand still. Next, missing Douglas C-54 Skymaster, serial number 42-72469. In the 1950s, there was a military plane carrying an 8-man crew and 36 passengers. The plane lost contact with the ground and was never heard from again. There were 2 separate reports of UFO activity in the area at the time of the disappearance. One was a week before, and the other was 2 days after. The Army ended up conducting the largest military search and rescue mission at that time and found nothing. To this day, it's known as one of the largest groups of military personnel to ever go missing. Now let's talk a little bit about missing hikers and mountain climbers. First up, Richard Lyman Griffiths. Richard Lyman Griffiths from Spokane, Washington, invented a wilderness survival cocoon, and in the summer of 2006, he headed into the wilderness of southeast Alaska to test his invention. Oddly, no one reported him missing for a year. When authorities began searching for him, they learned a bus dropped off Griffiths along the Alaska Highway. He stopped at a lodge near the White River, where he left some of his gear and told people he planned to hike upriver to McCarthy, a small town in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park. He was never seen again. Since Griffiths told friends he might spend the winter in Alaska, no one worried about him for several months. But finally, a friend called the Canadian Mounties and reported him missing. His friend had no idea where Griffiths was planning to go to test his wilderness cocoon. But no trace of him or his bright orange cocoon has ever been found. Now, mountain climbing, as we all know, is a dangerous pursuit. In addition to Mount Denali, the highest peak in North America, Alaska boasts many of the most challenging mountains and glaciers any daring alpinist could hope to conquer. Mountain climbers die every year in Alaska, but most climbers ascend in groups. If one or two members of the group tragically fall into a crevice, their companions can tell the story about what happened to them. When a solo climber makes a fatal mistake, no one is there to record the details, and experts can only guess at what happened. One such climber, Naomi Uemura, a famous Japanese adventurer and mountain climber, decided to attempt a solo winter ascent of Denali in 1984. Uemura had already successfully summited Denali on his own when he wanted to try a more challenging climb in the winter. He made it to the top on February 13, 1984, but something happened on his descent and he never returned to base camp. Conditions near the top of Denali when Uemura disappeared included high winds and a temperature of 50 below. Such brutal conditions leave little room for human error. More recently, on March 7, 2018, Ryan Johnson and Marc-Andre Leclerc, two experienced climbers, failed to return from a climb on a 7-peaked mountain near Juneau. In this instance, though, searchers found a clue hinting at the fate of the two men. They found an intact anchor rope at the top of an ice chute on one peak, and then saw two climbing ropes in a crevice midway down the same peak. A spokesman for the Alaska State Troopers said the evidence showed the climbers made it to the top and set an anchor. Then, she said, they were either taken out by an avalanche, a rope failed, or something else catastrophic happened. Paul Michael Lemaitre. 65-year-old Michael Lemaitre was competing for the first time in the 85th running of the Mount Marathon race, with participants running up the mountain surrounded by thick forests and creeks over 3.1 to 3.5 miles. Starting in downtown Seward, racers run a half mile to the bottom of Mount Marathon, then scramble about 2,900 vertical feet straight up cliffs and mud and shale before getting to Race Point, an artificial summit. Then participants go downhill over snowfields and rock fields, waterfalls and crags until they reach the finish line back on the streets of Seward. Tom Walsh, a race steward, saw Michael ascending to the turnaround point with about 200 feet to go. At this point, the area was getting foggy and cold, but Walsh saw no reason to be concerned about the condition of the runner. Walsh asked Lemaitre for his bib number, and he replied 548. And as he descended back towards the town, he texted race officials, bib number 548 would be home in about an hour and a half. Unfortunately, that was the last time Michael was ever seen. Mountain rescue experts, firemen, state troopers, search dogs, and Michael's family spent thousands of combined hours searching the area without a single clue ever being found. And even after the official search was called off, volunteers continued to search the mountain, but to no avail. Now, what are some of the reasons that people think the Alaskan Triangle exists? One of the most common is the severe weather and harsh landscape. Alaska has vast swaths of remote wilderness. Over half of the entire nation's federally designated wilderness, recognized by the Wilderness Act passed in 1964, around 57 million acres of it are in Alaska, with even more that is not specifically designated as protected land, and much of this land is nearly completely untouched by humans. This harsh landscape is full of all manner of perils, including unforgiving weather, hazardous terrain, dangerous wild animals, and harrowing geological dangers, with Alaska being the home of around 100 active volcanoes. Considering this massive amount of rugged wilderness, which riddled with countless potential hazards, and the fact that many tourists come here to camp and hike are unprepared, it's perhaps no surprise that a good amount of people may become lost in the middle of nowhere, encounter some danger that incapacitates them and prevents them from getting back to civilization, or just simply killed by wild animals or the elements. Due to its reputation, parts of Alaska can get pretty toasty during the summer. Much of the state recently endured a stretch of temperatures you'd more commonly see in Minnesota than in Alaska. Fairbanks, a city that's geographically planted just right of center in the state's otherwise unpopulated wilderness, recorded 2 high temperatures of 88 degrees Fahrenheit earlier this month. The city has recorded highs of 80 degrees or warmer 10 times since June 1st. Average highs in Fairbanks range from the upper 60s in June to the mid-70s in July, normally. This month also saw the all-time record warmest temperature ever recorded so close to the Arctic Ocean, with a small town in far northern Alaska reached a daytime high of 84 Fahrenheit. Since warm, unstable air is the fuel that feeds a thunderstorm, talking about the warmth in Alaska helps us understand how common severe thunderstorms can be there. The state is no stranger to thunderstorms. During the heat wave earlier in the month, lightning monitors detected tens of thousands of lightning strikes across the state during the 2-week period. Cold weather, of course, happens too. Fairbanks dropped to 50 below zero for the first time in 5 years recently, with Anchorage climatologist Brian Brettschneider saying, triggering spooky ice fog across the city. Ice fog occurs when tiny ice particles are suspended in the air when temperatures fall lower than about 22 below zero. Now, is it possible that there are aliens in Alaska and within this triangle? According to the National UFO Reporting Center, since 1998, there have been over 560 reported UFO sightings in Alaska, with the majority of the sightings being in, you guessed it, the Alaskan Triangle. There are claims of a large alien base in Alaska. In his 1997 book, Remote Viewers, Jim Schnabel told the story of the U.S. intelligence community's involvement in the controversial issue of psychic spying that largely began in the early to mid-70s. Commenting on the skills of a talented remote viewer in relation to matters of UFO nature, one Pat Price, Schnabel noted Price was of the opinion that Alaska's Mount Hayes, the jewel of a glacial range northeast of Anchorage, housed one of the aliens' largest bases. According to Pat Price, the aliens that live deep inside Mount Hayes are very good-looking, differing only in their heart, lungs, blood, and eyes. Ominously, he added that the aliens use thought transfer for motor control of us. Price added, the site has also been responsible for strange activity and malfunction of U.S. and Soviet space objects. Rather notably, despite the controversial nature of this story, we find that the U.S. military took a great deal of interest in tales of UFO activity in Alaska in the formative years of the subject. For example, formerly classified FBI files tell of startling encounters with UFOs in Alaska in the period from 1947 to 1950. It was in August of 47 that a highly impressive account of UFO incident involving 2 serving members of the military was supplied to the FBI at Anchorage. The report began, this is to advise that 2 Army officers reported to the Office of the Director of Intelligence Headquarters, Alaskan Department, at Fort Richardson, Alaska, that they had witnessed an object passing through the air at a tremendous rate of speed, which could not be judged as 2 miles per hour. According to the official report, the UFO was initially sighted by only one of the 2 officers, but he soon alerted his colleague to the strange sight. The object appeared to be shaped like a sphere and did not give the impression of being saucer-like or comparable to a disc. The first officer stated that it would be impossible to give minute details concerning the object, but that it appeared to be approximately 2 or 3 feet in diameter and did not leave any vapor trail in the sky. Being the experienced officer that he was, in his first attempt to gauge the altitude of the object and from a comparison with cloud formations in the area, he determined that whatever the nature of the mystery sphere, it was cruising at a height of more than 10,000 feet. And it should be noted that to be at such a height and still be visible, in all probability, the UFO must have exceeded by a wide margin his initial size estimate of 2 or 3 feet. When questioned, the second officer gave a substantially similar account, the only marked difference being that, in his opinion, he considered the object to have been approximately 10 feet in diameter and compared it to half the size of a full moon on an ordinary night. This discrepancy in size was apparently due to the fact that the second officer believed the UFO was more likely to have been of a height of 3,000 to 4,000 feet, rather than at an altitude of 10,000 feet, as had been suggested by his colleague. The difference of opinion over the altitude and size of the object may or may not have been of significance. The important factor, however, was that both officers agreed that some type of anomalous object had most definitely been spotted. And, as the report concluded, the second officer pointed out that one of the remarkable features of this report was that it was definitely traveling against the wind. Shortly afterwards, the FBI office at Anchorage reported to Bureau Director J. Edgar Hoover that we have been able to locate a flyer who observed some flying object near Bethel, Alaska in July 1947. The report to Hoover continued, The pilot related that the occasion of seeing the flying object near Bethel was on a July day when the sky was completely clear of clouds, and it being during the early part, it is daylight the entire night. The time of his sighting of this flying object was about 10 p.m., and the sun had just dropped beyond the horizon. Flying weather was extremely good, and he was coming into Bethel Airport with a DC-3. On approaching the airport, the pilot was amazed to see to his left an unidentified craft the size of a C-54 without any fuselage, he says, which seemed to resemble a flying wing. As a result of its unique shape, the pilot was initially unable to determine whether the object was heading towards his aircraft or away from it, and elected to make a 45-degree turn in an attempt to defuse any possible chance of collision. The FBI had noted that the pilot was certain that the craft was free of any external power source, such as a propeller-driven engine, and exhibited no exhaust as it flew by. The document adds, he called on his radio to the Civil Aeronautics Administration station at Bethel, asking what aircraft was in the vicinity, and they had no reports of any. The object he sighted was some 5 or 10 miles from the airport before his arrival, and he stated that the path did not go directly across the airport. He, of course, could not tell where the object was making any noise, and stated that it was flying at 1,000-foot altitude and estimated travel in excess of 300 miles per hour. It was traveling in the direction from Bethel to Nome, which is a northwesterly direction. He noted no radio interference and is unable to describe the color other than it appeared dark but of definite shape and did not blend into the sky but had a definite, concise outline. He clearly observed the object at this time. As the 1940s drew to a close and a new decade dawned, the FBI continued to receive and log high-quality UFO reports on a regular basis. Of those, one of the more credible related to a noteworthy series of encounters that occurred in Alaskan airspace over the course of 2 days in early 1950. Forwarded to the FBI by an official U.S. Navy source, the confidential 3-page intelligence report paints a startling picture of multiple UFO encounters involving the military. Titled Unidentified Phenomena in Vicinity of Kodiak, Alaska, it concerns a report of sightings of unidentified airborne objects by various naval personnel on 22 and 23 January 1950. The author of the report noted at 22-0240W, January, Lieutenant Smith, USN, Patrol Plane Commander of P2V3 No. 4 of Patrol Squadron 1, reported an unidentified radar contact 20 miles north of the Naval Air Station, Kodiak, Alaska. When this contact was first made, Lieutenant Smith was flying the Kodiak Security Patrol. At 0243W, 8 minutes later, a radar contact was made on an object 10 miles southeast of NAS Kodiak. Lieutenant Smith checked in with the control tower to determine known traffic in the area and was informed that there was none. During this period, the radar operator, Gasky, ALC, USN, reported intermittent radar interference of a type never before experienced. Contact was lost at this time, but intermittent interference continued. Now, Smith and Gasky were not the only two to report that unidentified vehicles had intruded into Alaskan airspace. At the time of these encounters, the USS Tilbrook was anchored in the vicinity of Buoy 19 in the nearby Manship Canal. On board the Tilbrook was a seaman named Morgan, first name unknown, who was standing watch. At some point between 0200 and 0300 hours, Morgan reported that a very fast-moving red light, which appeared to be of exhaust nature, seemed to come from the southeast, moved clockwise in a large circle in the direction of and around Kodiak, and returned out in a generally southeast direction. Perhaps not believing what he was seeing, Morgan alerted one of his shipmates, Carver, to the strange spectacle, and both watched as the UFO made a return flight. According to the testimony of both Morgan and Carver, the object was in sight for an estimated 30 seconds, no odor or sound was detected, and the object was described to the appearance of a ball of fire about 1 foot in diameter. The report then records yet another encounter with the mystery visitor. At 2:20-440W, conducting routine Kodiak security patrol, Lieutenant Smith reported a visual sighting of an unidentified airborne object at a range of 5 miles on the starboard bow. This object showed indications of great speed on the radar scope. The trailing edge of the blip gave a tail-like indication. Lieutenant Smith quickly advised the rest of the crew of the PV-23 No. 24 that the UFO was in sight, and all watched fascinated as the strange vehicle soared overhead at a speed estimated to have been around 1,800 miles per hour. Smith climbed to intercept the UFO and vainly tried to circle it. Needless to say, its high speed and remarkable maneuverability ensured that Smith's actions were futile. However, neither Lieutenant Smith nor his crew was quite prepared for what happened next. Subsequently, the object seemed to be opening the range, the official report reads, and Smith attempted to close the range. The UFO was observed to open out somewhat, then to turn to the left and come up on Smith's quarter. Smith considered this to be a highly threatening gesture and turned out all lights in the aircraft. 4 minutes later, the object disappeared from view in a southeasterly direction. At around 0400 hours on the following day, Lieutenants Barco and Causer of Patrol Squadron 1 were conducting the Kodiak security patrol when they, too, sighted an unidentified aerial vehicle. At the time of their encounter, the aircraft in which the officers were flying was approximately 62 miles south of Kodiak. For 10 minutes, Barco and Causer, along with the pilot, Captain Paulson, watched stunned as the mysterious object twisted and turned in the Alaskan sky. An assessment of these reports read thus. Number 1, to Lieutenant Smith and crew, it appeared as 2 orange lights rotating around a common center, like 2 jet aircraft making slow rolls in tight formation. It had a wide speed range. 2, to Morgan and Carver, it appeared as a reddish-orange ball of fire about 1 foot in diameter, traveling at a high rate of speed. 3, to Causer, Barco, and Paulson, it appeared to be a pulsating orange-yellow projectile-shaped flame with regular periods of pulsation on 3 to 5 seconds. Later, as the object increased the range, the pulsations appeared to increase to on 7 or 8 seconds and off 7 or 8 seconds. The final comment on the encounter reads, in view of the fact that no weather balloons were known to have been released within a reasonable time before the sightings, it appears that the object or objects were not balloons. If not balloons, the objects must be regarded as phenomena, possibly meteorites, the exact nature of which could not be determined by this office. The meteorite theory for this series of encounters is particularly puzzling. It goes without saying that meteorites do not stay in sight for an estimated 30 seconds. Meteorites do not close in on military aircraft in what is deemed to be a highly threatening gesture, and they do not appear as 2 orange lights rotating about a common center. In other words, it seems safe to conclude that genuinely anomalous phenomena were indeed witnessed by experienced military personnel at Kodiak, Alaska in January of 1950. Now, does any of this prove that there really is an alien base deep within Alaska's Mount Hayes, as Pat Price suggests? No, of course not. But in view of all the above, perhaps it's time to take a closer look at Price's claims, just in case. Now, in regards to Bigfoot, with the huge amounts of forests and uncharted wilderness, Alaska is certainly a perfect location for Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, to hide out. There are numerous reports of Bigfoot sightings throughout the entire state. Some reports include evidence of nesting sites, a possible Bigfoot skeleton, and unidentified hair samples. Some witnesses have even reported seeing a swimming Sasquatch during their encounters. Some villages have even relocated as a result of terrifying encounters with Bigfoot, which is surprising because the common understanding is that the creature prefers isolated areas and is in general quite peaceful. Peterson. There were stories told from 1900 to 1925 about a trapper that went into the woods near Peterson and disappeared, shortly after reporting exceptionally large tracks in the snow. The strangest story ever told, by Virginia Culp, documents this incredibly eerie encounter in further detail. In the town of Ruby, in 1943, it was reported that a man was attacked by an unknown creature in the wilderness about 18 miles down the Yukon from the town of Ruby. He later died of internal injuries, and the creature that attacked him, presumably a Bigfoot, was said to be run off by his dog team. Bristol Bay. In 1940, near the town of Kaluka, a group of ladies was berry picking when they reportedly came upon a large, man-like creature with long hair running down its back. They later went on to capture this creature, cage it, and feed it. It later died, and the story was documented in a letter from the alleged cage keeper. Ketchikan. This southwest town holds some pretty wild tales of the past. In 1956, about 50 miles southwest of Ketchikan, a man that was out fishing reported seeing an 8-foot-tall creature that was around 400 pounds and walked on 2 feet like an ape. There was also a young boy that reported a similar sighting nearby in 1960 and reacted to the encounter by screaming and running off as fast as possible. Port Chatham, also known as Portlock, this eerie small village on the Kenai Peninsula was home to so many Bigfoot sightings that the entire population eventually fled due to an overwhelming amount of fear. For a period of time during the 1900s, Torn-up bodies were washing up on the shores of this small village, making the people believe that it had to be the evil Sasquatch spirits that roamed the woods nearby. Wrangell. Multiple Bigfoot sightings occurred in this area during the early 1900s. One includes a man that was berry picking in the woods and was awakened by the sounds of a massive man-like creature having a conversation nearby. Another story in the area is about a tall Bigfoot creature that actually ended up carrying a 3-year-old back to her home after she wandered off into the woods without anyone noticing her. Now, if Bigfoot is as confrontational as people in Alaska claim it to be, it's a possibility that this creature is perhaps the reason why some people go missing there, especially in the wilderness, if they have come face to face with it. Now, what about the energy vortices that are supposedly found in Alaska? The Alaskan Triangle comprises one of these so-called vile vortices, or geographical areas around the planet, postulated by American researcher and cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson. Vile vortices are claimed to exhibit extreme electric, magnetic, and electromagnetic anomalies, as well as energy vortex called ley lines, which are theorized subterranean electromagnetic currents. The most famous vile vortices is the notorious Bermuda Triangle, but they are also said to exist in places as far-flung as the Algerian megaliths to the south of Timbuktu, the Indus Valley in Pakistan, Hamakulia volcano in Hawaii, the Devil's Sea near Japan, the South Atlantic, and both the North and South Poles. Various famous places such as Stonehenge, Easter Island, and the pyramids of Egypt are all said to lie on vortexes, and indeed it is claimed by some to be the reason these monuments were erected in the first place. These energy vortexes are said to create all sorts of strange phenomena. They are thought to affect humans in various physical, mental, and emotional ways, such as causing visions, demonstrating miraculous powers of healing, and generating spurts of creativity or profound epiphanies. Many people believe that they can tap into their higher selves while at these vortexes. These places can also allegedly induce disorientation, confusion, and both visual and auditory hallucinations, as well as cause delicate electrical instrumentation to go haywire or to completely malfunction. More far-out theories on energy vortexes are that they are actually doorways into spiritual dimensions, or maybe even gateways to other realms. All of these things could explain why people in vehicles such as ships or airplanes go missing in these regions at an astonishing rate. There are some interesting things that seem to support the idea that the Alaskan Triangle could be one of these vortexes. Alaska is covered with a large concentration of magnetic anomalies, some of which can disrupt compasses to the point that they are off as much as 30 degrees. In addition, some search and rescue workers in the area have reported having auditory hallucinations there, most commonly described as sounding like an angry swarm of bees and feeling unusually disoriented or lightheaded. Some readings of areas in the supposed Alaskan Triangle have indeed produced various unusual anomalies and spikes of electromagnetic activity. Could this have anything to do with the disappearances? Unfortunately, it's unclear whether such vile vortices even truly exist, and the theory has been open to a good amount of skepticism, so it is hard to say for sure. Something else in Alaska that may be responsible for taking people is what's known as the Tlingit shape-shifting demon. Now, there are many theories regarding all these disappearances in the Alaskan Triangle, and one of them includes the evil spirits associated with the native Tlingit people who live in this area. These people are said to have origins dating back to 11,000 years ago. Their name, Tlingit, means people of the tides. These people believe that there is a shape-shifting demon named Kushtaka who is a cross between a man and an otter. It is said to lure people to their impending doom by attracting lost people to the water by portraying children or women who are screaming for help. It is also said that when the Kushtaka, also known as the Otter Man, captures these lost people, it then steals their souls. It is folklore that has never been proven, of course, but it's still a frightening thought, to say the least. Something else to consider in Alaska? Animal attacks. Although moose aren't more dangerous than bears necessarily in terms of behavior, they pose a greater threat of injuring you simply because of their population size. Moose outnumber bears nearly 3-to-1 in Alaska, wounding around 5 to 10 people in the state annually. That's more than the grizzly bear and black bear attacks combined. From 1997 to 2017, there were a total of 24 fatal bear attacks in North America. 4 of these were in Alaska. The average age of those attacked? 41. The youngest was 5 months old, and the oldest was a 93-year-old female. Overall, there were only 10 fatal bear attacks in Alaska if you count black, brown, polar, and grizzly bears. What about human predators? That brings us to the Nome serial killer. Around 2005, people began to notice that a large percentage of residents or tourists who went missing in Alaska happened to disappear from the city of Nome. In fact, the numbers became so worrying that rumors of a serial killer began to run rampant throughout local topics of conversation, totally ruining the vibe. This loud panic eventually caught the ear of the FBI, who came rushing in to investigate, eager to catch a murderer and show him off to their friends. But they didn't find one. Instead, they concluded that it was Nome's fault all along. You see, Alaska is known to have one of the highest ratio of alcohol-free municipalities in America. But Nome loves to party, which is the very reason why so many people flock to the city in the first place. So now you have a bunch of drunk visitors wandering off alone, into the woods to take a pee maybe, and then suddenly they get eaten by a bear, or stolen by aliens, or seduced by the otter man, or they simply pass out and freeze to death. So at this time, there has been no evidence supporting that there is a serial killer on the loose in Nome, Alaska. And then there's the popular Black Pyramid legend. While nobody really knows what this means or if it even exists at all, there's this obscure legend that a black pyramid twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza is buried beneath Alaska, around the Mount McKinley area. What's more, this tale came out as recently as 1992, which of course means it's got to be true. Just kidding. That year, on Anchorage's Channel 13, 3 scientists announced that they had accidentally discovered an unexplainable structure below the ground, which they located using seismic recording equipment. According to Douglas A. Muchler, geologists had used the detonation to undertake a seismographic study of the Earth's crust, only to find a pyramid structure larger than Cheops underground, somewhere west of Mount McKinley. Muchler recalls that the local NBC affiliates ran a story announcing the structure's discovery about 6 months after the detonation, but when he attempted to follow up with the station to get a copy of the story, evidently not part of his duties at Fort Richardson, they denied that the story had ever run and asserted that they certainly didn't have a copy to provide. Muchler then called relatives to track down copies of the story that had run on other stations, but apparently none had. The discovery only appeared on Anchorage's Channel 13. Muchler even wrote a letter to noted investigator of paranormal things Linda Moulton Howe, asking her about the pyramid under Alaska. The letter was as follows. My name is Douglas A. Muchler, CW2, USA, retired, and during my service tour in Alaska, I was informed of a pyramid under this land. There's other information concerning this that came to my attention after it was reported to us in 1992. I've tried to pass this info to others, but have not heard any response to my information. I assure you that I'm telling you the truth about this, and I think this is being kept quiet by our government, as the news was buried the very next day after it was brought to my attention. If you can help me get this info out to you, please call me so I can talk to you about this. He gives his phone number. The whole story is pretty interesting, and this can be verified with your contacts. I'm assured of that, as I do not have them and came up with 0 from the news people there. I'll tell you the whole story if you're interested. I've only contacted a couple of people, but have not heard back from any of them. I'm wondering if my emails are getting through at all, or if this is an old story that has no interest to reporters. Thank you for your time in this matter. Douglas A. Muchler. Now, since this finding, more and more retired anonymous military men have come forward, conveniently refusing to speak to anyone but famed investigator Linda Moulton Howe, telling her the secret story of some guarded black pyramid. In July of 2012, Linda Moulton Howe herself added to the mystery on late-night radio talk show Coast to Coast AM. That evening, Moulton Howe broadcast a pre-recorded interview with Doug Muchler, a retired U.S. Army counterintelligence warrant officer, she says, who provided many of the initial facts about the pyramid and first alleged the site's current connection with the U.S. military. From what we've heard, it's reported to be an architectural construction built by an ancient civilization, but with the power to generate enough electricity to supply not only all of Alaska, but most probably much of Canada as well. Some have even further speculated that this pyramid was built by Linda Moulton Howe herself in her mind to generate book sales. Hello, friends. In this episode, we're doing something just a little bit different. While our main focus will always be missing persons cases, this video will delve into the mysteries side of the channel name. Now, while researching and writing this episode, I was a little bit hesitant at first to recount some of the bizarre stories being found. However, after giving it some careful consideration in the broader scope of things, I realized that in a world where people can literally turn a corner on a mountain trail and seemingly disappear from the face of the earth while leaving absolutely no trace in the process. And we have covered disappearances from Mount Shasta in previous videos. Well, then maybe some of these stories and legends aren't as far-fetched as first perceived. With that said, let's begin, shall we? Mount Shasta. Very few places in the United States are as completely steeped in mystery and the supernatural as Mount Shasta. Located in Northern California, only about an hour from the Oregon border, this semi-dormant volcano and the surrounding area are, according to legend, home to spirits, gods, Bigfoot, aliens, fairies, robots, ascended masters, Lemurians, occultists, underground bases, secret tunnels, and other strange entities and features. Rising to a height of 14,162 feet, Mount Shasta is an imposing figure set against a backdrop of stunning wilderness. Rugged outcrops, scenic vistas, mountain streams, waterfalls, lakes, glaciers, and caverns of various size. It truly is one of the most impressive mountains in the United States. And even though the last volcanic activity was way back in 1786, it's still currently considered active by the USGS. But aside from the beauty and natural grandeur, Mount Shasta has an ominous aura about it. The mountain does hold some dark secrets. Many consider it a place of portals to strange realms of the unexplained. The indigenous people of the area revered Mount Shasta as a magical and supernatural place many, many decades before the white man arrived in Northern California. One popular Shasta legend claims that before there were humans on the planet, the chief of the great sky spirits grew tired of his icy home in the above world. He used a stone to make a hole in the sky and shoved ice and snow into the hole. The resulting mound was what came to be known as Mount Shasta. Next, the chief of the sky climbed down onto Mount Shasta, and seeing it was barren, he chose to place trees there. And when he walked through the snow, it melted and formed streams and rivers. As the leaves began to fall from the trees, the sky chief used his breath to turn them into birds. The chief of the great sky spirits was so pleased with Mount Shasta that he chose to make it home for his family. Not missing the cold from the above world, the sky chief made a hole in the middle of the mountain and placed a fire inside it to keep his family warm. When he placed logs into the fire, the mountain would shake and emit sparks and spew fire. Although it's unknown as to exactly how Mount Shasta was named, one popular explanation states that the name comes from the Russian language. Supposedly, settlers from Russia who lived in coastal California were able to see the summit of Mount Shasta off in the distance. They referred to it as Shastal, which means white or pure in their language. This eventually came to be pronounced and shortened to just Mount Shasta. Others claim that one of the local tribes of the indigenous peoples in the area, known as the Shasta, loved and hunted on the mountain, and it came to be named after them. Regardless of how it got to be named, nowadays Mount Shasta is a well-known and popular destination for snow skiers, hikers, hunters, anglers, spelunkers, and many others who love rugged outdoor activities. Mount Shasta is also a popular destination for New Agers and other seekers wishing to bask in the vibe of the mountain. Currently, Shasta is home to a huge amount of day spas, retreats, a Buddhist monastery, as well as a plethora of New Age consultants, Zen instructors, and those claiming to be ambassadors to space aliens and ascended masters. In fact, there's so much strangeness on the mountain, one is almost assured to have some sort of weird experience when visiting Shasta. Paranormal investigators state that the most unusual encounters usually happen when you least expect it and are far away from other people. Shaman, New Age seekers, and those trying to contact the mothership may inadvertently disturb the energies on the mountain and cause truly paranormal events to become hidden away, according to some. Nevertheless, there's been more than enough bizarre happenings in the area to suggest that there are strange powers at work here. In the lore of the Native Americans familiar with Shasta, the terms for ghost, soul, and life are very similar. According to these tribes, ghosts, which are often spotted near burial areas as flickering orbs of light, are to be feared, as merely observing them is said to be an omen foretelling bad luck or perhaps even death. Also, according to their legends, after death, the soul is said to travel west, rise into the sky, and then head into the Milky Way to the world of the afterlife. The Shasta Indians believe that singing funeral songs help the deceased spirit on its way. Also, according to Shasta traditional lore, the entire region is haunted with Oxkey, which literally translates to pains. But according to the natives, these are spiritual entities capable of taking on the form of tiny people and animals who live among the area's many boulders, lakes, summits, and also in the rapids and other tributaries of flowing water. The indigenous Shasta peoples consider the Oxkey to be the cause of all illness, bad luck, and death, and also have the ability to jump into the bodies of unsuspecting victims. According to legend, only a true shaman can exorcise away these demonic entities. In more recent and typical ghost lore, parts of Interstate 5 that run nearby the mountain are reportedly haunted by various unidentified ghosts, possibly the victims of car accidents. Or they may be tulpas or thought forms, brought about by the indigenous people of the area. Some tribes believe that talking about or merely even thinking of certain dark entities can draw them out and cause them to take form. The ruins of Old Shasta Town from the 1800s lie just south of Mount Shasta and west of Redding, California, which at one time was the county seat. The Old Town area is home to several reported ghosts, especially in the old courthouse, which claim that at night the sounds of criminal trials can still be heard, and in the Gallows Park at the back of the courthouse, where those found guilty were hung and still linger to this day. A Pioneer Babies burial spot on nearby old Highway 99, which at one time was a stagecoach road through the area, is claimed to be haunted by a particularly evil and malevolent entity. Some of the stranger stories from the area are based on the Native American legends of Shasta being home to several mysterious races of beings, which include the aforementioned little people, but also tribes of reptilians and large malevolent humanoids known as the Shupchets, who legend says live in the area of Flume Creek and secretly traverse the lava tunnels to the summit of Mount Shasta. The early white settlers in the area also told of the tunnel-traveling giants, referring to them as the Lemurians. The concept of Lemuria originally began as a rumored lost continent in the Indian Ocean from a somewhat scientific theory which explained how lemurs were able to migrate to India from Madagascar. Some folks, however, occultists and New Agers in particular, considered Lemuria as a lost continent which was home to an advanced race, the Lemurians, who were the supposed ancestors of the legendary Atlanteans of the other well-known lost continent of Atlantis. Legends state that the Lemurians are giant, human-appearing beings who bore some form of appendage on their massive forehead, which provided them with psychic powers. The story of the Lemurians on Mount Shasta mainly comes from a bizarre book called A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, which was written in the 1880s by cultist Frederick Spencer Oliver. Among other things, Oliver claimed that a secret city glittering with jewels was located inside of Mount Shasta, and he further established a connection between it and Lemuria. His writings were popular at the time, and his fantastical ideas of Mount Shasta and Lemuria were referenced and retold in many news articles and other books of that era. Along these lines of legend, there are also stories of a secret society which lives in the secret city deep inside Mount Shasta. The secret society is known as the Great White Brotherhood. Now, that's not because of the color of their skin, but rather the brilliant white light that often surrounds these beings, who also wear spotless white robes. They are said to be a fraternity of spiritually advanced beings, or ascended masters, who are drawn to Mount Shasta due to the energy found on its peak. The Brotherhood allegedly live inside of the mountain and travel through tunnels of gold to their hidden temples made of jewels and crystals. Guy W. Ballard, an occultist from Chicago, ventured to Mount Shasta in 1930 to inquire about reports from another occultist, William Paley, regarding a group of holy men called the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, whom Paley claimed to have observed while traveling on the mountain. Ballard, along with his wife Edna, was extremely curious and ventured to Mount Shasta in hopes of contacting the ascended masters of which Paley wrote. Once, when Ballard was out on a day hike alone, he paused to rest at a clear mountain spring in the McCloud River Valley area. He claims that while resting by the stream, he was approached by a strange young man who appeared out of nowhere and offered him a drink of some creamy, milky liquid. The young stranger told Ballard that the liquid came from what he called the universal supply. Ballard states that when he drank the liquid, it had an immediate electric and clarifying effect on him, making him feel oddly energized and refreshed. The young stranger then revealed his true name, the Ascended Master Saint Germain, and was suddenly clad in a white, jeweled robe, making him appear godlike. As Ballard looked on in stunned amazement, he noticed that a mountain lion had approached him to within a few feet. Somehow able to fight off his fear of the animal, Ballard claimed that the mountain lion suddenly became as docile and playful as a kitten. At this point, Saint Germain proudly informed Ballard that he had passed the test of courage and gave him 4 small brownish cakes. Ballard ate the cakes and claimed that they further increased the clarity of the liquid he had consumed and aided him in being receptive to the master's teachings. Saint Germain stated that he had searched several continents for someone worthy to learn his instructions regarding the great laws of life, and now Ballard, his wife Edna, and their son Donald were chosen to be his accredited messengers. After a series of meetings with the Ascended Master, Ballard claims he was able to channel Saint Germain's wisdom and plans for implementing the 7th Golden Age, the I Am, which Germain stated would bring about a new age of earthly perfection. Ballard further claimed that through channeling Saint Germain, he was also able to view his own past lives and claimed that he had been George Washington in a previous life. When Ballard returned to Chicago in 1931, he set about putting Saint Germain's plans for the New Age of Enlightenment in motion. By 1932, Ballard and his wife Edna had founded the I Am religious sect, the Saint Germain Press, and the Saint Germain Foundation. Ballard, using the pseudonym Godfrey Ray King, began turning out books, pamphlets, and articles about his new religion. By 1936, Ballard had amassed a large literary collection of several books, compilation of songs and affirmations, as well as a periodical magazine. Ballard had no problem drawing crowds who came to listen to he and Edna channel Saint Germain's teaching, and soon schools and reading rooms began to spring up, and by 1938, the sect had almost 3 million devotees. Skeptics claimed that the new religion was nothing but old, recycled cult practices, and when Guy died in 1939, although his wife Edna claimed that he had not passed on but rather ascended, many of the devoted became disillusioned with Ballard's rather ordinary departure from this plane and stopped attending the meetings. After recovering from alleged mail fraud charges, the I Am movement, although now considerably smaller, survives until this day. The I Am Reading Room in the town of Mount Shasta offers Ballard's channeled writings, Ascended Master and I Am Art, and I Am musical recordings that are purported to alter consciousness and allow for further spiritual enlightenment. The music has been described as having an ethereal, warbling quality that many believe enhances, among other things, psychic abilities and astral travel. The experiences Ballard wrote about in 1930 inspired many other stories of encounters with strange beings on Mount Shasta. In 1932, Edward Lasner claimed he knew of white-robed people who hoarded a cache of gold and lived at the 11,000-foot level. And in 1934, a man named Abraham Mansfield claimed he met a whole tribe of Lemurians on the mountain who revealed to him an extensive network of secret tunnels. 2 decades later, spiritualist Earlene Cheney stated that she received an initiation in a secret temple hidden upon Mount Shasta. Before becoming a spiritual guru, Cheney was a Hollywood starlet, possibly explaining her passion and penchant for the elaborate costumes and theatrics which she used in her New Age church and mystery school, Astara, founded in 1951. Writing in her book, Secrets from Mount Shasta, Cheney tells how she and her husband were given instructions to go to Mount Shasta during a channeling session in 1952. While camping at Panther Meadow, located on the south side at about 7,385 feet, Cheney and her husband suddenly felt led to climb farther up the mountain. During their ascent, they were met by a strange young man who seemed to know all about their quest and proceeded to give them his teachings. Eventually, the pair were escorted into a secret place known as the Cave of the Mystic Circle. It was here that they were also introduced to other adepts, including the Ascended Master Kudhumi, who also assisted them with their teachings. The pair's lessons climaxed in an initiation in which Cheney claimed she was shown the inner Great Temple at the peak of Mount Shasta, which featured what she described as a great astral cathedral lit from above by a glorious star. She further stated that these sights can only be seen by the truly initiated and remain invisible to the eyes of lesser adepts and mere mortals. Cheney has also previously claimed to have been initiated in a secret ceremony inside the Great Pyramid of Egypt, which does make her one of a very few select souls on this plane of existence indeed. Current New Agers and occultists claim that Saint Germain and other ascended masters and adepts continue to wander the mountain appearing to seekers, particularly in the area around Panther Meadow. These same occultists will readily explain how the earth is actually hollow and contains numerous secret underground cities, among them Telos, where descendants of ancient Lemuria currently live and are presided over by the Ascended Master High Priest Adama. Mount Shasta is also known for its weird glowing mystery lights. These mysterious floating orbs of light have been reported on the mountain since the arrival of the white settlers and among the Native Americans years prior to that. The best time to observe the lights is usually at dusk, around midnight, and just before dawn. While indigenous tribes of the area thought the lights to be ghosts, New Agers and occultists prefer to think that the lights are from the secret ceremonies of the Lemurians or the Great White Brotherhood. The lights have become so well known that they alone have brought the curious to Mount Shasta. Based on newspaper articles from around the turn of the last century, the lights were observed by passengers on trains that passed by the mountain in the night. The mysterious lights continue to be reported today, and many people have come to associate them with UFO activity that occurs frequently on the mountain. If you would like to perhaps catch a glimpse of these lights without traveling to Mount Shasta, there are live webcams available online which offer 24-hour-day streams of the mountain's peak. There are literally thousands of lava tube caves known to exist on and nearby Mount Shasta. The strangest one is Pluto Cave, which was thought to have been created by a basaltic lava flow almost 200,000 years ago. The tunnel-like cave was sacred to the indigenous tribes of Shasta and was rediscovered by white settlers during the mid-1800s. As it's very foreboding and eerie, it takes its name from the Roman god of the underworld, Pluto. In addition to being called Pluto Cave, it's also known to the locals as Pluto's Cave and Pluto Caves. The cave has garnered quite a reputation in supernatural and occult circles as a place to find extraterrestrials or various entities from the spirit realm that live deep inside the mountain. Recent explorers have reported coming across evidence of sacrificial fires and objects from rituals left behind in the cave by those who've held secret ceremonies and vigils for paranormal or occult purposes. Stories abound of people going insane after spending the night in the cave tube, where they were allegedly confronted by unspeakable horrors. While these tales may be the stuff of wild campfire stories or urban legends, those who have visited the cave do find it frightening and eerie nonetheless. Another strange area located near Mount Shasta is Burney Falls, an amazing natural wonder that pours 129 feet down into Burney Creek in the MacArthur Burney Falls State Memorial Park. President Theodore Roosevelt once remarked that this amazing waterfall should be considered the eighth wonder of the world. There are persistent stories of fairies or fae folk who appear in the mist, or just in the edge of the vision of those who gaze out over the falls. Perhaps these fairies are actually the little people described in Native American legends from around Mount Shasta. It's also stated that these little people will only appear to those who are honestly seeking them for spiritual enlightenment and not just for a paranormal thrill. Burney Falls is located approximately 6 miles north of the junction of Highways 299 and 89 on Highway 229. Fairy sightings have also been reported near the area around McCloud Falls, which is made up of 3 amazing falls flowing into the McCloud River. While the lower and upper falls can easily be accessed by vehicles, the middle falls, reportedly the most haunted, is accessible only on foot. Not surprisingly, the middle of the 3 falls is also claimed to be the best spot for fairy sightings. McCloud Falls is located on Highway 89, approximately 6 miles east of the town of McCloud. Mount Shasta is also considered to be one of the most active hotspots of North America's UFO activity. Those well-versed in extraterrestrials state that Mount Shasta is a prime spot for visiting aliens, and weird lights are often reported hovering near the area at night and have also been spotted disappearing into the mountain. Castle Crags State Park, just south of the town of Dunsmuir, California, along Interstate 5, is also considered to be another active UFO hotspot. The trails in the park lead into strange landscapes of weird, jagged rock formations, and it's the perfect location for encountering anomalous phenomena. While Northern California is full of Bigfoot sightings and encounters, Bigfoot legends seem to be a more modern tale around Mount Shasta. Gigantic humanoid footprints discovered in 1955 at the 11,000-foot level have been said to be those of Bigfoot by some, or of giant Lemurians by others. One of the oddest reports ever to come out of Mount Shasta was in 1962, when a woman claimed to have watched a female Bigfoot give birth high up on the mountain. To this day, New Age seekers, campers, hikers, and even loggers have had sightings of these tall, hairy cryptids on Mount Shasta. Well, there you have it. The strange, strange tale of Mount Shasta. Considering all the paranormal, supernatural, and occult activity that goes on here, perhaps it is no surprise that people have gone missing from the mountain, leaving nary a trace. Hello, friends, and welcome to another episode. In this video, we invite you to join us for 5 of the strangest mountain mysteries from around the world. Be sure to listen all the way to the end for a creepy bonus story. Let's begin, shall we? There's just something about the mountains. be it here in the United States or somewhere else on the planet. Perhaps it's the isolation, the solitude, the somewhat overwhelming realization at just how vast and expansive wilderness can be and how small and vulnerable we are in contrast. These true stories from these strange mountain ranges are guaranteed to give you chills. Number 5, the Superstition Mountains in Tonto National Forest, Arizona. The Superstition Mountains are a mountain range located to the east of Phoenix, Arizona, in the Tonto National Forest. The range of mountains is recognized for its breathtaking canyons and beautiful volcanic peak. Its reputation for being spooky precedes it, oftentimes overshadowing its natural beauty. This comes as no surprise, especially considering that this mountain range is believed to have a pretty odd history, which all centers around an alleged hidden treasure, the fabled Dutchman's Mine, a treasure which is responsible for the disappearance and deaths of those who have gone searching for it. Some mysteriously disappear without a trace, while others die in an equally strange fashion. One such person is Adolf Ruth, a person who had a long-standing obsession for locating the fabled Lost Dutchman Mine. He elected to head into the mountain and search for the treasure. However, within a few days, he vanished, never to be seen alive or heard from again. While rescuers found a strange note he had written stating, "P.S. Have found the lost Dutchman," when his body was found in 1932, things got even more strange. His skull was discovered with a hole made by what Arizona Central reports to be an Army-style .44 caliber revolver. There has been much speculation as to who killed him and why, but no conclusions have been drawn. Then, as recently as 2010, Phoenix News-Times covered the story of Jesse Campen, a 35-year-old man from Denver, Colorado, who vanished in the Superstition Mountains while hunting for the famous treasure. Initially, there were next to no clues which could have identified him. Denver Post reported that his remains were found, quote, wedged in an inaccessible crevice, end quote. Still, even though his body was found, his death remains a mystery. Some believe that he perhaps fell to his death, but once again, this is not conclusive. Despite all the uncertainty surrounding the history of the Superstition Mountains and some of the inexplicable occurrences which have happened there, people generally agree on one thing. Mysterious, eerie, and strange are all descriptions which adequately describe the Superstition Mountains. Time will tell whether any of its great mysteries are ever solved. Number 4. Mysterious Black Mountain National Park in Queensland, Australia. Black Mountain National Park is located in Queensland, Australia. The mountain is famous for strange occurrences such as disappearances, unidentified creatures roaming the mountain at night, and shadowy figures. The most reported one is the ghost of a medicine man standing on the boulders that cover the surface. Stories are told of herdsmen missing with entire herds of cattle, plane compasses disrupted when passing over, and unsuspecting travelers dragged into the mountain by spectral hands. It is also said that animals are often afraid to go near the mountain, with some halting and some attempting to turn around. While this may be caused by the distinctive smell of the mountains, others think that the animals can sense an evil presence and try to stay away. There are also tales of carnivorous mountain chambers that digest anything that wanders into the wrong cave. A large number of locals suspect that the mountain has huge underground caverns that host an alien civilization that built the mountain. This is widely speculated due to the mountain's slightly artificial appearance. Like so many others, this mountain harbors an array of unexplained mysteries, most of which will likely never be solved. However, it may be best not to know the answers, as the truth may be too dark to handle. Number 3. The Valley of Headless Men in Nahanni National Park, Canada. Nahanni National Park, part of the Mackenzie Mountains region in Canada, has become known as the Valley of Headless Men, and with good reason. For thousands of years, the region was said to be evil, with many tribes refusing to settle there. The ones who did told of mysterious creatures inhabiting the vast forests and restless spirits stalking the area. However, the greatest danger is said to be the violent Naha tribe of the mountains. The tribe allegedly consists of deadly warriors who wear masks and armor larger than normal men. These fighters wield strange and unidentifiable weapons. They're also notorious for decapitating their victims. In the 19th century, a whole tribe disappeared without a trace, and many attribute their disappearance to the Naha warriors. Another case was the 1908 disappearance of the McLeod brothers, who were searching for gold in the area. They were both found dead, with their heads missing, along a riverbank. There are a great number of other cases of decapitation in the valley. For example, gold miner Martin Jorgensen's skeleton was found without the skull in his burned-down cabin in 1917. More people have simply gone missing, with 44 unexplained disappearances by 1969. A large number of people also claim to have seen strange lights in the sky, or a huge ape-like man walking among the trees. To this day, there is no explanation for the mysterious goings-on in the Nahanni Valley, and answers unlikely in the foreseeable future, as the region is still largely unexplored. Number 2. The Big Gray Man of Ben Macdui in Cairngorms National Park, United Kingdom. The mountain of Ben Macdui in Scotland is allegedly inhabited by a large gray creature that many refer to simply as the Big Gray Man. The first reports of this beast were in 1925, when a member of Cairngorm Club, who were well-known peak climbers, reported his experience at the summit of the mountain. He stated that he could hear something other than merely the noise of my own footsteps when descending the mountain. I heard a crunch, he said, then another crunch, as if someone was walking after me, but taking steps 3 or 4 times the length of my own. This indicates that the creature is bigger than a normal human, meaning that it's Scotland's Yeti. The Cairngorm Club member concluded that there's something queer about the top of Ben Macdui, and will not go back there again by myself. Whatever's on top of Ben Macdui is still out there and still unexplained. Number 1. The Untersberg Portals. Among the Berchtesgaden Alps on the Germany-Austria border lies the Untersberg Mountain. It is one of the most mysterious mountains in the world, with legends of Roman emperors buried deep within its bowels, lost civilizations living in its chasms, and strange beasts prowling its forested surface. Many visitors to the Untersberg have reported missing time and waking up on another part of the mountain. Sometimes the distances involved are incredibly long and could not have been traveled in the time lost. People have suggested that this phenomenon is due to alien abductions, time warps, or portals to other worlds. More logical explanations state that people are ill, dehydrated, or falling into a partial sleep as they walk, which leads them to believe that they have been teleported. The Austrian writer Stan Wolf claims to have gone up the mountain with a friend to search for these time slips. They reported finding areas on the mountain where their watches would run faster or slower than usual. Wolf also claims he found a group of men living in a cave who told him that they were SS soldiers from World War II. They supposedly had not aged and believed that the war had only ended recently. Wolf attributes the time anomalies to black crystals called the Gems of Dominion that were given to a group of Knights Templar by a god. These gems could slow down time and provide answers to secrets. Wolf also believes that many portals to other dimensions are on the mountain, explaining why people go missing up there. Could these far-fetched theories reflect some truth, or are they purely the work of fiction? We may never know. But there is a reason so many strange happenings take place on the Untersberg, a reason that may never be understood by humans. And as promised, here's a bonus story for making it to the end of the video. The creatures of Mount Nyangani. In November 2014, 20-year-old British explorer Thomas Gaisford set out alone to explore Mount Nyangani in Zimbabwe. He had won a university award that funded student trips to remote areas to build confidence. He embarked on the trip alone and planned to reach the summit and stay there overnight. But Gaisford claims a thick fog descended at 3 a.m., leaving him disoriented and lost. Shortly after, heavy rain began to pour. He decided to camp overnight where he was and wait for the peculiar weather to pass. However, in the darkness that surrounded him, Gaisford reported that he had been circled by various creatures that appeared to be observing him. Before he'd set off, the locals had told him to ignore any strangely acting animals as they were not of this world. For 10 hours, he lay there waiting for the fog to clear. When it eventually did, he rapidly left the mountain on foot. What really happened is still unclear. Some say that Gaisford simply became dehydrated and started imagining things. Others believe that he was visited by creatures from another dimension. Perhaps we will never know.
Whatever is doing this does it with 100% effectiveness. And they've never made a mistake, because if they had made a mistake, you or I would have heard about it.
National Park Mysteries. Case Files. In the United States National Park system alone, there are more than 84 million acres of preserved woods, deserts, mountains, and other wilderness. So it's no surprise that in the past 100 years, there have been a number of cases of reported missing persons. But what's most disturbing is these numbers are increasing at an alarming rate, and the circumstances behind these disappearances are beyond bizarre. Today we'll discuss 10 of the strangest disappearances in our national parks. Number 10, Kyle Britton. 27-year-old Kyle Britton was last seen on August 20th, 2019, as he was heading into Waipio Valley State Park for a hike. Hawaii County firefighters have been searching the area ever since. Prior to his disappearance, Kyle told his father that he was headed to Waipio Valley for a day hike. The area Kyle was going to hike in is well maintained and is hiked frequently by others. Kyle's cell phone last pinged around noon, August 30th, 2019. His vehicle was parked at the trail's entrance, but his keys couldn't be found. His father, attorney Steve Britton, said his son is an experienced hiker. He's been hiking since he was 3, so this is not a new adventure for him. It rained on the day that Kyle disappeared, so his family said there was a possibility that he'd slipped and gotten injured in the valley. They said there's also very little cell service in the area, which would explain why his phone stopped pinging. Search teams have been looking for Kyle by land and air. They've also grown in size, having added helicopters, dogs, and rescuers. Kyle's father is offering a reward for any information that leads to resolution. As of December 2018, the search for Kyle is still active, but limited, and there have been no leads. Number 9, Kiara Henry. 23-year-old Kiara Henry was reported missing July 26, 2019, after the vehicle she'd rented in Maui was found abandoned in Waianapanapa State Park in Hana, Hawaii. Kiara was last seen on surveillance video on July 21st at 2 p.m., departing Hertz Rent-A-Car alone, where she rented a car for just one night. It appears her intended destination was Waianapanapa State Park, a place she'd visited 2 days earlier on a tour and reportedly loved. The car's mileage indicates it was driven from the rental car agency to the park. While it could have stopped along the Hana Highway path, mileage shows it did not veer from the route. The same day Kiara rented the car, she attempted to make a hotel reservation in Kihei, starting the next day, from July 22nd to 29th, and she also booked a flight home on July 29th, 2019. By all accounts, it appears she planned on being in Hana for just one night, returning to Kihei the next day, and then flying back to her home in San Diego. We have not been able to find a hotel or camping reservations in Hana for that night, although it is possible she planned to find one when she arrived, or maybe she planned to sleep in her car, stated Kiara's family on a Facebook post. Kiara's phone was last used on Wi-Fi at 11:04 a.m. the day she disappeared. Park officials tell us her car was noticed on July 23rd, and it was officially called in as abandoned on July 25th. It was towed back to the rental agency on July 26th. Kiara's credit and rescue members for their tenacious efforts in trying to locate Kiara, stated Kiara's family in a Facebook post. Kiara's family announced that a $10,000 reward is being offered for information leading to her whereabouts. Despite ongoing searches, Kiara remains missing, and there have been no leads in her disappearance. Number 8. Daniel Reza. 35-year-old Daniel Reza disappeared on August 25, 2019, while hiking Mount Charleston in Nevada, also known as the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area. The information regarding Daniel's disappearance is limited, but here's what is known. Daniel was spotted over the week at various trails, but he had not returned to his car. When Daniel did not return to his car, search and rescue volunteers engaged in an active search to locate him. In addition to search and rescue, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police and the Air Force 34th Squadron, which is based at Nellis Air Force Base, along with several hikers and 4x4 drivers, also joined in the search for Daniel. We found out later that he had actually gone up to the visitor center and purchased quite a bit of food, a coat, gloves, and a couple of other items that gave us hope that we bought some time, said Scott Hayes of Red Rock Search and Rescue. Among the items that Daniel purchased were the following: a blue, lightweight nylon backpack, an LED lantern with a blue shade top, and a blue and black base. Black or dark gray Landway brand jacket with Spring Mountain and black embroidery, a khaki-colored boonie-type hat with Spring Mountains embroidered on it, a rustic wooden hiking stick, several bottles of bottled water, First Street and Kirkland brands. In addition, he purchased food and gloves. It should be noted that none of these items were located during the searches for Daniel. In October 2019, search and rescue volunteers were put on standby. Volunteers would redeploy if new details came to light regarding Daniel's whereabouts. Number 7. John Clinton Walker. John Walker was 48 years old at the time of his disappearance on November 11, 2014. Police are asking for the public's help locating a Mr. John C. Walker, who was last seen in Bellingham, Washington, early in the morning on Thursday, November 13th. John is an avid hiker who was last seen by his landlord and roommate leaving his home on November 11, 2014 at 6 a.m. John's vehicle, a white 1997 Chevrolet Lumina, was located on Britton Road near his home, where he would often leave his car to walk to a bus stop on Sunset Drive. He would frequently leave his vehicle to this bus stop near his home to take public transportation to reach hiking destinations. It is believed he went hiking that day in a remote wooded area based on his interest in hiking and surveillance video showing him exiting a public transportation bus on a road leading to remote wooded areas in the foothills of Mount Baker and into the Snoqualmie National Forest. At the time of his disappearance, John was wearing a black beanie and an orange vest. He may also have had a forest green backpack with him. He has blonde hair, long on the sides and balding at the top, and blue eyes. There is no search and rescue information available currently regarding John's case. Number 6. Nicholas Hyetpas. 22-year-old Nicholas, or Nick Hyetpas, was last seen on April 1, 2019. Nick's parents reported him missing to Appleton Police on April 1, 2019. At the time of his disappearance, his white German Shepherd named Samantha was with him. On April 18, 2019, 18 days after he disappeared, his black 2012 Ford Fusion was found along a forest road in the 1.5 million-acre Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest, near Highway 64 and Shadow Lake Road, west of Mountain, Wisconsin, in Oconto County. It looked like it had been there for some time. There was some snow on it, apparently from the snow that fell April 11th, said the Appleton Police in a Facebook post. A tarp and camping gear were found near Nick's vehicle, and his dog's unclasped collar was found a half-mile away. 3 deputies checked the immediate area until dark. Deputies returned with search dogs on April 19th and 20th and searched a wider area. Nick's parents describe him as follows: hometown of Appleton, Wisconsin, age 22, white male, 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, normal build. Brown eyes, short brown hair, Small ribbon-type tattoo on the inside of left wrist, likely wearing a green-lettered "Get Your Gooch On" black hooded sweatshirt, American Eagle blue jeans, and mustard-colored steel-toed work boots. Nick was accompanied by Samantha, his white German Shepherd, 65 pounds, brown eyes, spayed, not chipped. Number 5. Joseph Wilfred Barrett. 42-year-old Joseph, or Joe Barrett, was last seen on his home video surveillance system on July 12, 2019. He was shown on camera to be having a very heated discussion around 5:30 p.m. July 12. The neighbors sent the cops over to his house for a welfare check at 8:30 p.m. and Joe was not there. At 2:45 a.m. July 13, 2019, police pinged his phone around O'Hare National Forest in Montgomery County, North Carolina. Around the same time, cops were able to get Joe on the phone, and he said he was okay and that his car was having some trouble and that he was waiting for a friend to take him home. At some point, he stopped responding to text messages from his friends. Early morning on July 14th at around 4:18 a.m., police found his car off the road between the airport and a 24-hour store. Joe's 2012 dark blue Buick Enclave had gone off the road down a very steep hill and had been abandoned at the scene. Joe's accident was reported to police, and they arrived at the scene within 15 minutes, but Joe was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, he left his wallet, which contained all his credit cards and driver's license. He also left his cell phone, $453 in cash, and the car keys were still in the ignition. Police were able to tell by the GPS that Joe went into Spencer, Virginia, then went west, and it appeared like he was driving aimlessly, turning down roads just to turn around again, and so forth, then eventually started going east for some reason. They have surveillance video of him in Virginia, but the police are not disclosing as to what is on the surveillance. Authorities sent out search and rescue, but a detailed record of what took place is not available. As of December 2019, Joe remains missing, and there's not been any updates on his case. Number 4. Jason Lee Lovelady. Jason Lovelady was 38 years old at the time of his disappearance on October 5, 2013. Jason went missing while picking pine cones with his mother and stepfather near Baker Lake on Forest Service Road 12 on the Elbow Lake Trailhead in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. He went on ahead of his parents and was not seen again. He had a 3-gallon plastic white bucket with him, was wearing a red and black flannel shirt, light green shorts, and brown ankle-high work boots. An extensive search of the area turned up no sign of him or his bucket. The Whatcom County Sheriff's Office is handling the investigation and said that no foul play is suspected, but his disappearance is considered suspicious. A search and rescue operation using tracking dogs, helicopters, and volunteers failed to locate Jason Lovelady after he was last seen off Forest Service Road 12 near Wanlick Creek, just north of the Whatcom-Skagit County border, but he remains missing. Number 3. Nate Ashby. 22-year-old Nate Ashby was last seen on July 31, 2019, in Warrenton, Missouri. Nate and his white 1994 Chevy Silverado extended cab are both missing, and there have been no sightings of Nate or his pickup truck since the morning he left home. Even though Nate's disappearance is not near a national park or forest, I wanted to include his case within this episode. It's very rare to have both a person and their vehicle go missing, and considering this is in the area where others have gone missing, and it's also surrounded by woods, it made sense to add it. With that said, there have been a number of searches for Nate, but no clues have surfaced, and Nate remains missing. Number 2. Garen Kirk. At the time of his disappearance, Garen Kirk was 31 years old. He left home on December 3, 2014, to hike in the Mount Hood National Forest with plans to return December 6th. However, on this occasion, he didn't leave family members with any details. Garen's sister filed a missing person report, but the search was delayed until December 8th because search and rescue crews could not be dispatched until his vehicle was located to establish a starting point. His vehicle was found in the parking lot at Frog Lake Campground off US 26 by a family member. It was at that point that the search focused on that area and the heavily wooded areas nearby. Police were able to ping his cell phone and locate it east of Frog Lake, heading in a southwesterly direction. That route would have brought him from Clackamas County into Wasco County, so jurisdiction for the search switched over to the Wasco County Sheriff's Office. Searches included Pacific Northwest Search and Rescue, Mountain Wave Emergency Communications, Clackamas County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, Multnomah County Search and Rescue, Klickitat County Sheriff's Office, Lake County Search and Rescue, Wallowa County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, Clatsop County Sheriff's Office, the Salvation Army, Trauma Intervention Program, and businesses in Government Camp, Zigzag, Welch's, and Sandy, plus Bud's Towing of Oregon City and the Milwaukee Presbyterian Church. Despite the search efforts, no trace of Guerin has been found. It was strange that his cell phone was pinging to the southwest of Frog Lake in the direction of Clear Lake, but search efforts seemed to focus on the area to the northeast in the area of Twin Lakes, unless the media misreported the location. To this day, Brian and Annette Kirk and siblings keep his memory alive at the Facebook page in loving memory of Guerin Kirk. Number 1. Melvin Mel Nadel. Melvin Nadel was 61 at the time of his disappearance on September 6, 2009. He was last seen bow hunting with 2 friends in the Elk Mountain area in the Santa Fe National Forest near Pecos, New Mexico. He took a .44 special revolver and a camouflage print Martin bow with black and white zebra-striped arrows with him. At 4:30 p.m., Mel left the campsite, telling his friends he would not travel far and would be back by nightfall, but he never returned and was never seen or heard from again. He left his 2001 Jeep Cherokee near the campsite with most of his gear locked inside, including his backpack, cell phone, and GPS unit. He normally carried the GPS with him while he hunted to keep from getting lost. On Wednesday, September 9, 2009, a snowstorm moved into the Pecos area, and the search was called off and then restarted the next day. Heat-sensing equipped helicopters were never used because the Santa Fe Police Department claimed that none were available at the time of the search. Mel's footprints were found by search dogs during the initial stages of the search, but the prints led 50 to 100 yards away from the camp down a trail. After this point, the sniffer dogs could find no trace of a scent. During a subsequent search that was performed on September 13, 2009, which included members of his family, the scent was found by police dogs along the Pecos River, but was quickly lost, just like the initial search.
You've got to look at the evidence. And the evidence says that around these scenes and from where these people have disappeared, there's no tracks, there's no scent. So how is something getting out of that area without leaving behind evidence they were even there? And that doesn't make any sense.
Number 10. Terrence Woods. 27-year-old Terrence Woods was last seen at the Penman Mine near Oro Grande, Idaho on October 5, 2018. At the time of his disappearance, Terrence had been working with a British film crew on a documentary about abandoned gold mines in Idaho County. According to the film crew, Terrence had been acting strange on the day he disappeared. Terrence was last seen when he suddenly jumped off a steep drop and started running away. Some members with the film crew tried to run after him, but they quickly lost sight of Terrence, and their efforts to locate him were unsuccessful. The Sheriff's Department took immediate action and had crews searching from the air and ground. Despite an extensive search and expanded search area, Terrence remains missing. Number 9. Connie Johnson. 76-year-old Connie Johnson, along with her border collie Ace, were last seen on Fog Mountain near Big Rock, Idaho on October 5, 2018. The area of Fog Mountain is very remote and is only accessible by horseback or by foot. Connie was a cook for the hunting campground, and she had arrived early to the campsite prior to the other hunters. The last communication with Connie was between a group of hunters who were traveling to the remote campsite. When they made radio contact with Connie, they were unable to understand what she was saying. When the hunters finally arrived to the camp the next day, they were unable to locate her. Connie was a well-trained outdoors woman who had previously worked as a U.S. Forest Service ranger, and she frequently led young people in groups on tours of the backcountry. The Idaho County Sheriff's Office was notified and search efforts were organized. In addition to Idaho County personnel, the Forest Service, the U.S. Air Service, and backcountry rescue helicopter assisted in the search. The search was called off on October 16, 2018. 3 weeks later, Connie's dog Ace turned up at the Moose Creek Ranger Station around 15 miles from the camp, but without Connie. As of December 2019, Connie remains missing, and there have not been any updates. In a bizarre coincidence, Terrence Woods, who was mentioned prior to this case, went missing on the same day and just a few miles away from where Connie disappeared. Number 8. Floyd Roberts III. 52-year-old Floyd Roberts was last seen on June 17, 2016. Floyd became separated from a group of companions during extreme heat conditions at approximately 4:45 p.m. The group had planned a 9-day hike on the Shivwitz Plateau that would exit the canyon via Separation Canyon. He was last seen near Kelly Tank, heading towards Trail Canyon / 214 Mile Canyon in the Shanley Spring area, towards the river, but may have descended into 209 Mile Canyon. The National Park Service conducted a 6-day search effort, but found no clues to guide them on a direction where to continue searching. Floyd's friends and family members have also conducted searches for Floyd, but their searches yielded no new information. In addition, flyers with Floyd's picture and description remain posted at various South Rim locations and in the search area at Grand Canyon Parashant National Monument. Number 7. Drake Kramer. 21-year-old Drake Kramer was last seen on February 1st, 2015, in the vicinity of Bright Angel Lodge on the south rim of the Grand Canyon National Park. Drake stayed the night as a guest at the Bright Angel Lodge and checked out the next morning. Prior to Drake's disappearance, he sent his family a bizarre text message that stated he had to give his body to Mother Earth. Drake's parents believe that the text message may have just been a reference to a need to escape to the outdoors. It was very unlike him to travel to the wilderness alone, but he had been to the Grand Canyon area 2 or 3 times before. However, he was very experienced in the outdoors. Park rangers, search and rescue teams searched the South Rim area from Hermit's Rest on the west side to Grandview on the east for around 6 days. The Park Service said, quote, "Teams of searchers have walked miles along the canyon rim, searched heavily forested areas, utilized dog teams, performed several over-the-rim technical searches, and conducted multiple aerial reconnaissance missions to support ground searchers," end quote. But the search was to no avail. Despite nearly 5 years later and continued searches, Drake remains missing. Number 6. Morgan Heimer. 22-year-old Morgan Heimer was last seen on June 2, 2015, in the vicinity of Pumpkin Springs in the Grand Canyon National Park. At the time of his disappearance, Morgan was working as a commercial guide for a rafting company. The group was on day 6 of an 8-day trip on the Colorado River when he went missing. A member of Morgan's group stated that he last saw Morgan standing at the river's edge. He said when he turned to face Morgan moments later, Morgan had simply vanished. Park rangers and search and rescue teams searched the river and the land around Pumpkin Springs, followed by an extended search to Diamond Creek, about 12 miles west of Pumpkin Springs. All the members who were with Morgan's group were interviewed, but no new information came to light. Despite nearly 5 years later and continued searches, Morgan remains missing. Number 5. Jason Knapp. 20-year-old Jason Knapp was last seen in his residence in University Terrace Apartments at Clemson University in South Carolina on April 11, 1998. When family and friends were unable to contact him, a missing person report was filed. 10 days later, his 1990 white Chevy Beretta was found locked and parked at Table Rock State Park in Pickens, South Carolina, approximately 30 miles from Clemson University, in a very rugged area. Authorities found a receipt from a local Wendy's restaurant dated April 12, 1998 at 1:30 p.m. inside the car. Investigators believe that Jason drove to the park on April 12, but they are uncertain if he was alone. There was no sign of foul play at the vehicle's location. Authorities searched the surrounding terrain for 2 weeks and found nothing of interest. Jason withdrew $20 from his bank account on the day he disappeared. There hasn't been any activity on the account since then. He left behind most of his belongings, including his camping gear. He had planned to search for another apartment the weekend after his disappearance. Jason was an ROTC student at Clemson University at the time of his disappearance. He majored in mechanical engineering and was doing well academically. He is originally from Pennsylvania and graduated from Central York High School in 1996. Despite 3,400 hours of searching by volunteers and search and rescue professionals, including dog teams from North and South Carolina, Jason remains missing after 20 years. Number 4. Barbara Thomas. 69-year-old Barbara Thomas was last seen on July 12, 2019, while hiking in the Mojave Desert in California. Barbara and her husband Robert were hiking in the Hidden Hill area of the Mojave Desert, north of Interstate 40 and east of Kelbaker Road. Robert stated they were making their way back to their camper when Barbara walked ahead of him when he stopped to take a photo of a rock formation. Robert said he saw Barbara around the trail's corner, but a few minutes later when he rounded the same corner, he couldn't find her. He immediately got panicked and started waving his arms up in the air while calling out Barbara's name. He looked around the area and saw that she was nowhere to be found. Robert then called 911, and that launched a large aerial and ground search for Barbara. Search and rescue members from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department were deployed into the field with canine units. In addition, members certified in cave searches, rope climbing, and desert terrain ground searches were called in to search. After 14 days, the search was finally called off. Number 3, Samantha Sayers. 28-year-old Samantha Sayers disappeared on August 1st, 2018, while on a solo hike on the Vesper Peak Trail in the North Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington. Samantha started the trail around 8 a.m. and was expected to be home by 6 p.m. that evening to check in with her boyfriend. The following day, Samantha's family filed a missing persons report. She was an experienced hiker and had hiked the Vesper area before. The search for Samantha was one of the largest and longest searches that authorities have undertaken in that area. After 3 weeks of continued search efforts, the search was officially called off. Search and Rescue Sergeant John Adams stated, quote, "We've exhausted all our leads and tips. We've interviewed every witness that has come forward and have double-checked every possible route that Samantha could have taken. If there was a place we thought she could get to, we put people there to look." End quote. Despite the extensive search, no evidence relating to Samantha's whereabouts have been found, and she remains missing. Number 2, Paul Miller. 51-year-old Paul Miller disappeared on July 13, 2018, in the Joshua Tree National Park in California. Paul was on vacation with his wife Stephanie to celebrate their 26th wedding anniversary. As they were getting ready to leave their hotel room in 29 Palms, Paul told his wife that he wanted to go out on one last hike in hopes of photographing some of the bighorn sheep that are native to the area. Paul left the hotel alone at around 9 a.m. and drove to the 49 Palms Oasis Trail in Joshua Tree National Park. Paul promised Stephanie that he would be back later that morning. Stephanie wanted to go with Paul, but due to time constraints pressuring them on their last day, she decided to stay at the hotel and pack. The couple had both hiked in Joshua Tree National Park one day prior to this and on previous trips to the area, so Paul knew the trails and area fairly well. When Paul hadn't returned by 11 a.m., Stephanie called park officials who began to search for Paul at approximately 12:30 p.m. Paul's rental car was quickly located at the 49 Palms Oasis trailhead, and his cell phone was left behind at the hotel. Despite an extensive search involving 600 people putting in over 6,000 hours, over 20 dog teams, an ATV search team, and helicopters, no sign of Paul has ever been found. Despite a large number of canine teams, the dogs are unable to pick up a scent. The search was scaled back on July 18th. Over 1 year later, Paul remains missing. Number 1, Devin Williams. The last week of May in the year 1995, a 29-year-old truck driver by the name of Devin Williams headed out towards California to make a delivery. Even though Devin had taken this route several times before, he would never make it back home. Devin would also leave behind a baffling mystery that goes unsolved to this very day. The mystery starts in the Tonto National Forest near Kingman, Arizona. Devin's massive 10-ton, 18-wheeler semi-truck had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and went barreling through a campground, sending people running and scattering in a panic trying to seek cover. The truck then careened away down the narrow campground and out of sight. The next time anyone would see the truck, it would be stalled in a field surrounded by woods some distance away. It was then that 2 hikers stumbled upon the truck and a seemingly dazed and confused Devin Williams. As the hikers wondered what to do, Williams allegedly said to them, "They made me do it. I'm going to jail." Authorities were notified immediately, but by the time they'd arrived, Devin was nowhere to be found. Considering the testimony of the hikers, it was thought that some sort of foul play was going on, but the inside of the truck was found to be clean and well cared for, with no sign of any struggle. Devin had left behind his briefcase, nothing seemed to be missing, and the cargo was completely intact. The truck was positively identified as being Devin's, but no one could figure out what had possessed him to take a detour to Arizona off the highway to go rampaging through a crowded campground he had never been to before, only to drive out into the forest and abandon his truck and cargo. Things would get even stranger when the next day 2 campers driving through the park drove by Devin. They described him as walking along in some sort of trance and talking to himself. They then stopped to ask him if he needed help, and Devin responded by saying, quote, "I gotta light the grill," end quote. He then proceeded to take a rock and strike it against a $20 bill he was holding. Then, without warning, Devin threw the rock at their car and they decided to drive off. That would be the last encounter that anyone would ever have with Devin. Extensive searches turned up absolutely nothing, leaving authorities trying to find answers, but there wasn't much to go on. It wasn't until May 2nd, 1997, when a human skull was found just a quarter of a mile from where he was last seen. The skull was positively identified as belonging to Devin Williams. But considering that there was no trauma or injury found on it, it's impossible to know how he died. The proximity of the skull to where he had disappeared was also a conundrum, as the area had been searched quite extensively in the days after he disappeared, and far from some remote wilderness, this is a very popular outdoor recreation area visited by scores of people. So how did his skull go unnoticed for all those years? It doesn't make sense. None of it does. There's been no real theory that neatly ties it all together, and it all remains an enigma. What do you think happened to Devin Williams? Please let me know what you think in the comment section below. Case updates. There were a couple of potential updates on two of the cases we've covered. The case of Nate Ashby from episode number 1. Last week, Nate's truck was pulled from the Missouri River. Inside of the truck, authorities found human remains believed to be that of Nate Ashby. Once more information is available, we'll keep you updated. Also, Paul Miller from today's episode. Human remains were found in Joshua Tree Park last week. Those remains are believed to be that of Paul Miller. Again, information is limited, but once there's more information available, we'll update these cases in detail. With that said, we would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the families of Nate and Paul as they await confirmation. Number 10. Sharon Buis. 48-year-old Sharon Buis was reported missing by her longtime hiking partner, Ann Johnson, on May 24, 2014. Ann Johnson called police after Sharon missed a hike with the Alpine Club. They were supposed to hike Hawthorne Peak at 9 a.m., but Sharon didn't turn up, and this was very unusual for her. Ann had a bad feeling about Sharon being a no-show, and she left a wedding reception early to drive around the trailheads to find Sharon's car. On the 24th of May, 2014, at around 9:30 p.m., Ann found Sharon's car at the Mount Roberts trailhead. The local search and rescue community was coordinated by the Alaskan State Troopers. The search for Buis began about 1 a.m. on May 25, 2014. Juneau Mountain Rescue, Southeast Alaska Dogs Organized for Ground Search, U.S. Coast Guard, Alpine Club, and many friends scoured the Mount Juneau trail system looking for her. The search widened to encompass the backcountry, and then on May 26, 2014, searchers scaled back the perimeter and combed back over Mount Roberts and Mount Juneau. On May 27, 2014, they focused on Mount Juneau and the lower, less rugged end of the Mount Roberts Trail. A Coast Guard helicopter, equipped with a FLIR infrared system that can detect heat sources in darkness, was used at night. Searchers said, "We've been all over these hillsides, and again assessing where it's likely she has been. We have thoroughly searched that area, and then we've searched and double-searched areas outside of that, and then searched again areas that she could have gone but isn't likely. Even those areas have been double-searched. Search dogs were also used, but they have not picked up her scent. Dogs showed interest, which is different and more ambiguous than alerting to a scent, in two different areas on Mount Roberts on Sunday and on Tuesday, but nothing came of these incidents. She owned a handheld emergency activation device with GPS, but unfortunately, it was found at her home. Despite an extensive search in the area, Sharon has never been found. Number 9. Richard Lee. 47-year-old Richard Lee was last seen on September 9, 2004, when he left his home in King County for a 2-day hiking trip in the Wenatchee-Okanogan National Forest in Washington State. Richard was an experienced hiker in the wilderness and planned to explore the Kulchuk Lake area, part of the Cascades. The area was rugged, but the weather was perfect when Richard set out. During the 2 days, he phoned his brother using a cell phone to tell him all was well. On September 11, 2004, Richard failed to return to his home in King County, and the authorities were eventually informed of his disappearance on Saturday the 15th by his wife, who wasn't initially concerned when he didn't return home on the 11th. Searchers quickly set up a 70-square-mile search area focusing on Lake Stewart, Colchic Lake, and the Enchantment Lakes to the southwest of Leavenworth. Unfortunately, up to 8 inches of snow fell in the area at the same time, making the efforts of the search and rescue teams more difficult. 3 planes from the State Department of Transportation were used, and Chelan County mountain rescue crews were assisted by volunteers from King, Yakima, and Kittitas counties. Searchers found Richard's car and eventually his campsite while off the trail. His kit, like his sleeping bag and food, was found in a tree to prevent bears getting to it. But nothing else relating to Richard Lee was ever located. No body, bones, equipment, clothing, or signs of a struggle or blood associated with an animal attack. There were reports by some searchers that they had an uncomfortable feeling around Richard's camp, but weren't specific on why. Number 8. Eric Lewis. 57-year-old Eric Lewis was reported missing near the top of Mount Rainier while mountain climbing July 1, 2010. Eric vanished when he became separated from his 2 climbing companions. He went missing when they discovered that he had unclipped from the climbing rope at 14,000 feet and suddenly disappeared. The 3-man team was ascending the Gibraltar Ledges route and encountered bad weather with high wind and visibility of as little as 5 feet. According to park officials, the climber in the lead, Don Storms, stopped and was joined by the second climber on the rope, Trevor Lane. As they waited for Eric to join them, who was last on the rope, reeling it in, they discovered only a coil of rope with a knot. They'd caught glimpses of him on the rope just moments before and immediately searched the slope below them. They proceeded to the summit ridge in case he had skirted around them. Then they returned to Camp Muir, the climbing high camp at 10,200 feet, and reported the incident to climbing rangers. A team of climbers searched the Nisqually Icefall and Gibraltar Chute area, and a Chinook helicopter flew climbing areas it seems possible he could have ended up in. Climbing ranger Tom Payne and 2 mountain guides climbed to the summit looking for Eric on late Thursday, the day of the disappearance. The day after, the search expanded, with more than 40 people involved. Ground searchers included National Park Service climbing rangers, climbing guides from Rainier Mountaineering Incorporated, Alpine Ascents International, and International Mountain Guides, as well as volunteers from Olympic Mountain Rescue. Park rangers aboard a military Chinook helicopter from Fort Lewis and a commercial helicopter from Northwest Helicopters searched from the air. Searchers did locate Eric's backpack, climbing harness, and snow shovel at 13,600 feet, and a small snow cave at 13,800 feet. He did not have a sleeping bag, tent, food, or down jacket with him. Incident Commander Glenn Kessler said at the time, "The search area is high elevation glacial terrain and demands a high level of technical skill. The odds of finding the missing climber alive must be weighed against the risk to searchers operating in such hazardous conditions. We've thoroughly searched the areas where we're likely to find Eric Lewis and believe it's now time to scale back. Normal patrols of the mountain with a vigilant eye toward finding clues pertaining to the missing climber will continue." Why did Eric cut himself from the rope? Why has his body never been found? To this day, there are no answers, and he is yet to be discovered. Number 7. Matthew Green. 39-year-old Matthew Green was last heard from on July 16, 2013, when he called his parents and an automotive repair shop to check on progress and exchange text messages with friends. Matthew was a high school mathematics teacher in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and lived in Bethlehem, and was a very experienced hiker and outdoorsman. Matthew arrived in the area of the eastern Sierra Mountains in Yosemite National Park on June 27, 2013, to climb with friends. But when his Subaru car broke down, they continued on while he stayed behind at a campground called Shady Rest near Mammoth Lake to wait for repairs. The last contact was on July 16, when he called his parents and the car repair shop to check on progress and exchange text messages with some of his friends. At the campsite, authorities found some of his gear missing and a guidebook with pages torn out of it. Friend said he often tore out the pages for hikes he wanted to go on, and when he completed them, he would put them back in his book. In this case, the pages were from the Minarat area, including Mount Ritter and Mount Banner, but Green didn't sign his name on either summit's log. His friends returned to the campsite on July 17th, and he was nowhere to be seen. They had discovered that his car had been repaired, but he never picked it up, and he hadn't returned to the Shady Rest campground for over a week. The Mammoth Lake Police Department was informed. Several of Matthew's friends flew to California and canvassed bus drivers, store owners, librarians, and others in Mammoth Lakes, posted flyers at trailheads, checked summit registers, and spent several days in the backcountry looking for clues. The search has gone airborne, too, with a helicopter flying over the rugged terrain and one of Green's friends shooting high-resolution video from a private plane. California search and rescue personnel have also volunteered their time. Despite this extensive search, no trace of Matthew was found. Number 6. Jared Negrete. 13-year-old Jared Negrete was a Boy Scout who was on his first overnight backpacking trip. He was last seen on Friday, 19th of July, 1991 at about 6 p.m. when he fell behind his fellow scouts on a hike to the summit of the 11,500-foot Mount San Gorgonio in the San Bernardino National Forest, Southern California. Another group of hikers spotted Jared straggling behind and notified the scout troop leader at the mountain summit, but the leader, an experienced hiker, said he would pick up Jared on the way down. When the leader finally decided to descend the mountain, Jared was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the troop leader realized that Jared had disappeared, he accompanied his 5 other scouts back to the base camp and then hiked about 5 miles in the dark to get help. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies, along with search and rescue teams from as far away as Sierra Madre and San Dimas, began searching a 130 square mile area of the San Gorgonio wilderness, a rocky, tree-lined terrain. Within 3 days, their search was focused on a 6 square mile area where a footprint believed to match one of Jared's high-top tennis shoes was found. Searchers also discovered beef jerky and candy wrappers believed to have been dropped by the scout, and most importantly, his camera was located. On the film roll were 12 pictures. Most of the photos were landscape scenes apparently taken before Jared went missing, but the final picture on the roll of film was a photograph of the scout's eyes and nose, taken with the aid of the camera's flash, possibly at night after he disappeared. Family members said it appeared Jared had pointed the camera at his face and snapped the picture. It seemed possible that the boy had lost the camera while sliding down a portion of the mountainside. At least 70 officers, some of whom were lifted by a helicopter into the forest, and horseback riders as well as helicopters with infrared were deployed. Over the next 2 weeks, as many as 3,000 people had logged 45,000 hours scouring 50 square miles of the San Bernardino National Forest from Angeles Oaks to Whitewater Canyon. Almost 30 years later, no other clues to Jared's disappearance have surfaced, and he remains missing. Number 5. Joe Doman. 68-year-old Joe Doman was last seen on Monday, November 8, 2010, before he headed to the Mount Pelee trailhead. He went for a solo hike without leaving an itinerary with anyone, and as a result, no one realized that he was missing until a week later. Joe was also known as GPS Joe on the various Arizona outdoor websites such as HikeArizona.com and ArizonaHikers.com. He posted regularly on those sites and was a keen hiker. He profiled the trails he explored on his website with pictures and descriptions, www.gpsjoe.net, which is now sadly defunct. His car was found at the Mount Pelee trailhead, northeast of Phoenix and close to Payson. Friends said Joe was interested in finding an off-trail route to summit Sheep Mountain on the Mazatzal Divide TR-23. He had attempted to climb the rugged north to south ridgeline that runs up and down to the summit of Sheep Mountain at 6,996 feet 3 times before since the late autumn of 2009. The area is covered with thick vegetation. An extensive search and rescue effort was mounted to try and find him. On November 16th, the search and rescue responsibility was transferred from Gila County to the Maricopa County Search and Rescue Team. The Maricopa Mountaineering Team, 10 to 15 highly qualified members, were deployed via helicopter drops to concentrate on the more rugged areas around, up and down the slopes and cliffs of Sheep Mountain. The area around Mount Pelee Trailhead to Sheep Mountain can be treacherous. However, given Joe's significant off-trail experience, it was surprising he just vanished that week in November of 2010, despite his advanced years. Even after the huge official search and then unofficial search by Arizona hikers, no sign of GPS Joe has ever been found. No clothing, gear, or body. Joe remains missing to this day. Number 4. Harold Drake. 76-year-old Harold Drake was last seen on July 8, 2015, when he told a friend that he was going on a long hike while they were camping together in the Pfeiffer Big Sur State Park in Monterey County, California. He took a gallon of water and a small pack containing snacks with him for the hike and planned to return that afternoon to the campsite. But Harold never returned, and his friend reported him missing to authorities at around 10 p.m. that evening. The Monterey County Search and Rescue Team, along with the Monterey County Urban Search and Rescue Team, conducted a search of Pine Ridge Trail and Mount Manuel Trail, which are the main trails leading out of the park. California State Park Rangers conducted a search of Pfeiffer State Park and adjacent short trails. Another search and rescue team conducted a search of the Big Sur River Gorge, which is another popular destination leading away from the park. On August 10th, search and rescue teams from Monterey, Marin, and Santa Cruz County arrived to conduct a further search of the trail, and a helicopter from Naval Air Station Lemoore and CHP also assisted with the search. After an intensive 5-day search by air and ground, the Monterey County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team called off the effort. No sign of Harold was found, and to this day, his body remains missing in the wilderness. Number 3. Srinivas Sri Makapati. 52-year-old Srinivas Sri Makapati was last seen on December 8, 2019, while hiking Mount Baldy with 3 companions. Sri set out for the summit from the village at Bear Flats in the early morning hours Sunday, December 8, 2019, and at some point during the hike, Sri muttered something to his friend Justin Williams, then just kept walking towards the snow-covered wilderness on Mount Baldy. His companions contacted the authorities after they got back to their car around 4 p.m. Due to incoming inclement weather, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department immediately dispatched search and rescue. Search and rescue teams from San Bernardino, Los Angeles, Orange, Kern, and San Diego counties, with assistance from 2 sheriff's helicopters, searched the mountain for any sign of Sri. Search and rescue teams search in snow-covered conditions at elevations of about 7,000 feet, and at some higher elevations, the snow was waist-deep and still accumulating. On the 6th day, 32-year-old Timothy Staples, a search and rescue employee, fell to his death down an ice chute while looking for Sri. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department immediately called off the search for Sri on December 14, 2019. No sign of him was ever found, and he remains missing to this day. Number 2. Jerry McKeon. 48-year-old Jerry McKeon was last seen at approximately 4:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. on September 21, 2002, at his home near the 24200 block of Old Malin Highway in Malin, Oregon, halfway between Merrill and Malin. Jerry drove away from the house in his brown and white 1986 GMC pickup truck, which had a distinctive camper shell that runs the length of the bed, with a Honda 185 XL motorcycle inside the canopy. He used the motorbike to explore wilderness areas. Jerry was no novice to the outdoors and was renowned in the area as an avid outdoorsman. He grew potatoes, alfalfa, and grain on his family's farm and lived with his parents, Clifford and Bertha McKeon. Jerry was single, very independent, and while he lived at home on the family farm, he would come and go as he pleased. Jerry was planning a hunt with his usual bow and arrows, preferring this method to firearms, but he never returned home and has never been heard from again. There was no search and rescue information regarding this case, and Jerry remains missing. Number 1. Ryan Stuka. 20-year-old Ryan Stuka vanished on February 17, 2018, after leaving a house party on Burfield Drive in Sand Peaks, British Columbia, in Canada, 60 kilometers northwest of Kamloops, which is northeast of Vancouver, at around 2:10 a.m. Despite a huge search, no clues have emerged as to his whereabouts. Ryan was a seasonal worker from Beaumont, Alta, and was working as a lift operator at the Sun Peaks Resort. He came to Sun Peaks on December 1st, 2017 to spend the season snowboarding. It was believed that he was planning to walk the short distance to his home, but it is unclear how affected he was by alcohol at the party. When he didn't show up to work later that day, friends reported him missing. That night, his parents received a text message from Ryan's roommate, but initially didn't think much of it until she read the entire message. They then reported him missing to the authorities. Since his disappearance, hundreds of volunteers from Alberta and British Columbia, along with local search and rescue teams and the RCMP, searched the village and surrounding forest, trails, and mountains looking for anything. But nothing has turned up. The initial theory from search and rescue teams was that Ryan had fallen into a gully, which was covered by heavy snow later that weekend. But when the snow melted after the winter, no sign of him was ever found, and he remains missing to this day. Number 10. Janet Casterjohn. 44-year-old Janet Casterjohn was last seen on June 19, 2015, when she vanished from a camping trip in the Chiricahua Mountains in southern Arizona with her parents, Dr. Eduardo and Lydia Casterjohn, all of Las Cruces. Janet, the oldest of 4 siblings, suffered a traumatic brain injury in a car accident in 1988 when she was 18 years old, causing memory problems and partial blindness. At the time of the crash, she had just completed her first semester at New Mexico State University, where she was studying computer science. Janet was last seen outside a campground bathroom in Rustler Park. It is a wildflower-carpeted meadow high in the mountains, rimmed with Douglas fir and ponderosa pine. The family arrived at the Rustler Park campground between 1:30 and 2 p.m., and when they had finished setting up their camp, Eduardo made a lunch of quesadillas, beans, and rice for the family around 4 p.m. Janet and her mother then walked about 1,000 feet from their motorhome down a curved path to the pay station, where Janet deposited the payment envelope. About 300 feet from the pay station, Lydia decided to go to the bathroom, but Janet didn't need the restroom, so she stayed behind. Janet said she was going to wait outside, but when her mother came out of the bathroom, Janet was gone. Lydia estimated that she was in the bathroom only for a few minutes and soon became worried when she returned to the motorhome and discovered Janet was not there either. Update. At the time we were investigating cases for this episode, Janet was still missing. However, with heavy hearts, we must report that her remains were found in a remote area of Arizona in September of 2019. DNA confirmed the remains were Janet's, and her family was notified immediately. We would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the family. May Janet rest in peace. Number 9. Rachel Lycaduk. 28-year-old Rachel Lycaduk was last seen on October 16, 2019, when she left home for an overnight hike to a cabin in Hidden Lake Lookout in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest in the state of Washington. On October 17, 2019, the Skagit County Sheriff's Office started a full-scale search and rescue mission. During the search, Rachel's car was located at the trailhead. In addition, 2 hikers came forward and said they witnessed Rachel on the trail leading up to Hidden Lake Lookout. The 2 hikers also stated that heavy snow began to fall around the same time they witnessed Rachel on the trail. This sighting gave Rachel's family hope that she had made it to the lookout and found shelter in the cabin, but when search and rescue workers finally searched the lookout, there was no sign or evidence that Rachel ever made it that far. During the search on October 17, 2019, a search and rescue employee slipped and fell over 100 feet. The search and rescue employee used his axe and plunged to self-arrest into the mountainside to save his fall. The employee survived the fall but fractured his elbow and injured his hip and thigh and ultimately had to be rescued from the mountainside by helicopter. Then, on October 28, 2019, the search and rescue effort transitioned to a recovery effort after searches and the hiker's family gave up all hope of finding her alive. On October 30, 2019, Skagit County Sheriff's Office said the recovery efforts had been put on hold due to snow and weather conditions in the mountains. However, the recovery effort for Rachel resumed in November with air and ground searches. On November 10th, the recovery efforts for Rachel were completely called off. The recovery efforts to locate Rachel will resume in the spring of 2020. The Skagit County Sheriff's Office prohibited any private searches for Rachel due to the hazardous icy conditions and continued inclement weather conditions. Once the family has the approval from the Sheriff's Office, they will organize their own recovery searches and efforts to find Rachel. If you have any information regarding Rachel's disappearance, please call the Skagit County Sheriff's Office at 360-416-1911. Number 8. Catherine Ann Truitt. 37-year-old Catherine Ann Truitt was last seen by her roommate at their residence in Alameda, California on January 6, 2010. On January 9th, her tan 2003 Ford Ranger pickup truck was found by federal park rangers at McClure's Beach at Point Reyes National Seashore in Marin County, California. 2 of her dogs were inside the truck, a third was leashed to a rock nearby. Catherine was an avid hiker and had gone on many day trips to Point Reyes and was very familiar with the area. Catherine is a graduate of the California Culinary Academy and worked as a pastry chef in various restaurants before she injured her neck on the job and was left disabled. She took walks as a way of controlling her chronic pain, took classes in computer graphics, and taught art to children. On January 10, 2003, when Catherine's truck had not moved, rangers called in search and rescue. The search included upwards of 80 people on foot and at sea. Search and rescue teams from various jurisdictions were called in to conduct the search, but were unable to locate Catherine. The surf at the time Catherine was visiting the area was high and very rough. Catherine's family formally made a missing persons report with Alameda Police Department on January 11, 2010. There was no indication of foul play in the immediate area of where Catherine's truck was parked. Search and rescue continued the search for Catherine, then on January 13, 2003, all search efforts were called off. Park officials believe that Catherine got into a mishap while hiking at the park, or may have been swept to sea during the high tide and rough seas. Foul play is not suspected, and 10 years later, Catherine remains missing. If you have any information regarding Catherine Ann Truitt's disappearance, please call the Alameda Police at 510-337-8340 or the National Park Service at 415-464-5170. Number 7. Christopher Chris Sylvia. 28-year-old Chris Sylvia was last heard from on February 16, 2015, when he spoke with his roommate and asked him to meet him at a Buddhist temple in Warner Springs, California the next day. Chris's roommate went to the designated spot at the agreed-upon time, but Chris never showed up. At first, his roommate assumed he had just decided not to go to the temple after all, but when the roommate had not heard anything from Chris the following day, he reported him missing. Chris left his home on February 13, 2015, and his goal was to hike the Pacific Crest Trail from Anza Borrego in Riverside County, California, south to Campo, near the U.S.-Mexican border in San Diego County, California. He left on his trip wearing green camouflage pants, a dark fleece jacket, and brown hiking boots. More than 30 volunteers from various agencies gave their time and skills to help in the search. Search crews included people from Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange counties. Other hikers found his identification, sleeping bag, backpack, and other belongings lying in an open area near the temple. Chris' mother, Nancy Sylvia, said, "He is an experienced outdoorsman, and it will be uncharacteristic for him to go hiking alone or to leave his gear behind." The San Diego County Sheriff's Department said Chris' disappearance is not a criminal investigation. Multiple searches of the area turned up no sign of Chris, and he remains missing. If you have any information regarding Christopher Sylvia's disappearance, please contact the San Diego County Sheriff's Department at 858-565-5200. Number 6. Jesus Rivera Sr. Jesus Rivera Sr. was last seen on March 11, 2019 in Running Springs, California, inside the San Bernardino National Forest. Jesus came to Running Springs for a job on Catalina Drive. He carpooled with another worker coming from Victorville. The man working with Jesus said he was having a panic attack the evening of March 11th and stepped outside for some air. When he did not return a little bit later, the man looked for him and could not find him anywhere. A missing persons report was filed. However, law enforcement said they considered this a voluntary missing person due to his age. Jesus is married with children and does not have a history of leaving for any period of time. He is diabetic, though not insulin dependent, and he did not take his medication, cell phone, or his wallet with him that day. He is a man of smaller stature and speaks primarily Spanish, but does know enough English to get by. If you have any information regarding Jesus Rivera Sr.'s disappearance, please contact the Big Bear Police Department at 909-866-0100 and cite case number 051-900-355. Number 5. Colin Gillis. 18-year-old Colin Gillis was last seen on March 11, 2012. He was seen walking on State Route 3 between Tupper Lake and Piercefield. These locations are in the Adirondacks in New York. After spending time with friends at a house party on Pascongame Road, Colin left around 1:30 a.m. and began walking down a dark highway in his small hometown of Tupper Lake, New York. Colin was last seen walking near the area of Setting Pole Dam Road on Route 3. A passing motorist reported a suspicious person to the Tupper Lake Police Department who fit Colin's description. When police arrived less than 40 minutes later, a state trooper checked the area and no one was found. When Colin did not come home the next day, his family and friends began searching. State police and New York State's Department of Environmental Conservation were called in that evening around 5:30 p.m. Before he went missing, he had returned from college while on break. Colin, a pre-med student, was home from studying at SUNY Brockport the night of his disappearance. Searches for Colin were launched by park rangers and the state police. Military helicopters from Fort Drum and more than 1,000 volunteers were also utilized in the search efforts. During these intensive searches, his driver's license and his tobacco pipe were eventually discovered, but no trace of Colin was ever found. If you have any information regarding Colin Gillis's disappearance, please contact the New York State Police at 518-897-2000. When venturing outdoors and into the wilderness, don't forget how important your personal safety is. Always have a plan for survival and always tell someone where you're going and when you plan to return. If you're leaving for a day's hike, take enough food and water for 3 days. And don't forget to bring something warm to change into in the event you become lost. Remember that even though temperatures can reach well beyond 100 degrees during the day in some areas, at nighttime these temperatures can easily drop below freezing. Number 4. Michael Fickery. 51-year-old Michael Fickery was reported missing when he did not return home from a 4-day hike. On June 15, 2005, Michael, an avid, experienced hiker and backpacker, visited the north side of the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir in Yosemite National Park for a solo hike. He had planned this hike to take him to Rancheria Falls, Telltale Mountain, Lake Vernon, and then through Beehive before returning back to the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. At some point during the day, he decided to begin walking to the north up to the Pacific Crest Trail towards Telltale Mountain. His family became concerned when he did not return by June 19th, 4 days after Mike went on his hike and when his wilderness permit expired. On June 21st, they called the Park Service and an intensive search of the area around the reservoir and Pacific Crest Trail was launched. However, all that was found was a backpack near Telltale Mountain just off the trail, containing a topographical map, a camera, and a bottle of water. The search and rescue operation involved personnel from 5 counties with aircraft and tracker dogs. Apart from the pack, nothing else was found. Nearly 15 years later, Michael remains missing. If you have information regarding the disappearance of Michael Fickery, please contact Hetch Hetchy Ranger Station at 209-379-1928. Number 3. George Pinka. 30-year-old George Pinka disappeared on July 17, 2011, while hiking at the Upper Yosemite Falls in Yosemite National Park. George was from Hawthorne, California, and was visiting the national park with his church group of 80 people, of which around 20 people were walking the Upper Yosemite Fall Trail that day. The group separated at the top, with the hikers going back down at their own pace. George likely fell behind the main group. George's friends assumed he had hiked back to the Yosemite Valley floor earlier and didn't report him missing until 9 p.m. George completely vanished off the trail. He was last seen wearing gray sweatpants with white stripes, a black t-shirt that says D&B across the chest, or a black tank top and gray-blue running shoes. He was carrying a blue cloth bag and some limited food and water. Initial search efforts began that same evening, and a full-scale search and rescue operation was initiated on Saturday morning, June 18th. Around 105 search and rescue personnel from around the state were deployed, along with helicopters and 6 search dogs, including Yosemite National Park Search and Rescue, Inyo County, Mono County, Mariposa County, Marin County, Fresno County, Tuolumne County, China Lake, Los Angeles County, Nevada County, Sierra Madre, Yosemite Search and Rescue dog teams, Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, and California Explorer Search and Rescue. On June 23, 2011, search efforts transitioned to a limited continuous search. After nearly 1 week of extensive searching, park rangers did not find any clues as to George's whereabouts. In nearly 9 years since George vanished, none of his belongings have turned up and George remains missing. If you have any information regarding George Pinka's disappearance, please contact the National Park Service at 888-653-0009. Number 2. Stuart Isaac. 48-year-old Stuart Isaac was last seen in mid-September 2010 when he parked his black 2009 Lexus IS250 sedan at Craig Pass, 8 miles east of the Old Faithful Geyser on Yellowstone National Park's Grand Loop Road in Wyoming. Craig Pass is at an elevation of 8,262 feet, or 2,518 meters, and is a mountain pass located on the Continental Divide. The small Isa Lake is located just west of the pass on Grand Loop Road and is noted for striding the Continental Divide and draining into 2 different watersheds, the Atlantic via the Missouri River and the Pacific via the Snake River. Stewart's car was found abandoned during a routine patrol of the parking area on the evening of September 26th by the National Park Service. A search was started immediately, but repeated ground and air searches failed to find any clues or any sign of Stewart. One of Stewart's former high school classmates, Matt Sue Evans, spoke to Stewart on September 24, 2010 at around 6:30 p.m. her time in Guam, which would have been about 3:30 a.m. in Maryland. She said that this last 2-hour phone call during which Isaac said he was on his way to Yellowstone was kind of odd. I was kind of surprised to hear from him because he seldom made calls. We text each other and we do email. Now I know that he's missing, but why would he call me 2 days before something happened? Stewart was not an experienced hiker or outdoorsman. Why did he decide to go to Yellowstone National Park that day in September 2010? A hike that went wrong or something more sinister? Unfortunately, there was little coverage of this missing persons case in the media, and Isaac remains missing. If you have any information regarding Stewart Isaac's disappearance, please contact Yellowstone National Park's 24-hour communications center at 307-344-7381. Number 1. Thomas Siebold. 31-year-old Thomas Siebold went missing in the Alaska wilderness during a solo adventure near the end of September in 2012. Thomas traveled to Alaska in June 2012 to put years of survivalist training into practice in the state's backcountry. A native of Germany, Thomas had spent the previous 6 years teaching and training at Three Rivers Drum Outdoor School, a survivalist school that teaches Native American values along with weather forecasting, shelter building, and primitive hunting and gathering techniques. He spent much of his time under the tutelage of the school's founder, Tamarack Song, who described Siebold as a very experienced outdoorsman and a wandering spirit. To make the trip to the Arctic, Siebold had taken a 6-month leave of absence from the outdoor school. Thomas began his trip at an Alaskan native fish camp in the southeastern part of the state, and from there traveled north along the Tanana River near Fairbanks, all while living on the land. By September 2012, Thomas had arrived in the northwest Alaska village of Ambler. From there, he trekked about 30 miles up the Ambler River to the cabin home of a woman and her 13-year-old son, whom his mentor at the outdoor school had put him in touch with. On September 27th, Thomas said goodbye and headed off into the gates of the Arctic. That was the last time he was ever seen. He was expected to be back in touch between the end of October and the beginning of November, with November 10th being the cutoff date to catch his flight back to Wisconsin on November 15th. It is clear that something happened which prevented Thomas from following his plans of trekking 30 miles to the town of Kobuk, where he would have taken his plane back to Fairbanks and then on to Wisconsin. Alaska State Police were alerted on November 11th, 2012, when he failed to show for the flight, and they quickly focused their search near the confluence of the Ambler River and Ulaniak Creek, where they believe Siebold may have built a base camp. Searchers immediately launched a search and were initially confident in finding him, as he'd camped alone in extreme northern wintertime climates before, including reindeer hunts in Norway and minus 25 below Fahrenheit temperatures. Thomas was highly trained in primitive survival skills, including building snow shelters, ice safety, making fire, and orienteering without map or compass. Troopers found Thomas's diary in the cabin, and the last entry was October 7th, where he stated he was preparing to go on a several-day exploration. The troopers found no evidence of being at the cabin after that approximate date. In the diary, he described his hiking and camping higher up in the mountains, exploring for a potential campsite. He also talked about cleaning and preparing wood at the cabin for the colder weather ahead, which suggested he was planning to return to the cabin. The search and rescue team inspected the cabin and found that he had taken most of his gear, including at least .22 caliber rifle and enough meat and provisions to last him for a while, but found no sign to guide them to his whereabouts. Due to the severe weather conditions, minus 23 degrees Fahrenheit, the short daylight hours, and remoteness of the area, the search faced logistical issues in getting planes to the target areas. Snowmobiles were not able to be used in the search area because there were only 3 inches of snow on the mountainous terrain at that time. On November 20th, the Alaska State Troopers put everything into one last effort to find Thomas. Up until then, they had been flying a 2-seater Super Cub, a slow-flying plane which was ideal for the valleys, but it had trouble negotiating the winds in the highlands, which is where Thomas was drawn to. They used a Piper Navajo, a 6-seater, so they can put 4 or 5 spotters up in the air. After 3 days of searching, one plane found a circle drawn on a gravel bar far up the Ambler River, 8 miles north of Ulaniak Creek. They landed and checked out whether it could be the O from SOS, yet found no indication that the circle was connected to Siebold. Thomas could have made the sign for himself to mark a place where he left provisions. Because the circle has such strong meaning to Thomas, it seems more than possible that he etched the sign. The plane returned to the site a day later to explore the surrounding area for more clues and to take photos. After 6 flights over 13 days, the troopers suspended their search on November 24th as temperatures hit minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. But the task was taken up by family and friends after they had read about successful rescues of others who survived in Arctic conditions for up to 49 days without food, equipment, or training, and Thomas had at least some of all three. The family and friends contracted privately with 2 of the bush pilots previously employed by the troopers. If you have any information regarding Thomas Sebold's disappearance, please contact Alaska State Troopers Kotzebue office at 907-442-3222. Number 10. Ronald Scott Gray. On September 23, 2008, 62-year-old Ronald Scott Gray, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and a retired Massachusetts State Police captain, went missing during an elk hunting trip in the Nez Perce National Forest, Idaho. Ronald's friend, whom he was hunting with, had to leave, and Ronald decided that he would stay in the woods and hunt on his own for a few more days. Ronald was supposed to meet up with friends in the Selway area of the Nez Perce National Forest that day, but he never arrived. Ronald was reported missing on September 26, 2008, and was last known to be hunting in the Bitterroot-Selway area from a remote camp on Mirror Lake Ridge in the Nez Perce National Forest. There have been unconfirmed reports of a radio transmission in which Ronald mentions that he injured his knee and was trying to get back to camp. Ronald never made it back to camp. Ronald was in good health at the time of his disappearance. He had visited the area twice before and was somewhat familiar with the terrain. He apparently visited the supply cache before he vanished. An extensive search of the forest turned up no sign of him, and to this day he remains missing. Number 9. Gordon Sago. On August 14, 2016, 50-year-old Gordon Sago was last seen when he ventured ahead of his 2 friends while running on Mount Cheam Trail near Chilliwack, Canada. Gordon was an experienced trail runner and was said to be in very peak athletic shape at the time of his disappearance. It's believed Gordon disappeared on or near Baby Monday Peak in the Cheam Mountain Range in Canada. Gordon was familiar with the area and knew the terrain well. He had a cell phone with him at the time of his disappearance, but there was no cell phone reception in the area where he was hiking. Search teams from Chilliwack, Lions Bay, and Surrey all contributed to searching the area. The search also involved ground teams, helicopters, drones, and police dogs, but no trace of Gordon was ever found, and he remains missing. Number 8. Roger Sawyer. 67-year-old Roger Sawyer was last seen at a remote campground in the Flamingo area at Everglades National Park in Monroe County, Florida, on March 5, 2011. Roger's from Oregon and had taken a cross-country trip with his family in a motorhome. Some of Roger's relatives went to the visitor center, leaving Roger and his wife behind. Roger and his wife were in different areas of the campground at the time he went missing. He was last seen at the beach at approximately 6 p.m. By 8:30 p.m., everyone had returned to the mobile home except Roger, and his loved ones alerted authorities. An extensive search of the area turned up no indication of Roger's whereabouts, and it isn't clear whether he became lost or something else caused his disappearance. His family describes him as an experienced outdoorsman. Nearly 9 years have passed, and Roger remains among the missing. Number 7. James Taylor Wall. This case has very limited information, but what we do know is that 30-year-old James Taylor Wall was last seen on January 25, 2015, at his residence on County Road 2 in Double Springs, Alabama. James may have been involved in a serious physical altercation around the time of his disappearance, but again, the information regarding the case is very limited. There were reports that said he may have been sighted in the Bankhead National Forest in the vicinity of Houston, Alabama. There is no search and rescue information available, and James has never been seen or heard from again. Number 6. Randall Young. 51-year-old Randall Young was last seen in San Luis Obispo County, California, on April 28, 2010. He left for a camping trip at Plaskett Creek Campground in the Los Padres National Forest and was expected to return a few days later, but never did. When his friends went to the campsite to check on him, they found all his belongings missing. Young's truck was parked on Highway 1 south of the campground, and the white kayak he had brought with him was gone. The kayak was later found on Sand Dollar Beach along with 4 oars. An extensive search of the area turned up no sign of Randall, and his case remains unsolved. Number 5. Bill Owasco. 65-year-old Bill Owasco vanished into the Joshua Tree National Park back on June 24, 2010. He had originally planned to only do day hikes in the area and return at the end of each day's hike. Before leaving, he gave his wife a schedule of the day hikes he was planning to do and told her that he would keep in contact with her. When Owasco failed to call her the next day, she contacted authorities in the area. Searches were initiated, and his car was eventually found at the Juniper Flats Backcountry Registration Board parking area trailhead for an apparent hike towards Quail Mountain. This was not the area he had originally planned to hike on his first day, and neither his wife or the searchers are sure why he changed what he had given her on the schedule. The last confirmed contact with Owasco was 3 days after the search was launched. A ping from his cell phone was recorded that showed the phone was about 10 miles away from a cell phone tower in Yucca Valley. There was only the one tower in the area, so they were not able to pinpoint the exact location of the phone, but extensive searches of all areas about 10 miles from the tower were conducted to no avail. About 100 search and rescue personnel, along with volunteers from Joshua Tree National Park, Riverside County, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Offices participated in the intensive searches. Scent dogs were also deployed along with helicopters and searchers on horseback, but no trace of Owasco was ever found. Number 4. Jacob Oliveri. On August 24, 2011, 23-year-old Texas resident Jacob Oliveri drove his 1998 Isuzu truck to the Pine Glades Lake trailhead in the Everglades National Park for a small hike. Video surveillance showed him entering the park, but never leaving. Jacob's family filed a missing persons report when he failed to return home. A search team of more than 45 park rangers and police officers was conducted, and after a couple of days, the search intensified, with additional canine units and helicopters which combed through the thousands of acres of the park. But after several days, the search was called off. Jacob's father said his son had been working as a mechanic at a shop in Conroe, Texas. His father added that he was a good kid who was always optimistic about his future. Jacob loved the outdoors, and it was not like him to simply vanish or run away without contacting his loved ones first. Several additional searches have taken place in the past 3 years, but no sign of Jacob has ever been found, and he remains missing. Number 3. Gilbert Mark Gilman. 47-year-old Gilbert Mark Gilman was last seen on June 24, 2006, in Thurston County, Washington. He went for a day hike in Olympic National Park, carrying a camera but no backpack. He was supposed to meet a co-worker that day, but missed the appointment. Gilbert's co-worker reported him missing on June 25, 2006. Gilbert's silver 2005 Ford Thunderbird convertible was found at Staircase Ranger Station off State Route 101 in the Olympic National Park a few days after his disappearance. Authorities believe the car had been there since the day he was last seen. Olympic National Park has extremely rugged terrain with dense forest and steep, rocky hills. At the time of his disappearance, Gilbert was in good health and had good survival skills from his military training. Gilbert was also, at the time of his disappearance, the deputy director of the Washington State Pension Fund. He formerly worked as a military interrogator and took assignments in counterterrorism and counterintelligence. He had also worked with the United Nations and was very active in politics. He had traveled to many places around the world, including Belgium, the United Kingdom, China, Panama, Israel, Kuwait, Somalia, and Iraq. He moved to Washington from New York shortly before his disappearance. Gilbert's mother believes he may have decided to become a spy for the United States government and disappeared as a result. However, there is no evidence to support this theory. Searchers spent 10 days looking for any clue of Gilbert in the staircase area. They used tracking dogs, helicopters, and a plane equipped with heat-seeking equipment, along with 62 searchers on the ground. There have been a number of disappearances in the staircase hiking area, all of which, including Gilbert's, remain unsolved. Number 2. Justin Richardson. 13-year-old Justin Richardson was last seen in Kaibab National Forest in Arizona on June 29, 2001. Justin, along with 3 friends who were all between the ages of 18 and 21, had gone into an area a few miles south of Grand Canyon National Park and 5 miles west of Moqui Lodge, which has since been torn down. It's believed that Justin and his friends were under the influence the day he went missing. Justin and his 3 friends got separated, and 2 of them got lost. Justin and another friend went to Tucson, Arizona, and asked another friend to help look for the missing pair. In the meantime, the 2 missing ones were located by Grand Canyon Railway employees south of Tucson, Arizona, but Justin didn't know this. Justin and another of his friends returned to the Kaibab National Forest at a spot 5 miles from Tucson and 15 miles from where their friends had been found sometime earlier. His companion went to sleep at 9 a.m., and when he woke up at 5 p.m., Justin was gone. Justin had been to the area 4 times before he disappeared and was very familiar with the area. He'd never gotten lost before. Authorities aren't sure whether he did, in fact, lose track of his surroundings. He had run away from home once before, and it's possible he tried to do so again and was picked up hitchhiking by a passing motorist. An extensive search and rescue operation took place, but no sign of Justin was ever found. We have included the age progression picture of what Justin could look like today. Number 1. Carl Landers. 69-year-old experienced climber, runner, and hiker Carl Landers was last seen on May 22, 1999. Carl disappeared on Mount Shasta while hiking with friends. The group of friends were camping at a location called 50/50, a place on the mountain where climbers can stop and rest before reaching the summit. According to his friends, Carl complained of feeling poorly and left ahead of them to get a head start toward Lake Helen. When Carl's friends arrived at Lake Helen, they asked a ranger if he had seen anyone passing through on his way to the mountain. The ranger replied that he had only seen one person. At this point, Carl's friends believed the ranger saw Carl, so they tried to catch up to that person, but subsequently discovered the person they were in pursuit of was way too fast to be Carl. In addition, the person was wearing different clothes than what Carl was last seen wearing. At this point, Carl's friends headed back to 50/50 in hopes that Carl would be there. But when they arrived, Carl was nowhere to be found. Carl's friends reported him missing, but search and rescue would not start until the next morning on May 23, 1999. The Siskiyou County Sheriff's Department immediately set out on a search with the National Guard covering the air using infrared helicopter, and the U.S. Rangers volunteered to cover the ground on foot and skis, but no trace of Carl was ever found. The area from which Carl disappeared is a very large open area. There would be no way for him to have left the area without being noticed. So where did he go? What happened to all his gear? This case is very bizarre, if not for the simple fact that there was nowhere for him to go, yet he simply vanished. Number 10. Michael Herron. 51-year-old Michael was last seen on August 23, 2008. Michael lived in Maryville, Tennessee at the end of Bell Branch Road in Happy Valley. Michael was a contractor with 2 sons in their early 20s. His parents lived in an adjacent property and enjoyed living in the Smoky Mountains National Park. Michael's parents lived on the northern edge of the park, and Michael liked to head over to their property to mow the lawn. That was exactly what Michael's intentions were the day he went missing. Michael's truck with a trailered mower in the back was parked at the end of his driveway, as he was prone to do. Before heading over, Michael emptied his pockets of his keys, money clip, wallet, cell phone, and his gun, which he left on the counter. Michael then walked out to the garage and hopped on the ATV, driving back up his street. Chilhowie Lake was less than 3 miles from his house, with a large meadow adjacent to his property. A large river twisted through the landscape less than 3/4 of a mile to the south. Michael never made it to mow his parents' lawn. His truck was found in the driveway with the mower still on the trailer. His personal property lay on the counter where he left it undisturbed. His parents waited, hoping he would come back, but after a day passed with no Michael, his parents called his two sons, who responded immediately. His two sons contacted law enforcement. The sheriff's deputies located the Yamaha Wolverine ATV 1 mile from Michael's residence near Adams Creek. The ATV was found to have been shut off using the kill switch, something his two sons said he would never do. The ATV was found less than 3/4 of a mile from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park's northern border. After an extensive search by the sheriff's department using canines, ground teams, helicopters, and searchers on horseback, nothing was found. The Blount County Sheriff's Department said they did not believe any foul play was involved in his disappearance, although Michael was never seen again. Number 9, Joe Cluley. 73-year-old Joe Cluley was reported missing July 13, 2018. Joe, a U.S. Navy veteran, was born in Lansing, Michigan. He was married with 5 children. After studying electrical design, he moved the family to Roscommon, Michigan. Roscommon Lake lies about 120 miles south of Tahquamenon State Park. Joe had an engineering services company that he operated successfully for 25 years. Joe and his wife Lorraine spent their winters in Panama, Florida, and would go north to the Higgins Lake area on the lower peninsula of Michigan. The family owned a 2-room log cabin built in the 1920s, located near the Whitefish Township on the northern bank of the Tahquamenon River. The cabin was without running water or electricity. They got their water from a local spring near the cabin. Joe loved the cabin, but his wife didn't share his appreciation for the rustic nature of the home. Lorraine would head to the cabin on weekends while Joe would spend weeks there. Joe drove a 1992 silver Oldsmobile Silhouette van that he parked on the north side of the Tahquamenon Trail in the state park the day he went missing. His dog, a 9-year-old Springer Chow Mix, accompanied him on that fateful day. Family members say Joe's dog Chip would never leave his side and was a loyal companion. After parking his van, he opened the door and let Chip out as they started the 1-mile hike to his cabin. Joe called his wife every morning at 9 a.m. and every night at 9 p.m. to stay in touch and report that all was good. That day, Joe and Chip went on their usual hike and made it back to the van. It was at this point that both the man and his dog disappeared. Law enforcement found Joe's keys in the unlocked van, something his family says he would never do. The search for Joe Cluley was the largest in Michigan's history. The search included the Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team, K-9 units, the Michigan State Police, and BIA officers, along with a large contingency of volunteers. The search area covered 10,000 acres, and although it was officially suspended after 4 days, volunteers continued to search for weeks. Oddly enough, less than a month later, the family dog Chip was found sitting at the front door of the cabin. A bit thinner, but otherwise in good health. The dog did not look as though it had been in the forest for several weeks, and Chip didn't bark for 3 days after his return to the cabin, something very unlike the dog's normal behavior. Joe was the second person within 4 years to have disappeared from this region. He was never seen again. Number 8, Larry Davenport. 20-year-old Larry Davenport disappeared on July 17th of 1983 in the Roan Mountain State Park in North Carolina. Larry was on a camping trip with friends. Roan Mountains straddle North Carolina and Tennessee and are part of the same mountain range as the Great Smoky Mountains. Larry was seated at a wooden table with friends when he got up and headed into the woods. His friends assumed he was going into the woods to relieve himself. Larry never returned. His friends called in the park rangers, and for 3 days, searchers looked for Larry, but found no evidence of where he could have gone. 3 days later, and 8 miles from the campsite, Larry was found naked and hallucinating. He had no idea what happened and had a curtain wrapped around his shoulder that he said he had gotten from an abandoned cabin. He was incoherent and had scratches over his entire body. Hundreds of searchers had failed to find Larry, and he had no recollection of what had happened to him. He was later transported to a hospital and treated for acute brain syndrome. Larry was the second individual this had happened to in the same park in a 2-week time span. Both males, both found naked and hallucinating. Number 7. Charles McCullough. In 1974, 19-year-old Charles, or Chuck McCullough, left his home state of Virginia for an extended photography and hiking trip. Charles was a keen photographer, and he was planning to visit all the national parks to take photographs, but was inexperienced in the wilderness and was said to be very ill-prepared. It seems that he had planned to hike to Crater Lake along the North Road. A heavy snowfall during the previous 2 weeks dropped over 5 feet of fresh snow on the area. Cross-country skiers reported that at the time the snow was so soft and powdery that even with skis, they were sinking up to their waists. Charles had told his friend that if they did not hear from him by February 1st, to call and report him missing. When Charles failed to call his friends, they filed a missing person report. Immediately, an extensive air and ground search of the northern section of the park was started, but no clues as to Charles' disappearance were uncovered. A year later, 2 hikers from Texas took a wrong turn and ended up in a remote canyon when they stumbled upon an old, dirty, ripped backpack in a place called Bybee Creek. The hikers called in the park rangers, and one of the seasonal rangers remembered the description of Charles' backpack. So another search took place in the area where the backpack was found, and the very next day, Charles' remains were located. The skeletal remains were described as bizarre. There were foot bones in the socks, but Charles' jeans were empty except for the broken off ends of his shin bones sticking up. Strangely, the jeans were unbuttoned and the belt buckle left undone. The rest of him was simply gone, as if he had just melted away. The official cause of death was determined to be natural causes. Number 6. Michael Malinowski. 37-year-old Michael Malinowski was last seen on October 24, 1996, in the Gaines, Pennsylvania area. The area is very close to Pine Creek Gorge, which is known as Pennsylvania's Grand Canyon. Michael was attending a psychology conference at the time of his disappearance. Michael was a clinical psychologist with an ex-wife and son who both lived in San Francisco. Michael was staying at a lodge near Gaines, Pennsylvania, and had stayed there in the past, so he was familiar with the area. The lodge was surrounded by state and federal land and was originally built back in the 1930s. Michael checked into the lodge, turned on the heater, and settled in for the night. He was scheduled to stay a second night, but never showed up. After a cleaning person noticed he'd left all his belongings in the room and the bed wasn't made, they called the police. Michael's 1995 Nissan Sentra was found parked at the head of a trail on November 2nd. The trail was an access point to the Barber Rock overlook of the Pine Creek Gorge. Along with a box of half-eaten snacks, a pair of hiking boots were found on the floor of the Nissan. His cell phone was in a backpack on the seat, but he was nowhere to be found. Tioga County law enforcement immediately began a search using volunteers, search and rescue team, helicopters, and canines. However, no evidence was found. The search for Michael was the largest and most expensive in the history of Tioga County. There was never any activity on any of Michael's credit cards or his social security number following his disappearance, and his son says he was never heard from again. Number 5, Trini Gibson. Trini Gibson was 16 years old when she disappeared from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park on October 8, 1976. A group of students from Bearden High School set out for a hike in the national park. There were 40 students in all, and they were hiking the Appalachian Trail from Andrews Bald to Clingman's Dome. Trini Gibson was part of the group of students taking the hike. Trini had been hiking with different groups throughout the day, chatting with one group before moving on to the next as they made their way along the route. At around 3 p.m., Trini was with a group that was positioned about a half mile from the Klingman's Dome parking area. It was around this time that Trini disappeared. The area where she was last seen was on an established trail with an expanse of dense forest lying to the sides. There would be no reason to step off the trail into this hazardous area. The weather for that evening of October 8, 1976 produced strong winds and heavy rain, while temperatures dropped into the 30s. By all descriptions, Trini was athletic, very responsible, and not the type to run away. One of the people on the trip described being about 200 feet from Trini when she saw her lean over to look at something on the side of the trail and then disappeared to the right of the trail. A student that was hiking with Trini when she disappeared described how she was on the trail when I last saw her. I checked the area where Trini was last seen. No trail leading off, very rough, small stream, brush and trees. Yelled but no answer. The National Park Service and law enforcement followed up on every conceivable angle. Trini was never seen again. On one of my live streams on this channel, I had a guest, Laura Rist, who's considered by many to be the expert on the Trini Gibson disappearance. If you'd like more information, have a look for that live stream on the channel. It's worth a listen. Number 4, Carol Van Hulla. 3-year-old Carol Van Hulla went missing on June 28, 1959, in the Dickinson County picnic grounds in Michigan. The Van Hullas had 4 daughters and took them to the Dickinson County picnic grounds at Norway Lake for an afternoon of outdoor fun. Carol's mother was readying the group for dinner when she noticed Carol was missing. After a quick search, law enforcement was notified. A large-scale search was conducted using 500 searchers, a helicopter, and canines. Although the canines picked up on her scent, they would then lose it. About 13 hours into the search and rescue team could hear a faint cry from a child. In an area heavily laden with swamp and underbrush, authorities found Carol. The previous September, a 4-year-old boy had vanished under similar circumstances, but he was found dead of exposure 4 days after he went missing. Carol was taken to a hospital with scratches and signs of exposure. Number 3, Elsie Davis. 24-year-old Elsie Davis disappeared from Howe Hill, Maine, in July of 1911. Elsie was an organist at a church in Bethel, Maine, when she went missing on Sunday, July 30th, 1911. Elsie had played for the morning services at the church and then headed home in Howe Hill. Around noon that Sunday, Elsie disappeared. Initially, her parents thought she may have walked into the woods behind their house. A search ensued. Over 800 people volunteered in the search. Desperate to find their daughter after 3 days of searching, the Davises received a handwritten note from a psychic who stated that Elsie would be found, but that she would be in a tree and that searchers needed to look up. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the search, searchers combed through very rugged terrain 3 miles into the woods. They found personal belongings of Elsie scattered around the area. After hearing a noise, they looked up and found Elsie about 20 feet up in a tree with little clothing. Elsie was brought down and seemed incoherent. She had no recollection of what happened after she left the church. Through all the questioning, law enforcement was unable to get any information as to how she survived the 5 days in the woods. She had no memories of what happened. Number 2, John Long. John Long was 58 when he went missing in Ely, Minnesota on April 10, 1963. John was a logger and had been working at the Tamara Timber Company near Echo Trail. John left that day to go on a hike along the Moose River to watch spawning fish. For protection, John had brought along his .22 caliber rifle. He never returned, so his fellow workers went to search for him. After coming up empty-handed, the workers notified the local law enforcement. A 4-day search was organized by the Sheriff's Department using planes and search teams on foot, but John was never located. Number 1, Milda McQuillan. Milda McQuillan was 72 years old at the time of her disappearance. Milda vanished while driving her pea green 2-door 1968 Dodge on East Bad Medicine Lake Road on the outskirts of Ponsford, Minnesota. Recent rain had made the unpaved roads muddy, and a few miles into the 18-mile trip, McQuillan's car stalled. A postal carrier she knew helped her get it started again. Later on in the trip, just a mile from her friend's home, she made a wrong turn and asked a truck driver for directions. She never arrived at her friend's house, and that truck driver was the last person to have seen Milda. Milda was reported missing 2 days later by her friends. Search and rescue efforts were immediately deployed. Then, 3 days later, her car was found abandoned, stuck in the mud on an unused logging road, approximately 100 feet off East Bad Medicine Lake Road, 30 miles west of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Then, after another 3 days had passed, 52 members of the National Guard were deployed to search the same area and found her scarf and a belt hanging from bush in plain sight. The area where Milda vanished was in a heavily wooded, swampy area about 20 minutes from Maplewood State Park. Milda has not been seen or heard from since. Number 10. Brendan Nippon. 37-year-old Brendan Nippon was last seen on September 27, 2020, near the Snow Lake Trailhead at Snoqualmie Pass in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest located in Washington State. Brandon and his dog, a mixed breed named Seta, are said to have hiked in the area every single week, and it's believed that they were headed to Gem Lake. The entire trip to Gem Lake is 11 miles and is rated difficult with a 2,670-foot elevation gain. On September 28, 2020, Brendan's mother reported him missing when he didn't return as expected. A search and rescue effort by the King County Sheriff's Department and King County rescue teams was immediately started. In addition, 366 search and rescue volunteers joined the search looking for any sign of Brendan or his dog. Brendan is a 37-year-old white male with brown hair and brown eyes. His height is approximately 5 foot 9 inches tall, and he weighs around 170 pounds. Unfortunately, on October 5, 2020, King County rescue teams suspended their search after 2,000 hours of searching. The search involved ground teams, helicopters, drones, and police dogs, but no trace of Brendan or his dog was ever found, and they both remain missing. Number 9. Alexander Pish. 35-year-old Alexander Pish of Discovery Bay, California, vanished on October 8, 2020, after setting up an easel for a painting along Diablo Lake in the North Cascades National Park, located in Washington State. Alex was last seen by park visitors near the Colonial Creek campground on the shores of the lake. Alex's white Toyota Corolla was parked along Highway 20, where he had set up an easel for painting. On October 10, 2020, a National Park Service employee noticed that the car and the easel were still there in the same location, with no indication that Alex was in the area. Upon investigation of the surrounding area, the easel and canvas Alex had been using was still standing. The canvas on the easel had a half-painted image of the surrounding landscape. Alex is described as a 35-year-old white male with brown hair, but at the time of his disappearance he had a shaved head. His height is approximately 6 feet 1 inches tall, and he weighs around 160 pounds. Park rangers began searching for Alex on October 10, 2020. Field searchers worked the area near Colonial Creek Campground and Diablo Lake. Approximately 20 people were in the field looking for Alex. Search efforts continued through October 14, 2020, but no sign of Alex ever surfaced. As of the making of this video, search efforts are now minimal. Number 8. Michael Bryson. 27-year-old Michael Bryson of Eugene, Oregon, was last seen by his parents on Monday, August 3, 2020. Michael had stopped by their house in Harrisburg, Oregon. He told them he was riding up with a friend to a week-long birthday party/camping trip at Hobo Camp Campground in the Umpqua National Forest in Oregon. We know he was up there Monday and Tuesday, and that the DJ at this party, that was actually a rave, invited him up on stage to do a set. But by the next morning, he was gone, said Parrish Bryson. According to Detective Richard Smith with the Lane County Sheriff's Office, it was 4:30 a.m. on August 5, 2020, when Michael reportedly wandered away from a group of friends at the campground in an unknown direction. He added that Michael had left his camping gear behind, his phone was powered off, and he hasn't accessed his bank account since. Michael's parents weren't alerted to their son's disappearance until the next day at 5 p.m. They immediately drove to the area where Lane County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue had already deployed search teams to search by land and water. For days, hundreds of volunteers showed up to scour miles of heavily wooded wilderness in the area. They searched on foot, on horseback, and with drones, but there was no trace of Michael. We stayed at the campgrounds for 19 days looking for our son, and were truly grateful for those who stayed and helped, said Parrish Bryson. Michael's parents both described their son the same way. He has a big heart, and it's always for other people. Michael had previously traveled twice to Africa on mission trips and came back with an urge to move there and continue to help others. To remember his time there, he got a tattoo of shaking hands with the words, "Stay strong, my brother," said Parrish. Michael's family and friends turned to social media to help spread the word of his disappearance with the hashtags Bring Michael Bryson Home, Let's Find Michael Bryson, and We Are Coming for You, Michael. A Facebook group called Let's Find Michael Bryson already has more than 12,000 members who include family, friends, the community, and people from around the world. Michael is described as a 27-year-old white male with brown hair and hazel eyes. His height is approximately 6 feet even, and he weighs around 180 pounds. The search for Michael is still ongoing. Anyone who may have information about Michael's whereabouts is asked to contact the Lane County Sheriff's Office at 541-682-4150. There's a $10,000 reward offered for information that leads to Michael. Number 7. Dr. Margaret Baker. 60-year-old Dr. Margaret Baker of Port Angeles, Washington, was reported missing on April 24, 2020. Margaret was reported missing by a family member after being unable to contact her. Margaret's vehicle, a black BMW X5 SUV, was located in a pullout on East Beach Road. Park rangers were notified the vehicle was located and a hasty search began at Lake Crescent. On April 25, 2020, at 6:45 p.m., park rangers found her submerged red kayak on a rocky shoreline along U.S. Highway 101, about a mile east of Barnes Point in the Olympic National Park in Washington. On April 26, 2020, multiple searches were conducted via boat by park rangers with the assistance of the Clallam County Sheriff's Office and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Park rangers were also assisted by a search and rescue dive team and search dogs from Kitsap County, as well as the German Shepherd search dogs of Washington State. Park rangers continue to search at Lake Crescent today and to organize additional dive team resources. Park rangers are also conducting this investigation in coordination with the Clallam County Sheriff's Office, Port Angeles Police Department, and the Investigative Services Branch, or ISB, of the National Park Service. Margaret is described as a 60-year-old white female with brown and gray hair. Her height is approximately 5 foot 6 inches tall, and she weighs around 180 pounds. The search for Margaret has been suspended. Anyone who may have information about Margaret's whereabouts is asked to contact the National Park Service Investigative Service Branch at 888-653-0009. Number 6. Dr. Sam DeBall. 34-year-old Dr. Sam DeBall was reported missing on October 12, 2020, after he didn't come home from an overnight hiking trip to Mount Rainier National Park in Washington State. Sam was last known to be hiking the Mother Mountain Loop out of the Mowich Trailhead. During this time, several winter storms blanketed much of the area, and temperatures were in the high 20s to low 30s. Sam is a professor at the University of Washington's Anthropology Department. His sister said that Sam is a humble guy, a lover of nature, and someone who seeks to find the humanity in everyone. He is very fit and is considered a skilled hiker with tremendous experience. For the first 9 days, a group including park rangers, volunteer hikers, and helicopter crews from the National Park Service and U.S. Air Force searched for Sam on the ground and by air. But poor weather conditions on October 14th and 15th, 2020, limited the abilities of rescuers to continue searching on the ground. Sam's family started a petition on October 22nd, 2020, pleading that rescue teams continue searching for him aggressively for at least 72 more hours. 3 days later, the National Park Service announced that teams had resumed the search for Sam with ground crews, K-9 teams, FLIR technology, drones, and helicopters. Mount Rainier National Park has seen a record number of searches this year, with more than 60 so far. Several hikers remain missing, and one mountaineer was located but could not be recovered due to hazardous icefall conditions. Sam is described as a 34-year-old male with black hair, a short black beard, and brown eyes. His height is approximately 5 foot 9 inches tall, and he weighs around 155 pounds. As weather permits, ground crews, K-9 teams, drones, and helicopters have been out searching for Sam. The National Park Service asks that anyone who may have information that would be helpful to investigators, please contact the National Park Service Investigative Service Branch at 888-653-0009. Number 5. Sandra Johnson Hughes. 54-year-old Sandra Johnson Hughes of California was last heard from on June 26, 2020. Sandra had embarked on a solo camping trip in the Sierra, south of Yosemite, to escape from the current pandemic. Sandra had recently moved from Maui, Hawaii to California in June of 2020. She had trained to be a park ranger in college and was experienced in the outdoors. On July 5, 2020, the Madera County Sheriff's Office asked for the public's help in locating Sandra after they found her campsite in disarray near the Johnson's Meadow section of the forest. On the same day, authorities located her silver Saab in Chiquito Creek to the north of the campsite. They said it appeared to have crashed into a tree at a speed of less than 20 miles per hour before rolling into the ravine. Hikers reported seeing Sandra on July 4, 2020, said she was barefoot and had a bruise on her face. They offered to help her, but she declined medical assistance. Officers and volunteers from more than half a dozen other sheriff's departments, together with dog teams, the California Highway Patrol, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, combed the forest, and with helicopters from the California Air National Guard did an aerial search. The search focused around the area where Sandra was last seen, but there was no sign of her. Then, on August 9, 2020, two hunters spotted a woman leaning against a tree along Road 5S01 near Beasaw Road. She did not wave them down, attempt contact, or appear to be in distress. Upon returning, they recognized her from a missing persons flyer and contacted park rangers. The hunters said that she appeared to be visibly thinner than her last known photograph. Sandra is a 54-year-old white female with blue shoulder-length hair. Her natural hair color is brown. She also has brown eyes, and her height is estimated at approximately 5 foot 3 inches tall, and she weighs around 150 pounds. The search for Sandra is ongoing, but is limited. Authorities ask anyone who may have information about Sandra's whereabouts, please contact the NPS Investigative Service Branch at 888-653-0009. Number 4. Carlos Alexander Baltazar. 35-year-old Carlos Alexander Baltazar's vehicle was located by the California Highway Patrol on September 20, 2020. Carlos' vehicle was on Highway 18 and Delta Avenue in a remote area of Big Bear Lake, part of the San Bernardino National Forest. His backpack was found about 75 yards away from where his car was parked. Carlos is a firefighter, and according to his family, he left their home in San Bernardino and was on his way to work the day he disappeared. They reported him missing 4 days later on September 24, 2020. Information regarding this case is unfortunately very limited, and what is available regarding Carlos' disappearance is nearly the same info in every article. However, we did find one article that mentioned on September 20, 2020, Carlos may have been picked up near his vehicle, near Highway 18 and Delta Way, northeast of Big Bear Lake, by someone driving a Subaru. With that said, there's no additional information regarding this investigation, and Carlos remains missing. Carlos is described as a 35-year-old Hispanic male with a bald head and brown eyes. His height is approximately 5 feet 9 inches, and he weighs around 175 pounds. Deputies are asking anyone who was in the area of Highway 18 and Delta Way on September 20th to contact the Big Bear Sheriff's Station at 909-866-0100 or the Sheriff's Dispatch at 909-866-7581. Number 3, Shelby Campbell. On September 8, 2020, 29-year-old Shelby Campbell left for a hike on the North Ogden Divide Trail in the Uinta-Wasatch Cache National Forest in Utah and never returned. Family members called police that evening when she didn't return, sending Weber County search and rescue teams out into the area until 4 a.m. the following morning. Shelby's vehicle, a tan-colored 2009 Nissan Maxima, was later discovered at the South Skyline Trailhead on North Ogden Canyon Road. The Weber County Sheriff's Department and Weber County search and rescue crews have searched for Shelby but scaled back their efforts on September 11, 2020. The Facebook page, Help Bring Shelby Home, was created and has since amassed more than 5,700 members. According to this Facebook page, evidence Shelby left behind gave the family reason to believe she made plans to go up there but potentially did not have plans to return. Since Shelby's disappearance, hundreds of hikers have volunteered time to search for her in the terrain surrounding the parking lot where her car was found, but no sign of Shelby has been located. Shelby is described as a 29-year-old white female with long brown hair. She has green eyes and her height is approximately 5 foot 7 inches tall. She weighs around 145 pounds. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Weber County Sheriff's Office at 801-629-8221. Number 2, Barry J. Tragan. On July 25, 2020, rangers in Montana began to search in Glacier National Park for 68-year-old Columbia Falls resident Barry Tragan after he didn't return to his vehicle, which was near Kentla Lake in the North Fork area of the park. Barry's vehicle had reportedly been in that location since July 22, 2020. The Flathead County Sheriff's Office, Flathead County Search and Rescue, Two Bear Air, National Park Service Investigative Services, and the FBI have assisted Glacier National Park with search efforts. The search included ground and canine search teams, aerial observation using planes and drones, and water observations using a boat and remotely operated underwater vehicle. Beginning on July 27, 2020, the search effort was transitioned to a limited search. Then on August 4th, search crews found a pair of sunglasses believed to belong to Barry in Kentla Creek. Canine search units later showed interest in the outlet of Kentla Lake, prompting further search of the area, but no other signs were found. Barry is described as a 68-year-old white male with gray hair and a gray mustache and has hazel eyes. His height is approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall, and he weighs approximately 220 pounds. The search for Barry is now limited. Anyone who may have information about Barry's whereabouts is asked to please contact the NPS Investigative Service Branch at 888-653-0009. Number 1, Laura Vogel. Now, while the disappearance of Laura Vogel was not in a national park per se, we felt it should be included in this episode due to the fact that in the last 10 years, so many people have gone missing without a trace in Hawaii. Here's Laura's story. 43-year-old Laura Vogel of Hawaii was last heard from on February 21st, 2010, while hiking by Pauwela Point in Haiku, Hawaii. That night, she sent a text message to a friend saying she planned to camp out and was meeting all the locals. Laura was a self-employed tutor and had a tutoring session at 9 a.m. on February 22nd, 2010, but she never arrived. That's when her friends reported her missing to the police, but were told they would have to wait 24 hours to begin the search. Laura's friends, who knew the area where she had been camping, decided to form their own search. On February 23, 2010, Laura's van was found abandoned in a grassy area off the main road. The passenger side door was open and her keys were in the ignition. Laura's wallet and cell phone were not in the car. While searching in the area where her van was located, her friends found the back cover of Laura's cell phone. That was enough evidence to finally get the police to investigate. According to investigators, the van was parked near a transient camp where a group of homeless people live out of their cars. Police say they have spoken to everyone living in and around that area and have come up with nothing. Police also searched for days through heavy vegetation and steep cliffs and found no evidence of foul play or an accident. However, her friends see this differently and feel something happened to her. Laura was 43 years old at the time of her disappearance. She's described as a white female with long blonde hair. She has blue eyes and is approximately 5 foot 8 inches tall and weighs around 140 pounds. The investigation into Laura's whereabouts is still active. If you have any information, please call the Maui Police Department at 808-244-6425 and refer to case number 10-14126. Number 10. Jacob Reynolds. 28-year-old Jacob Reynolds, along with 3 of his friends, Glenn Lauder, Mitch Adams, and Ryan Stone, disappeared on March 13, 1997, from the Estrella Mountain Regional Park area of Arizona. The friends were last seen riding off-road vehicles at the foot of the Estrella Mountains south of the Phoenix International Raceway in Maricopa County. The friends were reported missing to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. A suspect was later arrested in connection with the disappearance, but was released due to lack of evidence. The Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office stated they could have been victims of an animal attack after bone fragments were later found in the area. An official statement from the Maricopa County Medical Examiner, however, admitted there was not enough evidence to positively conclude whether the remains belonged to any of the missing friends. On May 6, 2001, Arizona federal wildlife officials killed a 300-pound black bear that was suspected of attacking a camper. The county attorney's office said this was likely the same animal responsible for killing these boys, and the case of the missing friends was closed. Arizona Fish and Game officials, however, disagreed, since there had been only one reported fatality in Arizona over the past decade from a bear attack. Plus, they believe it highly unlikely that an animal the size of the bear that was killed would be capable of attacking and killing 4 grown men in the same attack. The chances of that were astronomical and simply too far-fetched. What happened to these 4 friends, then, who were just out for some off-roading fun? Now, around the time of their disappearance in 1997, there were large numbers of reports from people all around the Phoenix area that they had seen UFOs in the sky. These sightings have led some to speculate that Jacob and the other men may have been abducted by something otherworldly. What do you think happened? The families of the 4 missing friends are asking for the public's help in finding out what happened to their loved ones so they can get some closure. Anyone having any information regarding their case is encouraged to contact the Arizona Division of Missing Persons on the web at www.maricopamissing.com or call toll-free at 1-855-2-FIND-THEM. As of April 2021, Jacob, Glenn, Mitch, and Ryan remain missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 9, James Pruitt. 70-year-old James Pruitt went missing on February 28, 2019, from the Rocky Mountain National Park. He's described as a white male standing 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 150 pounds. James had blue eyes and brown/gray hair. He was believed to have been wearing a dark blue jacket, a red-orange beanie-style hat, and blue jeans, and was also carrying a small camera bag with a Nikon Coolpix 900 camera. James left from his car in the Glacier Gorge parking lot on February 28th for a day hike to an unknown destination. U.S. Park Rangers located his vehicle on March 3 and determined that although it had been parked overnight, no permit was registered for the car. Park Rangers contacted James' family, who advised him that Pruitt had no intentions of staying overnight in the park and that they had last heard from him on February 28th. The National Park Service initiated extensive search efforts. The search area covered approximately 15 square miles. There were concentrated efforts in multiple heavily forested areas, and searchers encountered chest-deep snow in numerous places. Dozens of searchers, a dog team, and multiple agencies all assisted in the search and rescue efforts. On Tuesday, March 5th, a multi-mission aircraft, MMA, from Colorado assisted the search and rescue with fixed-wing aerial observation, but nothing was found. Due to lack of evidence to go on, coupled with extreme winter conditions, with more than 2 feet of snow having fallen in recent days, the search entered limited continuous operations on March 11th. Additional searches were conducted on multiple occasions during the summer and fall of 2019. And on Wednesday, October 9, around 50 Rocky Mountain National Park search and rescue team members were involved in an area search which concentrated on off-the-trail areas in the Prospect Canyon drainage and the Glacier Gorge drainage, which are above Jewel Lake. 5 separate teams conducted grid searches in areas populated with thick timber, downed trees, shrubbery, tall grasses, and many streams. Despite these numerous search efforts, no trace of James was ever found. As of this recording in April 2021, James remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 8, Saeed Imadi. 66-year-old Saeed Imadi disappeared on Wednesday, July 8, 2020, from the Crystal Basin area of the El Dorado National Forest near Strawberry Point, east of Sacramento, California. Saeed was camping with friends at the Ice House Reservoir off Highway 50. Saeed was wearing a hat, headphones, button-down shirt, shorts, and tennis shoes. He stood 6 foot 2 inches tall and weighed about 190 pounds. He was diabetic, and it's unlikely that he had his medication with him. Although he was in good physical shape with day hiking experience, he was not familiar with the heavily wooded terrain and was not an experienced climber. He and his friends went for a hike near Strawberry Point, but Saeed became separated from the group while crossing the southern fork of Silver Creek. Saeed called his friends from his cell phone at about 3:30 p.m. and told them he was on a hill near a road and that the lake was below him. His friends immediately called authorities. Saeed did not make any further calls to the group. A search was organized with a group of around 70 law enforcement officers and volunteers who searched the area with no luck, according to Sergeant Anthony Principe. For about the first 10 days that Saeed went missing, search crews were operating around the clock. Sergeant Anthony said, "In that area, there's a mess of wilderness, and it's a big open area." He also said that the sheriff's office reduced the search to a limited ongoing one after so many days of searching and coming up empty. Saeed's son, Bijan Imadi, said that search crews believe they found a print of his father's shoe, which was located about a mile from where he was last seen. "My dad buys everything at Costco," he said, so we contacted Costco for any shoes he had bought in the last year. We were able to send that to the search and rescue team, and they were able to determine a match to the shoe print pretty quickly. In mid-July, additional footprints were found near Granite Springs Road, more than a mile away from Strawberry Point. The family was initially hopeful the match would lead to a rescue, but unfortunately the clue led nowhere, despite search and rescue crews from 19 counties using helicopters and drones. The National Guard and California Highway Patrol helicopters joined the search, but there was still no sign of Saeed or his belongings. How did Saeed disappear so quickly and remain missing, despite such extensive search efforts? Saeed's family said they believe he's a fighter, and they're hopeful the plentiful supply of water in the area has helped him survive. The family has offered a $10,000 reward for information that helps locate Saeed. As of this recording in April of 2021, Saeed remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 7, Mark Sinclair. 66-year-old Mark Sinclair disappeared on July 8, 2019, from Glacier National Park in Montana. Mark was semi-retired and was living in Whitefish, Montana at the time of his disappearance. He was briefly employed at Glacier National Park as a visitor services assistant earlier that summer. Before moving out to Montana, Mark was a prominent figure in the Vermont environmental community and had served as the director of the Vermont Conservation Law Foundation for many years. Mark also later became the vice president of the Clean Energy Group in Vermont. Paul Burns, the executive director of the Vermont Public Interest Research Group, said that Mark was the best kind of ally. Paul wrote in an email, "He was incredibly smart and hardworking, but also generous, kind, and quick with a smile. He cared about people and the beautiful places he fought so hard to protect. It's heartbreaking to wake up each day now and think of him as missing." On July 8th, the day Mark went missing, he was seen by Logan Pass visitor staff around 2:30 p.m. He was leaving the parking lot and headed toward Highline Trail. Mark left his dog in the car along with the keys, so he likely didn't plan to be away very long. When he didn't return, it was apparent that something had happened. The next day, July 9th, Mark was officially a missing person, and a full-scale search and rescue operation was launched. 2 visitors called the tip line after the search began and reported seeing him between Haystack Butte and Granite Park Chalet on the Highline Trail in the early evening on July 8th. No other verified sightings were received. According to park officials, the search area was characterized by steep slopes with cliff faces frequently over 100 feet high. Despite the harsh terrain, there were ground patrols, canine units, and a volunteer division that all combed the area. 2 Bear Air and the U.S. Forest Service provided daytime aerial searches and nighttime infrared flights. The U.S. Geological Survey also joined the search efforts with drones. Missing person posters were placed throughout the park, but no new leads developed. The extensive search efforts continued, but over the weekend of July 13, park officials had to close the Highline Trail because a grizzly bear was charging visitors. The search went on elsewhere until the trail was reopened, but there was still no sign of Mark. Park officials reached out to the public hoping for more information or sightings, but nothing came in. On July 18, 9 days after the official search began, with thousands of hours put in, park officials unfortunately had to scale back the efforts. There was simply no sign of Mark and no clues to go on. The search was moved to a limited continuous mode, and a park statement said that rangers would continue those efforts for the foreseeable future. As of April 2021, Mark remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 6, Tyler Stice. 20-year-old Tyler Stice went missing on June 21, 2016, after leaving his home in Kingman, Arizona. Tyler was living with his parents while attending college classes and working at a local furnishings company. Tyler had only been employed there for around a month, but he had proven to be a good employee. He was determined to keep his job because he was paying his mother rent, making his car note, and saving for later college tuition. He was attending classes locally when he disappeared, though he had plans of hopefully transferring to Flagstaff in the near future. Tyler eventually wanted to fly drones for the police department as his job. He was an ambitious kid and also quite introverted. He enjoyed gaming and other computer activities and was also an avid photographer. Tyler is described as being approximately 6 feet tall with brown hair and brown eyes and weighing around 130 pounds. On June 20th, Tyler skipped work, which wasn't like him, so his mom asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you going in?" Tyler told his mom that he needed some time to himself. He left the house for a while, but then returned and spent the rest of the afternoon outside with his dad. When they came back in the house, Tyler retreated to his room once again. The next day, June 21st, Tyler woke up and got ready to leave the house. He packed his lunch and left around 5:30 to 6 a.m. like he would any other work day. Later that afternoon, though, Tyler's boss called his mom trying to locate him and told her he had missed 2 days in a row. Tyler's mom immediately knew something was very wrong, and she began calling his cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She called other family members to see if anybody had seen or heard from Tyler, but nobody had. When she couldn't locate her son, she called the police and tried to file a missing persons report. The police told her that unfortunately they couldn't do anything until after 48 hours had passed. Once Tyler could be considered an official missing person, police began investigating his disappearance. On June 25th, 4 days after he went missing, Tyler's black Mustang was found at the Deer Canyon Recreation Area, located in the Wallapai Mountains. Most of Tyler's belongings were not in the car, but what police did find was puzzling. In the Mustang was a laptop bag, but no laptop. His camera was found in the trunk, which was odd, because according to Tyler's older sister Jessica, he never went anywhere without his camera. There was also a cup of chai tea in the passenger side of the vehicle, but according to his family, Tyler didn't like chai tea. Also of note was the fact that the exterior of the car was impeccably clean, even though it was suspected to have been out there for several days. After the discovery of Tyler's car, his family was even more concerned. According to them, Tyler wasn't really an outdoorsy person, so none of the findings made any sense. Search and rescue canines were brought in, and they tracked Tyler's scent through the woods and into a nearby Girl Scout camp. about a mile away from the car, and then back out of the woods to a main road. The route was searched, but no further signs of Tyler were found. The investigation behind Tyler's disappearance deepened, and authorities began digging up any information they could on his recent history. Another shocking discovery was made. Tyler was on video surveillance June 19th, just 2 days before his disappearance, buying a .22 caliber rifle at a local Walmart. He then went to a second unidentified store and bought corresponding ammo for the weapon. Tyler's family was further confused by this, as Tyler didn't like hunting, hiking, or anything of the like. The .22's location is unknown, but police believe it to be in his possession when he left. No further evidence was found pertaining to Tyler's case or whereabouts, and he is considered an endangered missing person. As of April 2021, Tyler remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 5, John Devine. 73-year-old John Devine went missing on September 7, 1997, from Olympic National Park in Washington State. John was said to have been an experienced hiker and intended to climb Mount Baldy in Olympic National Forest using the rugged Maynard Burn Trail. When John failed to show up after the hike as planned, family reported him missing to the authorities. A search and rescue operation was launched that included officials as well as volunteers. During the search, a rescue helicopter crashed, killing 3 people and injuring 5 others at the 5,000-foot level of Mount Baldy, 20 miles south of Port Angeles. It fell shortly after taking off from the mountainside to do an aerial search. On top of this tragedy, authorities said the chances of finding John alive had dropped significantly as snow and a bitter cold front swept through. The mountainous area was already steep and rugged with dense shrubbery, so the weather conditions further complicated the search efforts. Nevertheless, the search went on and included 4 canines. The last time John was seen was on Gray Wolf's Ridge on the park's north side. No additional sightings were reported. The search continued for a week, but no evidence was found. As of April 2021, John remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 4, Paul Michael Lemaitre. 65-year-old Michael Lemaitre disappeared on July 4, 2012, while competing in the Mount Marathon race in Seward, Alaska, which lies south of Anchorage. This event was Michael's first time competing in the Mount Marathon race. 2012 was the 85th running of the Mount Marathon, which has become a major event in Alaska. There are a limited number of entries, with around 90% of the participants being returnees, and a lottery system is in place to help determine who gets the coveted entries. Participants are required to run up the mountainside surrounded by thick forests and creeks. The race spans over 3.1 to 3.5 miles depending on the individual's route. Starting in downtown Seward, racers run a half mile to the bottom of Mount Marathon, then scramble about 2,900 vertical feet up muddy cliffs before getting to race point. The participants go downhill over snow and rock fields, waterfalls, and cliff facings until they reach the finish line back on the streets of Seward. Tim Liebling had warned the racers during the safety conversations prior to the race, "If you have not been up that mountain before, you should consider going home right now, and you should not be in this race." Michael, however, was undeterred. He was a fit and healthy person, having been a regular visitor to the gym and completed a 12K event only a month earlier. So, despite the warning, he chose to continue. The second wave of the race, which Michael was in, had started at 3:15 p.m. Around 5:45 p.m., Tom Walsh, who was a race steward, saw Michael ascending to the turnaround point about 200 feet from the top of Mount Marathon. Michael was wearing black shorts, a black t-shirt, and a black headband. By that point, the area was getting foggy and cold, but Tom saw no reason to be concerned. Tom asked Michael for his bib number. Michael replied 548 as he descended back toward the town. Tom texted race officials that bib number 548 would be home in about an hour and a half. Hours later, search and rescue teams were called to the scene to search for Michael around 8 p.m. when his wife, Peggy, called and reported that Michael hadn't returned. Temperatures were falling and there was worsening rain in the area. By 2 a.m., an Alaska State Troopers helicopter equipped with infrared radar was scanning the mountainside. Searchers were worried that if he wasn't already injured, Michael probably had hypothermia due to his clothing, likely exhaustion, and the freezing weather conditions. On July 5, the next morning, the 210th Rescue Squadron of the Alaska Air National Guard, which specialized in searching for downed aircraft and missing hikers, arrived with an HH-60 Ave Hawk helicopter to provide another infrared scan. A team of up to 60 searchers also scoured the mountain, including the other side away from the race course. There was no sign of Michael anywhere. 4 days after Michael disappeared, the official search was called off, though the Seward Volunteer Fire Department kept looking. A cadaver dog was sent into the area, but found nothing, and friends had helped pay for the taking and analysis of high-resolution photographs of the mountain. These endeavors turned up empty-handed as well. It was as if Michael had just walked off the mountainside and had disappeared from the face of the earth. Mountain rescue experts, firemen, state troopers, search dogs, and Michael's family and friends spent thousands of combined hours searching the area without a single clue ever being found. Even after the official search was called off, volunteers continued to search the mountain, including Michael's daughter, Mary Ann, who said, "Seward has so much meaning to my dad. So here he is, looking out. He's on Mount Marathon somewhere." In July of 2013, Michael's widow sued the Seward Chamber of Commerce, who organizes the yearly race, for $5 million, but eventually settled out of court in October 2014 for $20,000. Race organizers implemented a number of new safety measures in 2013 following Michael's disappearance, including mandatory signed statements from runners that they've completed training runs on the course, a 1-hour time limit for racers to reach the summit, and sweeps of the mountain by volunteers after each wave of the race concludes. These efforts will hopefully keep another tragedy like Michael's from happening. As of April 2021, Michael remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 3, Jeffrey Kirkwood. 53-year-old Jeffrey Kirkwood was last seen on April 16, 2015, by a sheriff's deputy who had incidental contact with him. Jeffrey initially disappeared while on a camping trip in the Buena Vista Valley in Nevada near Fencemaker Canyon. According to his family, Jeffrey had intended to live off the land in isolated frontier-type areas and had already safely done so in other states during the months prior to visiting Buena Vista Valley. It's unclear how long he planned to live off the land. When Jeffrey was initially reported missing, search crews from Washoe and Churchill counties joined Pershing County crews to assist in the search for Jeffrey. The Nevada Civil Air Patrol flew during the searches but were unable to locate him. Some of Jeffrey's belongings were reported found in an abandoned building. One of the findings included a notebook that Jeffrey had apparently kept updated. His journal entries continued until Monday, July 27, 2015, when they abruptly stopped. There were also reports of several bloody tissues being found in conjunction with Jeffrey's other belongings. Could he have been ill and that's why he was staying away from people? Local ranchers had noticed that Jeffrey would leave his camp for a few days and then would return. There was bad weather in the area, which included heavy rainfall, and ranchers reported that Jeffrey hadn't been seen for several days. An article later stated, Jeffrey's body was found in December, but the cause of his death was unable to be determined. However, efforts to confirm the validity of the report that his body was found have waned, and no reliable news reports confirming whether Jeffrey's remains were actually located have surfaced. There have also been no public statements by law enforcement officials, and there's been no report from a coroner that his body was examined for a cause of death. Until such confirmations can be made, Jeffrey will still be considered a missing person. As of April 2021, Jeffrey officially remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 2, Doug Pierce. 86-year-old Doug Pierce disappeared on April 21, 2005, from Mariposa County in California while on a solo camping trip. Doug was in excellent shape for his age, both physically and mentally, and it wasn't unusual for him to take trips alone. On this particular trip, he had planned to go camping near Shut-Eye Peak. It is unknown what happened on the trip that caused Doug to go missing. A few days after his disappearance, Doug's 90s model Ford Ranger was found stuck in mud and partially burned on Chowchilla Mountain Road near Summit Camp. Search and rescue operations were organized and conducted by the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office. The areas surrounding his truck, as well as the local campgrounds, were thoroughly searched, but no trace of Doug was to be found. Authorities stated that the vehicle appeared to have caught fire accidentally, and they theorized that Pierce became lost when he tried to walk out of the mountains after abandoning his vehicle. There's no evidence to support any theory, however, and no possibilities can be ruled out at this time. Although he'd already retired from being a nuclear and chemical engineer, Doug was scheduled to do volunteer work at both Woodland Elementary and Mariposa Middle Schools the day after he disappeared. Of course, he didn't show up to either place. Doug was said to be a dedicated volunteer who was well liked among students and often worked a 50 to 60-hour schedule. He sometimes went by the name Grandpa Doug, and his disappearance was a profound loss for his community. As of April 2021, Doug remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 1, Joseph Lee Wood, Jr. 34-year-old Joseph Wood disappeared on July 8, 1999, from Mount Rainier National Park in Washington State. At the time of his disappearance, Joe was a writer and book editor in New York City. He worked at a nonprofit called The New Press, a publishing house in Manhattan. As an editor of The New Press, Joe was also one of the only half a dozen African-American editors in the business at that time. He was on his way to many more accomplishments, no doubt. Joe was born and raised in the Williamsbridge part of the Bronx. He had made Eagle Scout, the highest ranking attainable through the Boy Scouts of America, and he loved the outdoors. Joe also liked going to jazz clubs, eating sushi, and writing, and was even starting to write his own fiction. He was educated at Riverdale Country School and later Yale University. After Yale, Joe had started shooting a documentary about African American students at the Ivy League institution. Jacqueline Glover, who worked with him on the documentary project, said a scene he really seemed to like was when one student who was searching to get his haircut had to go to the black neighborhood. It was this great scene, being in those two worlds. Joe had flown to Seattle, Washington on July 7th to attend Unity 99, a national conference of minority journalists. It was at the first such gathering, held in Atlanta in 1994, that Joe had met Somini Singh Gupta, a reporter for the New York Times. They ended up living together for several years. However, the two had separated some 6 months prior to the Unity 99 conference and had only had a brief encounter after the opening ceremonies of Unity 99. Democratic presidential hopeful Bill Bradley was also in Seattle for the Unity 99 Journalism Conference. Joe was one of 8 African-American journalists to sit down for breakfast with Mr. Bradley at the Westin Seattle Hotel on July 8th, and it was said that Joe had jumped right into asking the toughest questions. This willingness to address the difficult issues head-on is what helped shape his career as an African-American cultural critic in the predominantly white precincts of New York's publishing worlds. Joe had even edited an anthology titled Malcolm X in Our Own Image, as well as written major features for Rolling Stone and Vibe magazines about actor Denzel Washington and musician Sly Stone. During his stay in Washington, Joe wanted to visit Mount Rainier National Park. Bird watching was a lifelong passion of Joe's, so he planned to do some hiking and birding at the park. After attending the conference on July 8, he drove himself to the mountain and parked his rental car in a lot at the base. He brought a book, notepad, binoculars, and possibly a laptop, then presumably began walking up Mount Rainier's Rampart Ridge Trail. It is unlikely that he was equipped for any serious adventuring while in the park, as he only planned to be there a short time. The next day, Friday, July 9, when Joe didn't show back up for the journalism conference, his friends who were in town were concerned, but they didn't think anything was seriously wrong, and Joe had only told a casual acquaintance about his hiking plans at all. It wasn't until Sunday, July 11th, when Joe did not return to New York, that Somini, Joe's former partner, knew something was terribly wrong. She began calling friends and family trying to locate Joe, but nobody had heard from him. On Tuesday, July 13, 5 days after Joe initially disappeared, so many filed an official missing persons report. The next day, Wednesday the 14th of July, park officials located Joe's rental car at the base of the mountain in the parking lot. Rangers immediately began searching for Joe upon this discovery. According to a receipt found, Joe had entered the park at 12:29 p.m. on Thursday, July 8th. Although he lacked more sophisticated hiking gear, a receipt found with Joe's belongings showed that he had purchased a windbreaker in Seattle. This, at least, was some good news. However, according to Joe's friends, he had a heart condition that had just been diagnosed in October of '98 after he had a fainting spell in an airport, and Joe was considering getting a pacemaker because of the event. This was not such good news, because it added the possibility that Joe might have had one of these fainting spells while on the mountain. Throughout the search on July 14, nothing was found to indicate where exactly Joe had gone. The Park Service organized many search teams comprised of backcountry rangers, firefighters, and general volunteers. The teams fanned out along the southwest face of the mountain and scoured the landscape. They walked the creek beds, clambered down ravines, and inspected whatever crook or crevice or cranny they came upon. Meanwhile, K-9 search and rescue teams covered the hiking trails, and helicopters performed aerial searches. The specific issue with this search operation was, during the winter of '98 and '99, Mount Rainier had been blanketed by the third heaviest snowfall in its recorded history. This meant that, on the warmer, sunny couple of days after Joe's disappearance, as much as 2 feet, or just over 60 centimeters, of snow had quickly melted, washing away any tracks or scent that Joe might have left while on the mountain. Nevertheless, the search continued, coming up empty. On Thursday, July 15th, the last known person to have interacted with Joe came forward with the first and only lead in Joe's disappearance. He was another hiker named Bruce Gaumond, who had met Joe around 4 p.m. at an elevation of about 4,800 feet, or 1.5 kilometers. There was around 2 feet of snow on the ground, but up ahead where Joe was headed, there was snow as high as 8 feet. Joe chatted with Bruce about the birds he had seen on his hike so far, and Bruce warned Joe about an unstable snow bridge a little ways up the trail, but Joe assured him that he was going to turn around soon. The strangers parted ways at that point, and Bruce continued down the mountain and left the park. On Friday, July 16th, there was a rainfall in the area that lowered temperatures, especially at significant elevations. This weather shift made the search more dangerous. Nevertheless, the search continued. On July 17th, Saturday, Joe's father, Joe Sr., his mother, Elizabeth, and his sister, Pamela, arrived at Mount Rainier. By that point, search and rescue leaders weren't hopeful that Joe would have been able to survive the 10 days since his disappearance alone in the wilderness. Phone calls had come into the park offices from the Washington State Governor, Gary Locke, as well as the White House press office in regards to Joe's disappearance. Park rangers decided to extend the search another day, citing improving weather conditions. Still, no evidence of Joe was found despite the extensive efforts. Sunday, July 18, an emotionally difficult meeting was held, in which rangers explained why they were scaling back the official search and rescue operation. The rangers believed that Joe had suffered from a horrible accident, or perhaps a medical emergency, and there had been no trace of him after hundreds of hours of location efforts. They unfortunately didn't believe he was alive and on the move, since hypothermia would have certainly set in without proper equipment and shelter. And they figured if he had a falling accident, searchers would have found him lying on the ground. Instead, they found absolutely nothing. There were no signs of a struggle, no equipment was found, nothing. It was as if Joe had simply vanished. Rangers pointed to the mountain's various dangers being the likely cause of Joe's disappearance. 2 other men had also been lost on Mount Rainier so far that year. A park spokesperson named Maria Gillett said that rangers would send a helicopter and K-9 teams back up the mountain once the snow melted. Otherwise, the official search was concluded. Joe's family and friends were understandably devastated. Many people had even gotten together to hire a private investigator, but nothing conclusive was ever found. Everybody wanted answers, of course, but there was absolutely nothing to go on. All they could do was mourn and hope and wait for any further evidence to emerge. A final search was conducted in September of '99, and again, no trace of any evidence of Joe was found. After the final search, Joe Wood was listed as the 65th person to go missing on Mount Rainier without being found. As of April 8, 2021, Joe remains missing, and there have been no further updates. Number 10, Tom Simonseth. 66-year-old Tom Simonseth was last seen on May 22, 2021, in North Cascades National Park, located in Sedro-Woolley, Skagit County, Washington. According to friends and family, Tom left on the morning of May 22nd, telling his wife that he would be hiking up the Hidden Lake Trail. However, by 7 p.m., Tom still hadn't arrived home, and Tom's wife, Rose, called in the help of a friend, Mike Woodmansey, to help look for him. Tom had taken up hiking in the past 18 months, and it had quickly become his new retirement hobby, according to those closest to him, and he often hiked with Mike Woodmansey and another close friend, Mark Nelson. Tom had been invited to hike with Mike and Mark on the weekend that he disappeared, but he had declined, opting to go alone. When Tom hadn't returned home, Rose contacted Mike to go up onto the trail and see if he could spot him, thinking he may have gotten lost or injured. However, as the hours passed and the darkness drew in, Mike knew that Tom's chances of survival were slim. He told Fox 13 he was absolutely not prepared to be out overnight. He just had day hiking equipment, so that's why we had to jump on it and get out there. Between 10 p.m. and 12 midnight, Mike and Mark scoured the Hidden Lake Trail, but found no sign of Tom. They slept on the ground and resumed their search at 4 a.m. As the morning sunlight slowly crept through the trees, they knew that they needed help, and the Skagit County Sheriff's Office were called, and Tom was officially reported missing. The Skagit County Sheriff's Office, accompanied by a Skagit County Search and Rescue, searched for Tom until May 31st, 2021, when the search was officially called off due to treacherous terrain and avalanche danger. Despite this, Tom's family still haven't given up hope and have set up a GoFundMe page to help the search continue. Number 9, Adrian Alonzo Smith. 49-year-old Adrian Alonzo Smith was last seen on January 9, 2021, after a friend dropped him off at the Drift Creek Falls Trailhead in Cieslaw National Forest, Oregon. The friend who dropped him off said that Adrian had a backpack and a hammock and planned to hike to other locations and stay overnight in the park. On January 20th, 2021, Adrian did not show up for his scheduled pickup, and that's when his friends and family began to worry. Adrian was reported missing, and search and rescue teams were dispatched to the trail but found no sign of him during the initial investigation. 2 weeks later, authorities discovered what they believed to be his campsite. However, no other personal items were recovered from the scene. Despite the use of drones, sniffer dogs, and cell phone tracking, authorities have been unable to find any trace of Adrian. One disturbing tip came into search and rescue teams in the days following Adrian's disappearance. One witness claimed to have seen Adrian shirtless in the cold in the days after he had gone missing, creating a very worrying scenario for friends and family. The search was temporarily called off at the end of January due to heavy snowfall and bad weather. Adrian is described as a white male, 6 foot tall, and 170 pounds, with brown shoulder-length hair and multiple tattoos, including a tattoo of wings on his back. Authorities are asking for anyone with information to contact them on 541-270-3400 or 541-265-0777. Number 8, Josh Hall. 27-year-old Josh Hall, along with his dog, Happy, a Labrador mix, set off on February 3, 2021, for an 11-mile hike to the Devil's Thumb Lake area in the Indian Peaks Wilderness Park. Josh left his car at the Hesse Trailhead and set off between 10:30 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. on the morning of February 3rd. The hike should have taken Josh around 5.5 to 6 hours, meaning that he would have arrived back at his car at around 4 p.m., according to his mother. His mother also told authorities that Josh had chosen to hike early in the morning as he had an online class at 5 p.m., and when he didn't return home, she contacted the authorities. According to his mother, Josh's phone pinged at 12:03 p.m. and in the approximate area of Devil's Thumb Lake. From 12:30 p.m. to 1:15 p.m., hikers in the area reported that a small snowstorm blew through, leaving inches of snow on the trails within a matter of minutes. It's believed that Josh was deep into the trail when the snow rolled in. Authorities were contacted and a team of 70 people made up of law enforcement and experienced hikers braved the cold to search for Josh, battling their way through 40-mile-per-hour winds. For 4 days, volunteers and law enforcement searched high and low for any sign of Josh, and on the 4th day, the search was called off due to the worsening weather conditions. Miraculously, 8 days later, on February 11, 2021, Josh's dog Happy was spotted on the side of a highway close to where the two had been hiking. Happy was malnourished and scared, but authorities were able to rescue him and take him home to Josh's family. Sadly, nothing else has been recovered, but Josh's family are not giving up hope. Josh is described as a white male, 6 foot 4 inches tall, and weighs 200 pounds. He was last seen wearing a green khaki jacket, dark hat, and a gray-green backpack. If you have any information, you're asked to contact the Boulder County Dispatch on 303-441-4444. Number 7, Cassie Sheets. On March 12, 2021, 24-year-old Cassie Sheets was reported missing after last being seen hiking in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. Cassie, along with 2 male friends, had begun their hike on Thursday, March 11th, with the 2 friends claiming that they were separated along the Spruce Trail. Sergeant Andrew Teeter of the West Virginia State Police told Metro News they started down Huckleberry Trail from the top of Spruce, and that's where they claimed they got separated from each other. The trio set off hiking on Thursday night into what is described as a remote part of the forest. After the trio became separated, the 2 friends made their way back to safety and waited until Friday morning to report Cassie missing. Search teams, including volunteer firefighters and the West Virginia State Police, used a helicopter in attempts to locate the missing 24-year-old girl. However, nothing was found. In June 2021, the state police made a statement saying that they were no longer actively searching for Cassie, but were following lines of inquiry. In their statement, they also said that they are not speaking with the 2 male friends who were with Cassie on that hike, as one of them has obtained a lawyer. They also stressed that all leads are based on speculation, and they have no concrete evidence in Cassie's case. Cassie did not know the trail well, and her family are concerned about her well-being. If you have any information, you're asked to contact the West Virginia State Police. Number 6, Cayman Welch. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office is appealing for any information about the disappearance of 25-year-old Cayman Welch. Cayman was last seen near Weaver's Needle Vista at milepost 203 and State Route 88 in Maricopa County, Arizona on August 12, 2020. Cayman had spent the day working with his uncle in Tortilla Flats, and on the drive home they decided to pull into Weaver's Needle Vista to watch the sunset together. According to Cayman's uncle, he told him he wanted to watch the sunset from the Needle. He proceeded to get out of the car, walk into the Tonto National Forest, and promptly disappeared. Tonto National Forest spans a whopping 2,873,200 acres and is the 5th largest national forest in the United States. The forest offers a wide variety of scenery from desert flats to pine forest, making it the perfect destination no matter what you're looking for. Cayman walked into the Tonto National Forest wearing nothing but a black Ghostbusters t-shirt, black jeans, black prescription glasses, and army boots. He didn't take any food or water with him, and he was in no way equipped to deal with the sweltering temperatures that reached approximately 110 degrees in the area that day. When Cayman didn't return home, his family reported him missing, and an investigation was quickly launched. Despite searches using sniffer dogs, horses, drones, helicopters, and countless volunteers, no sign of Cayman was found. Cayman's family were also worried for his well-being as he suffered from depression and was in the process of seeking help. Cayman is described as a white male with brown hair and hazel eyes. He is 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, and has full sleeves tattoos on his arms and also has gauged out earlobes. Cayman's family haven't given up hope, and if you have any information, you're asked to contact the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office on 602-876-8255. 888-246-8477. Number 5, Samuel Martinez. 23-year-old Samuel Martinez left his home in Nebraska on May 12, 2021, headed for Kauai, Hawaii. We know that Samuel safely boarded his flight from Nebraska to Kauai and landed that day. Samuel had embarked on the trip with the intention of hiking and camping around the island, with his return flight booked for May 25, 2021. May 25th came, and when Samuel didn't board his flight to go home, his family became concerned. After contacting authorities in Kauai, their investigation uncovered that the last confirmed sighting of the 23-year-old had been on May 14, 2021, and since that date, there was no activity on his phone or on his bank cards. Authorities began their search after Samuel was reported missing, using helicopters to navigate their way around the island. However, by June 3rd, this search was suspended. According to one source, searches with dogs and drones are due to continue in the near future. Samuel's family made an official statement to Omaha reporters saying, "Please keep Samuel in your prayers and with these kind people as they search." Samuel is 23 years old and is described as a white male, 6 foot tall, 180 pounds. He has brown hair and brown eyes. Anyone with any information is urged to contact the Kauai Police on 808-241-1711. Number 4, Stanley Shushanoff. 68-year-old Stanley Shushanoff was last seen by his wife, Dolores, on May 19, 2021. Dolores told news stations that on that morning, Stanley was leaving to take a hike near the Sandy McNabb camping area in Sheep River Provincial Park, Alberta, Canada. The Sheep River Provincial Park spans 60.2 kilometers, and according to the website albertaparks.ca, visitors can hike, ski, and ice skate during their stay. Dolores told globalnews.ca, "I went to the door with him and I gave him a kiss and I said, 'Stay extremely safe.' I said, 'I'll be worried about you the entire time you're gone.'" Stanley was only going on a short hike and had promised his wife that he would be back by dinner time. However, when he never returned home, Dolores called the police. The RCMP and Calgary Police Service have both performed extensive searches for the missing 68-year-old, and so far the only evidence they have found is his abandoned car parked at the trailhead. Stanley was last seen at around 11 a.m. on May 19, 2021, wearing jeans, a plaid long-sleeved shirt, shoes or hiking boots, and carrying a camo backpack. If you have any information, you're asked to please contact the Calgary Police Service on 403-266-1234. Number 3, Robert Cooksey. 42-year-old part-time Butler County Public Defender Robert Cooksey was last seen entering Cummins Falls State Park at 11:30 p.m. on February 3, 2021. Cummins Falls State Park is located in Tennessee and spans 282 acres, and the terrain is described as idyllic but rugged. The details in Robert's case are sparse, but what we do know is that his car was discovered in the car park after he failed to move it, garnering the attention of park employees. On February 5, 2021, the park was temporarily closed while the TBI, or Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, performed an extensive search. However, they came out empty-handed. The park was then reopened to the public on Sunday, 7th of February, 2021. According to one article, Robert's ability to practice law was suspended by the Ohio Supreme Court on January 8, 2021, after he failed to respond to a formal complaint. There have been few updates in Robert's case. However, the TBI is appealing for anyone with information to please come forward. Robert is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes. He weighs 160 pounds and was last seen wearing dark pants and a gray hoodie. If you believe you have some information, you are asked to please contact the TBI on 1-800-TBI-FIND, F-I-N-D. Number 2, Damon Ness. 30-year-old Damon Ness was last seen on October 20th, 2020, while visiting the Nipmuc National Park in the Northern Territory, Australia. On that day, Damon went for a walk alone in the national park and was never seen again, prompting 28 police officers, park rangers, and countless volunteers to begin the search for him. Damon set off on his walk with nothing but his phone and his car keys, with Superintendent Shane telling the Daily Mail he doesn't have his wallet We have that. We know he doesn't have his hotel key. We've got that as well. That was left in the car. The alarm was raised after Damon failed to show up for a canoe tour he had booked for October 21st, 2020. Authorities searched for 5 days with drones and with the help of volunteers. However, no signs of the 30-year-old were found. Damon's family wanted to fly up from Melbourne to assist with the search, but they expressed their concerns about breaking lockdown and potentially putting Aboriginal communities at risk. Damon's social media has not been updated since October of 2020, and Australian authorities are appealing to anyone with information to contact him. Number 1, Rob Martin. 59-year-old Rob Martin was last seen on Edvinal Road on Johns Island in Charleston County, South Carolina. Johns Island is the largest island in South Carolina and is known for its agriculture and angel oak, a tree that is estimated to be possibly 1,500 years old. The details in Rod's case are extremely limited, but it is important that we spread awareness about this case and help bring him home. According to the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, Rod was last seen on foot on January 10, 2021, wearing a burgundy jacket with an orange lining. He is described as a white male, 6 foot tall, 200 pounds. He has gray hair, hazel eyes, and is well known in the Johns Island area. According to an article written on January 10, 2021, foul play is not suspected at this time, and the Charleston County Sheriff's Office needs your help in locating Rob. If you have any information, you're asked to please contact them on 843-743-7200. Number 10, Sean McLaughlin. 27-year-old Sean McLaughlin was last seen on June 8, 2021, by another hiker who told police that he saw a man fitting Sean's description in the park. Sean had recently moved from his home in Dublin, Ireland, to Jackson, Wyoming, and was working to help support his adventures. Sean's last moments are contested and accounts differ. An article written by the Irish Times wrote that the witness last saw Sean near the Surprise Lake Junction heading into Garnet Canyon, whereas another article written by the Independent claims the witness last saw Sean on the south side of the Bradley-Taggart Moraine and that he was headed towards Taggart Lane. Sean was officially reported missing on June 12 after he failed to turn up for his scheduled shift as a snowboard instructor on June 10, 2021, and a full investigation was launched. A day later, his car was found abandoned near the Lupine Meadows trailhead. Park rangers and investigators pulled together their resources to widen their search. A GoFundMe campaign was set up 2 days after his disappearance to help fly his mother, Grania, from Dublin to Jackson. This campaign raised over €46,000, and Sean's mother was flown to Jackson on June 20th to aid in the search for her son. Erica Jostad, the acting chief ranger of Grand Teton National Park, told Irish Central, "Mental health has not been a feature of the profile that we developed to try and understand where he might be. This looked like an afternoon, simple walk in the park. We're trying to keep a really open mind about where he might have gone, so we're looking in all the possible places." Sean McLaughlin was last seen wearing a white shirt, shorts, and a hat, and is described as a male solo hiker with shoulder-length hair, and he was also wearing round glasses. Despite searching over 300,000 acres of Grand Teton Park, no sign of Sean McLaughlin has been found. If you have any information, please contact the Grand Teton Park Rangers on 307-739-3300. Number 9, Tatum Morrell. 23-year-old Tatum Morrell, a Montana State University graduate, last made contact with her family on July 1, 2021, via a satellite communicator, according to KTVQ. Tatum, affectionately known to her family as Tate, had set up camp at Shadow Lake close to the West Fork Trail near Red Lodge in the Custer-Gallatin National Forest in Montana. The Custer-Gallatin National Forest boasts an area of over 3 million acres and 7 ranger districts. According to the website, the forest has gateways to Yellowstone National Park and has activities for everyone to enjoy. Searchers believe that Tatum left her tent on the morning of July 2, 2021, and was planning on scaling a 12,000-foot peak that day. When she failed to return and hadn't made contact with her family by July 5, 2021, they called park rangers and officially reported her missing. During their investigation, authorities found that Tatum had planned to scale 5 mountain peaks during her trip. Tatum's family told newspapers that she was indeed an avid hiker and outdoorswoman and had been training her whole life to scale these peaks. In a statement, they also added, Tate was a fiercely independent, adventurous soul who loved the mountains. Search and rescue teams were dispatched on July 5, 2021. However, so far, no sign of Tatum has been found. Incident Commander Tom Kuntz believes that Tatum is no longer alive, telling reporters, unfortunately, there are hundreds of thousands of places that Tate could have gotten into trouble on these rugged mountains when the storms came into the area on Friday. After the extensive search efforts, we do not believe she survived. The search for Tatum Morrell will continue with a much smaller, scaled-back team. Number 8, Ralph Elliott. 51-year-old Ralph Elliott was last seen on April 22, 2021, after he left for a day hike in Yosemite National Park, California. Sadly, there's very little information about Ralph's case, but his story is still important, and it is important that we keep his case alive. According to the Fresno Bee newspaper, Ralph was intending to hike to the Yosemite Fall Overlook and Eagle Peak in the Yosemite National Park. Authorities are concerned for his well-being, and the Park Service are noted as saying that they believe he may be in a state of emotional distress and capable of harming himself. The Yosemite Park Service has declined to comment on why they believe that Ralph is in such a state of emotional distress, but they have asked anyone who comes into contact with him to bear this in mind. Ralph Elliott is described as a white male with a muscular build, 5 foot 8 inches tall, with blue eyes, a beard, and long graying hair. He was last seen wearing earth-toned clothing, and if you have any information, you're asked to contact the Yosemite Dispatch on 209-379-1992. Charles Lyon. 49-year-old Charles Lyon was last seen on June 10, 2021, at the Best Western Hotel in Tucson, Arizona. Charles had been staying there ahead of his trip to the Grand Canyon and has not been seen since. Newspapers report that Charles is from Tyler, Texas, and was making the trip to the Grand Canyon alone. Authorities are becoming increasingly concerned for his well-being. The Grand Canyon National Park, located in Arizona, has an area of 4,926 kilometers squared and has over 2 million visitors per year. Most tourists visit the sprawling national park to take a look at the Grand Canyon, a 1.6 kilometer deep and 26 kilometer mile wide geographic feature. The terrain can be challenging when paired with the Arizona heat, and hikers are advised to travel in groups as well as to carry adequate supplies. Charles' car was found abandoned along Desert View Drive near Lippon Point on June 11, 2021. Investigators believe that Charles started his solo hike from this spot, and as previously mentioned, the last confirmed sighting of Charles was on June 10, 2021, with him being officially reported missing on June 14, 2021. As of this writing, Charles Lyon is still missing, and the Grand Canyon National Park is currently under Stage 2 fire restrictions due to sweltering temperatures of 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Charles is described as a white male, 6 feet tall, weighs 177 pounds. He has brown hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Grand Canyon Rangers on 888-653-0009. Number 6, Sean Higgins. On October 14, 2016, Sean Higgins, along with his 21-year-old son Trevor and Trevor's uncle, no name was provided for the uncle, headed out to the Shasta Costa drainage in the Bear Camp area in Oregon for a day of hunting. The three men had no idea of the tragedy that was about to unfold them that day, and to them, it started out just like any other hunting trip they had been on. Sean and Trevor agreed to go their separate ways and meet back at the car later on in the day to discuss today's activities and to collect Trevor's uncle. Again, this is Sean's brother. His name was never given in the reports. The men parted ways, not knowing it would be the last time they would ever see Sean alive. Sean's wife, Stephanie, told NBC News, Sean was on a footpath that ran alongside a road. He's an outdoorsman who knew the area, and he knew Trevor was waiting for him. It doesn't make any sense that he didn't make it out that evening. On the day of his disappearance, Sean had left his backpack and GPS device behind as he was only hunting a short distance away from the car. As we said, Sean was a very experienced outdoorsman and knew the area well, according to his family. In his mind, there was no reason to take it. When Sean failed to return to the truck, Trevor and Trevor's uncle knew that something was very, very wrong. They split up and immediately began searching for him. However, during this search, Trevor also got lost. Sean had passed down his wealth of knowledge to his son, and Trevor was able to make a shelter and wait out the night. Sean's brother, Trevor's uncle, raised the alarm after Trevor also failed to return to the truck. Now, with 2 missing family members, he called the authorities and a wide-scale search began. Thankfully, on the 4th day of the search and rescue operation, Trevor was found 2.5 miles away. Trevor had suffered severe hypothermia due to the cold and wet conditions, but was otherwise okay. Sadly, neither Trevor nor the search and rescue teams found any sign of Sean. Crews utilized drones, helicopters, and dog units, but still, they found nothing. And by October 25th, the search had officially been suspended. As of this writing in 2021, Sean Higgins is still missing, and authorities are no closer to solving the case. Number 5. Daylene Pua. 18-year-old Daylene Pua was last seen on February 27, 2015, after he had set out to hike the Haiku Stairs, also known as the Stairway to Heaven, Waianae, Hawaii. The Haiku Stairs are one of Hawaii's most dangerous trails. Some of the steps have been heavily damaged by winds and rain, and it is not a trail that's recommended for first-time hikers. The trail's been officially closed since 1987, with the Hawaiian Police Department handing out fines of up to $1,000 to trespassers. However, this has done little to deter thrill seekers. Even in 2021, people are still attempting to make the hike, despite several warnings from the Hawaiian PD and the Hawaiian government. At the time of his disappearance, Daylene was visiting his grandma and had told her about his intentions to climb the stairs. His grandma warned him that the trail was closed and that he would be met with police officers waiting to find or arrest him. Despite this, Daylene boarded a bus on February 27, 2015, and told his grandma he was going on a hike. The last confirmed movements of Daylene are at around 11 a.m. when he takes a picture of himself on the hiking trail to his family. The photo shows a wooded area, but eagle-eyed online investigators have spotted an unknown man squatting in the bushes. Very chilling. After this, Daylene was never seen or heard from again. When Daylene failed to return to his grandma's house, she called authorities and a search and rescue party was dispatched to the Forbidden Trail. Despite the efforts of hundreds of volunteers, drones, and the U.S. Navy, no sign of Daylene has ever been found. Volunteers even rappelled down the 600-foot drop where Daylene's last photograph was taken, but sadly, they found nothing. The Hawaiian police are now asking for the public's help in identifying the mysterious man in the photo, and online sleuths have speculated that this man may have been following Daylene. Daylene is described as a male Pacific Islander with black hair and brown eyes. He's 5'7" and weighs 150 pounds. If you have any information regarding this case, you're asked to contact the Honolulu Police Department on 808-529-3111. Number 4. Todd Geib. 22-year-old Todd Geib was last seen on Sunday, June 6, 2005, when he was attending a party in a field in Casanova, Michigan. Todd had been attending the cake party with friends, and up until around 12:45 a.m., nothing seemed out of the ordinary. According to his family and friends, Todd was a normal 22-year-old man. He liked socializing with his friends after a hard day's work. His family have also noted that Todd did not suffer from depression or any other mental health disorders, a fact that will become very important later on in this case. At 12:47 a.m. on Sunday, June 5, 2005, Todd placed several phone calls, with the first being to the person that had dropped him off at the keg party. According to this friend, Todd told him that he had, quote, had enough, and that he was going to walk home. The next call was at 12:51 a.m., but this time all Todd said was, "I'm in a field." Concerned, the friend called him back, but all he heard on the other end of the phone was what sounded like heavy breathing or perhaps the wind. The last set of calls were made between 12:51 a.m. and 12:57 a.m. when Todd tried to call his friend, but he was unable to get through. After this last call attempt, there's been no further activity on Todd's phone. Search and rescue teams were dispatched after Todd failed to return home from the party. In total, 1,500 volunteers turned out to help search for the missing 22-year-old. Even with the assistance of helicopters and police units, no sign of Todd was found. That was until July 2nd, 2005, when Todd's body was discovered standing almost upright in a pond that wasn't too far from where the party had taken place. Investigators were puzzled as to how they could have missed him, as the area around the party had been searched extensively. Todd's head and shoulders were out of the water, and the coroner noted that he was not in an advanced state of decomposition, something that would have been expected as he had been missing for over 3 weeks. The coroner ruled that Todd's cause of death was drowning, but that the manner of death was undetermined. Todd's family were obviously unhappy with these findings. However, the police stuck by the story, and Todd's case was considered closed. In 2009, Dr. Michael Sakirsa, who is a forensic pathologist and the CEO of Forensic Identification and Profiling Laboratory, reviewed Todd's case. Dr. Sakirsa and his team of experts found that Todd had no water in his lungs, and his post-mortem index, or PMI, was listed as between 2 to 5 days. Todd had been missing for a total of 21 days, so what had happened? Where had he been for all those other days? Now, alcohol and antidepressant medication were found in Todd's system, and after consulting with family members and checking health records, it was found that Todd had not been prescribed such medication. As of the recording of this episode, Todd's case is still closed and the mystery remains. Many people believe that Todd fell victim to the infamous smiley face killer or killers. However, the Michigan State Police have declined to comment. If you have any information regarding this case, you're asked to contact the Michigan State Police on 517-284-3745. Number 3, Jeffrey John Zoltowski. 23-year-old Jeffrey John Zoltowski was last seen on March 31st, 1993, as he was hiking in the Wailua Valley in Molokai, Hawaii. Jeffrey was a student at the Wayne State University in Detroit, and when he wasn't studying, he spent his time volunteering at the Veterans Hospital and various soup kitchens throughout the Detroit area. According to those closest to Jeffrey, he was loved by everyone and was a popular football player in high school. On the 31st of March, 1993, while hiking, Jeffrey signaled a Department of Land and Natural Resources helicopter to come and pick him up from his location. He told the crew on board that his feet were severely blistered and bleeding, and that he felt he was physically unable to make the 14-mile trek back into the city. The pilot dismissed Jeffrey, telling him that he would not take him back as it wasn't a life-threatening emergency. He did, however, take Jeffrey's backpack and told him that he would leave it in the service yard for him. For 41 days, Jeffrey's 60-pound backpack laid unclaimed in the yard before he was finally reported missing. There is no information as to whether search and rescue teams were sent to look for Jeffrey, and his disappearance was pushed to the side. In 2001, a woman reported seeing a man matching Jeffrey's description begging for money outside of a homeless shelter in Honolulu. This sighting has never been verified, and people at the shelter said they did not recognize Jeffrey when they were shown a picture of him. As of this recording, in 2021, Jeffrey is still missing, and it seems there's little being done to find him by law enforcement. Number 2, Kenny Veach. 47-year-old Kenny Veach mysteriously disappeared in the Mojave Desert in Nevada on November 14, 2014. Kenny was hiking near Area 51 and was looking for cave systems and mine shafts. Kenny has uploaded several videos to his YouTube channel under the username SnakeBitMcGee, where he describes entering a cave with an M-shaped opening. He wrote in one comment, "That ain't nothing. I'm a long-distance hiker. One time during one of my hikes out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that ever happened to me." Now, these videos gained popularity following his mysterious disappearance, and in these videos, he does indeed talk about how his whole body vibrated and he felt scared upon entering this mysterious M cave. Armed with a gun and a camera this time, Kenny headed back out to the M cave on November 10th, 2014, hoping to get a better look inside. However, Kenny never returned home. Although he was a very experienced hiker and outdoorsman, Kenny rarely took a map or GPS device with him on his hikes. According to his family, on the day of his disappearance, he told them that he would only be gone for a short overnight trip. But then, when he didn't return home, they immediately called the police. Police, volunteers, and search and rescue teams all scoured the area where Kenny was last known to have been, and on November 22nd, 2014, volunteers found Kenny's phone. According to those volunteers, The trail went cold soon after they located his phone, and there have been no signs of Kenny ever since. At the time of this episode, the mysterious disappearance of Kenny Veach is very much alive in true crime and paranormal circles, but it appears that we are still no closer to uncovering the truth. Number 1, Henry McCabe. 32-year-old Henry McCabe of Mounds View, Minnesota, was the last seen alive on September 6, 2015, when he and two friends, William Pappas Kennedy and Calvin Johnson, spent the night partying. At around 2 a.m. on September 7th, Henry allegedly asked to be dropped off at a Super America gas station in Fridley, Minnesota. His two companions noted this as odd, as Henry's house was several miles in the opposite direction. Nonetheless, they honored his wishes and dropped him off at the gas station. The two friends also took Henry's wallet and keys from him earlier in the night to prevent him from buying any more drinks, as he was apparently very intoxicated. At 2:28 a.m., Henry's wife received a disturbing phone call from her husband. Henry was screaming down the phone, saying that someone had shot him before the call disconnected. Henry tried to call his wife again, however, he was met with her voicemail as she was trying to call Henry's brother, Tim. The creepy voicemail captured high-pitched moaning and growling sounds, along with Henry screaming. Some of the audio is hard to pick out due to low call quality, however, but at the end of the voicemail, a male voice can be heard saying, "Stop it," before the voicemail disconnects.
It's a voicemail unlike anything you've ever heard before. There are 2 minutes worth of noises, bizarre ones, but very little actual talking. Authorities confirmed the disturbing middle-of-the-night call came from Henry McCabe's cell phone. It was Labor Day, September 7th at 2:28 in the morning. McCabe's worried wife heard the message.
Isn't my cell phone connected?
Minnesota Community Policing Services is a nonprofit agency and acts as a go-between with police and the Liberian community. The leader is trying to help the family make some sense of this recording.
The growls turned to high-pitched moans.
Like he's moaning in pain.
Like moaning in pain.
The tortured grunts suddenly stop. There is silence. Then someone, either Henry or another person, says, "Stop it."
I try to picture where he was, what it might have been like, what circumstances would have made him sound like that.
The voicemail is in stark contrast to other articulate recordings of McCabe speaking at an event. He's a state auditor.
What is the justification? What is the right thing to do?
The message is one piece of evidence Mounds View police are reviewing. The police chief tells me even the FBI is analyzing the recording and voices for clues. The chief says the investigation took deputies here on Tuesday. To Rice Creek Park, which borders New Brighton, Mounds View, and Fridley, all areas where McCabe was reported seen or a cell phone ping placed him. Ramsey County Water Patrol searched, but came up empty.
When Henry's wife reported these calls, police began the search for Henry. They searched Spring Lake Park and New Brighton, as the calls that Henry made pinged from these cell phone towers. Despite an extensive search by land and air, there was no trace of Henry to be found, and the investigation went cold. Then, on November 2nd, 2015, Henry's body was discovered in Rush Lake, New Brighton, Minnesota. There were no gunshot wounds to Henry's body, and his cause of death was ruled as drowning. Obviously, Henry's family do not agree with this verdict and believe that the voicemail is proof that Henry met with some sort of foul play that night. Some people even believe that what Henry encountered was not even human. If you have any information, you are asked to contact the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office on 651-767-0640. Well, there you have it, folks. What do you think of these mysterious unsolved cases? Some of these simply defy description. I look forward to your comments. We do ask that you please remain courteous to the victims, the families of victims, and to the comments of others. Thank you for listening. Until we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time.